Chapter 291 Gongzi crushes Lu Qing. The Gate of Magic University of Martial Arts. Lu Qing and Fang Zimo looked at each other, and silently took 2 steps back. With a flash of light in their eyes, the two of them summoned their own beasts at the same time. Fang Zimo's Beast Control. A level 29 Shadow Leopard. A level 28 Nine-tailed Crested Snake. A level 29 Scorpion Tiger. A level 29 Eight-eyed Wooden Owl. Lu Qing's Beast Control. A level 29 Thunder Rat. A 28 Flame Kangaroo. A 28 Earth Evil Crocodile. A 29 Hurricane Ostrich. As soon as the 8 royal beasts appeared, sand and rocks flew within the barrier. Seeing this, a group of instructors from the Magic University of Martial Arts could only further expand the area covered by the barrier, and extend it out for more than 30 meters. The surrounding crowd had to retreat more than 30 meters. This battle was different from Yi Hao's previous challenge to Zhuan Tianji. Lu Qing is a senior student at Madu Martial Arts University. Fang Zimo is a senior student at Huaqing Military University in the imperial capital. Even if the elders don't care, for most students, this is the coach of the Magic City and the Imperial City. But just when Fang Zimo and Lu Qing were about to take action, 2 figures rushed into the barrier. A green-eyed honey badger. A black crow. Lu Qing and Fang Zimo were both stunned for a moment. And then anger rose in their eyes at the same time. What idiot put the beast in the barrier? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Sudden. Shangguan Wulei exclaimed. Gongzi! Xiaohei! What are you doing in there? Come out quickly! Someone in the crowd also exclaimed. Those are Chen Fan's 2 beasts! Asshole! Lu Qing said a little annoyed. I thought he was so cool. He left 2 beasts causing trouble here. Hey! Fang Zimo frowned and said. Be polite. That's your uncle. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. That's your uncle. No. He is my uncle. Not an uncle. Fang Zimo raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You are challenging the limit of my patience. Lu Qing's eyes turned cold. At this time, Xiaohei spoke. Stupid mortals. You always have to fight when you are full. Well, Lu Qing, you are disrespectful to my master. Gongzi is going to beat you upright. Fang Zimo, you are a person from the Imperial Martial Arts University, and you came to the Demon City to be arrogant and domineering. I want to teach you a lesson and let you know that there are people outside the world. Lu Qing and Fang Zimo. Outside, Shangguan Wulei wanted to come in and take these 2 guys out, but was held back by Shangguan Songlong. No way! Chen Fan, the 2 beast masters, are ready to challenge Lu Qing and Fang Zimo? Is this what Chen Fan means? Or what the 2 beasts mean? It's definitely not Chen Fan's intention. Chen Fan doesn't want to talk to them at all. Chen Fan's 2 beasts are too small. I feel like Lu Qing and Fang Zimo's beasts can crush them to death with just 1 kick. Is the strength of a beast master determined by its size? 1 beast. Against 1 person and 4 beasts. Chen Fan. These 2 beasts are too arrogant. People around were talking a lot. The TV station's camera was focused on the 2 people and a group of beasts inside the barrier. Several reporters who were commentating spoke faster and became a little excited. Lu Qing looked at Gongzi and tilted his head. Little guy, do you want to fight me? Gongzi grinned. His. Xiaohei. What the HL? She can't understand you. Gongzi. Fang Zimo turned around and left. If you don't fight, it's boring. She had suffered from Chen Fan before, and had seen how powerful Jade was. The cute Jadeite is so powerful. But these 2 guys look so unruly. I'm afraid it's even more terrifying. Spiritual Spike. Xiaohei in the air shot a spiritual spike directly at Fang Zimo. Ouch! Fang Zimo howled miserably and fell to the ground. Her 4 beasts all rushed over and protected her. Your uncle! Fang Zimo was furious, slapped the ground with his palm, and stood up like a spring. Even if you are my uncle's beast master, I have to roast you today. On the other side, Lu Qing, who was still sneering, turned a little serious. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker between her and Fang Zimo. You have to fight to know. But the difference in strength between the 2 sides will definitely not be too big. Xiaohei's mental attack, which came and went without a trace, made Fang Zimo scream in 1 move. If it fell on her head, I'm afraid she would end up like this. With a thought in his mind, Lu Qing activated his mental power and opened up a mental barrier. Immediately, she pulled out her sword and pointed the tip at Gongzi. The bellicose Gongzi immediately became excited. It looked at Lu Qing and Lu Qing's 4 beasts, like a hunter looking at his prey. When the 4 beasts were glanced at by it, their whole bodies suddenly became cold. A tutor from the Magic City Martial Arts University said in a deep voice. The barrier is too small. If we want to fight, we should separate the two games. The first scene, Gongzi and Lu Qing. The second scene, Xiao He and Fong Zimo. Xiao He was furious. I'm not your father. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? The instructor who just spoke raised his eyes and stretched out his left hand. Call! Xiao He couldn't control his body and was taken over by a vast and unpredictable spiritual power. The instructor grabbed Xiao He's wings, hit him on the head, forehand, backhand, backhand and forehand, and slapped him several times, making Xiao He dizzy. Ouch! Xiao He, who finally reacted, looked at Shangguan Wulei on the other side and said, Are all the instructors at the Magic University of Martial Arts so powerful? His mental power is actually stronger than mine. Shangguan Wulei rolled his eyes. Idiot! That's the vice president of Mado Martial Arts University. If you keep talking nonsense, you may get roasted and eaten by him. Xiao He turned his head and glanced at the vice principal, then turned his head, looked at Gongzi in the barrier, and said, Gongzi, let's start. Everyone present. The vice president of Mado Martial Arts University threw it away casually. Little Black's wings fluttered and flew to Shangguan Wulei's shoulder on the other side. He said angrily, That vice principal. Just wait for me. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I break through to level 40 in a few days, I will come back to find you. Vice Chancellor. People around. Shangguan Wulei grabbed Xiao He on his shoulder and put Xiao He on Feng Tianlin's shoulder. Feng Tianlin. Xiao He. Gongzi, hurry up and deal with him. I can't wait any longer. Why does that crocodile have 12 legs? Did the crocodile split its legs? Or did the centipede go off the rails? Owner. The earthly evil crocodile raised his head and glanced at Xiao He fiercely. Xiao He stared back. If you look at me again, I will kill you. At this time, there were changes within the barrier. Lu Qing's 4 beasts roared and surrounded Gongzi. Although Gongzi was small, he did not take the 4 beasts seriously. He smiled slightly and activated the magic crystal armor, and his entire body was immediately covered with a thick layer of purple magic crystal. Next moment, on top of Gongzi's head, a bloody crown disappeared in a flash. Bloodthirsty. Increased strength by 30% for 30 seconds. After Gongzi activated his Bloodthirsty, he charged in front of the fastest Thunder Rat. When the Thunder Rat saw this, he was shocked and wanted to urge Thunder Flash to move out. But Gongzi's exposed charge has 3 seconds of dizziness. Before the Thunder Rat could activate the Lightning Flash, it was swatted away by Gongzi's paw. Although Gongzi's combat power level has not reached level 40, his racial level is already a medium epic, and his true strength is not much worse than a level 40 Beast Master. After this slap passed, the Thunder Rat screamed and hit the barrier hard, causing me to fall to the ground and fainted. So fast! Too fierce! How can it be? The eyes of the people around were all in disbelief, especially those who know the combat power level of Lu Qing's Thunder Rat. As for Lu Qing, when he saw that his Thunder Rat was severely injured, he became furious. Asshole! Lu Qing borrowed the Thunder Rat's Thunder Flash, instantly moved to Gongzi, and stabbed Gongzi in the head with a sword. Gongzi charged furiously and rushed in front of the earthly crocodile, which was dozens of times bigger than him. The earthly evil crocodile was well prepared, opened its mouth wide, and bit Gongzi in one bite. The level 28 earthly crocodile can even bite a car in one bite. A group of people outside exclaimed in surprise. Crack! Gongzi's body flashed with lightning, and he used Thunder Flash to move to the top of the earthly evil crocodile's head. Impossible! How could the blue-eyed honey badger awaken a skill like Thunder Flash? Everyone outside the barrier was shocked. Even a group of instructors couldn't help but widen their eyes. Soon enough, Gongzi moved to the top of the earthly evil crocodile. While the earthly evil crocodile was still in a daze, his little paw hit the big crocodile's head like a claw. Boom! With a simple claw, he directly slapped the earthly crocodile's head into the ground. The earthly evil crocodile also fainted. Lu Qing's hurricane ostrich, seeing his 2 friends being severely injured, became furious and blew out a hurricane. Gongzi can't dodge. Call! The terrifying hurricane swept Gongzi directly into the sky. Everyone raised their heads. I saw Gongzi in the air, suddenly stood up with a pair of wings, whirred twice, and escaped from the hurricane. Honey badgers can fly too. A sow can climb a tree. Don't say that. In the world of beasts, it's not unusual for a sow to climb a tree. My classmate's beast is a sow, and it can also talk. But I've never heard that honey badgers can fly. Can honeypots awaken lightning and flying skills? While people were talking, Gongzi flew gracefully in the air and then fell down. When? Almost at the moment he fell, Lu Qing slashed his back with the long sword in his hand. The long sword did not break through the magic crystal armor, but the huge force pressed Gongzi into the ground. Gongzi was a little annoyed. He raised his head and opened his mouth like a rock cannon. This skill copy from Shao Qing is fast and ruthless. What? Lu Qing reacted extremely quickly. He quickly turned around and avoided the rock cannon among the lightning and flint. The huge rock cannon flew directly into the sky and hit the barrier. Boom! The entire barrier shook violently. Seeing this scene, both Lu Qing and the people outside the barrier fell silent. What kind of power can shake the barrier? Just when Lu Qing was frightened, a purple light flashed in Gongzi's eyes. On the ground, a purple halo appeared. Amethyst sting? Lu Qing moved out with a flash of lightning. But after the amethyst thrust activated by Gongzi emerged from the ground, it rushed towards the hurricane ostrich and the flame kangaroo like a giant amethyst dragon that had escaped into the ground. The hurricane ostrich knew it very well, and jumped directly to the other side with 2 feet. But the flame kangaroo had a violent temper. Seeing the amethyst spikes rushing towards him, he didn't want to dodge and punch the amethyst spikes. No! Lu Qing's words were still half a beat too late. The flame kangaroo's fist wrapped in flames hit the amethyst spikes. The amethyst spikes only had spider web-like cracks. But the flame kangaroo was directly knocked away. Crack! Gongzi flashed lightning and moved to the sky behind the flame kangaroo. Oops! When Lu Qing saw this, he knew he was about to suffer, and immediately activated Lei Shan. Pity. Still half a step slower. When Lu Qing used Thunder Flash to move behind Gongzi, Gongzi slapped the flaming kangaroo on the head with his paw. Boom! When? The flame kangaroo was sent flying, and like the thunder rat, it fainted directly. And Lu Qing's long sword, with blazing flames, fell on Gongzi's magic crystal armor. Gongzi landed with a crash, and the magic crystal armor shattered. But the magic crystal armor was only broken into a small piece, and it repaired itself immediately. Gongzi rose into the air and bit Lu Qing. Lu Qing was skilled in fighting. He suddenly turned around and hit Gongzi's head with a long sword in his hand like a sledgehammer. Gongzi, who had just soared into the air, crashed into the ground again with a bang. Lu Qing quickly retreated and released his sword. The long sword floated in front of her and spun rapidly. Martial arts, thousands of swords firing together! As Lu Qing shouted coldly, the long sword spinning around her suddenly split into countless long swords. All the long swords, like bows and arrows, blasted towards Gongzi. Gongzi's eyes flashed with lightning. Thunder Flash! Gongzi did not confront Lu Qing's move, but moved directly to the back of the hurricane ostrich through lightning flash. Before the hurricane ostrich could react, Gongzi bit the hurricane ostrich on its neck. Quack! The hurricane ostrich jumps 10 meters high. Relax. I admit defeat. Lu Qing's face turned pale, and he shouted. If we say that Gongzi's random claw before, he only knocked out the earthly crocodile and the flame kangaroo, that Gongzi's current bite might be able to bite off the hurricane ostrich's neck directly. Lost. A complete failure. There is no point in fighting any longer. The gap between the two sides is really huge. Gongzi let go of the hurricane ostrich, jumped down, and walked up to Lu Qing with elegant steps like a prince. Lu Qing looked pale inside. I lost. Be convinced. Everyone around was silent. People have seen many battles. The Beast Master leads the beast into battle. Beast Masters fight against Beast Masters, and Beast Masters fight against Beast Masters. However, few people have seen this kind of battle without the Beast Master present. One Beast Master singled out a Beast Master and 4 Beast Masters. One slap in the face. Too strong. Chen Fan's beast control is so powerful. How terrifying must Chen Fan's own strength be? Xian Tianji looked at Zhong Hao. Did Chen Fan show mercy last time at the gate of the first martial arts university? Otherwise, I feel he could kill you with one move. Zhong Hao glared at Xian Tianji. Although what you said is very harsh, it seems to be true. Xian Tianji. It's a blessing that I fought against Yi Hao. I don't want to fight against Chen Fan. Not now or in the future. Finally, it's my turn. Xiao Hei flew into the barrier. It flapped its wings and turned its head. Where's Fong Zimo? Where has Fong Zimo gone? Everyone took a look. Where is Fong Zimo anywhere on the field? The genius from the imperial capital can run really fast. At this time, behind Xiao Hei, A figure appeared out of thin air. The old ape appeared from the shadow sky and grabbed Xiao Hei with one claw.
Hey, if you have something to say, I haven't done anything.
The old ape hit the little black head with a slap. Xiao Hei lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. The old ape has a good temper and has never done anything to him. The old ape must have been instructed by Chen Fan to hit him. How dare Xiao Hei resist? The old ape slowly walked towards Gongzi. Gongzi lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. The old ape pinched Gongzi's neck and lifted Gongzi up. Afterwards, Shangwan Wulei clicked on the smartwatch. A virtual screen appeared above. On the virtual screen, Chen Fan sat on the flattened hilltop and said apologetically,
Sorry to disturb everyone. I will bring these two guys back and discipline them.
Below, Lu Qing was a little lost. Chapter 292 successfully broke through to the 7th level, and the orange cat was wrongly accused. Magic City. Lu family. Lu Xingyuan was talking to Fan Yu on the phone.
The Earthfire 7-colored lotus seeds have been found. A senior from the Zhang family in the imperial capital has 8 of them. They have sent people to deliver them. It is estimated that they will arrive in the magical capital the day after tomorrow.
On the screen, Fan Yu frowned and said,
The 3-needle flower of wood spirit has also been found. It was found by a saint from the Yang kingdom. The only thing missing is the Tian Yao ancient spirit fruit. The Animal Breeders Association conducted an investigation and found that no one has heard of this kind of spiritual fruit. I've never heard of it in various classics. The minister searched the 4 seniors of Chen Fan's family. There is no name for this kind of spiritual fruit in the Qianyu world. Have you never heard of those 4 seniors?
Lu Xingyuan sighed and said,
You haven't even heard of them. How can you find them?
Fan Yu comforted him.
You don't have to worry. That's all. If we can find this Sky Demon ancient spirit fruit, Dark Moon will be able to break through another level of combat power. And the materials needed for your Stormside Weasel and Shadow Moon Demon Wolf have been found. But the things are scattered all over the Blue Star, and it will take a while to be delivered. It's time to find this ancient demon fruit. Your 3 beast masters broke through a combat power level at the same time. This time you advanced to the Holy Realm. It's no problem at all. I'm a little jealous of you now. After Chen Fan helped Qi Tong break through to level 47, there are still 4 missing materials needed for level 48. These 4 things have appeared before, but without exception, they are extremely precious. Finding them all is not easy. Don't worry.
Lu Xingyuan comforted.
Didn't Brother Chen Fan also provide the names of another batch of materials? He said that was another plan. If another batch of materials can be found. Difficult,
Fan Yu said.
We have also investigated another batch of materials. In that batch of materials, there are only 2 types that can't be found. Those 2 materials are the same as the Sky Demon ancient spirit fruit needed by Dark Moon. Several beast breeding masters have never heard of them, and the Beast Breeding Masters Association can't find relevant information. This is really annoying me to death.
Suddenly, Lu Xingyuan's eyes moved slightly, as if he was listening. Then, he looked ecstatic.
Senior, the minister just sent me a message. For those materials that can't be found, maybe we can go find Brother Chen Fan.
Fan Yu blinked, thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly asked,
Is the minister avoiding Chen Fan during this time? Why does Chen Fan run away every time he comes to the animal breeding base? This,
Lu Xingyuan said awkwardly.
Maybe it has something to do with Chen Fan's life experience. But I didn't dare to ask.
Fan Yu nodded slightly and hung up the phone. A smile appeared on Lu Xingyuan's face, and he removed the soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand. At this time, a figure flashed in the air, and Lu Qing flew down lightly. Lu Xingyuan was slightly startled.
Although it has been a long time since you broke through to the 6th level, you have always liked to travel by car. Why didn't you drive back this time?
Grandpa, Lu Qing's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into Lu Xingyuan's arms.
What's wrong? Are you being bullied?
Lu Xingyuan said with a dumb smile.
There are so many martial arts universities in the Magic City. Among the students at the school, it seems that you can't find 2 who can bully you. Right. What happened? Tell Grandpa. It's not that I was bullied.
Lu Qing opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Said that he was crushed by a beast of a junior? So shameful. Lu Qing pursed his lips, and then said after a while,
Grandpa, can you help me send the beast to the beast breeding base? And let the 4 grandmasters help me cultivate it.
Lu Xingyuan was silent for a moment and said,
There is no need to go to the animal breeding base. Let me take you to meet someone. I just happen to be going to find him. You have been stuck at the peak of the 6th level and 5th level for some time. It is not difficult to cultivate your 4 beasts and break through to the 7th level in one fell swoop.
Lu Qing immediately became excited.
Really?
Lu Xingyuan smiled slightly. And with a movement of his body, a burst of energy took Lu Qing soaring into the sky. The two people flashed quickly in the air, cut through the void, and appeared above Chen Fan's home in the blink of an eye. Lu Xingyuan's mental power swept away, and he led Lu Qing to the top of the back mountain out of thin air. On the top of the mountain that had been flattened by the blind man, Chen Fan was looking around with his eyes closed. Not far away, a blind man was protecting him with his hands behind his back. After seeing Chen Fan, who was practicing clearly, Lu Qing's eyes widened immediately.
Grandpa, is the friend you just said you wanted to meet Chen Fan? Bastard.
Lu Xingyuan glared at Lu Qing.
Have I told you before that you should call Chen Fan Uncle Grandpa when you meet him?
Lu Qing was dumbfounded. Lu Xingyuan led Lu Qing to the blind man and bowed respectfully.
Lu Xingyuan, I have met Senior. Yes,
the blind man said without even looking at Lu Xingyuan.
I have made great progress in my cultivation recently, which is gratifying.
Lu Xingyuan hurriedly said.
Thankfully, Brother Chen Fan helped Dark Moon advance several levels in a row. Otherwise, I might have been stuck at the peak of the 9th rank.
Lu Qing's eyes widened even more. How many levels did Chen Fan help Dark Moon upgrade? Are you kidding me? At this time, Lu Xingyuan turned to look at Lu Qing and said with a serious face.
Chen Fan is just an ordinary beast breeder. Do you understand?
Lu Qing's head didn't turn around. Lu Xingyuan continued.
Nothing about his breeding of beasts, including the Dark Moon breakthrough I just mentioned,
cannot be leaked. Not even your parents can be told. Do you understand?
Lu Qing had goosebumps all over his body. He quickly swallowed and said,
I understand. Grandpa, don't worry.
Lu Xingyuan didn't speak anymore, but turned his head and looked at Chen Fan, who had his eyes closed. Lu Qing felt his throat was dry and his body was tense. And he also looked at Chen Fan. All around Chen Fan, he saw a terrifying energy that was spinning crazily, spinning harder and harder. If the blind man hadn't set up a barrier around it, this terrifying energy would have spread wildly outwards, and then directly destroyed the mountain. Lu Xingyuan was a little surprised and said,
Senior, is Brother Chen Fan going to reach the 9th level?
9th level realm. Lu Qing was shocked. Chen Fan is already at the peak of the 8th level. Now he wants to reach the 9th level? How can this be? He's not even a freshman yet. No wonder. No wonder his 2 beasts are so powerful. Lu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the thought of losing to such a being. Isn't it normal for a 6th grade peak person to lose to an 8th grade peak person? Although, it is only the control beast of the 8th grade peak powerhouse.
No. The blind man shook his head and said, he is attacking the 7th level.
Lu Xingyuan. Lu Qing. Especially Lu Qing. His expression became extremely weird. Chen Fan is actually only at the peak of the 6th level? Are you now hitting the 7th level? Peak level 6. Isn't that the same level of cultivation as hers? Why can he be so scary even if he is a beast?
Wrong.
Grandpa is truly the pinnacle of the 9th grade. Only half a step away from entering the Holy Realm. How could he be wrong? Lu Qing couldn't help but look at Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan's old face turned red, coughed slightly and said,
the energy that Chen Fan brings with his current cultivation is a little more powerful and exaggerated than the peak of the 8th grade when he hits the 9th grade. Although he has only reached the 7th level from the peak of the 6th level, his true strength is at least the peak of the 8th level.
Lu Qing. If these words had not come from her grandfather's mouth, she would probably have cursed her after hearing them. At the peak of the 6th grade, with the strength of the 8th grade? What a word! If this kind of thing can happen, it means that there is something completely wrong with this cultivation system. Perhaps, there will be those at the top of the 6th level who have obtained some kind of powerful magic weapon and use the power of the magic weapon to cross levels and kill powerful enemies. But Chen Fan is practicing now, not activating the magic weapon. A 6th grade peak person with the power of an 8th grade peak. Isn't this a mess? Lu Qing couldn't help but glance at her grandfather again. Her grandfather couldn't lie. There is no need to lie either. What's more, there is a mysterious being next to her who even her grandfather respectfully calls Senior. Boom. Just when Lu Qing was thinking wildly, the energy around Chen Fan suddenly surged several times and exploded. A beam of light, with Chen Fan as the center, soared into the sky. The blind man smiled and nodded.
Well, that's right. He's already at the 7th level.
Lu Qing was about to speak. The blind man added,
Now, Chopping at the 9th level should be like chopping vegetables.
Lu Xingyuan nodded repeatedly.
Such a talent is really unimaginable.
Lu Qing looked at his grandfather, and then at the blind man. After breaking through to the 7th level, is it like chopping vegetables at the 9th level? If one of them hadn't been her grandfather, she would have suspected that these two were liars, working together to deceive her. Chen Fan opened his eyes, and his body slowly floated up. He was floating in the air, his hands hanging down naturally, his palms spread out, and he held them gently. Boom! Boom! 2 golden thunderbolts exploded in the palms of his hands. Lu Qing was stunned again. His uncles. That guy seems to be really capable of killing the 9th level. The power unleashed by such a casual clenched fist just now is not much weaker than that of the 9th level. You know, there are quite a few 9th level people in the Lu family. Although Lu Qing is only at the peak of the 6th level, he is very familiar with the power of the 9th level. The power Chen Fan just displayed was already above the 9th level.
This monster. Lu Qing's mouth felt bitter. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. At this time, Chen Fan walked over with a smile, stretched his hand towards the garden and said,
"Go down first."
Lu Xingyuan smiled and nodded, leading Lu Qing to take a step forward. Several people immediately appeared in the garden. In the garden, the 3 cripples were drinking tea. Yi Hao and Henry Chu were talking about something. Seeing Chen Fan and others approaching, Yi Hao raised his head and asked,
"Brother Fan, have you broken through to the 7th level?"
Chen Fan nodded.
"Yes."
"Oh." Yi Hao touched his chin and said,
"Brother Fan, after I defeated Xian Tianji, the trend in the black market immediately changed. Countless people defeated Chu Xian and Hong Xiu and they won. It's hard to make this money later."
Lu Qing. These people don't care at all about Chen Fan's breakthrough to the 7th level? Don't you even say congratulations? Or do they think that Chen Fan's breakthrough to the 7th level is as simple as drinking water and eating? Asshole. These little brats made her look like a bumpkin. Suddenly, Lu Qing felt something strange under his feet. She looked down and saw Gongzi lying at her feet, tilting his head and grinning at her.
"Ah!"
Lu Qing screamed and subconsciously took 2 steps back. As soon as she took 2 steps back, she immediately regretted it. The dignified president of the Martial Arts Club of the Magic City Martial Arts University, after being defeated by a blue-eyed honey badger, was actually so afraid of the blue-eyed honey badger? So shameful.
"Gongzi!"
Chen Fan waved his right hand and said,
"Apologize to senior sister."
Gongzi stood up and waved his little paw. Lu Qing's face turned red and white, and he snorted and said,
"If you lose, you lose. It doesn't need to apologize. It's because I'm not as good as others."
Lu Xingyuan lowered his head and glanced at Gongzi, then looked at Lu Qing.
"Were you defeated by Gongzi? Did you fight against Chen Fan?" "No,"
Lu Qing said with a blush.
"After Chen Fan came home, Gongzi had a fight with me."
Lu Xingyuan laughed.
"Gongzi will soon turn into a dragon-fighting honey badger. It can kill a giant dragon. It's not unfair for you to lose to it."
Dolong honey badger. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. That's the legendary most powerful honey badger. After sitting down, Lu Xingyuan told the story about the
Sky Demon Ancient Spirit Fruit.
Chen Fan thought thoughtfully and said,
"Have neither my master nor Mr. Zhou heard about the Sky Demon Ancient Spirit Fruit and other things?"
"None of the 4 beast breeding masters have heard of it. No relevant information could be found from the Breeders' Association. It seems that those items, like the
Black-Hearted Demonic Soul Flower,
should be in the 4 realms including the Ancient God Realm." Lu Xingyuan nodded and said,
"The Beast Breeders Association has already passed on the images you provided, and asked the Beast Masters and Pioneer groups in major cities to help find it. However, before I came, the minister reminded me that maybe you could find a way."
Chen Fan nodded.
"Let me give it a try. But it may take a while to find these things."
Lu Xingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The minister was right. Chen Fan really has a way. After a moment of silence, Lu Xingyuan tilted his head towards Lu Qing.
"Call me uncle."
Chen Fan almost spit out a mouthful of coffee.
No. 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 I think it's better for everyone to do their own thing. Just like Ru Ge and Zhang Chen. They call me uncle. But Dao Ao, Chu Xian and I are all brothers."
Li Fengxing interrupted and said,
"It's okay. She calls you grandpa. You can just call her senior sister."
Lu Qing almost fainted. Chen Fan glanced at Li Fengxing silently and said,
"Your mother and sister have already arrived at the gate. I won't beat you today."
While he was talking, those who had gone to watch the excitement at the entrance of the Magic University of Martial Arts all came back. There were so many people, So Lu Xingyuan quickly said,
That's okay. Then let's call each other what we want.
Before he finished speaking, he had already changed to mental power transmission.
I brought her here today. Apart from the matter of the celestial demon ancient spirit fruit, I mainly wanted her to get to know you. She is now at the peak of the 6th level.
The 4 beast-controlling beasts haven't broken through for a while. Chen Fan nodded.
It's okay. Let her put the beast here.
Lu Xingyuan stopped being polite and turned around and said,
Xing, please put those 4 beasts here.
Lu Qing was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she remembered what her grandfather said when she was on the mountain. Chen Fan, help Dark Moon upgrade several levels in a row.
Oh.
Lu Qing responded timidly and summoned his 4 beasts.
His.
When Gongzi saw the 4 beasts, he immediately became excited again. When the 4 beasts saw Gongzi, they were all frightened. Xiaowai came over and patted Gongzi on the head. Gongzi immediately became honest. At this time, a female classmate from the group of people who had just returned walked up to Chen Fan and said,
Brother Fan, my ghost cat is pregnant.
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and then said,
Ah, congratulations.
The female classmate pursed her lips and said nothing, looking aggrieved. Fortunately, she was talking about cats. If she said she was pregnant, when people saw her like this, they might think it was Chen Fan who did it. Chen Fan felt even more strange when he saw that she didn't speak. What's wrong? If your cat is pregnant, do I still need to give you a red envelope? Chen Fan blinked and said to the old ape,
Old ape, go to warehouse number 7 and get a bag of ghost fruit.
The old ape nodded and walked to warehouse number 7. The female classmate pursed her lips and said,
I suspect that the orange cat did it.
Chen Fan, Yi Hao and Shen Hongxiu. Everyone looked in the same direction. Under the big tree not far away, the orange cat was taking a nap. This guy is very lazy. The other beast masters were either playing around or training. He neither plays nor trains. Just sleep all day long. Chen Fan stretched out his hand, and his strong mental power captured the orange cat. The orange cat was stunned and opened his eyes.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there anything good?
Chen Fan looked at the female classmate and said,
Summon the ghost cat.
The female classmate glanced at the orange cat hatefully and summoned her ghost cat. The orange cat saw the ghost cat and said,
This ghost cat is quite cute. Stop pretending.
Chen Fan said,
Her ghost cat is pregnant.
The orange cat was stunned.
You're just pregnant. What's wrong with pregnancy? Isn't it normal for female cats to be pregnant?
Chen Fanla said with a long face.
Did you do it?
The orange cat immediately became furious.
I didn't do it. I only like women. I don't like cats.
Lu Qing sneered and said,
You are just a saber-toothed orange cat. You don't like cats, but you like women?
Lu Xingyuan coughed awkwardly and said,
It's normal to teach him not to like cats. However, you are now a saber-toothed orange cat. Will you be affected by the saber-toothed orange cat itself? It affects your uncle.
Orange cat was furious.
I have been abstinent for 300 years.
Everyone was staring at the orange cat. Lu Qing squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Fan.
You, this orange cat, have lived for 300 years?
Among the crowd, a male classmate also walked out.
Brother Fan, my thundercloud cat is also pregnant.
Chen Fan looked at the orange cat speechlessly. The orange cat's eyes were about to burst.
Chen Fan, you are insulting me.
The blind man who had been silent until now spoke up.
It was a good thing done by a purple electric civet cat. It seems to be Feng Tianlin's beast.
Feng Tianlin, who had just walked through the door, heard his name and subconsciously felt something was wrong. Turned around and wanted to run away. But as soon as he turned around, he was grabbed by a spiritual force and dragged over like a dead dog.
If you have something to say, say it well. If you have something to say, say it well.
Feng Tianlin said hurriedly.
I've been very honest recently. I haven't done anything.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
You signed a new contract with a purple electric civet?
In the past, Feng Tianlin only had 2 beasts. And those 2 beasts were not purple electric civet cats. Feng Tianlin stood up, dusted himself off and said,
Yes. What's the matter? I was jealous of Henry Chu and Yi Hao who signed so many royal beasts. I also tried it. But I didn't expect to successfully sign a purple electric civet cat. Meow!
The orange cat roared angrily, flew over, and threw Feng Tianlin to the ground. Then, the orange cat started working with its 2 little paws, and punched Feng Tianlin with a flurry of punches that made Feng Tianlin scream. The reputation of the majestic leader of the heavenly demon sect was almost destroyed by one of his beast masters. The orange cat is also furious.
I'll beat you to death.
Chapter 293 Li Mu's Conspiracy. For more than a month, Chen Fan was extremely busy. After all, raising animals is not as easy and simple as he said. In addition to several holy realms and 9th level peaks from the demon city, the holy realms and 9th level peaks from the imperial and demonic capitals are also quietly rushing to the demon city in batches. In addition to helping these giants control beasts, Chen Fan also frantically breeds beasts at the beast breeding base and store number 9. Breeding animals took up almost most of his time. Chu Xian and Shen Taonao also entered the 4 realms, including the ancient god realm respectively. In addition to killing and practicing inside, they also have an important task, which is to find materials that can help the powerful beast masters in the holy realm break through. Just as Chen Fan guessed, as long as the materials that Zhou Yi, Zhang Hai and other 4 major beast breeding masters don't know, and the materials that the Beast Breeding Masters Association can't find, they basically appear in the 4 realms such as the Ancient God Realm. The only trouble is that the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms are too big. Even if there is a clear image of the material, finding it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But even this has already made a group of 9th grade peak and holy realms extremely happy. As long as you find all the materials, you can help beast masters of over 40 levels break through. Even the martial ancestor back then didn't have such a method. This is simply a godlike method. What the Tang Dynasty's senior officials are most looking forward to is Li Mu, Zhang Jiang, and Han Jiangxue made a breakthrough in beast control. Li Mu himself has been in the Magic City. Chen Fan also watched Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue's beast control through videos. The 3 of them are already collecting materials for their 12 holy level beasts. The 3 supreme beast masters of the Tang Dynasty are no small matter. The improvement in their strength is enough to change the world structure. If we can use these beast-controlling breakthroughs to break the shackles of Li Mu and the others, they can rush to the legendary level beyond the Holy Realm. Li Mu was very happy during this time. Sitting in the office, he put his feet up on the table, hummed a tune, and smiled proudly. In the office, a group of old guys couldn't stand it anymore. The cripples immediately rolled their eyes. Zhang Hai picked up an orange on the table and threw it towards Li Mu. Li Mu took the orange. The orange peel tore apart out of thin air. A piece of orange flew into Li Mu's mouth. Fang Yu coughed lightly and said,
Minister, aren't the 2 supreme masters of Yang Kingdom and Xing Kingdom going to let Chen Fan help them cultivate beasts?
In the entire Blue Star, the only ones who can be called supreme are a few disciples of the martial ancestor, those at the peak of the 5th level of the Holy Realm. There is a man in Yan country. There is also one in Star Kingdom. Li Mu shook his head and said,
Let's talk about those 2 losers later.
Waste. The existence at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm was called trash by Li Mu, and a group of people present couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Li Mu said,
It is of course very important to help those 2 guys break through, but Chen Fan is more important.
Everyone present nodded. Chen Fan cultivates low-level beasts in shop number 9. No matter how extraordinary they are, they may not be able to attract the attention of those who are powerful in the Holy Realm. But if the news that Chen Fan can help a saint-level expert to cultivate beasts gets out, the Nightmare Court will probably attack him at all costs. Whether it is to rob Chen Fan or to kill Chen Fan, it will definitely be very disadvantageous for Chen Fan. Some time ago, the Nightmare Court sent a dream demon over. The dream demon was at the peak of the 9th level, and it sneaked into Chen Fan's dream right under Li Mu's eyes. If it weren't for Chen Fan's extraordinary means, the consequences would be disastrous. Li Mu added,
The Nightmare Court is pervasive. There are people from the Nightmare Court buried among the Yang Kingdom,
Xing Kingdom, and among the senior officials of our Tang Kingdom. Otherwise, before you enter the Demon City, I won't risk your souls being damaged and search your souls one by one. For so many years, the Tang State has regarded me and Zhang Jiang as its patron saints. But I'm telling you now, the Tang Kingdom can live without me, Li Mu, but it cannot live without Chen Fan.
Fang Yu, Lu Xingyuan and others' eyes shone with light.
Sudden,
the lame man said,
There's no need to make things so serious. Xiao Fan now has enough ability to protect himself. Unless the 5 Demon Kings personally take action, or the 6th Demon King breaks through the seal now, few people in this little blue star can kill him.
The deaf man glared at the lame man in annoyance.
You were so confident back then that you allowed the 3rd day devil to escape.
The lame man was furious.
I only had 1 leg at that time. If I had 2 legs, could he escape?
Mute's last strike.
When you had 2 legs, You were once chased up and down by 2 demon kings.
The lame man became even more angry.
Mute. If you don't speak, no one will say you are mute. There is nothing wrong with being careful.
The blind man said coldly.
Li Mu is right to be so careful. Don't think that now that Xiaofan is here, Tianyu Realm and Blue Star can sit back and relax. Once a mistake is made, it will be irreversible.
The lame man muttered.
That's all I said. I didn't say let him go out for a walk now. In short, during this period, I will first help Tangwa cultivate a few holy realms, and then help increase the strength of the holy realms, so as to change the current passive situation. There are clearly 4 peak saints in the Tang Kingdom, but Li Mu and you guys are trapped in the main city, like a shrunken turtle.
Li Mu. Everyone present. The lame man's words are really unpleasant, but he is extremely senior. Even if martial ancestor comes back, he has to be called
Senior.
Fong Yu. Lu Xingyuan and others could only smile bitterly. The blind man said,
It would be best if I could help Li Mu and Zhang Jiang break through to the demigod realm. It's a pity that the talents of you guys are really poor.
Li Mu.
Senior. Please save some face for me.
The blind man said lightly,
I heard that Chu Qingcheng is the most talented person among the 4 of you. It's a pity. It's a pity.
Li Mu was silent. The cripple couldn't help but ask.
Yes. Where did Chu Qingcheng go? Li Mu. Now that things have happened, there is no need to hide this kind of thing in front of us. Right?
Fong Yu. Lu Xingyuan and others immediately looked at Li Mu. Even these people have no idea why Chu Qingcheng disappeared after the battle 18 years ago. Many people suspected that Chu Qingcheng was seriously injured and had been recovering from his injuries. But now that Chen Fan was born, Chu Qingcheng still didn't show up. Li Mu frowned and said nothing.
Hee hee.
The blind man laughed and said,
Li Mu. Li Mu. Among Chen Han's disciples, you are the most cunning. You think you can strategize and win a decisive victory thousands of miles away. So you plan this and that all day long. Lay out here and there, and trap us old guys here to use you as cattle and horses. If Xiaofan hadn't been born, you, Li Mu, would have been the biggest sinner of Tanghua and Lanxing.
Ah! Fong Yu! Zhang Hai and others were shocked. Li Mu worked hard for the Tang dynasty. Even if he really made a mistake, he wouldn't be called a sinner. Right. Where do you start talking about blind old man? But Li Mu put his feet down, stood up, bowed respectfully to everyone and said,
Yes, I was wrong. It was so close that the Tang Kingdom would be doomed.
Everyone present, except for the 4 blind men, all sat up straight, with shock in their eyes. Fong Yu said cautiously,
Minister, what on earth did you do? If there's any trouble, you can speak up. We guys will figure it out together.
Li Mu sat down, looked at the blind man, and said,
Senior, how did you guess it?
The lame man scratched his head.
Blind man, what did you find?
The blind man said calmly,
Is there any need to guess about this kind of thing? Chen Han was born into the Qin family in the Tianyu world. The Qin family can be regarded as the first family in the Tianyu world. It is a powerful family that can compete with the 4 holy places. What the Qin family is best at is sealing techniques and sealing formations.
Chen Han placed a seal on the passage between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star. Even us old guys can't open the seal without destroying the passage. After he seriously injured the Demon King of the 6th Heaven, he sealed it. How could the Demon King of the 6th Heaven break the seal he laid? But the fact is that the Demon King of the 6th Heaven has torn one or several cracks in the seal. Even the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect has sensed the aura of the 6th Heavenly Demon King. The Nightmare Court obviously hasn't found the place where Chen Han sealed the 6th Heavenly Demon King yet. If there is a problem with the seal, it's not you and Zhang Jiang who did it. Who else could it be?
The whole place was silent. After a while, Fong Yu's voice was a little hoarse and he said,
Minister, you can't really.
Li Mu remained silent. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The blind man continued,
Chu Qingcheng has not appeared for so many years. And even now that Xiaofan is born, you have not called him back. It's because you manipulated the seal just for Chu Qingcheng. Am I right?
Li Mu nodded slightly.
Yes.
The blind man sighed.
This is a risky move. Do you want Chu Qingcheng to swallow the power of the 6th Heavenly Demon King so that he can rush to the demigod realm in one fell swoop?
Everyone present was shocked. Too crazy. The minister and the others secretly implemented a plan like, okay, open the seal and let Chu Qingcheng swallow the power of the 6th Heavenly Demon King so that he can break through to the demigod realm. What if the Demon King on the 6th day breaks the seal and reappears in the world? Li Mu coughed lightly and said,
So far, Although the plan has not been successful, it has not gotten out of control. 18 years have passed, and Qingcheng has not yet broken through to the demigod realm. But it is absolutely impossible for the demon king of the sixth heaven to break out in a short period of time.
At this time, a mute voice sounded in everyone's mind.
What if the Nightmare Court found the location to seal the sixth heavenly demon king?
Li Mu. The blind man wiped his sweat and said,
Fortunately, a mute is a mute, and a mute is not a dull person.
What happened to Shen Taofao? Everyone was stunned for a moment, because Shen Daoao was someone close to Chen Fan. And when he challenged the Third Martial Arts University some time ago, he defeated the sophomore genius of the Third Martial Arts University with 3 moves. So Fang Yu and others also knew his name. Li Mu also broke into a cold sweat and said,
So, after Blind Lao came out of the 5th restricted area some time ago, I wanted to replicate the divine formation in Blind Old's 5th restricted area. If we replicate that formation and place it in the sealing place of the demon king of the 6th heaven, you think too highly of me.
The blind man interrupted Li Mu and said,
That is a divine formation arranged by powerful gods and demons in ancient times. How can it be so easy to replicate it?
Before Li Mu could speak, the blind man added,
But on the basis of the seal set by Chen Han, I am using the sky-breaking demonic sword and other magic weapons to add strength to the seal. And I can still do it.
Li Mu was overjoyed.
Then you are always ready.
The blind man's mental power transmitted the message and said,
Xiaofan guesses that the human emperor's staff in the hand of the human emperor is the magic weapon of Qingqing's previous life. After Qingqing breaks through to the 7th level, you can open the seal of the passage for me and send Qingqing to Tianyi realm to find the old man emperor first. At that time, send Xiaofan and Chu Xian to the place of sealing.
Li Mu nodded slightly.
I understand. I will do everything as you always said.
The blind man nodded slightly, and disappeared at the same time as the lame man. Zhang Hai and others also stood up. Li Mu said,
As for the materials, we will have to trouble the imperial capital Zhang family and the Beast Breeders Association. Yeah.
Zhang Hai nodded and said,
Don't be so crazy from now on.
He was talking about Li Mu opening the seal. Li Mu smiled bitterly.
18 years ago, Chen Fan was just born, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Zhang Hai suddenly changed his expression.
Asshole! You even did something to my apprentice? Did you meet him 18 years ago? How many things do you still have to hide from us?
Everyone else also looked at Li Mu with burning eyes. In everyone's opinion, Chen Fan was extremely talented and extraordinary. But now it seems that Chen Fan is also in the minister's plan? No way. Did the minister start planning for Chen Fan 18 years ago? Seeing everyone staring at him, Li Mu hurriedly waved his hands and said,
How can I know how to do anything? I only knew about Chen Fan's amazing method of cultivating beasts a few months ago. Lao Zong, you don't have to worry about anything. Even if everyone in the world would hurt Chen Fan, I, Li Mu, would never be able to hurt Chen Fan. Don't worry. After some time, I will definitely tell you the truth.
Zhang Hai gritted his teeth.
I believe in you again.
He and Zhou Yi and others walked to the door, turned around, looked at Li Mu and said,
My apprentice is not really your illegitimate son. Is he?
The sip of water that Li Mu just drank spurted out with a pop. Zhang Hai blinked.
Looking at your demeanor, it doesn't look like that. Besides, my apprentice is much more handsome than you.
Li Mu. Everyone. Wait for Zhang Hai and others to leave the office. Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again, seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lu Xingyuan said,
Minister, Chen Fan once told us something after helping our beast masters to cultivate. He said that after the breakthrough, Dark Moon and the others should immediately enter the secret realm or restricted area to kill monsters or monsters crazily. Demon. In this case, the strength can be greatly improved in a short period of time. To be honest, although Brother Chen Fan is very capable, I still have some doubts about this theory. But the last time Dark Moon went to Forbidden Zone Zero to replace Dark Phoenix, she killed countless demons in Forbidden Zone Zero. After coming back, all her skills have become much stronger, which is unbelievable.
Fang Yu nodded and said,
Well, he also mentioned this to me, and it is indeed very effective. Someone mentioned this theory on the Beast Control Forum. Oh,
Li Mu said a little surprised.
Chen Fan proposed this theory, and it is actually effective. There is nothing to say. Someone on the Beast Control Forum also said this. What's that person's name on the Beast Control Forum?
Fang Yu said.
Oh, I remember his nickname is Blue Star's most handsome father.
The water Li Mu drank spurted out again. Fang Yu was stunned.
His name is indeed a bit weird, but it is the same as the theory proposed by Chen Fan. It is indeed very powerful.
Li Mu rolled his eyes.
That's it for today. Everyone, please go back and let me have a good chat with this guy.
Fang Yu, Lu Xingyuan and others stood up at the same time and left the office. In the office, Li Mu logged into his account on the Beast Control Forum. On the interface, his nickname is Blue Star's Most Handsome Man. At this time, Chen Fan was riding the side demon, leading Xiaobai and the others, flying quickly in the ancient demon world. Chapter 294, the 5th level of the Void Divine Body. Absolute Defense. System Energy, 3199858565. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 7th grade 5th level Heaven. Void Divine Power, 109 cards plus. Psychic Power, 10,935 Hz plus. Reincarnation Soul Altar, 5 layers plus. Reincarnation Soul Altar Fusion Degree, 1%. Void Pollution Degree, 8/100. Sitting on the back of the side demon, Chen Fan silently looked at the system panel. More than a month has passed since Yihao, Chu Xian, and the others challenged the major martial arts universities. During this period of time, Chen Fan has been frantically breeding animals. Gather sand to form a tower. Gather water to form a sea. The energy of the system increases in a geometric progression. Even though he consumed a lot of energy and raised his cultivation level from the 7th level, 1st heaven, to the 7th level, 5th level, Chen Fan still has 310 million system energy saved. There is still one last step left to break through to the 8th level. But Chen Fan has been stuck in this realm and has not used the system energy to break through. Every breakthrough in cultivation realm will bring about earth-shaking changes. Chen Fan needs to be familiar with this realm and the improved power. His current interest in breaking through to the 8th level is far less than his interest in the Void Divine Body. In this month, he has used the system energy to open the 4th level of the Void Divine Body. The 1st level is Skin Refining. The 2nd level, Tong Mai. The 3rd level, the Devil's Heart. The 4th layer is the Bone. Next is the 5th level of Virtual Soul. The 4th level of Dao Bone is just fine, although the mystery is difficult to understand. And all the bones in the body have been replaced. It is truly reborn. But it is still understandable. Chen Fan couldn't understand this 5th floor. What does Virtual Soul mean? Chen Fan closed his eyes tightly and clicked on the 5th level. Void Soul. Do you want to consume 6400 W of system energy to open the 5th level of the Void Divine Body? Please click Yes to confirm. Chen Fan directly clicked Yes. Next moment, Chen Fan's whole person changed from reality to emptiness. Xiaobai and Gongzi beside them were both surprised. Don't worry. I'm practicing. Chen Fan comforted him and put all his attention on the Virtual Soul. His body turned into nothingness. Even the soul turned into nothingness. It's a very strange feeling. Chen Fan could sense his presence, but felt that he was now elusive. This is different from invisibility spells. Chen Fan can no longer touch himself. Xiaobai stretched out his hand and tried to reach where Chen Fan was sitting. He grabbed 2 handfuls without touching Chen Fan. But Chen Fan's consciousness was at the same position just now, clearly watching Xiaobai's palm waving here. This, if it really turns into nothingness, wouldn't this move become absolute defense? With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan appeared, startling Xiaobai and Gongzi. Little sickle, stop here and don't move! Chen Fan sent a message through his mind and ordered the sickle demon to stop. Then, he flew back lightly and faced the void demons chasing after him. Along the way, there were more and more void demons behind them, following them relentlessly. Chen Fan's body slowly sank and fell to the ground. Then, he activated the Void Soul again. But this time, he did not push the Virtual Soul to the extreme. His body only turned translucent, but did not completely turn into nothingness. The translucent Chen Fan stood motionless. After a while, a heart-rending roar came from the front. Groups of powerful void demons attacked Chen Fan before they arrived. Black flames, poisonous mist, swords, spears and halberds transformed from demonic energy. All kinds of attacks were overwhelmingly bombarded at Chen Fan. Boom, boom, boom! One attack after another penetrated Chen Fan's body and hit the ground behind him, earth-shattering. But Chen Fan was unscathed. Have a little feeling. Chen Fan's expression moved slightly. Without being completely insubstantial, he sensed the energy fluctuations in those spell attacks. When each attack penetrated his body, he felt like his palms and body were penetrating the water of a lake. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, his whole person completely turned into nothingness. after completely turning into nothingness. Even the feeling of penetrating the lake water was gone. Spells passed through him one after another, and the void demons trampled over him from where he originally stood. There is no feeling. Chen Fan seemed to blend into the world. However, he can clearly feel his own existence. And he can also clearly feel the existence of all these demons. Chen Fan's thoughts moved slightly, and he turned into nothingness, as if he had thousands of arms. He simply pinched the groups of void demons. All the demons seemed to be caught by an invisible hand and flew up at the same time. Chen Fan only needs one thought to kill all these powerful void demons. Etc. 386 demons. He killed these demons, and the system energy would not increase even a little. Chen Fan sent a message to his mind.
Xiao Bai, Gongzi, Xiao Sickle, come here and kill these demons.
Xiao Bai, who had been eager to try for a long time, rushed into the group of demons with a flash of lightning. Gongzi and the sickle demon immediately rushed over like a whirlwind. Only Jade didn't have any killing thoughts in his heart. He just flew around the demons curiously in the air. Dark blood all over the sky. A demon that was only controlled died at the hands of Xiaobai and Gongzi, while Xiaobai was using the demon crystal core on his phone. Chen Fan began to continue researching virtual souls. In the virtual soul state, he felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. At the beginning, when he had only opened the third level of his demonic heart, Chen Fan had a strange feeling of immortality. At that time, he was still in the 6th level. Even in the 5th restricted area, the strange and terrifying power of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord could not completely crush him at the 6th level. His arm was turned into ashes by the power of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. But in the blink of an eye, the arm grew again, and he used the divine power of the void to activate the sky-breaking demon sword and cut off the arm of the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. But the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord was unable to grow his arm. The strength of the two sides is obviously very different. But the mystery of the void divine power is the divine power that crushed the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. Now that the 5th level of void soul of the void divine body has been opened, it seems to have opened a new world for Chen Fan. This, I am afraid, is the true immortality, turned into nothingness, integrated into heaven and earth. The void divine body is only at the 5th level, and it is still unable to fully activate this 5th level. So it has reached such a terrifying situation. When his cultivation realm and void divine power increase by a large step, wouldn't this 5th level of the void divine body become even more powerful and terrifying? Chen Fan looked at everything around him silently. He didn't move at all, but the scenes in all directions clearly appeared in his mind. The scene at this time was as if Chen Fan had transformed into spiritual power. He is like spiritual power, covering an area of 10 meters in radius. But 10 meters is obviously not the limit. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the area covered by him immediately began to spread rapidly outward. At this moment, he quickly spread in all directions, far exceeding the flying speed of the side demon. 100 miles, 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 5,000 miles. It seems like there is no limit. Although his mental power is much stronger than that of the 8th level realm, the mental power of the 8th level realm is absolutely unable to do such a thing. In fact, the mental power of the 9th level realm is also limited to 500 miles. Besides of being likely Mu, whose spiritual power can spread 5,000 miles. Chen Fan became a little excited. Sudden, 5,000 miles away, two figures attracted Chen Fan. Those were Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing. The two stood on the back of Yi Hao's void bone dragon and were flying quickly. For more than a month, Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and others have formed separate teams and entered the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. On the one hand, it is practicing. On the one hand, they are looking for the materials Li Mu and others need to control the beasts. Chen Fan's body enveloped Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing. Yi Hao scratched his head.
Qingqing, did you notice anything unusual? I suddenly got goosebumps just now.
Fang Qingqing drew out her long sword with a loud sound, nervously released her mental power, and said in a deep voice,
Me too. But I don't feel any malice. What happened?
Chen Fan was happy and whispered in Yi Hao's ear, Howsy.
Depend on.
Yi Hao jumped 3 feet high.
What's wrong?
Fang Qingqing was surprised. Yi Hao said,
What the HL? I just seemed to hear Brother Fan calling me.
Fang Qingqing frowned.
This place is at least 7 or 8,000 miles away from where we came in. How could you hear Chen Fan calling you 7 or 8,000 miles away?
Yi Hao swallowed hard and said,
The key is not that he is far away. He seems to be talking in my ear.
Fang Qingqing pursed her lips.
We fought all the way here. During this period, you also used the divine pillar several times. Maybe you were under too much pressure, and you were a little tired.
Yi Hao nodded.
Probably so.
Chen Fan whispered in Fang Qingqing's ear, Qingqing.
Huh?
Fang Qingqing, who had just sat down, jumped up. This time it was Yi Hao's turn to ask.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Fang Qingqing looked strange.
I heard Chen Fan calling me just now.
Yi Hao's face suddenly turned extremely pale.
Is something going to happen to Brother Fan? Could it be that something happened to Brother Fan and his soul came to find us? Your uncle,
Chen Fan thought. And a big invisible hand struck Yi Hao and slapped him. Yi Hao screamed and fell off the back of the void bone dragon. He rolled underneath for a while, before he stabilized his body.
I heard it.
Fang Qingqing's expression became even weirder.
I just heard Chen Fan scolding your uncle. I heard it too.
Yi Haofei returned to the bone dragon's back, and then asked the bone dragon to stop.
Brother Fan?
Yi Hao turned around and looked around.
Don't pretend to be a ghost to scare us. Idiot!
Chen Fan scolded.
You are not afraid of the void demon. Are you afraid of ghosts?
Yi Hao's eyes widened.
Brother Fan, is it really you? Did you use the shadow demon stealth technique?
Fang Qingqing looked happy. At this time, Chen Fan condensed a translucent body on the back of the bone dragon and said lightly.
It's not a stealth technique. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, I am actually 5,000 miles away. To be precise, I am everywhere within a 5,000-mile radius. Oh?
Yi Hao's eyes showed disbelief.
Really or not? Even the blind grandpa and the others can't do this kind of thing. Right.
Stars twinkled in Fang Qingqing's eyes.
Chen Fan, you are so amazing.
Yi Hao waved his palm in front of Fang Qingqing.
Stop being such a nympho. Spit.
Fang Qingqing spat angrily. At this time, Chen Fan's translucent bodies appeared all around. A few meters away. Tens of meters away. Hundreds of meters away. Yi Hao opened his mouth wide and said,
Holy shit! It's really everywhere. How on earth is this done? It's impossible for Minister Li Mu, who is at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, to have such a method. Right.
Chen Fan, who was on the back of the void bone dragon, touched his chin and said,
I don't know. I'm going to go back and ask them later. This feels very strange. It's like I'm merged into the world.
Fang Qingqing reacted and asked,
What level of cultivation are you at now?
Chen Fan said,
7th level and 5th level.
Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing both clicked their tongues. Then, Yi Hao pointed his sword like a sword and slashed at Chen Fan, who was more than 10 meters away. The sword energy penetrated through Chen Fan's body, hit the void behind, and exploded. That Chen Fan frowned and flicked his finger at Yi Hao. A wisp of wind from his finger made Yi Hao scream and fly backwards. Fang Qingqing was stunned.
Others can't attack you. But can you attack others? It's hard to say.
Chen Fan said.
How's he can't attack me? Maybe because he doesn't have enough attack power. So I'm going to go out in a while and ask the minister to find some 9th level powerhouses and Saint level powerhouses to try it out.
Yi Hao staggered back again.
Damn it. Brother Fan, where did you learn this heaven-defying skill? Can you teach me? It may be possible in the future, but it's definitely not possible now.
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
Actually, I have been thinking about this matter. I have already engraved these skills in my head. But after I wrote out those words and characters, not a single word was returned. Before it is fully formed, it will be destroyed by a mysterious force.
Yi Hao swallowed hard again.
You don't have to learn other things. You must learn this. So amazing. If you learn this, wouldn't it mean that you don't have to be afraid when facing the 9th level realm? Or even the Holy Realm?
Fang Qingqing couldn't help but glare at him.
You have a pretty good idea.
Chen Fan said.
5,800 miles seems to be my limit now. Can't go any further. You guys get busy first. I'll do some research first.
Before Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing could speak, everyone in Chen Fan immediately disappeared. Yi Hao scratched his head.
Obviously, I have almost reached the 7th level, and I have obtained the Tontian Divine Pillar, and I was the prince of the Dutian Divine Clan in my previous life. But why do I always feel like a bumpkin in front of Brother Fan?
Fang Qingqing rolled her eyes and said,
Don't say that about yourself. It's not like that. It's what it is.
Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Qingqing and said,
You were Brother Fan's enemy in your previous life.
Fang Qingqing, who was still smiling, became furious.
Get out!
Magic City. As soon as Chen Fan came out of the beast control space, he immediately activated his void soul, and his whole person instantly turned into nothingness, and then covered the entire demon city. In the office, Li Mu, who was discussing things with Fang Yu and others, suddenly changed his expression, and his eyes flashed with a stern look. Fang Yu and several other holy realms stood up at the same time. Lu Xingyuan was stunned.
Minister, what happened? Why are you?
As soon as he finished speaking, the figures on the field flashed, and the blind man and the lame appeared in the office out of thin air. The blind man said in a deep voice,
Li Mu, something is wrong.
Li Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his spiritual power instantly spread out, covering the entire demon city. Next moment, Li Mu's face became extremely wonderful.
What did you find?
The lame man asked.
Do those 5 trash from the Nightmare Court dare to break into the demon city? Do you really think that we old guys are sick cats?
Li Mu looked strange and said,
I saw Chen Fan. Countless Chen Fan. Scattered throughout the magic city.
Everyone. The blind man frowned.
Is it the method of the 5 demon kings? It's not right. Except for the dream monsters entering the dream. Although those guys in the Nightmare Court have some tricks, they are not so strong.
At this moment, Chen Fan's voice rang in the office.
Blind Grandpa. Everyone. It's me. I didn't expect that the minister could actually see me.
As Chen Fan's voice sounded, a translucent body slowly appeared in front of everyone.
Chen Fan?
Fang Yu, Lu Xingyuan and others were surprised and happy. The lame man's eyes were full of disbelief.
Si Fan, how did you do this? Have you had another breakthrough? How is it possible that even a strong person in the Holy Realm can hardly detect your existence?
Chen Fan said,
No breakthrough. Still the peak of 7th grade and 5th level heaven. But I did practice a heaven-defying magic. So I want to come back to you to test it.
Li Mu nodded slightly.
Go to the secret room.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present disappeared at the same time, and then appeared in a secret room hundreds of feet square. But although Li Mu was fast, Chen Fan appeared in the secret room almost at the same time, like a gangrene attached to his bones. Chen Fan said,
Can only the minister see me just now?
The lame man said,
Although we can't see it, we can feel it. Although the blind man's divine eye was dug out, his heavenly eye is still there, and he can vaguely see some traces.
And you said,
I can also feel it a little bit, but I feel that Chen Fan is everywhere.
This? Fang Yu nodded and said,
Indeed. Ubiquitous. You scared us just now.
Lu Xingyuan and several other 9th level peak figures shrank their heads at the same time. They only felt a little abnormal, but they couldn't tell where the abnormality was. Li Mu blinked and said,
Chen Fan, teach me this move. I can touch the Nightmare Garden and kill all the 5 demon kings.
Everyone looked at Li Mu. Although what he said was true, it still felt a bit too shameless to ask Chen Fan to teach him this matter.
Stop dreaming,
the blind man said.
Xiao Fan also wanted to tell us the cultivation method of the void divine body before. But as soon as he wrote a character, the character was destroyed by an indescribable force.
Li Mu covered his chest.
My heart hurts so much.
Everyone, the blind man said.
However, when he was practicing, countless void characters revolved around him. But I actually wrote down 3 characters.
Li Mu turned around.
Senior, please teach me.
Everyone, the blind man said.
I'm still studying it. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about Xiao Fan's current affairs first.
Chen Fan said.
I want to see if I have absolute defense now.
Li Mu turned around and looked at someone in the crowd.
You attack Chen Fan and see. Use 3 successful powers.
Lu Xingyuan was surprised.
Minister, Lu Chun is already at the 3rd level of the 9th level. Even if he has the 3rd level of power, it is not trivial. It doesn't matter.
The blind man waved his hand and said,
How can Xiao Fan's divine body be taken for granted? Back in the 5th restricted area, even the 6-eyed Abyss Lord's divine power could not destroy him. Use 5 successful powers first, and then use 10 successful powers. Okay.
Lu Chun walked out and stood directly in front of Chen Fan.
Brush.
The long knife condensed with flames cut through the translucent Chen Fan's body. Chapter 295. The Yang Kingdom is in chaos and crisis is coming.
Call!
The flame knife penetrated Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan's translucent body was like a shadow without any influence.
There is such a thing!
A group of strongmen present were surprised and delighted. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and felt it, and said,
It feels like the wind is blowing. This time, I'll use 10 of my power.
Lu Chun turned his palm into a sword and slashed at Chen Fan again. The flame knife penetrated Chen Fan's body again. Still unscathed, Lu Chun was a little embarrassed when he saw this, and he opened his mouth and spit out flames. The raging flames instantly drowned Chen Fan. Chen Fan's translucent body simply took 2 steps forward and walked out of the flames. Lu Chun looked at Li Mu. Seeing this, Lu Xingyuan said,
"Let me try it."
Several of his beasts have made breakthroughs one after another in more than a month. But he is still only at the peak of the 9th level and 5th level, and has never taken the last step or entered the Holy Realm. Lu Xingyuan's right palm moved slightly, gathering energy to form a blade, and struck Chen Fan with 2 swords. Chen Fan didn't react at all. Lu Xingyuan was silent for a moment, and with a flash of light in his eyes, he gathered his mental power into a big sword and stabbed Chen Fan in the chest. The sword penetrated Chen Fan's body and hit the wall made of fine steel behind him.
Even mental power has no effect?
A group of strongmen present had disbelief in their eyes. Everyone, including Li Mu, looked at the blind man. The blind man and the lame man were silent. Don't you understand? If you don't understand? That's right. We can't understand it at all, the blind man said.
Let the strong men in the Holy Realm try it.
Li Mu looked at Fang Yu. Fang Yu nodded slightly, raised his hand, and pointed lightly at Chen Fan's chest. A strange black spear pierced through Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan's translucent body instantly returned to his normal appearance. And then he screamed. His whole body was carried by the black spear, and was nailed to the wall behind with a bang.
Ah!
Everyone present was shocked and panicked instantly. Chen Fan, who was nailed to the wall, lowered his head with difficulty, after taking a look at the black spear on his chest. His eyes were dull, and his head tilted. A group of strongmen present all rolled their eyes. The weakest person here has the strength of the 9th grade and 3rd heaven. How powerful is his mental power? The moment Chen Fan was nailed to the wall, everyone was really shocked. But Li Mu flattened his lips and said,
"He can still play tricks. It seems that although the attack from the Holy Realm can hurt him, it is difficult to cause fatal damage. But it hurts so much."
Chen Fan, who was pretending to be dead, raised his head again, then frowned and took a step forward with difficulty. The black spear was still nailed to the wall, but Chen Fan had already walked out. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chen Fan's bloody hole made by the black spear healed at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan and Li Mu made several more attempts. After many attempts, Chen Fan also learned a lot about the 5th level of the Void Divine Body. Attacks under the Holy Realm are completely unable to hurt him. If he is in a state of complete nothingness, he will be completely immune to the attacks of the 1st and 2nd Heaven warriors in the Holy Realm. Above the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, even if he is in a completely void state, he will still be injured. Above the 4th level of the Holy Realm, the mental power can suppress Chen Fan, but cannot kill him. Chen Fan thought for a while, mainly because he was too weak and the Void Divine power was too weak. Although it is said that the Void Divine body has been opened to the 5th level, but in fact, he couldn't even fully call the Void characters on the 1st level. Every Void character requires huge Void Divine power as support. If the Divine power is strong enough and all 5 levels of the Void Divine body are fully activated, even if the original 6-eyed Abyss Lord is released from the seal, it will be difficult to harm him at all. A group of strong men surrounded Chen Fan and marveled. At this moment, Li Mu suddenly frowned and took out a triangular strange stone from his arms. As soon as the triangular strange stone was taken out, a bright light burst out from it. Immediately, the shadow of an old man with a pale face and no beard appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that figure, Chen Fan was slightly startled. He had seen this face once. It was when I came out of the 5th penalty area with Shen Tao. As soon as he and Shen Tao came out, they found a group of giants having a meeting above the 5th restricted area. Among them was this old man. As soon as the old man's shadow appeared, he immediately said anxiously,
"Li Mu, something happened in Yang country."
Li Mu frowned.
"Seating, why are you so panicked?"
Shinichi Wisteria, one of the 6 pinnacles of the Blue Star Saint Realm. Fang Yu and others couldn't help being surprised when they saw Wisteria Shinichi. Wisteria Shinichi said in a deep voice,
"Many 9th level people and a group of 8th level people from Yang country have become possessed by demons for no apparent reason." "Bewitched?"
Li Mu raised his eyebrows.
"Be specific,"
Wisteria Shinichi said.
"He turned into a devil. He has no true nature. He only knows how to kill and destroy. I personally suppress them. But this kind of demonization is spreading rapidly. Just like a virus. If it is contaminated with the blood of a demonized person, it will become a demon."
Li Mu frowned slightly.
"Have you found the reason?"
Wisteria Shinichi shook his head.
"There is no sign. It's inexplicable. And after becoming possessed, their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. far exceeding before.
Li Mu turned and looked at the blind man. The blind man looked a little ugly and said,
I'm afraid this is the devil's blood plan of the Nightmare Garden.
Big trouble.
Didn't the demon king of the sixth heaven be suppressed by Chen Han as soon as he entered Blue Star? Why is there still demon blood in the Nightmare Garden?
Li Mu asked with solemn eyes.
What is the demon's blood plan?
Everyone else looked at the blind man nervously. The blind man was silent for a while, and then said,
We have been fighting with the demon clan in the Tianyu realm for many years. Several demon kings once threatened us to implement the devil's blood plan. But this plan is no small matter. Although the Nightmare Court can control demons through some kind of power, it is afraid that the whole world will become completely out of control after becoming a demon world. So, all this time, they have only used demon blood to create powerful demons in small quantities, without actually implementing the plan.
Wisteria Shinichi looked ugly and asked,
What is devil's blood?
The blind man said,
The so-called demon's blood should be the blood of demons at the level of gods and demons. Any creature contaminated with its blood will become a demon, lose its mind, and become extremely powerful. The 5 demon kings in the Nightmare Garden in Blue Star were just pawns, who followed the demon king of the 6th day. Because the demon king of the 6th heaven was suppressed by Chen Han, the Nightmare Court had no choice but to use the demon's blood on them, thus creating 5 peak saints in a short period of time.
Zi Tingzhen had an earthy face.
What should Li Mu do now?
Li Mu ignored Wisteria Shinichi. Just looked at the blind man and asked,
The devil's blood contains such terrifying power. So why are there only 5 peak saints in the Nightmare Court? Humph!
The blind man snorted and said,
Even if the devil's blood is powerful, it is not infinite. The 6th heavenly demon king was introduced to the Blue Star by the 5-colored sacred stone on the leader of the demon sect, and then was severely injured and sealed by Chen Han and his wife. The demon blood in them is extremely limited.
Fang Yu couldn't help but ask,
Is there no way to stop it from spreading like a virus?
The blind man and Li Mu turned their heads at the same time and looked at Chen Fan. Not only Wisteria Shinichi, but also Fang Yu, Lu Xingyuan and others, who were already familiar with Chen Fan, were also puzzled. Even at the peak of the Holy Realm, there is nothing you can do. What do you mean when you look at Chen Fan? Only Li Mu and the blind man know. Chen Fan has a magical purification skill. Facing a demon as strong as Li Mu, he could only suppress or kill him. Only Chen Fan can purify and then conquer. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Fan said calmly,
I'll go to Yang country, even though I hate Yang country. Okay,
Li Mu shouted softly, startling Lu Xingyuan and others.
Li Mu!
Zi Shinichi saw this and said with great dissatisfaction,
This is not just a matter of the Yang kingdom. It is a matter of the entire human race. You and Zhang Jiang didn't come to Yang country, but you sent a child here. What's the point? Shut up!
Li Mu raised his head slightly and said,
What the H, I do know. You have no idea how much I lost when I sent Chen Fan to Yang country.
Lu Xingyuan and others looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. Chen Fan is now helping the minister and their beast masters break through. As long as he works hard for another 2 or 3 months, maybe the minister can break through the peak of the Holy Realm and reach the legendary demigod realm. And Fang Yu and others in the early stages of the Holy Realm will also make rapid progress together with the beast masters. As a result, at this juncture, something big happened in Yang Kingdom. The most terrible thing is that, from what the minister said, it seems that except Chen Fan, no one else can prevent this disaster.
Ha ha!
Lu Xingyuan sneered and said,
Fortunately, this is Blue Star. If this were the minister's intention on Earth, I would vote against it.
Shinichi Wisteria. When Chen Fan heard this, he grinned.
I think so too.
Shinichi Wisteria was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
Your Earth is the Earth, and the Blue Star is the Blue Star.
Lu Xingyuan shrugged.
That's why I didn't vote against it. Senior, please stop bragging. The minister is right. Send Chen Fan there. Our Tang country has suffered too much loss this time. Remember what we said today. When this matter is resolved, we will get back this loss.
Wisteria Shinichi's face turned livid.
As long as there is a way to solve this disaster, I will agree to any conditions you put forward.
Because he was familiar with Li Mu's character and style, Shinichi Zito chose to believe him. But he couldn't figure out why Li Mu would send such a junior to Yang country. Li Mu sighed softly and said,
Chen Fan, without further ado, you can leave now.
Before Chen Fan could speak, Li Mu looked at the blind man again and said,
For seniors, please go with him. Only if you follow him can I rest assured. Are you really treating us like cattle?
The lame man glared at Li Mu fiercely. The blind man glanced at Li Mu strangely. Li Mu had just seen Chen Fan's unpredictable methods. Even if he couldn't defeat the 5 demon kings, Chen Fan could still easily escape. That kind of unpredictable virtualization, combined with the beast control space, who can do anything to him? However, Li Mu asked the 4 of them to take care of Chen Fan. Something doesn't seem right about this.
Fine,
The blind man said.
Xiao Fan. Clean up. We are leaving now.
Lu Xingyuan and others hesitated to speak.
Good.
Chen Fan agreed, and then sent a message to Li Mu.
Minister, the beasts I have trained, no matter how strong they are, do not let them rest. Send them to a secret place or restricted area, including Dark Moon and Qitong. It's good for me that they kill monsters or demons.
Li Mu's eyes flashed. Before this, not only him, but also others had asked Chen Fan not to go to shop number 9 to cultivate beasts anymore. No matter whether Chen Fan is short of money or resources, the Demon City and the entire Tang Kingdom can provide it for him. In everyone's opinion, there is really no need for Chen Fan to go to other places to breed animals now. After all, whether it is breeding animals in shop number 9 or breeding animals for several families, such as the Shangwan family and the Feng family, it takes a lot of time and energy. But at this moment, Li Mu finally understood something. This kid. Li Mu showed a smile in his eyes, patted Chen Fan's shoulder gently and said,
Don't worry. I will make arrangements.
The words just fell. Li Mu sent a message to Chen Fan with his spiritual power and said,
You should leave for Yang Country immediately. I will immediately contact Empress Yi Hongyan and ask her to go to Yang Country as well. Huh?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. He went to the Yang Kingdom because he could purify demons. But Yi Hongyan's 5-colored sacred stone seems unable to purify demons. Right? Just listen to Li Mu continue to say,
Yi Hongyan, the Empress of the Demon Clan, is Suzaku. Her attitude towards you is very strange, and she is very close. You give it a try and see if you can sign a contract with her.
Chen Fan, Li Mu said.
It doesn't matter even if you can't sign the contract. But her body is Suzaku. Unlike us, theoretically, you should be able to cultivate her. Right.
Chen Fan, Li Mu continued.
She is holding 2 5-color sacred stones. Although her cultivation speed has become much faster, I feel that it will definitely not be faster than your cultivation. If you help her break through, isn't it just like helping Dark Moon break through? While purifying demons in Yang Kingdom, I helped Yi Hongyan break through to the peak of the Holy Realm, and even directly hit the legendary Demigod Realm. Chen Fan, you are Blue Star's savior.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and nodded slightly.
I'll do my best.
Li Mu put his hand on Chen Fan's shoulder and used some strength.
Remember, don't take risks. When you encounter those monsters in the Nightmare Garden, don't fight hard. If you can escape, you must run away as fast as possible. It still takes time for you to grow. There is no need to fight with them now. In another year and a half, I believe that you alone can kill those garbage demon kings in the Nightmare Garden.
Chen Fan.
I know. That's right.
Minister.
Can you tell me now? Where are my parents? If my parents were demons, you wouldn't imprison them, would you? I have done so many things for Tang State. Isn't it enough to help them atone for their sins? If that's not enough, then I'll continue. But there's no need for you to hide it from me anymore. Right.
Chapter 296. Chen Fan's parents are the truth. About letting Dark Moon and the others kill monsters. About Yi Hongyan. About her parents. The words spoken by Chen Fan and Li Mu were all transmitted through spiritual power. No one else heard it. Li Mu looked at Chen Fan and smiled bitterly.
Atoning for your parents' sins? Chen Fan, your parents are not guilty. On the contrary, your parents saved Tang State and Blue Star.
Chen Fan remained silent. Li Mu continued the message and said,
I never told you before, but I actually wanted to protect you. Because this matter must not be known to others. We can't let the Nightmare Garden know about it. But now, even if you face the middle and late stages of the Saint Realm, you already have the power to protect yourself. Since you want to know so much, I will tell you now.
Li Mu wanted to see excitement in Chen Fan's eyes. But Chen Fan's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Li Mu said,
Your father is martial ancestor Chen Han. My master?
Chen Fan. He had many guesses in his mind. But I didn't guess this answer. The Nightmare Court came to the door and said that he was a demon. Li Mu deliberately avoided him during this period. Chen Fan thought that his parents were both heavenly demons and had committed heinous crimes on Blue Star. Never imagined. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
Minister, are you trying to fool me? What are you talking about?
Li Mu glared at Chen Fan.
Either I don't say it. How can I deceive you with lies if I say it? 18 years ago, your mother was taken away by the Qin family of Tianyu Realm. When your father came back, he was a step too late and also returned to Tianyu Realm. As soon as the Nightmare Court discovered that your parents had left Blue Star, they attacked the Tang Kingdom brazenly and wanted to snatch you away as a newborn so that they could use them to intimidate us. After my junior brother Chu Qingcheng sent you to Earth, he laid out a plan and defeated the 5 demon kings in one fell swoop. After the Nightmare Court's vitality was severely damaged, it disappeared. But for 18 years, they have been searching for you and looking for a way to enter the Earth. I arranged for Qingcheng's father, Chu Tiannan, and the Chu family to stay in Dahai City, just waiting for you to come back. Mr. Chu hid his cultivation and hid in Dahai City for 18 years without leaving the city. Just for you.
Chen Fan blinked. A group of people on the side looked at Chen Fan and Li Mu and knew that they were communicating with their spiritual consciousness. So they all walked to the side with interest. Li Mu smiled slightly and continued to transmit the message.
I sensed you as soon as you appeared in the reception square of Dahai City. So I secretly went to Dahai City. You killed Wang Tong in the Black Ant Forest, entered the beast controlling space, and stood by the river to urinate and almost got caught by Qingcheng. I can see everything clearly.
Chen Fan.
Let me make it clear that I did not pee. As soon as I unzipped my pants, the goblins downstream started to tremble.
Li Mu said calmly.
Wuka University's promotion match has been moved up 1 semester just to allow you to come to the Magic City earlier. After the Nightmare Court attacked Dahai City, I was worried that they would attack Mr. Chu and the Chu family again, and then implicate you. So I arranged for you to get on the road to the Magic City as soon as possible.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
Did you also arrange for my master to meet me? That's not true.
Li Mu said.
Your master went to Dahai City on the entrustment of his younger brother Zhang Jiang to help Zhang Zhang's disciple by Tianyu cultivate beasts. By some mistake, you became his disciple. The seniority has been messed up by him.
At this point, Li Mu's face suddenly darkened.
I always thought that I had the pearl of wisdom in my hand and knew everything about you. But I still didn't expect it. You will go to the Beast Control Forum to register a name, called Blue Star's Most Handsome Father.
Chen Fan. Li Mu said with a dark face.
I only found out some time ago that the most handsome father of Blue Star is you. That brat.
Chen Fan.
Minister, we are talking about my parents now. Why are you mentioning my forum nickname?
Li Mu.
Because I am the most handsome man in Blue Star.
Chen Fan.
Minister, let's continue talking about my parents. Are my parents really demons?
Li Mu frowned.
Your father is not. Your mother is.
Your mother.
It's the demon king of the 4th heaven.
Chen Fan. Li Mu.
The heavenly demon clan invaded the Tianyu realm, established the Nightmare Garden in the Tianyu realm, and fought with the 4 holy lands of the Tianyu realm for tens of thousands of years. In this case, your mother has actually been secretly helping Tianyuji. But how can Tianyu world accept this kind of thing? Your father was the best candidate for the next generation of human emperor. He was extremely talented, but because of his love for your mother, he was not tolerated by the human race. The 4 holy lands and the Qin family regard him as a traitor. Your father and mother had no choice but to come to Blue Star, and then to Earth. Empress He Hongyan and the demon clan were brought over from Earth by your father.
Chen Fan was shocked.
Did my father bring the demon race and the Empress from Earth?
Li Mu laughed and said.
You must have heard a lot of Earth myths and legends. Right. Suzaku, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Xiongqi. Those legendary beasts are all real. But why do those only exist in legends? Why can't you see Qinglong and Xiongqi anymore in modern times?
Chen Fan.
Because my father brought them all to Blue Star?
Li Mu nodded.
The cracks in the Blue Star appeared more than 2,000 years ago. But the cracks in the sky and the connection to different worlds did not start more than 2,000 years ago. For example,
Tianyu Realm.
10,000 years ago. This kind of crack appeared in Tianyu Realm. It was also at that time that the demon clan invaded. After your father discovered the Earth, he and your mother went to the Earth for a while. He discovered something very strange. The Earth has only one channel connected to the Blue Star, and there are no other cracks. But thousands of years ago, the star power between the sky and the Earth was more abundant than the Blue Star is now. That's why mythical beasts like the Azure Dragon and Suzaku appear on Earth. A crack appears in the sky, and star power pours in. Whether this is a blessing or a curse, no one can know. Your father discovered that the human race on Earth is a little different from the human race on Blue Star. People who come from the Earth, which is already at the end of the Dharma age, are more likely to awaken their beast-controlling talents than people from Blue Star.
Chen Fan said nothing. When he first came to Blue Star, he saw someone talking about this on the Beast Control Forum. Li Mu continued.
Your father brought the Demon Clan to Blue Star and asked the Demon Clan to help us guard Blue Star. If one day the Tianyu realm is lost, if one day the Blue Star is flooded by monsters and demons, the Earth will be the last refuge of our human race.
Chen Fan.
So, my father didn't kill the sixth heaven demon king, but just sealed it.
Because she is my mother's sister? Not bad.
Li Mu said.
Unfortunately, God's calculations are not as good as those of humans. No one expected that the Qin family of Tianyu realm would actually collude with the Court of Nightmares and take your mother away while she was relaxing. They want to use your mother to threaten your father.
Chen Fan's eyes flashed coldly. Li Mu hurriedly said,
But you don't have to worry. The Qin family doesn't dare to really hurt your mother. They really dare to do this. Your father can't spare them. The four holy lands cannot spare them. Even the demon clan will not let them go. Qin family.
Chen Fan silently recited these two words in his heart.
My mother is the fourth heavenly demon king.
Chen Fan said hesitantly.
She is already so powerful. Why does she have to spread her power?
Li Mu sighed.
Your father and your mother have reached the level of cultivation of blind Lao and theirs. Perhaps a little worse than blind Lao and theirs. But definitely not too different. That's the legendary demigod realm. The demigod realm wants to build the divine bridge, but the road is blocked.
Chen Fan was stunned.
What does it mean that the road is broken? The divine bridge is broken.
Li Mu frowned and said,
Your father once told us that all demigods who practice to the end will find that the end of the divine bridge is broken. So, no matter how hard you practice, you will never be able to successfully cast the divine bridge and take the final step. The same goes for blind old man and human emperor. They have been at the peak of the demigod realm for tens of thousands of years. But no one can take that step. No one can become a god. This is why a blind old man loses his eyes, and a lame old man loses a leg. After they discovered that the divine bridge was broken, they divided the work and cooperated. The blind old man practiced the divine eyes. The lame old practiced the divine legs. And finally removed this part, and gave it to the old man emperor. The old man emperor took away the blind old man's eyes, the lame old man's legs, and the deaf old man's ears. And then, he wounded the great heavenly demon king in one fell swoop and turned the tide. Otherwise, your mother decided to rebuild it because she knew the sacred bridge was broken and could not take that step. Do you know why Zhang Jiang and I reached the peak of the holy realm at such a young age?
Chen Fan hesitated for a moment.
Grandpa Blind said it was because my father took you to the Tianyu realm and dug up the ancestral graves in the four holy lands? Ahem.
Li Mu coughed twice before saying,
That's just one reason. The more important reason is because your mother gave us her power. It's a pity that a few of us have been practicing hard for 18 years. But we can't cross this last hurdle, and can't break through to the demigod realm. Among the 6 of us, Qing Cheng has the highest talent. But the time given to him is indeed too little. Now you have emerged from the sky, forged a divine body, and can help us break through by controlling beasts. But something has happened to Yang Kingdom now. After I go back and help Yangguo resolve this matter, I will definitely find an opportunity to kill Shinichi Shido. Otherwise, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart.
Chen Fan. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak, Li Mu was a little nervous.
Chen Fan. You, Minister. I'm fine.
Chen Fan said.
It's just that the amount of information is a bit overwhelming. And it's hard for me to accept it all at once.
Li Mu patted Chen Fan on the shoulder.
You don't have to think too much. Your mother is my master's wife. Even though she is the 4th heavenly demon king, she is different from other heavenly demon kings and different from the heavenly demon clan. I don't trust people in Tianyu realm. But all of us trust your mother unconditionally. She has never done anything harmful. On the contrary, she saved the world. Without her, the Tianyu world would have been over long ago. If Tianyu realm is over, Blue Star will be over long ago. You don't have to think too much about her identity. The human race owes him an apology.
Chen Fan nodded.
I know.
Li Mu took a deep look at Chen Fan and said,
I'm sorry. I didn't tell you these things early. And I didn't let you go to Tianyu realm. In the final analysis, I am too selfish.
I think this will protect you. At the same time, I also feel that keeping you here can help Tang become stronger and help Zhang Jiang and I break through. No need to say sorry.
Chen Fan smiled and said,
If my parents knew, they would let me do this. You just said that the Chen family doesn't dare to really attack my parents. They must use my mother to threaten my father. They should be fine in the short term.
At this point, Chen Fan's eyes flashed.
If anything happens to them, I will destroy the Chen family. Kill them all.
A murderous aura was released from Chen Fan. The expressions of everyone who had just walked away changed slightly. The blind men glanced at Li Mu silently. Chen Fan closed his eyes slightly and said through a message,
Minister, I will leave for Yang country now. If I find all the materials they need for a breakthrough, I will return to the Magic City as soon as possible. It's only more than 6,000 miles from the Yang Kingdom to the Demon City. I'll be back soon.
Huh? Li Mu was startled.
Is your speed so exaggerated now? How did you practice?
Chen Fan shrugged and said,
After I became virtual, my whole person seemed to have turned into spiritual power. I could extend it as fast as possible and then appear in any area covered by me. Besides, there is a teleportation gate in the ancient god realm that can be teleported directly to the 5th restricted area of the Demon City. I first enter the ancient god realm, then enter the 5th restricted area through the portal, and then return to the Demon City. It only takes a few minutes. That's okay.
Li Mu touched his head. Standing in front of Chen Fan at the peak of the Holy Realm, he felt like a bumpkin. Li Mu was happy and depressed at the same time.
Okay. Without further ado, take the blind old man and the others back home, and then let's set off.
Chen Fan stopped talking nonsense and nodded slightly towards the blind man and the others. The 4 blind men and Chen Fan disappeared into the secret room out of thin air. Fan Yu came over.
Minister, you and Chen Fan have been chatting for so long. What are you talking about?
Li Mu smiled mysteriously.
You will know in the future.
Fan Yu rolled his eyes.
I knew you would say that. Those guys in Yang will really succeed more than they fail. Give Chen Fan a few more months. And Minister, you may be able to break through to the demigod realm. And among us, maybe there will be 1 or 2 who are at the peak of the Holy Realm. In the end they did something like this.
A strong man from the Holy Realm came over and said,
You can't blame Yangwu for this. This is the work of the Nightmare Court. If Yangwu cannot control it, he will be in big trouble. It feels like a vampire in a movie. 1 bite can turn you into a vampire. Thousands of people have been contaminated by demons and become demons. Is this okay?
Lu Xingyuan said,
Minister, be careful of the Nightmare Garden to lure the tiger away from the mountain. What if they use the Yang Kingdom to attract our attention and then attack our Tang Kingdom? What kind of tigers are there to be transferred to, and what mountains are there to be separated from?
Fan Yu said.
Now we have only sent Chen Fan and Blind Lao there, let alone the Holy Realm. Our Tang country has not even touched the 9th grade realm.
Lu Xingyuan still frowned.
Be careful, and you won't make a big mistake.
Li Mu nodded.
Not bad. I will leave and pass the news to Zhang Jiang and Han Jiangxue. Not only our Tang country, but all the countries in Blue Star must enter a state of war readiness immediately. Be on guard. Understood.
A group of strong men looked at each other with stern eyes and shouted loudly. High in the sky, a huge green-feathered crane was flapping its wings in flight. On King Yu's back, Kimura Lingfeng put his hands behind his back and looked ahead silently. Behind, there was a group of people including Chiyoko. Chiyoko took 2 steps forward and said,
Senior, are we going back to Yan country like this?
Kimura Lingfeng snorted and said,
We are all members of the demon sect. We came to the demon city just for the mission of the 5th restricted area. Now the 5-color sacred stone in the 5th restricted area has been taken away by the demon empress. Our mission has failed. No. Go back to Yan country. What are you doing here?
Chiyoko pursed her lips and said nothing. Kimura Lingfeng looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. The mission in the 5th restricted area has indeed failed. But the most important reason why he left Tang State was not revealed. Kimura Lingfeng looked back and glanced in the direction of the Magic City, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Magic City. This is a sad place. Here, he lost everything because of Chen Fan. Never want to come back. I never want to see this disgusting guy like Chen Fan again. Go back to Yang country. The headquarters of the demon sect is in Yang country. It's time to go back to Yang Kingdom to show off your talents. As long as there is no such thing as Chen Fan, Kimura Lingfeng will definitely be able to skyrocket to 90,000 miles. Snort. He has always had a smooth life since he was young. But when did he suffer such setbacks? Ever since I met the disaster star Chen Fan, I have been unlucky all the way. Leave the Tang Kingdom and leave the magic city. The further away from Chen Fan, the better. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Kimura Lingfeng's mouth. His mood improved. At this time, Chen Fan's voice rang in Kimura Lingfeng's ears.
Kimura Lingfeng?
Kimura Lingfeng's hair stood on end.
Chen Fan?
Shiyoko was stunned.
Senior, what's wrong?
Kimura Lingfeng's eyes widened, and he said in a hoarse voice.
Did you hear Chen Fan's voice just now? Chen Fan Jun?
Shiyoko said with a strange expression.
No. Senior, did you hear Chen Fanjuan's voice?
The people behind looked at each other. Kimura Reifeng was really hurt by Chen Fan and had a psychological shadow. It was all hallucination. Well, in fact, how could Chen Fan be blamed for such a thing? Didn't you ask for it when you were defeated by Chen Fan? He insisted on going to the first martial arts university martial arts club to challenge him. But he was beaten up by everyone. You're lucky if I don't kill you. As for the fact that I was not optimistic about Chen Fan later. Zhong Hao won. Yahao's opponent Xian Tianji won. And I lost everything. Who can blame me?
Call!
Kimura Lingfeng exhaled heavily. It's an illusion. Fortunately it was an illusion. I would rather see the devil than see Chen Fan again. Chapter 297 9th Level Realm in an instant. The sea. The waves are rolling. In the sky, huge pterosaurs were flying in search of food. Suddenly, something seemed to fly through the void. The heads of each pterosaur broke at the same time and fell down. Before the pterosaur heads fell into the sea, the crystal nuclei on the pterosaur heads flew up and quickly flew towards a location in the air. A figure flashed in the air, and Chen Fan appeared. Almost at the same time, giant beasts emerged from the sea and swallowed the heads and bodies of the pterosaurs that fell into the sea. Chen Fanqi floated in the air and silently glanced ahead. Along the way, he has been moving rapidly in the state of virtual soul. The state of the virtual soul is like folding the space, reaching thousands of miles away in an instant. This kind of speed is beyond the reach of even those at the peak of the Holy Realm, like Li Mu. With such speed combined with Void Soul's virtual defense, few people from Blue Star can truly threaten Chen Fan. This was the reason why Li Mumming dared to let Chen Fan come to Yang Country, even though he knew that the Nightmare Court was looking for Chen Fan. After passing this sea area, we will arrive at Yang Country. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, opened the beast control space, and walked in. In the beast control space, there were only 4 people. The blind man and the lame man, as well as the orange cat, who was sleeping soundly. Xiaobai and Gongzi were all sent to the ancient god realm by Chen Fan to kill demons.
What's wrong?
The blind man and the others were slightly startled when they saw Chen Fan returning to the beast control space. Chen Fan said,
I'm still 1 step away from breaking through to the 8th level. It's not a short amount of time anyway. Break through to the 8th level and then enter the Yang Kingdom.
The blind men all nodded. Chen Fan immediately sat down cross-legged. The 6th grade rushes to the 7th grade to save life and death. The 7th grade rushes to the 8th grade and enters reincarnation. If you practice thousands of dharma in the world, it will be empty if you don't enter reincarnation. The 5-level reincarnation soul altar has been successfully cast. The last step is to fuse the 5 levels of reincarnation soul altar. Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. System energy, 255985998. Reincarnation soul altar fusion degree, 1% plus. The last time 310 million energy was used to open the 5th level of the Void Divine Body. It consumed 6400 W. To open the 6th level of the Void Divine Body, it is estimated to cost 120 million. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is too low, and the Void Divine power is too weak. So Chen Fan can hardly use even 1,000th of the power of the first 5 levels of the Void Divine Body. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and immediately began to increase the
Reincarnation Soul Altar Fusion Degree.
2%, 10%, 30%, 60%, 90%. System energy consumption is increasing. 99%, 100%. When the
Reincarnation Soul Altar Fusion Degree
became 100%, the 5 layers of the Samsara Soul Altar in Chen Fan's body were completely integrated together. Countless void characters appeared around Chen Fan and slowly rotated around Chen Fan. When the blind men saw this, they immediately stared at the void characters, desperately trying to record those void characters.
Boom!
A terrifying energy swept across the sky, and stars sprinkled down from the sky. 8th level realm. The lame man smacked his tongue a little.
It takes less than 5 minutes. How on earth do you practice this? Snapped.
The blind man slapped the lame man on the head.
Gather your mental power and record the void characters. Jijuwei. What are you talking about?
The lame man glanced at the blind man resentfully, and immediately narrowed his eyes again, staring at the void characters around Chen Fan. Each of these void characters contains unimaginable power of heaven and earth. Because Chen Fan's void divine power is too weak, he can't summon a few now. And when he wanted to draw these void characters, as soon as he wrote them, there was a strange force between heaven and earth that shattered the characters he drew. But every time he breaks through or opens a certain level of the void divine body, these characters will be inspired. Therefore, the blind people could only use this method and risk their lives to record these void characters. How many can you remember? If you can record a few of them and use your own mental power to condense them, it will be equivalent to following Chen Fan in cultivating the divine body. After a while, the void characters around Chen Fan were all integrated into his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the blind men were all sweating profusely. Obviously, with their strong mental power, it is still very difficult to record such void characters. The lame man wiped his sweat and looked at the blind man and others.
How many characters have you memorized?
The mute voice rang in everyone's mind.
There are only 2. The other characters will be forgotten after seeing them. I condensed all my mental power into one place to rub one character.
The deaf man muttered.
2.
The blind man said calmly.
3.
The lame man was stunned.
Old man, Xiaofan is sitting here. You are embarrassed in front of him. So you are bragging?
The blind man sneered and said,
Although I gave the old man his divine eye, I later developed the heavenly eye. Write down the 3 void characters. Is there any problem? How many did you remember?
The cripple's face turned red, and he turned to look at Chen Fan.
Xiao Fan, have you successfully broken through to the 8th level? Obviously it's just a breakthrough from the 7th grade peak to the 8th grade realm. How come the aura feels like the breakthrough from the 9th grade realm to the holy realm?
Chen Fan smiled and was about to speak when the blind man grabbed the lame man and said,
Don't change the subject. How many void characters have you memorized? We'll have to rub these characters out later. Just like before. This time I have 3. There are 2 who are deaf. And there are 2 who are mute. When they are all put together, there are already 7. How many did you remember?
The lame man said.
1.
The blind man turned his head. Immediately, the 3 blind men said at the same time,
Trash.
The lame man was furious.
I'm not good at this kind of thing either.
Chen Fan rolled his eyelids and closed his eyes again. System energy, 200-235-998. Host, Chen Fan. Level, 8th grade. First level. Void divine power, 128 cards plus. Psychic power, 11,259 Hz plus. Tiandong completion degree, 0% plus. Void pollution degree, 8/100. There are also 200 million system energy. I wonder if I can rush to the 9th level in one breath. Coming to Yang country this time is tantamount to leaving the protection of Li Mu and the others. Once you encounter a powerful person above the holy realm in the Nightmare Garden, you will be in trouble. You should be able to escape by running away. But no one wants to be chased all day long and jump up and down. Chen Fan immediately began to use the system energy to build the Heavenly Palace. The cultivation of the 8th level is to build the Heavenly Palace based on the previous soul altar. Once the Heavenly Palace is successfully cast, the Yin and Yang will create endless life. Even if he is in the ordinary 9th level realm, his meritorious deeds can bring great changes to the world. And with the void divine body, if he breaks through to the 9th level, his strength will definitely increase exponentially. 10%, 30%, 70%. Countless void characters were spinning around Chen Fan. The cripples almost went crazy. It's not like they haven't seen Chen Fan achieve breakthroughs in practice. But I just broke through to the 8th level. And now I am starting to break through to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level of the 8th level. Is this really a human being? Wrong. Chen Fan is no longer a human being. He had already condensed his divine body. Even in the 5th restricted area, he had already killed a god. The problem is that the 4 blind men have almost exhausted their mental power just after recording those void characters. Again, it's really killing me. 85%. After reaching 85%, Chen Fan stopped. 120 million system energy used. After the final 15% increase, it is estimated that there will not be much system energy left. It took me more than a month to save this amount. Chen Fan gritted his teeth fiercely.
Continue.
The moment the
completeness of Heavenly Palace
became 100%. A Heavenly Palace condensed in Chen Fan's sea of stars. The Heavenly Palace is successfully cast and embarks on the road to heaven, which is the realm of the 9th grade. Therefore, the 9th grade realm is also called the Tantian realm. System energy, 35766998. Host, Chun Fan. Level 9th grade. First level. Void Divine Power, 399 cards plus. Psychic Power, 42,398 Hz plus. Tianhe, 0 items. Void Pollution Degree, 8/100. The system energy is only 3576 W left. But the Void Divine Power and Spiritual Power have increased several times. After opening the first 5 levels of the Void Divine Body and improving the level of cultivation, the Void Divine Power has improved far more than before. In the past, system energy was simply used to increase Void Power. 2000 W of system energy could only increase 1 card of Void Power. Big loss. If I had known that the subsequent improvement of the cultivation realm could increase so much Void Divine Power, I should have used the system energy to improve the cultivation realm first. After the level of cultivation is improved, there is still a lot of energy available, and it is not too late to increase the power of the Void alone. Qin Fan felt a little sore. At this time, in the beast control space, the cripples and others were all petrified. They are the people who know Qin Fan best. Even so, watching Qin Fan slowly rise from the 8th level to the 9th level, he was still extremely shocked. For Qin Fan, practicing feels like eating. No, this is simply easier than eating. It takes a while to finish a bowl of noodles. Qin Fan opened his eyes and silently sensed his own strength. After his cultivation level and Void Divine Power were greatly improved, he was able to call more Void characters. Now, 31 Void characters can already be called. Compared to the Divine Power of the Void, this Void character feels even more weird and powerful. Void characters can summon the invisible terrifying power between heaven and earth. Qin Fan suddenly felt heroic in his heart. Sudden, the orange cat, awakened by the sound of Qin Fan's breakthrough, scurried over to save Qin Fan's feet.
Chun Fan! Chun Fan! This time you must help me find the traitor in the demon cult who framed me.
Qin Fan. Orange cat.
With your current power, even the Holy Realm can't do anything to you. That traitor is definitely no match for you.
Qin Fan looked at the orange cat silently and said nothing. Orange cat continued.
The headquarters of the demon sect is in Yang country. You go there as the new leader. Take my inheritance first. Take the property of the demon sect first. The traitor will definitely interfere when the time comes. While you are helping Yangwu purify the demons, you can also take care of the heavenly demon sect's affairs. It won't take much time.
Qin Fan was helpless.
Let me give it a try. But I always feel that it's not that simple. You have lived for hundreds of years and have been plotted by others. Even now you can't figure out who did this. Oldingby, how could you find it so easily?
The orange cat blinked and said,
You can capture all the powerful people above the 9th level of the demon sect, and then let Shinichi Wisteria search for their souls. Wisteria Shinichi wants something from you now, and I will definitely not refuse.
Qin Fan glanced at the orange cat and walked out of the beast-controlling space. The orange cat still wanted to speak, but the blind man grabbed his tail and dragged him back. As soon as he came out of the beast-controlling space, Qin Fan's body quickly disintegrated and entered the virtual soul state again. The virtual soul is like the whole person becoming virtual and turning into spiritual consciousness, which can spread in all directions. After a while, Qin Fan moved to the outside of a huge island. This must be Yang country. Right? Qin Fan shrank the virtual soul and condensed it into a thin thread, which fell to the ground. There was a lot of noise outside the tall main city gate. Someone is protesting. Someone is crying. It was a mess.
The croaking in the house crushes the butterfly.
Qin Fan nodded secretly. It is indeed Yang country. Although I only understood the last sentence of this language, it was very familiar. Judging from the guards at the city gate, it seems that the main city of Yang Kingdom has been completely sealed off. Many people in the main city wanted to leave, but were directly suppressed by the army. These people outside the city gate can tell at a glance that they are either rich or noble. Made. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter or exit. But these rich and powerful people left the main city immediately and prepared to leave Yang country. Demonization was regarded as a virus by people, and Yang Kingdom was indeed in chaos. Qin Fan glanced at the square at the city gate. In the square, flying beasts exuding powerful aura were ready to take off. The backs of those flying beasts were filled with people. The crying did not come from these people, but from within the city gate. Those who had already sat on the flying beast all smiled brightly. Qin Fan snorted lightly and activated the whisper, instantly suppressing all the beasts outside the main city. The beasts that were already ready to take off suddenly fell to the ground, motionless no matter how their owners urged them. These people outside the main city were instantly panicked and started to scream and scream. Chen Fan expanded the Void Soul and directly submerged it into the main city. Almost the moment he entered the main city.
Who are you?
A powerful and unpredictable mental power swept over Shinichi Wisteria, the only person in the Yang Kingdom who is at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. An existence comparable to Li Mu. Chen Fan was not surprised that Shinichi Wisteria sensed him immediately. He said coldly,
"It's me, Chen Fan."
"What?" Shinichi Ziting was shocked. He had just spoken to Li Mu 20 minutes ago, and Li Mu wanted to send Chen Fan over. How come it has only been 20 minutes before Chen Fan came to Yang Country from the Demon City? Wisteria Shinichi.
Which other saints from the Tang Kingdom have come over? Why didn't I sense it?
He thought it was the Holy Land of Tang State that sent Chen Fan here. Only in the middle and late stages of the Saint Realm can it be possible to send Chen Fan from the Demon City to Yang Country in such a short period of time.
Only me,
Chen Fan said calmly.
Let's get down to business. If you want me to help you solve the demonization issue in Yang Kingdom, you should get all these people outside the main city back for me now. No one can leave.
Wisteria Shinichi was still in shock and was slightly stunned.
There is nothing abnormal about these people. Even if they go to Tang State, they will not pose a threat to Tang State. And it will not help if they stay. Humph.
Chen Fan snorted and said,
Of course, I know there is nothing abnormal about them. I'm just unhappy that they use their power to leave. Why are ordinary people not allowed to leave? But they can leave with such arrogance?
Wisteria Shinichi was silent for a while, and then said,
Most of them are the family members of Yang Kingdom senior officials. Don't talk nonsense to me,
Chen Fan said.
Get them back immediately. Otherwise, don't expect me to help you in Yanggua.
Shinichi Wisteria.
Are you threatening me?
Chen Fan laughed.
Not bad.
Wisteria Shinichi fell silent. After a while, one after another, figures suddenly fell from the walls of the main city. One of the men, wearing a battle armor, floated in the air, waved his hand, and chatted. In an instant, everyone in the square outside the city gate turned pale. Then, those people who fell from the city wall dispersed and began to drive the people in the square back to the main city. As soon as these people and the beasts entered the main city gate made a rumbling sound and closed directly. Wisteria Shinichi's voice rang in Chen Fan's mind.
That's it. Is that all right? I have given an order that from now on, Yang Kingdom can only enter but not leave. Yes,
Chen Fan said calmly.
Are you not in this main city?
Wisteria Shinichi said.
I am in another main city 700 miles northwest from your current main city. Come here.
With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, he moved to the main city where Shinichi Wisteria was. Just like folding space. In the main city, Wisteria Shinichi said. Chen Fan sensed Wisteria Shinichi's aura and moved into the main palace of the main city. In the underground hall of the city lord's mansion, Wisteria Shinichi put his hands behind his back and looked ahead silently. Behind him, a group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom held their breath. In front of them, 15 strong men who were chained and sealed were filled with strong demonic aura. Their eyes were red, and they were roaring like demons. These people are all strong men who have turned into demons for no apparent reason. One of them is even at the peak of the 9th level and 5th level. Sudden, the void next to Wisteria Shinichi twisted slightly, and a figure appeared.
Brush!
Almost the moment he appeared, swords, guns, swords and halberds attacked him wildly.
Back off!
Wisteria's one-sleeved robe gently flicked. All the powerful weapons flew out at the same time. Wisteria Shinichi tilted his head slightly and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan looks like Kimura Reifeng now. Whether it's transfiguration or muscle control, it's a very simple matter for a strong person at level 7 or above. Wisteria Shinichi was not surprised at all by Chen Fan's transformation. What surprised him? This kid came too fast. Tangua. When did such a young holy realm come out? But the aura on Chen Fan's body was very strange. Not like a holy realm at all?
Take a look,
Wisteria Shinichi said in the language of the Tang dynasty.
They are the first batch of demonized strong men in the Yang Kingdom. And they are also the strongest people found so far. If my mental power hadn't been covering several main cities, and they made trouble, the consequences would be disastrous.
The group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom behind were all surprised. Is this stranger from the Tang dynasty? The Tang state only sent this young man here? This is simply unreasonable. However, even Wisteria Shinichi was polite to him. Chen Fan glanced at Wisteria Shinichi. This guy is also his father's apprentice. But Shinichi Wisteria looks much older than Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. Chen Fan tilted his head slightly towards Wisteria Shinichi.
Let the others go out.
Wisteria Shinichi waved his hand gently. A group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom disappeared at the same time.
I can only suppress them,
Wisteria Shinichi said worriedly.
but I can't solve their demonization problem. Furthermore, people stained with their blood will also become demonized.
Chen Fan stepped forward and walked to one of the strong men from the Yang Kingdom, who was chained. That man's face was distorted. His eyes were red. And the devilish energy around him was overwhelming. What happened? Chen Fan frowned and thought to himself.
Why is there an indescribable familiar feeling?
Chen Fan has seen many demons. Chen Fan has seen many void demons. But this was the first time for Chen Fan to have this inexplicably familiar feeling. This feeling is like being connected by blood. What is this? Chen Fan glanced at this group of demonized Yang Kingdom powerhouses. These people have all turned into demons. Under Chen Fan's gaze, they all had their attribute panels appear. On the attribute panel, the word devil is shocking. When he was still in Donghai City, the Nightmare Garden used some secret method to corrupt some monsters. But the monster attribute panel that Chen Fan saw at that time said that it was corrupted by demonic power and had not completely turned into a demon. But the group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom in front of them are already real demons. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and walked up to the 9th grade and 5th level expert. Then, he raised his right hand.
Purify!
Chapter 298 Antidote.
Zitsizi!
Thick smoke came out from the body of the 9th grade Yanghua Peak powerhouse. The demonic energy is dissipating quickly.
Ah!
The Yanghua strongman, who was already in a state of confusion, screamed loudly, as if he was undergoing unspeakable torture.
What?
Wisteria Shinichi was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that the demonic energy in Inoue's body was quickly disappearing. Wisteria Shinichi, who had his hands behind his back and looked at Chen Fan with distrust, subconsciously lowered his hands. As one of the 6 strongest people in Blue Star, Shinichi Wisteria has never been so out of sorts. Zitingzhen's thoughts moved slightly, and his powerful mental power quietly moved towards Inoue and Chen Fan. Chen Fan's palm released a power that made his heart palpitate. Shinichi Wisteria's eyes widened. Why does such a strange boy have such terrifying power? Moreover, this power is so unfamiliar. It seems that it is not a star power with any attribute that he is familiar with at all. Wisteria Shinichi narrowed his eyes. Chen Fan. He had never heard of such a name. However, he had already seen Chen Fan at the entrance to the 5th restricted area. At that time, he, Li Mu, Yi Hongyan, the Demon King of the East region, and others were discussing the 5th restricted area through projection. As a result, Chen Fan and another teenager rushed out of the 5th penalty area.
I always feel like I've seen him somewhere before the 5th penalty area. There is an indescribably familiar feeling. Humph! You bastard Li Mu. The Tang Kingdom has such a great genius. Yet he keeps me in the dark.
Just as Wisteria Shinichi was thinking for a moment, Inoue's crazy and violent eyes returned to calm. Chen Fan retracted his palm and said calmly,
How do you feel now?
Inoue was stunned for a moment, turned to look at the chains and seals on his body, and then turned his attention to Shinichi Wisteria.
Sir, what happened?
What he said was in the language of Yanghua. Chen Fan didn't understand. Seeing this, Ziting Shinichi said in the language of the Tang dynasty,
You were corrupted by the devil, and it was this brother Chen Fan who saved you. Inoue, how do you feel now?
Inoue glanced at Chen Fan in surprise, and then said in Tang language,
I only remember that I took a pill, and I don't remember anything after that. You bastard!
Shinichi Ziting shouted coldly and said,
You are still at the peak of the 9th level and the 5th level. How dare you take any pills at will?
Saying that, Shido Shinichi turned his head and looked at Chen Fan.
The power he has now seems to be demonic energy. There's nothing we can do about it.
Chen Fan said calmly,
I help him purify it, but I don't mean to completely restore him to his original state. I don't have the ability. He has been completely transformed into a demon by the demon's blood. Ah?
Inoue was shocked. Wisteria Shinichi was also surprised. Chen Fan then said,
Don't worry. Even if it's a devil. So what? In the final analysis, demons are just a race in this world. His power is still demonic, but I have eliminated all the evil thoughts in him. Although he is a demon, he is not much different from a human being.
Wisteria Shinichi and Inoue breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Immediately, Wisteria Shinichi opened the seal on Inoue with a flick of his finger. The chains that locked the well were retracted like snakes. Inoue saluted Chen Fan, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, Inoue suddenly opened them again.
Why am I so much stronger than before?
Chen Fan said.
The devil's blood you took contained powerful power. All those who were corrupted by the demon's blood had their strength greatly increased. I'm just helping you get rid of evil thoughts. But this power has become one with you.
Wisteria Shinichi looked solemnly and looked at Chen Fan.
What is devil's blood? Why have I never heard of it? Limu never told me about this. He didn't know it before.
Chen Fan said.
It was the blind grandpa from Tianyu Realm who told us. The so-called demon blood should be the blood of demons at the level of gods and demons. The Nightmare Court helps the Star Warriors sign contracts with demons. And they should also use this thing. After the 2 colorful sacred stones fell into the hands of the demon empress, the Nightmare Garden should be in a state of panic. The Devil's Blood plan was something they wanted to implement when they were in Tianyu Realm. But, although the Nightmare Court has the means to drive demons, they don't have the confidence to truly and completely control demons. So in the Tianyu Realm, they finally gave up this crazy plan.
Inoue looked at his hands, his voice trembling.
Devil's blood.
Wisteria Shinichi glanced at Inoue worriedly, then looked at Chen Fan.
He is fine now,
Chen Fan said.
My purification is permanent. I have driven all the evil thoughts out of him. Everyone has selfish motives and desires. But he should be much cleaner than you now.
Shinichi Wisteria. Inoue.
But this definitely won't work.
Chen Fan frowned and poured cold water on Wisteria Shinichi.
These are definitely not the only people in your Yang Kingdom who have been demonized. And this kind of demonization can also be transmitted through blood. If I purify them one by one like this, I won't be able to save a few people even if I am exhausted.
Wisteria Shinichi hurriedly said.
What should we do?
Inoue also stood up and stood on Wisteria's side. Those strong men from the Yang Kingdom, who had not yet been purified, were still roaring crazily, their voices harsh. Chen Fan frowned and glanced at the group of demonized Yang Kingdom strong men. The strong man from the Yang Kingdom, who had turned into a demon, seemed to regard Chen Fan as his new blood food. His eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, and he wanted to rush forward and bite him. But he was locked by the chain and could not move. Upon seeing this, Zaitengzhen glanced at Inoue fiercely and said coldly,
Where did your pill come from?
Inoue hesitated for a moment. Then his expression suddenly changed.
Master Ino gave it to me. He said that pill can help me break through to the Holy Realm. I sensed the pill and found that it contained vast and unpredictable power. So I couldn't wait to take it. Ino!
Purple Tengzhen's eyes flashed.
Damn Ino. She has left Yang country now. The disciple that I, Shinichi Shido, have trained for so many years, is actually from the Garden of Nightmares.
Wisteria Shinichi's face became extremely ugly. Inoue was also too scared to speak. Suddenly, Chen Fan walked up to a demonized strongman and said,
Open the seal on him.
Inoue was shocked and said,
He is a 9th grade 2nd level heaven, and now he has been demonized and has fallen into madness. Once the seal is released,
Wisteria Shinichi didn't say anything. He just raised his finger and tapped it lightly towards the person Chen Fan was talking about. The seal on the man was released, and the chains were put back.
Roar!
The demonized strongman whose seal was released immediately pounced on Chen Fan like a wild beast. Inoue wanted to go up to help, but was stopped by Shinichi Wisteria. The next moment, a scene that stunned Inoue and Shinichi Wisteria appeared.
Be bold!
Chen Fan's eyes flashed red, and he gave a light drink.
Whisper of the Demon King
has been turned on.
Bang!
The demonic strongman who rushed forward crazily, with a bang, knelt on one knee on the ground, lowered his head, and his whole body was shaking. Chen Fan hadn't activated the red thread of
Whisper of the Demon King
to control him, but the Demon King's Dharma body, which was holding the sky and stepping on the ground, had already suppressed the demonized strongman on the spot, like a little white rabbit facing an ancient dragon. When Inoue and Wisteria Shinichi saw the scene, they were stunned. With how powerful Wisteria Shinichi's mental power was, he naturally knew a long time ago that there was nothing that the 9th grade 2nd level heaven could do to Chen Fan in front of him. However, the man who had fallen into madness and confusion actually knelt down towards Chen Fan and then trembled non-stop. What exactly is going on? Then he saw Chen Fan, stretched out his right hand, and made a weak grab at the kneeling person.
Call!
The demonic energy on that man's body immediately rolled and gathered towards Chen Fan's palm.
Wrong!
Zaitengzhen's eyes narrowed slightly.
You want to transfer the demonic power from him to yourself. You will be demonized too.
Wisteria Shinichi swayed and appeared in front of Chen Fan.
Stop! This is too risky. It doesn't matter,
Chen Fan said calmly.
This kind of power cannot corrupt me.
In the disbelieving eyes of Shinichi Wisteria and Inoue, Wisps of blood appeared in the black energy that gathered towards Qinfan's palm. The demon blood that has been integrated into the man's body is being extracted by Qinfan and merged into Qinfan's body. Qinfan's arm, starting from the palm, continues to turn black and quickly extends towards the arm. But soon, Qinfan's arm returned to its normal color. The colors alternate and keep changing.
There are people in this world who can withstand such weird demonic power.
Wisteria Shinichi was shocked.
Even my master, who has reached the demigod state many years ago, would not dare to touch such a weird and evil power easily.
After a while,
bang!
The demonized strongman fell limply to the ground and passed out. In the palm of Qinfan's right hand, a drop of crystal clear blood was spinning. Inoue slowly stepped forward and took a closer look. He felt as if ghosts were roaring in his mind and hallucinations were appearing frequently. Inoue was shocked and immediately looked away. Zidingjin definitely looked at Qinfan holding a drop of blood in his palm, and said with a solemn expression,
"Is this the blood of the devil? What a terrifying power!"
Qinfan tilted his head slightly, looked at Shinichi Wisteria, and said,
"If you swallow this drop of blood, can you suppress it and end the demonization?"
Wisteria Shinichi was silent for a moment, and then said,
"I'm afraid I can only suppress it for 20 years. 20 years from now, I will also be demonized."
Inoue's eyes widened.
"Can't you even contend with this power? This is normal,"
Wisteria Shinichi said.
"If this is really the blood of a powerful demon at the level of gods and demons."
Qinfan silently looked at the drop of blood in his palm. He felt an indescribable familiar feeling in this drop of blood. He had sensed this familiarity before when he saw these demonized strong men from the Yang Kingdom. Now that the demon's blood has been drawn out, this feeling has become even stronger. But Qinfan had no idea what was going on. After a moment of silence, Qinfan gently rubbed the fingers of his left hand, and a drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice dripped into the drop of demon blood in the palm of his right hand. Wisteria Shinichi and Inoue's eyes widened again. The blood of the young man in front of me is golden? Is he not a human being? At the moment when the two of them were stunned,
bang!
The drop of demon blood in the palm of Qinfan's right hand exploded. A terrifying energy swept across in all directions.
Your blood shattered the drop of demon blood?"
Wisteria's eyes were full of disbelief. Immediately, his eyes showed ecstasy again. He understood why Qinfan did this. At this time, Qinfan did not speak, but walked up to another demonized strongman and drew out the demon's blood.
"Bring me a cup,"
Qinfan said without looking back.
"Good."
Inoue was very fast, and in a quick flash, he had already brought in a cup from outside. Qinfan dropped a drop of blood the size of a grain of rice into the cup. The water in the cup began to boil rapidly, and then all turned into gold. Qinfan thought, and the cup immediately flew to him. Then, a drop of golden water flew out of the cup and merged with the demon blood in his palm. This time, the demon blood did not explode. But according to Qinfan and Wisteria Shinichi's sensing, the evil power in the demon's blood is quickly dissipating.
One drop seems not enough.
As Qinfan thought, another drop of water flew out of the cup and submerged into the demon's blood in his palm. Time passes little by little. 10 minutes later, the drop of demon blood in Qinfan's palm completely turned into gold.
It's unimaginable. Incredible.
Wisteria Shinichi stared at the blood in Qinfan's hand and sighed repeatedly.
The evil in this drop of blood has completely dissipated, but the power within it has become stronger.
Qinfan's expression moved slightly, and he summoned the orange cat in the beast control space. Orange cat.
Qinfan, what do you want to do? I can clearly see what you just did from inside. You don't want to use me as a test subject,
Qinfan said.
Have you lived for so many years in vain? Use your mental power to sense it carefully. Is there still a hint of evil in this drop of blood? That's what you say.
The orange cat shook its head like a rattle.
But I don't want to be a test subject. The little skeleton is a devil. Go and get the little skeleton back.
Qinfan stretched out his hand, pinched the orange cat's neck, and threw the drop of blood that had turned into gold into the orange cat's mouth. The orange cat fell to the ground, raising his head slightly in melancholy. I feel like I'm being raped by a bully. Blue thin. Mushroom. Sudden. The orange cat snorted miserably and rolled over on the ground. Immediately, stars filled the sky and fell. Level 39. The body of the orange cat continues to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the light around him kept flickering, and he slowly shrank into a ball. Inoue couldn't help but said,
"It's going to transform."
The orange cat is indeed changing shape. At this time, the orange cat let out a weird laugh, and its body grew bigger and smaller. After a while, The light dissipated. A naked young man squatted on the ground. Chen Fan frowned, took out a set of clothes from the sumo ring, and threw it away. The barefoot young man smiled, put on his clothes, and exclaimed with great emotion,
I finally became a human again!
Looking at the transformed leader, Chen Fan was a little speechless.
When you transformed, why did you change to look like Henry Chu?
The young man in front of him looks like Henry Chu's brother. Incredibly handsome. The orange cat grinned.
Because he is more handsome,
Chen Fan said with a dark face.
You were still very cute when you turned into an orange cat. Looking like this now, he deserves a beating no matter what.
The corners of the orange cat's mouth curled up slightly. And then he immediately said with a long face,
Don't think that if you change the subject, I won't blame you. You use me as a test subject. There's no way I can get rid of my anger so quickly.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes.
Don't you want to transform? If you don't want to, then I'll take back that drop of blood from you just like I did to the demonized strongman just now.
As he spoke, Chen Fan pointed his palm at the orange cat. The orange cat was startled, and turned behind Shinichi Wisteria with a hiss.
Shinichi Wisteria, help me stop him!
Shinichi Wisteria, as the strongest person in Yang Kingdom. He rarely leaves Yang Kingdom. How come all the orange cats from the Tang dynasty recognize him, and know his name? With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, the summoning circle appeared at the feet of the orange cat that had transformed into a human form. The orange cat was stunned for a moment, then shouted,
I have turned into a human form. I don't want to go back. Chen Fan, you can't do this to me.
The orange cat grabbed the edge of the summoning circle with both hands and refused to go back. Chen Fan raised his foot and stepped on the orange cat's head. The orange cat screamed, sank into the summoning circle, and returned to the beast controlling space. In the beast control space, the blind man and the lame man silently looked at the orange cat that had become Henry Chu's brother. Orange cat sat down silently and said,
This is Yang country already. Seniors, aren't you going to go out for a walk?
The four blind men said nothing. Orange cat added,
Yonghua is best at making action movies without plot, which are very exciting. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat to the ground. The orange cat shut up obediently. Chen Fan's thoughts moved slightly, and the water on the cup immediately flew out drop by drop, and entered the mouths of the sealed demonized powerhouses extremely quickly. Inoue and Wisteria Shinichi immediately stared at those people. This is the antidote. If this antidote is really effective, this disaster will be easily solved. After a while, all the demonized strongmen glowed with golden light, and they screamed and struggled crazily. But this struggle did not last long. 10 minutes later, everyone groaned weakly. At this time, Chen Fan had entered the virtual soul state and concealed his figure. In one glance, Zidingjin immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Ino glanced at Shinichi Wisteria, walked up to one of them, shook his palm and said,
Yamada, how do you feel? Do you still know who I am?
Yamada raised his head with some difficulty and said,
What happened to Mr. Inoue? We are here.
Inoue cried with joy.
Recovered. Everything recovered.
Wisteria Shinichi waved his hand casually. All seals are removed. Everyone collapsed to the ground. Wisteria Shinichi handed the cup in the air into Inoue's hand.
You also saw the weight.
Inoue nodded.
Understood.
Shinichi Ziding's mental power transmitted his voice and said,
Not a single word about Chen Fan can be spread out.
Jing Shang's face turned serious and solemn, and he said with the same mental power,
I have never heard of Chen Fan. Nor have I seen Chen Fan.
Wisteria Shinichi was in a good mood, and with a movement of his body, he moved to the city lord's palace out of thin air.
Little brother, thank you for your hard work. Come out and have a cup of tea.
Chapter 299. Use the sky-destroying magic sword as the pen and the heaven sacrifice monument as the paper.
That's just the way it is.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. Right in front of him, there were 4 light curtains. One of the light curtains was Li Mu, Fang Yu and others. The other 2 light curtains were Zhang Jiang guarding the imperial capital and Han Jiangxue guarding the demon capital. The last light curtain was a blond man with blue eyes. He was the pinnacle of the Star Kingdom's holy realm. Katas. On Chen Fan's left and right sides. Wisteria Shinichi is on the left. And there are 4 people including the blind man and the lame man on the right. On the light screen, Li Mu put his feet on the table and smiled.
I knew you would solve this matter quickly after you left. But I still didn't expect it would be so simple and easy.
Zhang Jiang said calmly.
It's too early to say how to solve it now.
Han Jiangxue nodded and said,
Over in Yonghua. Let's first see if there will be any abnormality in those people who took the antidote. If this antidote can completely remove the demon's blood, this will be a huge opportunity for us.
Wisteria Shinichi said.
That's what I mean too. Those people who were rescued before are now back to normal. And there are no abnormalities. I'll keep an eye on it and check for a while.
Li Mu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said.
Seating. You have to continue to act in this scene. Acting?
Shinichi Zito frowned slightly.
What do you mean?
Li Mu said.
The old man said that this devil's blood plan is the most terrifying plan of the Nightmare Court. And the demon's blood is also their most terrifying trump card. The 5 demon kings were just a few pawns brought to Blue Star by the demon king of the 6th day. It was because they used the blood of demons that they pushed those 5 guys to the peak of the Holy Realm. We can just use their plan to consume their demon blood. After Chen Fan purified those people from your Yang kingdom, the powerful power of the demon's blood has not dissipated. Right.
Zai Tingzhen nodded.
Not bad. That's right.
Li Mu said.
They sent such a good gift here. And if you don't accept it, it would be a bit disrespectful.
But Shinichi Wisteria hesitated.
What if the antidote has side effects? Or maybe after a while, there will be terrible changes such as demonization.
Li Mu waved his hand suddenly and said.
First, even if there is a problem with the antidote and the demonization cannot be completely eliminated, Chen Fan can still use purification. At most, it will only make him a little tired. Second, this antidote is definitely effective. The only problem is the amount of the antidote.
Zitingzhen's eyes narrowed slightly.
Although I witnessed with my own eyes that Chen Fan used the antidote to eliminate demons, what is your basis for saying that the antidote is definitely effective? Li Mu, I'm very grateful to Chen Fan. I'm not doubting his ability. But let's discuss the matter. You can't use people from Yang country as guinea pigs? You idiot!
Li Mu said.
The one who uses you as a guinea pig is the Nightmare Garden. Not me. Do you think you have a choice? Now that they have taken advantage of you Yanghua, can you really defend yourself next time?
Wisteria Shinichi's face turned a bit ugly. The kingdom of Yang is also very big. More than 10 times larger than the island on Earth. Even if he is at the peak of the Holy Realm, he cannot completely cover all the main cities of Yang Kingdom with his spiritual power. The Nightmare Court is so pervasive that even his favorite disciple Ino is attracted by the Nightmare Court. How easy is it to prevent the Devil's Blood Project? Katas, who had been silent, also had a serious look on his face. No one is sure whether the Nightmare Court will reach out to Star Kingdom. The Nightmare Court did not dare to attack Tang State, mainly because Tang State had 4 peak saints. However, there is only Wisteria Shinichi in the Yang Kingdom. And there is only Katas in the Star Kingdom. Katas took a deep look at Chen Fan. This young man who appeared out of nowhere turned out to be the savior of the world. It's simply unbelievable. How did Tang State create such a genius? Wisteria Shinichi took a deep breath and said,
Li Mu, I'm not doubting Chen Fan. But you just said that the antidote is definitely effective. What's the basis for that? When I asked you for help before, you didn't even know about Devil's Blood. Why are you so sure now?
Katas also stared at Li Mu. A Mona Lisa-like smile appeared on Li Mu's face. But he did not speak. Han Jiangxue couldn't stand it anymore.
Stop pretending. Just tell him directly.
Li Mu pondered for a moment and said,
To be honest, although you and Katas are my junior brothers, I really don't want to tell you.
Wisteria Shinichi coughed lightly and said,
So, after all these years, even Master trusts us, but you still treat us as outsiders? Nonsense!
Li Mu shouted coldly.
When we fought against the Nightmare Court, you were hiding in the Yang Kingdom, and Katas was hiding in the Star Country. Did you help? You were watching us fighting life and death, and just watching the excitement. Why should I trust you? I didn't go to Yang Kingdom and Star Kingdom with Zhang Jiang. That's because Han Jiangxue stopped me. Otherwise, I would have chopped you into pieces and fed them to the fish.
Wisteria Shinichi and Katas were both extremely embarrassed. Wisteria Shinichi coughed again and said,
I also restrained the people in the Nightmare Garden at that time. If I hadn't restrained them from behind, how could you have disabled them so smoothly? Who are you trying to pin down?
Li Mu said coldly.
All the 5 demon kings have come to the Tang Kingdom. We are 4 against 5. Who are you trying to pin down? You ran to an island outside Yang Kingdom and flattened one of their small rudders. Is this considered a containment? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen you so shameless. That's why Master asked me to take care of you more. Otherwise, I would have gone to Yang Kingdom and sliced you into pieces. Pay attention to your quality.
Han Jiangxue glared at Li Mu and said,
Who are you scolding? Next time I see Shinichi Wisteria, just kill him and that's it.
Shinichi Wisteria.
Sister,
You? Han Jiangxue was furious.
Call me senior sister again, and I will kill you.
Chen Fan was stunned. Han Jiangxue is obviously his father's disciple. And indeed Wisteria Shinichi's senior sister. Why isn't he still called senior sister? Is it only happy to call me junior sister? Wisteria Shinichi wiped his sweat and said,
Didn't I already explain it to you at that time? There are 4 of you in the Tang Kingdom, but I am the only one in the Yang Kingdom. At that time, I was not sure what the conspiracy was in the Nightmare Court. If they leave Yang Country and suddenly attack Yang Country may really be doomed.
Katas, who had been silent, also said in a low voice,
Yes. Our star country is so big, but I am the only one. I regretted it later. Really?
Chen Fan glanced at Katas. Both this guy and Shinichi Wisteria speak Chinese very fluently.
Okay. Stop arguing,
the blind man said in a deep voice.
What are you arguing about? Let's get down to business. If he wants to know, just tell him. Xiao Fan now has absolute defense. Even if he is at the peak of the Holy Realm, it is not that easy to hurt him or capture him. There is no need for you to hide and tuck in now.
Li Mu looked at Chen Fan and blinked.
It has only been half a day, and you have made another breakthrough?
When he was in the Demon City, the attacks from the strong men in the Holy Realm could still hurt Chen Fan. Not to mention Li Mu, who is at the peak of the Holy Realm. But now the blind man said that even at the peak of the Holy Realm, it would be difficult to hurt Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded and said,
I made a breakthrough on the way, and am now at the 9th level. Maybe you can't beat the mid to late stage Holy Realm, but you can still escape.
Shinichi Wisteria and Katas. Lu Xingyuan, who was behind Li Mu, opened his mouth and said after a while,
Minister, I feel a little lost now.
But Li Mu ignored Lu Xingyuan at all. Li Mu burst out laughing.
Okay. Good boy. Looking at it like this, you might break through to the demigod realm before me.
Wisteria Shinichi and Katas glanced at Chen Fan at the same time and remained silent. Where did this monster come from? I'd never heard Li Mu say that before. With such a talent, even Chu Qingcheng would probably be hard-pressed to match him. Moreover, he is only in the 9th level. And he dares to say that he has escaped from the hands of the strong men in the middle and late stages of the Holy Realm. A power system with strict boundaries and gaps seems to be completely ineffective for Chen Fan.
Okay, then I'll tell you,
Li Mu said.
The blood of demons. You already know that it is the blood of demons at the level of gods and demons. Of course, I guess it must be demon blood that has been diluted countless times. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mortal to bear it. Chen Fan's blood can restrain the devil's blood. The reason is very simple. Because Chen Fan is also a god.
Shinichi Wisteria. Kato's. They thought about countless possibilities in their minds. This is the only one I didn't expect. Chen Fan is a god? Where did God come from? Master Chen Han said at the beginning that the Tianyu world is vast and boundless. And the cultivation history has been tens of thousands of years. But he has never seen a god. Wisteria Shinichi and Katas looked at Chen Fan, all stunned. When Shinichi Shido saw Chen Fan's golden blood, he once suspected that Chen Fan was not a human race, but another alien race. Never imagined. Li Mu saw us eating Shinichi, and the others dumbfounded, and felt a little proud, and said,
Chen Fan's current strength is certainly not comparable to that of the master of demon blood, but his divine body is very likely to be far stronger than that existence.
Wisteria Shinichi and Katas were completely in a mess. The demeanor of a peak powerhouse was gone at this moment. Seeing this, Li Mu added fuel to the fire.
Didn't you really want to know about the mysterious man in the 5th restricted area? Could it be?
Shinichi's eating looked at Chen Fan with disbelief in his eyes. Katas also opened his mouth wide, as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. In the 5th restricted area, the mysterious man who killed the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. Was he Chen Fan? So, has Chen Fan saved Blue Star once? So, Han Jiangxue said.
Seeding. Please dilute Xiao Fan's blood first. Determine the dosage, and then observe it for a period of time to see if those who take the antidote will show any abnormality. But, you have to continue acting. This kind of chaos in Yang Kingdom will continue. You strong men from the Yang Kingdom still have to show panic and nervousness. We must not let the Nightmare Court know that we already have the antidote.
Wisteria Shinichi took a deep breath.
I understand.
Katas couldn't help but speak.
Are those demonized people much stronger than before?
Zitingen nodded.
I am a 9th level strongman in Yang Kingdom. After being transformed into a demon, his power is almost the same as that of the Saint Realm. He is helping me deal with these things now. If he is free, He may be able to break through to the Holy Realm in one fell swoop. Tisk.
Katas frowned.
Why doesn't the Nightmare Garden choose our star country to implement its plan?
Everyone. Katas glanced at Shinichi Wisteria and said,
What are you talking about? Wisteria the guinea pig? I think you just got an advantage and behaved well.
Shinichi Wisteria snorted lightly. After returning to the room arranged by Zeeting Shinichi, Chen Fan immediately called Yi Hao and the others out. Yi Hao and Henry Chu walked out of the beast control space and were stunned when they saw this environment.
Brother Fan, where is this?
Yi Hao said.
Why does it feel like a palace? When it comes to the palace, it's almost the same.
Chen Fan sat down on the sofa and said,
This is the palace of the city lord of Kyoto, Yang Kingdom. Huh?
Shin Hongxiu reacted very loudly.
Why did you come to Yang Country? What did you do in Yang Country?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment.
I thought Hauzi's reaction should be the biggest. Why?
Shin Hongxiu ran up to Chen Fan, her forehead almost touching Chen Fan's.
Tell me first. Why did you come to Paoyang Country?
Fong Qingqing's face turned slightly red, and she quickly glanced at Chen Fan. Yi Hao winked at Shin Nato. Li Fengxing was still thinking about why Shin Hongxiu didn't want Chen Fan to come to Yang Country. Henry Chu sat on the chair, took out a pile of materials from the Sumer ring, and sorted the materials there, not paying attention to Yang Guo at all. Bai Ruch pouted.
Uncle, you shouldn't be this kind of person. Right. What kind of person are you?
Chen Fan pushed Shin Hongxiu's head away, and then told him about the Devil's Blood Project. At this moment, everyone's eyes became extremely solemn. Henry Chu collected all the materials.
I didn't expect that such a big thing would happen. But it's basically solved.
The blind men walked into the room and told everyone about Chen Fan's use of blood as an antidote. Everyone present was stunned. Boring. Yi Hao was also beside Chen Fan, and came over to Gu Yu.
I thought we were asked to come back because we needed our help. The result is that I came back to see Brother Fan pretending to be beautiful. Pa!
Chen Fan slapped Yi Hao on the back of the head.
I'm asking you to come out to relax. Do you understand that I want you to watch me pretend to be beautiful?
Yi Hao immediately sat up straight.
Brother Fan, there are succubi in the sixth secret realm outside Kyoto of Yang Kingdom. Let's catch a few and sign a contract with them. Shall we?
The murderous eyes of Shin Hongxiu and the other three girls immediately locked onto Yi Hao. Yi Hao pretended not to notice, walked to the sofa on the other side and sat down, crossing his legs. Correct, Henry Chu suddenly said.
During this period, I started to have that dream again.
Hearing this, Yi Hao, Shin Tao Ao, and Li Fengxing nodded at the same time.
Me too.
Chen Fan looked at Shin Hongxiu, Fong Qingqing, and Bai Rouge. But the three women all shook their heads. Chen Fan nodded and said,
It seems that it was indeed caused by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and a few divine weapons. What did you dream about?
It has been almost 2 months since the last time Henry Chu and the others had a dream. After having his first dream, Chen Fan urged Henry Chu and the others to sleep more. According to his guess, maybe Henry Chu and the others can obtain more information through dreams. For example, memories of past lives, or techniques at the level of gods and demons.
It's still the same scene.
Henry Chu frowned and said,
I tried to communicate with the Heaven Sacrifice Monument in my dream, but the Heaven Sacrifice Monument just kept repeating one sentence.
Yi Hao and the other three nodded at the same time.
Me too.
Chen Fan's face straightened.
What are you talking about?
Henry Chu glanced at Yi Hao and the others and said,
Let's all write on a piece of paper.
Yi Hao and Shin Tao nodded, took a piece of paper, and wrote a few words. Shin Fan took it over and took a look. On all 4 pieces of paper, it was written,
Chen Fan, Void, Skybreaking Demon Sword.
What does it mean? These few words can't even connect together.
Right?
Chen Fan touched his chin. The blind man was silent for a moment and said,
The Heaven Sacrifice Monument has recognized its owner. Even if the owner of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is not Chu Xian's previous life, there is no doubt that Chu Xian is the owner of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument now. Why are there no other things belonging to the original owner in the Heaven Sacrifice Monument? For example, a certain kind of god demonic level technique?
Everyone looked at Chen Fan. The blind man said again,
What does void mean? Xiao Fan said that the demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are all void demons. What is the difference between void demons and ordinary demons? Troublesome.
Chen Fan scratched his head. Chen Fan thought, stood up, and waved to everyone.
I have an idea. Follow me.
Everyone followed Chen Fan and entered the beast controlling space. In the beast control space, The orange cat that turned into a human form pounced on Chen Fan.
Chun Fan! Chun Fan! Give me some more blood. I digested the power of that drop of blood and became much stronger.
Everyone was stunned when they saw this.
Copy of Henry Chu.
When they came out of the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, this guy was sleeping on the grass. So they didn't see his face. Now that they saw it clearly, everyone was stunned. Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan.
Is this an orange cat? What orange cat?
The orange cat glared at Shen Hongxiu and said,
I am the leader of the demon sect.
Bai Rouge pursed his lips.
It's impossible for the leader of the heavenly demon sect to look like this. Right. Did you pinch Xian Chu's face when you transformed? What do you know?
The orange cat turned his head. Yi Hao gently patted the orange cat on the shoulder.
As the old saying goes, once you are a cat, you will always be a cat. Even if you turn into a human form, you are still a cat.
The orange cat was furious.
Why didn't I know there was such an ancient saying?
Shen Hongxiu said.
You are from Tianyu realm. It is normal that you don't know the ancient sayings of Blue Star. Shut up!
Chen Fan shouted angrily.
I almost forgot what I was going to do when you interrupted me.
The orange cat still wanted to speak, but was frightened and shut up immediately when Chen Fan gestured with the sky-breaking demonic sword. Chen Fan gestured to Henry Chu.
Take out the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
Chu Xian thought. And the Heaven Sacrifice Monument immediately appeared in the palm of his right hand. Chen Fan added,
Get bigger.
Under Chu Xian's control, the Heaven Sacrifice Monument became more than 2 meters high.
Back off!
Chen Fan waved his hand. Then, he raised his hand, and with the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand, he drew a void character on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
Boom!
The Heaven Sacrifice Monument trembled violently. A golden light was released from the void character, enveloping the Heavenly Sacrifice Monument. The 4 blind men were overjoyed.
I understand. The message conveyed in the dream of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is to let Xiaofan use the sky-breaking demonic sword to inscribe void characters on your divine weapons.
The lame people also had ecstasy in their eyes. Before this, Chen Fan had tried to engrave the cultivation characters of the void divine body and tell others about it. However, every time he tried, the void characters exploded immediately before they were formed. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to succeed this time. Using the sky-destroying demonic sword as a pen, he succeeded in inscribing void characters on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
What a terrifying power!
Henry Chu sensed the power on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, and his eyes were full of shock.
Is this the power of gods and demons? Unthinkable.
Yi Hao touched his nose and said,
Is just one character so exaggerated?
Henry Chu said,
I can only use a little bit of the power of this character. Just like a dog biting Mount Tai with no place to bite. This is your description.
Yi Hao glanced at Henry Chu.
You describe yourself like this? I don't know why. I am very happy.
Chen Fan didn't say anything, but he raised the sky-breaking demon sword again and carved the second void character on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Easy and hassle-free. But Chen Fan frowned. Seeing this, Yi Hao asked cautiously,
What's wrong? Brother Fan? Is it a lot of consumption? Or is it very difficult?
Chen Fan said a little speechlessly.
It's difficult. But it's not very difficult. There are not many words in the Void Divine Body's magic formula. But there are 90,000 void characters in it. I want to engrave these 90,000 void characters on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Superior. After that, I will engrave these 90,000 void characters on your divine pillar. Behind there are the 12 wings of the God King and Fengxing's palace. Isn't this going to tire me out like a dog?
Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yi Hao said with a serious face.
Brother Fan, don't be in a hurry. Really don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Can you help me get those void characters on the Tongtian divine pillar first?
Everyone.
Let's do this.
Chen Fan said.
I will first engrave the magic formula on several divine weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Tongtian divine pillar. Hongxiu, Qingqing, and Rouge. You haven't gotten back the divine weapons yet. But I'm sure you can also practice. It's just speed. Maybe not as fast as Housie and the others.
The orange cat came over and said,
This method is good? Don't be discouraged. Let's practice together and communicate together.
Bai Rouge.
What does it have to do with you?
Orange cat said with a serious face.
I have more than 300 years of cultivation experience. And I can help you answer many questions about cultivation. Let him practice.
Chen Fan said lightly. Although the orange cat has transformed, it is still his beast. The 2 parties have signed a contract. Chen Fan's current cultivation strength has improved by leaps and bounds. and he has no fear even when facing the Holy Realm. But he had a vague feeling that there might be something bigger waiting for him. The cultivation strength of Chu Xian and the others were far behind him. If they can also cultivate the void divine body, they can definitely reduce their pressure. As for being chased in the dream, Chen Fan didn't take it to heart at all. The void divine body is in his hands, and no one can cultivate it faster than him.
Let's start with the Heaven Sacrifice Monument.
Chen Fan mentioned the sky-breaking demon sword again. Everyone in the beast-controlling space was immediately shocked. There is nothing more exciting than this. Even the blind man and the lame man began to gear up. Chapter 300 Breaking into the Demon's Sect. Click! After writing the last words, Chen Fan took back the sky-breaking demonic sword.
This is the most basic training method for the void divine body. There are floors 1 to 9 behind you. I can't do it today. I still have some void power, but my mental power has been exhausted. I'll write the rest slowly in the future.
Chen Fan's body swayed a moment or two and almost fell down. Shin Hongxiu quickly supported him. On the memorial tablet, each text seems to have come alive, constantly flashing strange lights. Everyone looked at the thoughts on the memorial tablet with burning eyes. By practicing this part, you can open the void divine body. The power of the heaven-breaking demon sword and the heaven sacrifice monument can actually withstand the strange power of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Enrichu said,
I have already written it down.
Everyone. The orange cat was stunned for a moment and said,
This is impossible. There are more than 500 lines, and I just played the first line a few times. My mental power is much stronger than yours. How could you possibly do that?
Li Fengxing scratched his head.
I only remembered the 5 words in the first line. What's going on? After I wrote down the first line, I immediately forgot it.
Fong Qingqing and others nodded.
Me too. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat on the head and said,
Did your IQ originally have such a low level? Or did your IQ drop after you became an orange cat? The Heaven Sacrifice Monument is Chu Xian's natal magic weapon. Xiaofan engraved the formula on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, which is equivalent to engraving it in Chu Xian's mind. How can other people compare to Henry Chu if they go to watch?
The orange cat turned his head and said,
How many times have you written down?
The cripple's face turned red, and he slapped the orange cat again. The deaf man said calmly,
There are 3 characters missing between the 2 lines.
Yi Hao grinned.
I was feeling annoyed just now. I remembered it for a long time and then forgot about it. But I was afraid of disturbing Brother Fan's work. Don't worry now. When Brother Fan recovers, just engrave these words on my divine pillar of heaven.
Shin Nato and Li Fengxing breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
You guys get busy. I'll go out for a walk.
Chen Fan yawned and prepared to leave the beast control space. Yi Hao, Shin Tao Ao, and Li Fengxing all followed. Shin Hongxiu and others wanted to follow them. But unlike Yi Hao and others, the 3 of them did not have magical weapons, like the heaven-bearing divine pillar in their hands. Just after leaving the beast-controlling space, Chen Fan's face shape and figure began to change rapidly, transforming into Kimura Rifeng's appearance. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment.
Brother Fan, what are you doing?
Chen Fan said,
I cannot let the Nightmare Court discover that I have come to Yang Country. You guys should also change your appearance.
Yi Hao and the other 3 looked at each other in confusion. Chen Fan reacted, rolled his eyes, opened the beast control space again, and pushed Yi Hao and the others in.
Let Blind Grandpa and the others teach you the art of transformation.
The 3 of them, Yi Hao, are all still in the 6th level, and it is impossible for them to
pinch their face,
directly like Chen Fan. After a while, 3 strange men came out. Kimura Reifeng led 3 people and swaggered out of the Kyoto City Lord's Palace. Kyoto Castle Lord's Palace. Shinichi Wisteria opened her eyes. Where did Chen Fan and the others come from? Where is that vortex connected to? Right under his nose at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. He disappears as soon as he disappears, and appears as soon as he appears. But he is completely unpredictable. Wisteria Shinichi couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
Whoa! This is my first time coming to Yang Country. This is the legendary country where 2 people can make a movie. Why is there no one on the road? Idiot! The Nightmare Court is doing things there. And it's frightening people like Yang Gua. They all regard it as a contagious plague. And of course, they can't leave behind closed doors.
Chen Fan was about to speak. Suddenly, a beautiful woman came over and whispered something. Chen Fan and the 4 others remained silent. In the language of Yang Gua, Yi Hao and the others are limited to a few sentences such as Flax D and Begoyanu. Chen Fan is a bit stronger. Chen Fan also knows that
a bag of rice has to carry several floors.
And
A bag of rice has to carry 2 floors. What kind of bird language are you talking about?
Chen Fan blinked and said,
Do you know Chinese? If not, get out.
The woman was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said in Chinese,
Why are you back? Yang Kingdom is now in chaos, and there is no way in or out. If you come back at this time, you can't even think about going out now. The Protector is currently communicating with the top management of Yang Kingdom to see if we, the people of the Heavenly Demon Sect, can be allowed to leave Yang Kingdom first. But for some reason, the senior leaders of Yang Kingdom have a very tough attitude. Now the relationship between the Demon Sect and Yang Kingdom is a bit tense.
Demon Cult? Is Kimura Lingfeng a member of the Demon Sect? The Heavenly Demon Sect has a protector in Kyoto. Yang Kingdom? Chen Fan touched his chin. He did remember that Chiyoko was from the Demon Sect, and Chiyoko always follows Kimura Reifeng, like a little follower. Chen Fan said calmly,
Yang Gui is extremely nervous right now. Can the Protector really convince Shirtu Shinichi? Shoo!
The woman was startled.
You are crazy! Kyoto and the 5 main cities around Kyoto are all under the spiritual power of that adult. Do you want to kill me if you say that adult's name outside the City Lord's palace?
Chen Fan said nothing. He really didn't expect to encounter people from the Demon Sect as soon as he left the Kyoto City Lord's mansion. The woman then said,
Come back with me to find the commander to recover his life. Protector Ding is very dissatisfied with what happened to you in the Tang Dynasty Demon City some time ago. Several commanders were scolded bloody by him.
Chen Fan glanced at the woman and said,
You speak Chinese so fluently. Are you from the Tang Dynasty?
The woman stopped. Then, she swayed and quickly stepped back 10 meters.
You are not Kimura Reifeng. You don't even know me. No wonder. You can't understand Yang Gui's language either.
Chen Fan stretched out his left hand. A tyrannical and unpredictable force instantly enveloped the woman's body and captured her. The woman wanted to resist, but how could she? She was a middle-level 6th grade girl. But she was powerless to resist in front of this mysterious man disguised as Kimura Reifeng. The strangest thing is that, not far from the palace of the lord of the city of Kyoto, the powerful men from the Yang Kingdom didn't even react at all.
Click!
Chen Fan's left hand clasped the woman's right shoulder. The woman was so painful that she shed tears.
Spare my life. I am from the Tang Dynasty. I am from the demonic sky city of the Tang Dynasty. Magic City?
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. Yi Hao said,
Aren't Ling Kong Yu and Mu Yuan from Demonic City?
The woman immediately said,
I am Mu Yuan's cousin. My name is Mu Yu. Are you Mu Yuan's cousin?
Chen Fan frowned and let go of Mu Yu. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't pay attention at all. And he would definitely give this woman some trouble. People from the Tang State, who do not stay in the Tang State to protect their own country, but come here to help the Yang State should be beaten even if they do not deserve to die. Although Mu Yu is a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect is headquartered in the Yang Kingdom, and has obviously reached some kind of agreement with the Yang Kingdom. So the Heavenly Demon Sect must also be helping the Yang Kingdom. But this woman is Mu Yuan's sister. Chen Fan glanced at Mu Yu silently and said,
How do you prove that you are Mu Yuan's cousin Mu Yu? I have Mu Yuan on WeChat.
Mu Yu clicked on her smartwatch and showed the chat history between herself and Mu Yuan to Chen Fan and others. In the chat record, Mu Yuan mentioned the names of Chen Fan and Yi Hao many times, saying that he wanted Mu Yu to return to China, and then introduced Chen Fan to her. Chen Fan smiled apologetically, patted Mu Yu's shoulder gently with his palm, and injected a little void divine power. Then, he said,
Take me to the Protector Ding you mentioned.
Mu Yu glanced around and said,
The Tang State and the Demon Sect are allies, but I rashly take you to see the Protector. I'm afraid. You can just tell me where it is.
Chen Fan interrupted Mu Yu and said,
I have some connection with the Demon Sect, and I want to do something with him.
Mu Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
What should I do?
Chen Fan grinned. Mu Yu shuddered and said,
Guardian Ding is not in Kyoto. He is in the main city of Toyama.
Chen Fan frowned.
Is there a guardian of the Heavenly Demon Sect in the capital of Yang Kingdom? No.
Mu Yu shook her head and said,
There are only 3 commanders here in Kyoto. Then there is no other way.
Chen Fan said,
We can only go to Fushan to find Protector Ding. Mu Yu was surprised. But now all the main cities in Yang Kingdom have been sealed. You can't get in. But you can't get out?
With a thought, Chen Fan took out a level 30 demon crystal core from the Sumera ring and placed it in Mu Yu's hand. He smiled and said,
I didn't know you were Mu Yuan's sister before. Please don't blame me for offending you.
The words just fell. Chen Fan and Yi Hao disappeared at the same time. Mu Yu looked at the demon crystal core in her hand, feeling the terrifying power surging within it, and felt that everything just happened was like a dream. Chen Fan entered the virtual soul state, took Yihao and others hostage, and left Kyoto directly for the main city of Toyama. After a while, the walls of the main city of Fushan appeared in Chen Fan's sight. Chen Fan didn't stop for a moment, and entered the main city of Fushan directly. As soon as Yihao and others entered the main city of Fushan, two figures took a step in the air, and appeared directly in front of him. A 9th grade peak powerhouse. Although the two 9th level pinnacles from Yang Kingdom couldn't see Chen Fan and others, they still sensed their presence, like facing a formidable enemy. But the next moment, mysterious Shinichi's voice sounded in the minds of those two people. The expressions of the two men changed, and they immediately nodded slightly and backed away.
Wait!
Chen Fan appeared and said,
Do you know where the demon cult Protector Ding is?
The two powerful men from Yang Kingdom looked at each other, both surprised by Chen Fan's youth. One of them said,
Guardian Ding has left the main city and gone to the Heavenly Demon Sect's headquarters. We don't know the specific location of the Heavenly Demon Sect's headquarters. It should be in a certain secret realm. There is a Heavenly Demon Sect station southwest of the main city of Toyama, and all the members of the Heavenly Demon Sect are there. Thank you.
Chen Fan's body turned into nothingness again, and with Yihao and the others, they moved to the southwest of the main city of Fushan in just one breath. Yihao was extremely excited.
Wow! Wow! Brother Fan's void divine body is so amazing. If we cultivate to this point,
Shen Tao answered,
looking at your wretched expression.
You wouldn't want to spy on a girl taking a bath after cultivating the void divine body, would you?
Li Fengxing nodded.
There's no need to guess. That's what you must have thought.
Yihao glared angrily.
Get out.
Below, there are classical buildings, just like an ancient city. Chen Fan just glanced briefly and appeared with Yihao and others. As soon as the four people appeared, many figures immediately rose into the sky from the Heavenly Demon Sect station below.
Brush. Brush. Brush.
One after another, figures surrounded Chen Fan and the four of them.
Who dares to be so bold and break into our Heavenly Demon Sect's residence?
A middle-aged man wearing a battle armor, after seeing Chen Fan clearly, said softly,
Kimura Reifeng? Why is it you? Wrong. You can't be Kimura Reifeng. Your cultivation strength far exceeds Kimura Reifeng. Who are you?
There was a group of people around. Their swords were unsheathed, and they were all pointed at Chen Fan and the others. Waves of mental power locked onto Chen Fan and the others. Chen Fan didn't feel anything at all. But Yihao and the other three, who had not yet reached the 7th level, their faces became extremely ugly under the oppression of those powerful mental powers. Fortunately, they have faced countless powerful demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. So although they feel the pressure is huge, they can still withstand it. Chen Fan glanced at the speaker. The middle-aged man who spoke, as well as the two people on the other side, were full of aura and were already in the late 8th stage. Chen Fan frowned.
Are there no guardians here in the main city of Fushan? Who are you?
The middle-aged man who spoke before said in a deep voice.
Why do you want to find our heavenly demon cult protector?
Chen Fan's eyes flashed red.
Whisper of the Demon King.
Has been activated. All the powerful men from the Heavenly Demon Sect surrounding him were instantly controlled. Yihao and the others only felt the pressure on their bodies, which suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chen Fan landed lightly on the ground and walked towards the largest building. A group of powerful men from the Heavenly Demon Sect also flew down and followed Chen Fan. How did Brother Fan do this? Yihao and the others were stunned. A group of people walked into a hall. Chen Fan sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and said,
The demon cult has a special method of sending messages. Send a message to Protector Ding and ask him to come see me.
An 8th level man bowed slightly.
Yes.
Immediately, the fingers of the 8th level man's hands were like butterflies and flying flowers, and he quickly changed several seals. Then, on the ground in front of him, a magic circle appeared. Above the magic circle, light flashes continuously. After a while, a shadow appeared. The phantom had its hands behind its back.
Chapter 301 Looking for the Traitor.
Orange Cat. Is this Guardian Ding the left or right Guardian?
Chen Fan turned on the exploration function of the beast control space, allowing the orange cats and others in the beast control space to see everything outside. The orange cat was stunned, and after looking at the heaven sacrifice monument a little reluctantly, he glanced at Protector Ding and said,
Not at all? Have you come to the demon sect?
Chen Fan said,
I remember you said at the beginning that there are 6 guardians in Tianma sect. But only the left guardian and the right guardian were brought over from Tianyu realm by you. Only the left guardian and the right guardian can be completely trusted. And the treasure house of the demon sect is controlled by the left guardian and the right guardian? That's right,
Orange Cat said with murderous intent in his eyes.
only the left guardian and the right guardian can open the treasure house of the demon sect. And the person who colluded with the Nightmare Court to harm me must be among the other four. Ding Yu is one of them. Be careful. He is already at the peak of the 9th rank. 9th level peak? So strong?
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not afraid of the 9th level peak. When he was in the Demon City, he was still in the 7th level, under the Holy Realm. No one could hurt him. After breaking through to the 9th level on the road, attacks from ordinary Holy Realms may not be able to do anything to him. However, on the other hand, with his current strength, it is still unknown whether he can kill the 9th level peak.
You dare to come to the demon sect, but don't you dare to reveal your true identity?
Seeing that Chen Fan was silent, Protector Ding asked again.
It seems that our heavenly demon sect has never offended you. Right.
While speaking, Protector Ding's eyes swept over the group of powerful men from the demon sect. The more he looked at it, the more frightened Protector Ding became. None of those people were injured, but everyone is like a puppet, with expressionless faces and distracted eyes. Looking at this, the two sides didn't even make a move, and the other party took control of a group of powerful people from the demon sect. Who is this person? This is the main city of Toyama. Within the main city of Fushan, there are still strong men from the Yam Kingdom. How dare he?
Should you come to see me, or should I go find you?
After Chen Fan said lightly, he gently wiped the ring in his hand. That is the token of the leader of the demon cult. But most of the time, Chen Fan uses his mental power to cover it, so ordinary people don't notice the gems on it, and just think it is an ordinary ring. At this time, Chen Fan lifted the spiritual power covering, and the gem also shone brightly.
What?
Protector Ding was shocked.
You are the one in the 5th secret realm of Tang Kingdom Demon City. It's me.
Chen Fan nodded indifferently. He now has enough confidence, so he no longer cares about this kind of thing. I transformed into Kimura Reifeng, but I just wanted to save myself some trouble. After hesitating for a moment,
Bang!
Protector Ding knelt down on one knee.
Subordinate. See the leader?
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly.
Where are you now?
Protector Ding did not speak, but looked around cautiously.
It doesn't matter,
Chen Fan said calmly.
Except for Shinichi's eating who is eavesdropping. There is no one else here.
Protector Ding.
Ahem.
Wisteria Shinichi coughed lightly, and his mental power receded like a tide. Chen Fan.
Now! That old guy has run away too. Say it.
Protector Ding's eyes flashed with light. Is this new leader so great? Even Wisteria Shinichi was scared off by his words?
In response to the leader's words,
Guardian Ding said,
I am in the 8th secret realm 500 miles southeast of the main city of Fushan. I will go back to the main city of Fushan now. I'll go there faster.
Chen Fan said.
Wait for me in the 8th secret realm.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan's body quickly disappeared, and Yi Hao and the others were swept up, and they left the main city of Fushan in an instant. Yi Hao,
Brother Fan, the leader, is so majestic and domineering. Faced with this shocking situation, even I, Yi Hao, have to stay away from the edge for a while.
Chen Fan, Shin Tao Tao.
Brother Fan, there are many beauties in the demon sect. I just saw several of them. They are too beautiful to be human. Why don't you find some beauties?
Li Fingxing shouted violently.
Shut up. Shin Tao Tao. I thought Yi Hao would say something like this, but I didn't expect these words to come from your mouth. Don't you think it's too shameless?
Yi Hao and Shin Tao Tao both looked sideways at Li Fingxing.
Tisk,
Chen Fan said.
I brought you out originally to relax, but in the end, the demon sect came. How about you guys go back to the beast control space? The Orange Cat said that Protector Ding is at the peak of the 9th level. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you in a fight. If you accidentally die, wouldn't that be unfair?
Shin Nato and Li Fingxing. Yi Hao said.
Then let's go back first. Aren't we all watching the show inside and outside anyway? After the matter with the demon sect is resolved. Brother Fan, please let us come out and go shopping in Kyoto. Yes.
Chen Fan sent Yi Hao and others into the beast-controlling space. In just a few breaths, a large gap appeared in his sight. This should be the 8th secret realm of Toyama. In his virtual soul state, Chen Fan covered an area of 100 meters outside the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, there is an army stationed. The strongest among them is the 7th grade cultivation level. With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan activated the
Whisper of the Demon King,
controlled the 7th level person, and asked,
"Is this the 8th secret realm of Fushan?" "Yes."
The controlled 7th level player nodded. Chen Fan let go of his restraints and quietly slipped into the 8th secret realm.
"What happened just now?"
The 7th grade strongman from the Yang Kingdom shook his head. "I was in a trance just now, as if I was too sleepy to bear it. So I took a nap? The problem is, I am in the 7th level. Even if I don't sleep for a month or two, it is impossible for me to feel tired like this." The mental power of the 7th level expert immediately swept out in all directions, searching for abnormalities inch by inch. Inside the 8th secret, Chen Fan and Guardian Ding sensed each other immediately.
"What a speed!"
Protector Ding was surprised. And the next moment, he was surprised. Chen Fan was right in front of him, revealing his true identity.
"Subordinate Ding Yu, please see the leader?"
Ding Yu knelt down on one knee again and lowered his head.
"That doesn't have to be the case. Get up,"
Chen Fan said.
"Is this the 8th secret realm, where the headquarters of the demon sect is located?"
Ding Yu stood up and said,
"After the old leader's accident, the general rudder of the demon sect has been removed and dispersed to various secret realms. Although we are allies with Yang country, we are also worried about Shinichi Shirtu and others. And regarding the old leader, we suspect there is a traitor in the church. So in the first moment, it all spread out."
Chen Fan's mental power continued to extend in all directions. In the 8th secret realm, there are 2 at the 8th level, and 1 at the early stage of the 9th level. There is only one protector, Ding Yu. Chen Fan frowned and said,
"Where are the other guardians?"
Ding Yu said respectfully.
"The left protector and Lu protector went to the Tang kingdom some time ago, and the right protector and Zhang protector have been in the Star kingdom. Guardian Sun and I have been in Yang country. Guardian Sun is currently in the main city of Tianyuan in Yang kingdom."
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said,
"Summon all your beasts and show them to me."
Ding Yu was stunned for a moment, but without thinking much, he summoned several beasts. 6 royal beasts. The aura of each beast is extremely powerful. Chen Fan glanced at the 6 beasts. There are no demons and no demonized beasts. However, this alone cannot eliminate Ding Yu's suspicion. According to Orange Cat, among the 6 guardians of the Tianma sect, only the left guardian and the right guardian are absolutely loyal, and they were brought over from Tianyu realm by him. The guardian on the left went to the Tang kingdom, and the guardian on the right went to the Star kingdom. There is no way to open the treasure house of the demon sect now. Chen Fan blinked a little depressed. To be honest, the only attraction of the demon sect to him now is this treasure house. This is the treasure trove brought by Orange Cat from Tianyu realm, and most of the resources of Tianma sect are in it. If we get this treasure house back, Li Mu will probably be able to jump 3 feet high. As for avenging the Orange Cat, it was just a matter of course. How can it be so easy to find the traitors among the 4 guardians of the demon sect? Unless the
Whisper of the Demon King
can control such a strong man. We can only capture a few 9th grade strong men from the Nightmare Court for interrogation. Chen Fan thought for a moment and said,
"Contact Protector Sun and ask him to come and see me. Then we will contact the Protector's Right and Protector Zhang from the Star Kingdom and ask them to come to the Yang Kingdom."
This, Ding Yu hesitated.
"What?"
Chen Fan frowned.
"Is there a problem?"
Ding Yu lowered his head slightly and said,
"No problem. I'll contact them now."
Whether you are convinced or not is another matter. On the surface, as a protector, Ding Yu would not dare to fall out with the new leader. In the 5th restricted area of the demon city, kill the ancient gods and demons. Based on this, who in the world can do it? Even for the old leader, it is absolutely impossible. Ding Yu suppressed the shock in his heart, took out an incense and lit it, and then used the secret method of the demon sect. Several shadows appeared at the same time. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan was also amazed. This place is within a secret realm. The heavenly demon sect from the Tianyu realm still has something to offer.
"Ding Yu?"
As soon as the shadow of Protector Sun appeared, he frowned and said,
"You and I are both in Yang country. Why are you wasting the message instance to contact me?"
On the other side, Protector Zhua and Protector Zhang were slightly startled when they saw Chen Fan beside Ding Yu. Ding Yu said in a deep voice,
"Everyone, the person standing next to me is the new leader of our demon sect." "What?"
Protector Sun and others were shocked. The killing of the 6-eyed Abyss Lord in the 5th restricted area of the demon city has already been reported back to the demon sect. At that time, the demon sect also sent many 6th grade realms into it. At that time, Chen Fan, who was wearing black armor and a helmet, admitted that he was the new leader of the demon sect in front of a group of demon sect members. Several guardians looked at Chen Fan with inexplicable horror. Chen Fan expressionlessly wiped the ring on his finger. The ring released a ray of light, which was very eye-catching in this dim area.
Subordinates, please see the leader.
Protectors Wu and Protector Zhang knelt down on one knee at the same time. Protector Sun hesitated for a moment, struggled with his eyes, and then knelt down. Chen Fan saw Protector Sun's expression in his eyes, and his expression moved slightly.
You guys set out immediately, and come to Yang Country to see me. Guardian Sun, you are in Yang Country. Come to the number 8 secret area of Fushan in Yang Country now.
Leader, Guardians was said with a serious face.
We, the Heavenly Demon Sect, have an agreement with the top management of Star Kingdom. Yang Kingdom is now in chaos, and Star Kingdom is also facing a formidable enemy. So we need to help them guard against the Nightmare Garden. If the two of us leave Star Country now.
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and said,
Tell Katas, he won't stop you from coming to Yang Country.
For Guardians, this new leader has such a strong tone. Katas from the Star Kingdom is the same as Wisteria Shinichi from the Yang Kingdom. One of the 6 strongest people from Blue Star. That is the existence at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. Even the old leader would not dare to point fingers at Katas like this.
Right?
Protectors Wu opened his mouth and said after a while.
Yes, I understand. Guardian Zhang and I are leaving now.
Protector Sun rolled his eyes and said,
Leader, you are summoning us now. Is there anything important you have to do? I don't know what means the Nightmare Court used to corrupt and demonize many strong men in the Yang Kingdom. It's too risky to let Guardians Wu and the others come over now. Oh,
Chen Fan said.
I got a lot of benefits after killing the ancient demon in the demon city of Tang Dynasty. One of these things can help some of you break through to the Holy Realm. There is such a treasure.
Guardians Wu and Guardian Zhang were ecstatic. Protector Sun said.
What kind of treasure is it?
With a thought in Chen Fan's mind. The whirlpool portal of the beast controlling space immediately appeared in front of him. Then, he stretched out his hand into the beast control space and took out the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Inside the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, Chu Xian and others. Chen Fan held the Heaven Sacrifice Monument in his right hand and said calmly,
This is it.
As he spoke, several void characters that Chen Fan had previously inscribed on the memorial tablet began to glow with golden light.
What a terrifying power!
Ding Yu, who was beside him, felt the power of the void characters and retreated continuously. Although the 3 guardians couldn't feel the power of the void characters. At first glance, their minds were instantly filled with golden characters, as if they were suppressing a mountain. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and put the Heaven Sacrifice steel back into the beast controlling space. Everyone in the beast control space. Chen Fan said,
I can kill ancient demons because of this thing. This thing can also help you break through to the Holy Realm.
In the beast control space, Henry Chu said expressionlessly,
Are the guardians of the Heavenly Demon Sect so easy to fool? Nonsense!
Orange Cat said.
The void character that Chen Fan just touched contains the real divine power of the void. Not to mention my heavenly demon cult protector. If he puts this thing in front of Li Mu and the others will also be fooled. Who can resist this temptation?
Li Fingxing scratched his head and said,
Why did Brother Fan show them the Heaven Sacrifice Monument?
The Orange Cat looked at Li Fingxing and sighed.
Why does he have a palace with this kind of intelligence? But I don't.
Li Fingxing said.
You are a cat. And a cat's nest is enough. What kind of palace do you want?
Orange Cat. Outside world. Protector Sun's eyes also showed a look of ecstasy.
Master, please wait a moment. I will be there soon.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. Several phantoms turned into dots of light at the same time, and then disappeared without a trace. Chen Fan turned his head slightly, looked at Ding Yu, and said,
How much do you know about Protector Sun?
Ding Yu was stunned for a moment and said,
Guardian Sun joined the religion earlier than me. He is my senior and his strength is superior to mine. He has a total of 7 beasts, one of which is a demon with the unpredictable power to swallow the sky and the earth. A beast protected by Protector Sun is a demon?
Chen Fan's eyes flashed. Ding Yu said,
Yes. Very powerful.
Chen Fan said calmly,
Do you think Protector Sun is a traitor to the demon sect? Where did you start talking about this?
Ding Yu was surprised.
Orange Cat coughs. The old leader was practicing in a restricted area in the Tang Kingdom.
Chen Fan said,
There are probably not many people in the Heavenly Demon Sect who know his specific training location. Do you know?
Ding Yu opened his mouth and said,
I know. But Protector Sun has always been trusted by the old leader. How could he do such a thing?
Xin Fan said.
Order all the believers in the 8th Secret Realm to immediately leave the 8th Secret Realm and enter the main city of Fushan in Yang Kingdom. Oh?
Ding Yu was stunned for a moment.
Yes.
Although he didn't understand the meaning of the new leader's order, Ding Yu immediately transmitted the order with his mental power. The members of the Heavenly Demon sect in the 8th Secret Realm immediately took action and quickly headed towards the exit of the 8th Secret Realm. In the beast control space, the orange cat asked.
Do you suspect it is Protector Sun?
Fan Qingqing said.
I just noticed that there is indeed something wrong with Protector Sunday.
Xin Fan said in the beast control space.
I must kill him and turn him upside down.
Everyone. Bai Rouge added.
Protector Ding is at the peak of the 9th level and the 5th level. And my uncle has killed the ancient demon god in the 5th restricted area. If the traitor passes the information to the Nightmare Court, and the strong men from the Nightmare Court, they must all be in the middle to late stage of 9th grade. If it doesn't work out, we might come to a holy realm. Orange Cat, your current strength is about the same as that of an ordinary 9th level person. If you go out, I'm afraid you will die without a burial place.
Orange Cat. This little girl is so annoying. Chapter 302 Yi Hong yet arrives, and the 8th Secret Realm is sealed. Yan Country. Kyoto Castle Lord's Palace. Wisteria Shinichi sat with her eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and ejaculated.
Grown-ups!
In front. Four strong men wearing black armor appeared out of thin air. Wisteria Shinichi frowned and said in a deep voice.
Guard Kyoto.
His voice still echoed in the hall. But the person had disappeared. In the hall, one of the 4 black-armored men narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted coldly.
Notify all the main cities to open the defense array to the limit and enter a state of combat readiness.
The other 3 nodded slightly and disappeared at the same time. A strong wind swept the clouds. Below, the sea surges. The figure of Wisteria Shinichi appeared above the sea. He put his hands behind his back, looked ahead indifferently, and said,
Since you brought me here, why don't you show up?
2 figures slowly appeared in front of Wisteria Shinichi. Both of them have a pair of sharp horns on their foreheads. Zidingzhen narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly,
Demon King of the South Territory. Demon King of the North Territory?
What appeared in front of Shinichi Wisteria was the Demon King of the South, and the Demon of the North among the 5 Demon Kings of the Nightmare Garden.
The king does not see the king.
Over the years, Wisteria Shinichi has also dealt with these 2 people several times. But the 2 sides are wary of each other, and have almost never communicated at such a close distance. And the 5 Demon Kings of the Nightmare Garden rarely show up so arrogantly. Wisteria Shinichi's thoughts moved slightly, and a strange triangular stone in his arms flashed slightly.
Wisteria, don't waste your efforts.
The Demon King of the Southern Territory said calmly.
The area with a radius of thousands of miles has been shrouded by our restrictions. Your message cannot be spread. It's impossible for you to ask Li Mu and the others for help.
Zidingzhen said expressionlessly.
If you want to kill me, you 2 are not enough.
There was a trace of anger in the eyes of the Demon King of the Southern region and the Demon King of the Northern region. However, they could not refute it. When the 5 Demon Kings of the Nightmare Court first came to Blue Star, their cultivation level was not high and their talents were average. In the final analysis, they were forcibly promoted to the pinnacle of the Holy Realm by the 6th Heaven Demon King using Devil's Blood. And this peak of the Holy Realm is also their limit. The 5 Demon Kings have the power of the peak of the Holy Realm, but they do not have the realm of the peak of the Holy Realm. What's more, in the battle with Tang State 18 years ago, several Demon Kings were almost beaten to death by Chu Qingcheng. Now the 5 Demon Kings are all injured, and no one is in peak condition. But Shinichi Wisteria is at his peak, and it's the real pinnacle of the Holy Realm. With 1 against 2, maybe Wisteria Shinichi will fall behind. But the Demon King of the Southern region and the Demon King of the Northern region want to kill him. But it's not that easy. Wisteria, the Demon King of the North, raised his lips slightly and said,
We came to you not to kill you. I really want to kill you, but I won't wait until today.
Wisteria Shinichi remained silent. The Demon King of the North Territory continued.
Many people in Yang Kingdom have become demons now. No matter what means you use, you can't suppress it. From the moment our plan is ready to be launched, the fate of this world has been determined.
Ziding's face was as deep as water.
What exactly do you want to do? Assimilate.
The Demon King of the North Territory snorted coldly and said,
You Blue Star regard our heavenly demon clan as a foreign race and want to kill them quickly. But after our plan is implemented, the entire Blue Star will become a world of demons. Not just all the races in Blue Star, but also our demon tribe ourselves. You, us, will eventually become a race of demons.
Purple Tingzhen's eyes flashed with anger.
Are you all crazy?
The Demon King of the Northern Territory smiled and said,
We have no antidote in our hands. All demonized people or monsters will eventually fall into madness and become real demons. But if you work with us, we can provide an antidote. The antidote can help the demonized person regain consciousness.
Wisteria Shinichi frowned. The Demon King of the North Territory said,
Everyone above the 4th level of the Nightmare Court has been transformed into demons, including the 5 of us. Not only do we have powerful power, but we also have clear consciousness. We can also switch between demonic state and normal state at will.
Wisteria,
you are different from us. We relied entirely on external forces, but it was under Shinhan's guidance that you reached the peak of the Holy Realm. But you have been stuck in this realm for many years. Blue Star's star power is not enough to help you break through this last bottleneck.
Wisteria Shinichi's eyes moved slightly.
So, you want me to join you?
The Demon King of the North Territory laughed.
If you join us, our remaining devil's blood can help you break through to the demigod realm. When the time comes, you will become one of the devil kings, and we will surrender to you. The Demon King?
Shinichi Wisteria was moved. Seeing this, the Demon King of the North Territory struck while the iron was hot.
Wisteria, in fact, our Nightmare Garden has said many years ago that we never want to fight you to the death on this little blue star. We have never thought about robbing your blue star resources. We just want to go back to Tianyu Realm. But Shinhan sealed the passage between Tianyu Realm and Blue Star, and suppressed the 6th Heaven Demon King. If you cooperate with us, we will help you break through to the demigod realm. You only need to help us rescue the 6th Heaven Demon King and join forces with the 6th Heaven Demon King to open the seal of the passage to the Tianyu Realm. If you are willing to follow us to Tianyu Realm, we will naturally welcome you. If you don't want to follow us to Tianyu Realm, you can also stay in Blue Star. You are the supreme existence of Blue Star. From now on, you don't have to look at Li Mu anymore. And you don't have to worry about being squeezed out by Li Mu and Zhang Jiang.
Wisteria Shinichi took a deep breath.
It's indeed very tempting. But how can I believe that the devil's blood you call can help me achieve the legendary demigod realm?
The Demon King of the North Territory said,
I asked your disciple Ino to corrupt Inoue, who is at the peak of the 9th grade, just because I want you to see the power of devil's blood. Inoue himself is already at the peak of the 9th level. After being corrupted by the devil's blood, half of his feet have now entered the holy realm. Right. Inoue's current strength is only stronger than that of the ordinary saint realm in its initial stage. You know this very well. Right. The devil's blood used to corrode the well is just the devil's blood that we diluted tens of millions of times.
Shinichi Wisteria laughed.
If the devil's blood you are talking about really has such terrifying power, why are the 5 of you still at the peak of the holy realm and not breaking through to the demigod realm?
The Demon King of the Northern Territory seemed to have guessed what Shinichi Wisteria would say. He smiled and said,
The talents of the 5 of us are far less than those of you and Li Mu. The peak of the holy realm. This is our upper limit. I'm not afraid to tell you either. There is a limit to the amount of demonic blood that anyone can bear. The 5 of us have already reached our limit. If we touch the devil's blood again, we may fall into madness and become completely demonized.
Wisteria Shinichi raised his head slightly.
What if I refuse?
The Demon King of the Southern region and the Demon King of the Northern region shrank their eyes at the same time. The Demon King of the North Territory laughed and said,
Even if you refuse, you can't stop our plan. Yang Kingdom will soon have its entire population demonized. Even if you can control Yang Country.
Why do you control us to attack other small countries? The monsters emerging from the secret realm and restricted area have already overwhelmed Blue Star. If every country, every beast, every monster, all turned into demons. In the end, only you and Li Mu were left. What are you fighting with us for?
Wisteria Shinichi said nothing. Around him, summoning magic circles appeared one by one. A total of 9 powerful beasts crawled out of the summoning circle. The Demon King of the South Territory's eyes turned cold.
Z-Tongue, you are toasting and not eating. But you will be fine with wine.
Shinichi Wisteria said calmly.
Since you two are here, it would be rude for me, Shinichi Wisteria, not to fight. Let me see what the 2 Demon Kings of the Nightmare Court have to do.
The Demon King of the Southern Territory sneered.
Z-Ting, do you think you are Zhang Jiang or Li Mu? With a few little beasts. You want to fight 1 against 2?
At this time, a voice sounded behind the 2 Demon Kings of the Southern Territory.
What if you add me to the list? Yi Hongyan, the Empress of the Demon Clan.
The Demon King of the Southern region and the Demon King of the Northern region were shocked. The two suddenly turned around and saw Yi Hongyan slowly walking out of a whirlpool with her hands behind her back. Damn it! The expression of the Demon King of the Southern Territory changed.
Why are you in Yan country?
Oh, I just arrived, Yi Hongyan said.
It looks like it's not too late.
The Demon King of the Southern region and the Demon King of the Northern region quickly dispersed. As if facing a formidable enemy, Yi Hongyan is not yet at the peak of the Saint Realm. But Yi Hongyan is much more terrifying than Wisteria Shinichi, who is at the peak of the Holy Realm. Last time, the Demon King of the Eastern region and the Demon King of the Western region were chasing Yi Hongyan, and the Demon King of the Eastern region was deposed by Yi Hongyan. The two Demon Kings glanced at Yi Hongyan's hand subconsciously. There is no magic knife in her hand. The Demon King of the Southern region and the Demon King of the Northern region secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Wisteria Shinichi frowned and said,
Your Majesty, they are not just trying to win me over by holding me back. Their other target is probably the leader of the demon sect. I know.
Yi Hongyan nodded slightly.
So, just after the heavenly demon cult Sun Protector entered the 8th secret realm of Fushan, I sealed the entrance to the 8th secret realm.
Wisteria Shinichi's body swayed suddenly, and he panicked.
Why did you seal the entrance to the secret realm?
What if? Ha ha ha. The Demon King of the South Territory laughed.
Your Majesty, the Empress has given us a helping hand, and we are extremely grateful.
Before he finished speaking, a colorful light suddenly fell from above his head. A colorful divine stone has been suppressed.
Made.
The two Demon Kings were furious. That night, Hongyan was beaten whenever she wanted. But she didn't even have the air of a strong man. The 8th secret place in Toyama. Starlight fell from the sky all over Chinfan. 9th grade 3rd heaven. After practicing in this secret realm for 3 days, I added more void energy through my own cultivation, and barely managed to break through to the 9th level and 3rd level. Dingyu. As a protector of the demon sect, Dingyu has never seen such a monster. In this secret realm, after only 3 days of cultivation, he actually broke through from the 1st level of the 9th level to the 3rd level of the 9th level. I feel like all my lifelong training has been in vain.
Congratulations to the leader. Congratulations to the leader.
Before Dingyu could speak, Protector Sun's voice came from far away.
I can't believe that I came a few days late, and the leader's cultivation has improved greatly.
Dingyu frowned. Protector Sun said this to congratulate the leader, but his tone always felt a bit strange. Chinfan opened his eyes. As soon as Protector Sun entered the 8th secret realm, he and Dingyu had already sensed each other. But after Protector Sun came in, he did not come directly to see him and Dingyu. Instead, he walked around in the 8th secret realm. Chinfan silently glanced at the attribute panel next to Protector Sun. Yes, there is an attribute panel next to Protector Sun.
And it's a devil. This guy has been corrupted by the blood of demons. But unlike Inoue and others, Inoue and others fell into madness, and only regained consciousness after being purified by Chinfan. Although Protector Sun in front of him has been demonized, he is no different from a normal person. Chinfan smiled slightly and said,
Did you betray the old leader just for a drop of devil's blood? What?
Dingyu was shocked. Protector Sun fell down, took 2 steps forward, looked at Chinfan silently, and said,
What does the leader mean by this? Isn't it chilling to frame a subordinate with no evidence?
Dingyu looked at Chinfan with wide eyes. Chinfan slowly stood up. Immediately,
Call!
Protector Sun had lost sight of Chinfan. Protector Sun sensed the aura of Chinfan, who broke through to the 3rd level of the 9th level before. But how could he take a 3rd level of the 9th level in his eyes? He snorted coldly, without thinking, and floated 1 meter to the left like a ghost. Black energy surged in the palm of his right hand, and he was ready to take action. But as soon as Protector Sun moved out, an irresistible force came from the back of his head the next moment.
Bang!
Protector Sun's head was directly pushed into the soil by Chinfan.
Impossible!
Protector Sun was frightened and angry, with terrifying power blooming all over his body, and he wanted to break free from Chinfan's hand. Chinfan released his palm, and the moment Protector Sun raised his head, he punched him hard.
Boom!
Protector Sun screamed and smashed a big hole into the ground.
You deserve to die!
Protector Sun was furious and turned into a stream of light, flying out of the pit. Leader, Dingyu wants to persuade both parties. But at this moment, Protector Sun laughed wildly and summoned 3 giant beasts. One of the giant beasts opened its mouth wide, and a huge whirlpool immediately appeared in the void. In the whirlpool, 2 figures, one black and one white, slowly walked out.
It's you?
Ding was horrified.
Leader, leave quickly,
Ding shouted.
those two people are powerful men in the holy realm of the Nightmare Garden.
With that said, Ding dodged and stood in front of Chen Fan.
Walk.
Protector Sun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly.
Can you leave?
Ding was furious.
Son, the old leader was so kind to you. But you betrayed the demon sect? You colluded with the Nightmare Court and killed the old leader. And now you want to attack the new leader?
Protector Sun sneered and said,
You will never understand this truth. Ding, who succeeds as a king but loses as a bandit. Ding, you have only one choice now. Come over to me and join the Nightmare Court. Otherwise, it will be a dead end.
Suddenly, Chen Fan spoke.
Are there only two people in the early stage of the Holy Realm? It took you 3 days to find these two losers?
Chapter 303 The Demon King of the East region appears in the 8th Secret Realm.
Boom!
As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Ding who was a little ahead, suddenly burst out with a monstrous force. Around Ding 6 summoning circles appeared. But within the summoning circle, no beastman climbed out. Within the summoning circle, there was only a black flame, burning brightly, as soon as the 6 flames appeared.
Call!
Like 6 black rivers, the 6 flames all converged on Ding. As the black flame burned, Ding aura increased steadily.
Damn Ding! Are you crazy?
Protector Sun on the opposite side twitched his eyes several times and said in disbelief.
For this new leader who came out of nowhere, you actually used the secret technique of summoning demons? Even if you use the secret technique of summoning demons regardless of the cost, can you still block the Holy Realm?
In the beast-controlling space, the orange cat looked solemn and said,
This is a unique skill created by the first-generation leader of the demon sect. It can gather most of the power of all the beast controllers into itself in a short period of time. But different beasts have different races and powers. As a human being, he carries the power of many kinds of beasts. In the end, the person who casts the spell will either die or be disabled.
The cripple glanced at the orange cat coldly.
The Protector Sun whom you value so much is a traitor. The Protector Ding whom you don't care much about
uses his life to protect the demon sect. What's the difference between you and a blind man?
Huh? The blind man turned his head and looked at the lame man. At this time, Ding stretched out his hand. A light flashed from his palm, and he had already grasped a big sword.
Leader, you go first.
Ding voice was calm and he said,
I can only pester them for an hour at most.
Chen Fan said nothing. At this moment, the 2 Saint Realm experts from the Nightmare Court opposite, one black and one white, suddenly waved their hands at the same time. Crash! 2 chains, one black and one white, flew towards Ding.
Snort!
Ding snorted softly. The big sword in his hand brought out a circle of light, and chopped off the 2 chains with one sword. But the 2 chains were not severed. On the contrary, as soon as the chain flew out, it immediately circled in the air like a giant python and quickly wound towards Ding.
Leader, leave quickly.
When Ding saw that Chen Fan behind him was motionless, he was a little anxious and pushed him out with his palm.
Call.
The wind was blowing hard. However, Chen Fan has disappeared.
Leader?
Ding was taken aback. When the leader entered the 8th Secret Realm before, he transformed into nothingness, and he could sense it. But just as he pushed it out with a palm, the leader disappeared without a trace. Crash! Ding was stunned for a moment when a white-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse grabbed the gap and wrapped a chain around the sword. Ding's face darkened, and the sword in his hand burst out with dazzling light, shattering the chain with a bang.
Ha 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 ha.
Protector Sun's wild laughter sounded behind Ding. The halberd with an evil aura actually pierced Ding's heart as if it had broken through space. At this time, Ding was far more powerful than Protector Sun and did not take this kind of attack seriously. The problem is, the 2 people in front, black and white, are both strong men in the Holy Realm. Ding dodged and moved far away as if teleporting. He wanted to move the battlefield to give Chen Fan a chance to escape. But he moved out. But the 2 Saint Realm powerhouses did not pursue him.
Asshole. They are really coming for the leader.
Ding had no choice but to turn around and attack the black-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse. After using the
secret technique of summoning demons,
Ding gained strength and was infinitely close to the Holy Realm. Perhaps it was worse than these 2 Holy Realms. But he acted cautiously while slashing and charging desperately. In this fight, 2 Holy Realms, one black and one white, were beaten by Ding. On the other side, Protector Sun held a long halberd and released his spiritual power, sweeping it in all directions. but no abnormalities were detected in his mental strength. Chen Fan seemed to have merged into the world and disappeared completely.
Sudden.
Are you looking for me? Chen Fan's voice rang out from behind Protector Sun. Protector Sun's hair stood on end. Without thinking, he took a step forward and moved more than 800 meters.
I'm asking you a question.
Chen Fan's voice was still behind Protector Sun, and it felt like it was sticking to his back. A gangrene attached to the bone.
Pretend to be a ghost.
Protector Sun became very powerful and thrust his halberd backwards. Behind, there was no one.
Maid.
Protector Sun cursed angrily. And with a thought, the three beasts he summoned before quickly moved and appeared around him, protecting him in the center.
The demon's blood has corrupted you. But you haven't broken through to the Holy Realm yet?
Chen Fan's voice sounded again behind Protector Sun.
Do you think you can really control demonization?
Protector Sun kept turning around. But behind, Chen Fan was nowhere to be seen. And his three beasts couldn't sense Chen Fan's presence at all. Chen Fan's voice was always behind him, as if lying on his shoulder and speaking in his ear.
Scales have grown on your arms. Neither you nor the Nightmare Court can control this demonization process at all. Not even the 5 demon kings of the Nightmare Court can reverse the demonization. In the end, you will become complete monsters. I only know how to kill. I only know how to destroy. And I have no self-awareness. With a whisper of the Demon King
activated, Chen Fan's voice seemed to have penetrated into Guardian Sun's soul.
Every word he said was shaking Protector Sun's mind. Protector Sun's original worries and fears are being magnified and amplified under the influence of the
whisper of the Demon King. What is Chen Fan doing?
In the beast control space, the orange cat frowned.
Dingyu won't last long. If he doesn't help Dingyu, why is he chatting with Sun Yuan here? Shut up,
the blind man said.
Xiao Fan has obviously practiced a kind of spiritual attack. Just like when he controlled demons. He should be trying to use that technique to study the devil's blood in the Nightmare Court.
Just under the gaze of everyone in the beast-controlling space.
Whoa!
Protector Sun suddenly screamed strangely. And his whole body suddenly grew larger, turning into a monster with 2 horns and strange tentacles. As soon as the monster appeared, the 3 beasts nearby were all frightened. And they all ran away with a roar.
Roar!
The demon transformed by Protector Sun looked up to the sky and roared. At this time, Chen Fan's voice sounded again.
Go over and kill those 2 guys.
The demon transformed by Protector Sun had blood-red eyes. He turned his head sharply and looked at the 2 people who were fighting with Dingyu. The 2 people frowned. Next moment,
roar!
The demon transformed by Protector Sun jumped in the air and rushed directly towards the 2 people like a mountain bearing down on top. Dingyu saw this and quickly moved out. The 2 men snorted coldly. The strong man in the Holy Realm, dressed in black, flipped his wrist and took out a dark demon statue, shaking it at the demon transformed by Guardian Sun. The demon transformed by Protector Sun fell to the ground, with a struggling look in his eyes. But he did not pounce on the 2 people immediately.
The Garden of Nightmares relies on this little demon statue to control demons?
Chen Fan's figure slowly appeared, looking thoughtfully at the demon statue in the hands of the black-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse. Then, he said calmly,
kill them both.
Under the control of
whisper of the Demon King.
The demon transformed by Protector Sun roared again, and sprayed out a mouthful of flames at the black-clothed Holy Realm powerhouse.
This is impossible!
The 2 Holy Realm experts, one black and one white, were shocked. With this statue in hand, this is the first time that the Nightmare Garden cannot control the devil. Soon enough, the demon transformed by Protector Sun used a mouthful of flame as a cover, directly penetrated the flames, and grabbed the Black Holy Realm with his claws. The black-clothed Holy Realm's eyes shrank slightly, and his figure swayed. After avoiding Protector Sun's claw, he moved to Chen Fan's right side out of thin air, and grabbed Chen Fan's head with one claw.
Leader!
Dingyu was shocked. However, a strange scene appeared. The claws of the black-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse penetrated through Chen Fan's head. Chen Fan's apparently very solid figure was actually just a shadow? The black-clothed saint stood next to Chen Fan, his eyes full of disbelief. And he swung a few more times. Nothing. Chen Fan is clearly standing here, but he couldn't touch it. Even the mental power cannot be sensed.
Is it a cover-up?
The black-clothed Holy Realm hesitated for a moment. But at this moment, Chen Fan stretched out his hand and snatched the demon statue from his hand. Black Holy Realm. Dingyu.
That's unreasonable.
The arm of the black-clothed Holy Realm flashed with light, turned his palm into a knife, and penetrated Chen Fan's chest with one knife. Still a shadow. The black-clothed holy realm waved his knife, but did not feel any entity. The problem is that at this moment, Chen Fan is holding the demon statue and looking at it carefully.
Am I him?
The black-clothed holy realm was also so angry that he grabbed the demon statue with his backhand claw. Your body is illusory. But the devil statue was just snatched from my hand. So there's no way I can't get it back. Right?
Call!
The palm of the black-clothed holy realm passed through the demon statue. The devil statue is also a shadow. The black-clothed holy realm fell silent. This made him doubt life a little. After entering the 8th secret realm before, he could clearly see the new leader of the heavenly demon sect in the beast-controlling space, a protector sun, who had just broken through to the 3rd level of the 9th level. He was only in the 3rd level of the 9th level. But now, he was being fooled around.
Martial arts death vortex.
The black-clothed holy realm gritted his teeth and clasped his hands together, with him as the center. A huge vortex formed immediately. The rocks and trees were all turned into fly ash in an instant under the agitation of this whirlpool. The vortex is centered on the Black Saint realm and quickly spreads towards the surroundings. On the other side, the Holy Land in white, and Ding Yu saw this and moved out quickly at the same time. The demon transformed by Protector Sun and the 3 beasts protected by Protector Sun also howled and followed. Gone. The black-clothed saint's eyes showed a proud look. Just after the Death Vortex was activated, Chen Fan in front of him disappeared. Death Vortex is a large-scale attack technique, and it is extremely destructive. No matter where the new leader of the demon sect is hiding, or what methods he uses, the whole area is destroyed. Where can you hide? Suddenly, a long knife penetrated the back of the black-clothed holy realm. The black-clothed saint looked at the long knife on his chest and was horrified. The body of a strong man in the holy realm was so easily destroyed. He wanted to move, but for some unknown reason, all the strength in his body disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Bai Shengjing and Ding Yu also saw this scene and stopped in disbelief. Only Protector Sun, who had turned into a demon, was still howling and screaming. At this time, Chen Fan thought, and the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space appeared out of thin air. He stretched out his hand and took out the Heaven Sacrifice tablet from the beast-controlling space. The sky-breaking demon sword seems to be born for destruction. It is as powerful as the 6-eyed Abyss Lord, and it cannot regenerate even if its head is severed. But the Heaven Sacrifice Monument is different. The Heaven Sacrifice Monument likes to devour power. Chen Fan gently threw it with his left hand, and the Heaven Sacrifice Monument flew down on the head of the black-clothed saint. The Heaven Sacrifice Monument spun around, releasing a black light that enveloped the black-clothed holy realm that was not yet dead. Chen Fan withdrew the sky-breaking demon sword. A blood hole appeared on the body of the black-clothed holy realm, who was stabbed by the sky-breaking demon sword. The bloody hole is still expanding.
Kick kick!
A strange sound came from the black-clothed holy realm's throat, and his eyes were full of fear. Under the suppression of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, he was completely unable to move, and the power in his body is being crazily devoured by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Chen Fan silently sensed it. The Heavenly Sacrifice Monument, which he had engraved with many void characters, had obviously become much stronger. Even though he didn't use too much power to control the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, the Heaven Sacrifice Monument could easily suppress the powerful ones in the Holy Realm. At this time, in the beast-controlling space, the orange cat shouted,
Chen Fan! Chen Fan! Give me the power of the black-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse.
The lame man slapped the orange cat away and said,
What's the use of giving you this trash? Sifan, can the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Monument be transferred to others at will? Chu Xian and the others are too weak, and they are not gods. They cannot withstand such a powerful force. Give us 4 old guys that power. Okay,
Chen Fan thought, and his mental power locked the lame man and the other 4 people in the beast control space. The power swallowed up by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument immediately converged towards the 4 cripples like a torrent. The lame and the blind are all just clones, with only mid-level 9th level power. But when he thought that he couldn't kill the opponent with his own strength, he could only grit his teeth and fly towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan's arm went deep into the whirlpool portal and took out the 4 blind men.
Ha 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 ha!
The lame man laughed loudly.
Go and catch the white-clothed Holy Realm and Protector Sun and devour them, and we will be able to return to the Holy Realm.
He just finished speaking. The beast that had spit out 2 holy realms, one black and one white, suddenly opened its mouth again. A vortex appeared again. The Demon King of the East region came out of the whirlpool. As soon as he walked out of the whirlpool, the Demon King of the East territory was stunned when he saw the 4 blind men. The four blind men were also stunned when they saw the Demon King of the East region. The Demon King of the East territory was stunned when he saw the four blind men. That was because he knew the four blind men and knew that those four were terrifying existences that could chase the Demon King to the sky and into the earth. When those four people were invincible in the Tianyi world, he was just a small follower beside the Demon King. The four blind men were stunned when they saw the Demon King of the East region. Because no matter how bad the Demon King of the East region was, even if he was crippled by Yi Hongyan, he was still at the peak of the Holy Realm. And the four of them are just clones. Even if the power of a Holy Realm has just been divided, it is only like a 9th grade 3rd level heaven. This kind of cultivation, not to mention compared with the peak of the Holy Realm, even compared with the previous 2 Holy Realms, one black and one white, is still a world of difference. The four people and the Demon King of the East region looked at each other. The two sides turned around in perfect agreement and silently walked toward their own whirlpool portal. Chapter 304. Beating a dog behind closed doors. Or catching a turtle in a jar? Wrong. The Demon King of the East territory was stunned for a moment, and then turned around immediately. But the four blind men had been pushed into the beast-controlling space by Chen Fan. The moment he entered the beast-controlling space, the blind man stretched out his hand and pulled Ding Yu in.
For seniors, walk slowly.
The Demon King of the East territory made a weak grab, and an invisible big hand had already grabbed towards Chen Fan and the whirlpool portal. Chen Fan's figure instantly became blurred and disappeared without a trace.
Laugh!
The big hand of the Demon King of the East, which had concentrated star power, held the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space in the middle. But as soon as that big hand grasped the whirlpool portal, and then pushed them towards the distance at an extremely fast speed, in the blink of an eye, in the 8th secret realm of rugged rocks, a huge canyon leading to nowhere appeared.
Hello!
Chen Fan's voice suddenly rang in the mind of the Demon King of the East region.
Weren't you hacked to death by Empress Yi Hongyan? Are you alive again?
The Demon King of the East territory's eyes suddenly twitched, and he hit the 8th secret realm with several consecutive palms, causing the earth to shake. The diameter of the 8th secret realm is at least more than 800 miles. But this distance is only a matter of one step or two for the peak of the Holy Realm. The spiritual power of the Demon King of the East territory escaped, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered the entire 8th secret realm. As soon as his mental power covered the 8th secret realm, he was immediately surprised. The exit of the 8th secret realm was blocked? The Demon King of the East territory narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly felt a chill.
It's Yi Hongyan's breath. The exit of the 8th secret realm is sealed by Yi Hongyan.
The white-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse saw the Demon King of the East territory change his color and wondered.
Master Demon King, what did you find?
The Demon King of the East region's face sank.
You idiots! When you entered this secret realm, didn't you notice that Yi Hongyan was quietly following behind?
What? The Holy Land in White was shocked.
Is Empress Yi Hongyan here too?
The Saint in White turned his head and looked around. Panicked? Yi Hongyan, the Empress of the Demon Clan, is still in the middle stage of the Holy Realm. But just some time ago, Yi Hongyan faced the pursuit of 2 powerful men, the Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the West region. But she easily defeated the Demon King of the East region. If the Demon King of the West region hadn't come to help, the Demon King of the East region might have fallen long ago, being followed by such a strong man. The white-clothed saint wiped away cold sweat and said,
I was also in the space of Protector Sun Space-Based Beast with you at that time.
Demon King of the East region, the white-clothed Holy Realm added.
But in this 8th secret realm, I didn't sense Yi Hongyan's aura?
The Demon King of the East region had blue veins on his forehead and said coldly.
She is not in the 8th secret realm. She sealed the exit of this secret realm.
What? White-clothed Saint Realm exclaimed.
That woman wants to close the door and beat the dog?
The Demon King of the East territory silently looked at the Holy Land in White, with killing intent in his eyes. The white-clothed saint trembled and coughed slightly.
Is she trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Snapped.
The Demon King of the East region slapped the white-clothed Holy Realm away with a slap. The Saint in White wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lowered his head and flew back. Well said. Chen Fan's voice rang in the minds of the two of them.
Close the door and beat the dog. Or catch the turtle in the jar. May I ask you too, is it a dog or a turtle?
The Demon King of the East territory frowned and thought. 2 summoning circles appeared at the same time. 2 huge demons climbed out of the summoning circle.
Find him out.
The Demon King of the East region said calmly.
I want to live.
With that said, the Demon King of the East territory sat cross-legged in the void and closed his eyes. As soon as the 2 demons appeared, they immediately dispersed at the same time. One of them kept sniffing like a hunting dog. The other one had a flickering light in his eyes, as if he was using some kind of weird pupil technique. The Saint in White holds a sword and stands guard next to the Demon King of the East region. Beast Control Space. Dingy looked at the people in the Beast Control Space and was stunned for a while.
Idiot!
The orange cat shouted coldly and said,
Why don't you remove the secret technique of summoning demons yet? Do you want to die?
After transforming, the orange cat looked 17 or 18 years old, and his voice was no longer as old as before. Dingy had no idea that the young man in front of him was actually the old leader of the demon sect.
How do you know the secret method of my demon cult?
Although there were countless question marks in his heart, Dingy still solved the secret method of summoning demons. As soon as the secret method of summoning demons was released, Dingy's legs went weak. His head tilted, and he collapsed on the grass. The deaf man kicked the orange cat and said,
This kid has lost half his life by using the secret technique of summoning demons. If we don't find a way to treat him, even if he can survive, he probably won't be able to break through to the holy realm in this life. Don't your heavenly demon sect have this secret method of summoning demons as a rescue method?
Is this young man from my demon cult? Dingy, who was paralyzed on the ground, felt a slight movement in his heart. The person who knows the
secret method of summoning demons
is definitely a senior member of the demon sect, but he has never seen this person before. The orange cat touched his chin and frowned. When the cripple saw this, he slapped him on the back of the head.
What are you asking? Why are you pretending to be so cool?
Orange cat said depressedly.
The secret technique of summoning demons was created by the first generation leader. It has always been Protector's Wa. After Blue Star came from Tianyi Realm, I asked Protector's Wa to pass on these secret techniques to those above the 8th level. Strong man, but I haven't practiced it myself. He asked Protector's Wa to pass it on.
Dingy was shocked. The lame man asked,
Why don't you practice?
The blind man and the others looked at the lame man silently. The lame man was stunned.
Look what I'm doing. Did I ask the wrong question?
The orange cat smiled and said proudly,
The secret technique of summoning demons is to extract all the power of one's own beasts in a short period of time. I don't have any beasts. I am a star warrior. Snapped.
The lame man slapped the orange cat to the ground.
You are a star warrior. Why are you so proud? You are very proud. Aren't you?
The blind man was silent for a while, then turned to look at Henry Chu and said,
He has many different powers from the beasts in his body. After the secret technique of summoning demons was released, those powers began to go out of control and began to tear his meridians and bones.
The Heaven Sacrifice Monument can swallow up all the divine power of the six-eyed Abyss Lord. Can the chaotic power be extracted from his body?
Henry Chu said with a solemn expression.
I'll give it a try.
As he said this, Henry Chu had a thought in his mind. The memorial tablet quickly became smaller and floated above Dingyu. Dingyu was startled. Just outside, when he saw this thing, he directly devoured the black-clothed Saint Realm powerhouse.
Don't worry,
the orange cat said.
I probably won't kill you. Should.
Since you told me not to worry, why did you hide behind me again? Before Dingyu could react, a strange suction force was released from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, turning into a whirlpool and covering Dingyu's head. Dingyu, whose whole body was so weak, sat up weakly under the pull of this force. The next moment, the chaotic power in his body began to be extracted, and then submerged into the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, outside the Beast Control Space. Chen Fan's voice kept ringing in the minds of the Demon King of the East region and the Saint in White.
You were clearly disabled by the Empress before. Why did you recover so quickly? Did you use Devil's blood to recover? That demon's blood is the blood of a mysterious level demon. How did you, the Nightmare Court, obtain it? Have you ever come into contact with beings at the level of gods and demons? How many demon kings are there in the demon clan? How many are still alive now? Where did the demon clan come from? Why did they invade the Tianyi realm? You have been struggling on Blue Star for so many years, but you still haven't found the place where the demon king of the sixth heaven was sealed. You just said that the exit of the eighth secret realm was sealed by Yi Hongyan? Chen Fan's voice seemed to come from another space.
Floating, mysterious and strange. After using the
whisper of the demon king,
even a simple sentence shook the hearts of the demon king of the east region and the holy realm in White.
That feeling.
It's like someone is playing the piano with their meridians. Every time it was played, their hearts were shaken. The demon king of the east territory tried to seal off the six senses, but still couldn't block Chen Fan's voice.
He closed his eyes tightly. Veins protruded on his forehead, and he was on the verge of going berserk. The white-clothed holy realm next to it is even more unbearable. At this time, The white-clothed Holy Land was sweating like rain all over his body. And he was trembling as if he was shaking.
Lord Demon King.
Me. Bai Yixingjing felt like a big mountain was weighing on his heart. He couldn't breathe smoothly and was struggling to move. The Demon King of the East Territory's eyes twitched, and he opened his eyes.
Go and catch Protector Sun's Beast Master. You enter the Beast Master space first. Okay.
Before he finished speaking, the Demon King of the East Territory looked around blankly. Just when he and the Holy Realm in White were confused by Chen Fan's voice, they were unable to survive or die. Protector Sun and the three beasts disappeared.
Asshole!
The Demon King of the East region is furious. He could sense the breath of Protector Sun and the three beasts. It was like he could sense the aura of the new leader of the demon sect. Protector Sun and the three beasts are still in the 8th secret realm. However, he was nowhere to be found. That day, the new leader of the demon sect kidnapped Protector Sun and the three beasts under his nose. The Demon King of the East Territory gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice,
Leader, I can't do anything to you in a short time. But you can't do anything to me either. How about we have a nice chat?
Chen Fan, who disappeared into the void, did not speak, failed. With his current mental power, he can activate the
whisper of the Demon King,
and only need a little time to control the early stage of the Holy Realm. However, it is impossible to truly control the late stage of the Holy Realm. He had been fiddling with it for a while, constantly inserting the red threads from the
Demon King's Dharma body
into the body of the Demon King of the East region, hoping to quietly control the Demon King of the East region, and then let the Demon King of the East region reveal some of the secrets of the Demon Clan. Speak out. Unfortunately, it failed.
Hey, old ghost,
Chen Fan said.
What exactly do you want to do with the Devil's Blood plan? The whole world has turned into a world of demons. What good will it do to you, Demon Clan? You rely on that demon statue to control demons. Where does the power on the demon statue come from?
Still in the state of
whispers of the Demon King.
Chen Fan's question sounded childish. But the Demon King of the East Territory almost couldn't help but tell the answer several times. This made the Demon King of the East Territory gnash his teeth with anger. So weird. Who is the new leader of the demon sect this time? It is obviously a cultivation under the Holy Realm. But it is so terrifying. If you give it some more time to develop. Is that okay? The Demon King of the East Territory suppressed the anger in his heart, sent a message with his mind, and urged his two demons to look for traces of Chen Fan and Protector Sun. But those two demons were like headless flies in the 8th secret realm, bumping around everywhere without a trace of Chen Fan.
Who is knocking on my window? Who is playing the strings? Ah! Pull! 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 Push! 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 Push!
Push. You are my little apple.
The Demon King of the East Territory was sweating on his forehead and sat down cross-legged again. It was not like he had never heard of these songs from Earth. If anyone else from the outside world sings it, it is just a normal musical song. But that day when the main vocalist of the demon sect came out, it was as if he was holding a knife and cutting his flesh inch by inch. This seemed to be like cutting him into pieces with 1,000 cuts and executing him Ling Chi. Back then, the mute at the Haotian Palace in the northern cold region of the Tianyu realm had a similar method, which could make sounds penetrate the brain and eventually make people go crazy.
But in comparison, even the mute from Haotian Palace cannot compare with the new leader of the demon sect. The Demon King of the East region felt like he was going crazy. He would rather be beaten to death by Li Mu and Yi Hongyan than be driven crazy by such a sound. He swallowed large doses of devil's blood many times,
and he was on the verge of becoming a demon. It's a bit bad to be disturbed by this kind of sound now. Ah! I cannot stand it anymore! Just when the Demon King of the East Territory was thinking about it, and looking for a countermeasure, the white-clothed Holy Realm screamed hysterically. Oops! The Demon King of the East region was surprised. I saw that the white-robed Holy Realm, like Protector's son, began to transform towards the devil. Before he truly turned into a demon, the white-clothed saint moved his body and slashed at the Demon King of the East with a single blow of the long sword in his hand. The Demon King of the East Territory had a cold look in his eyes, and with the palm of his hand, he knocked the white-clothed Holy Realm away. Immediately, his palm moved slightly. In the void, several chains penetrated through the body of the white-clothed Holy Realm, and then locked it tightly. And while he was doing this, on the other side, Chen Fan appeared in front of the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space. He stretched out his hand. Within the whirlpool portal, a stream of light flew out. Shen Nao's 12 wings of the God King have already been worn on his body. You just said I can't do anything to you? Chen Fan grinned. I also want to try to see if I can do anything to you. The sword in your hand. The Demon King of the East Territory shrank suddenly when he looked at the sky-breaking demonic sword in Chen Fan's hand. You did not admit your mistake, Chen Fan said calmly. This is the knife that Empress Yi Hongyan used to destroy you. The name of this knife is the sky-breaking demon sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 wings of the God King behind Chen Fan flashed slightly, and he appeared less than 10 meters in front of the Demon King of the East region. Chapter 305 The 5 Demon Kings in the Nightmare Court. Nothing more than that. The pearl of a grain of rice also emits brilliance? The moment Chen Fan stepped forward, the Demon King of the East Territory shook his body and turned into black mist. He had suffered a lot from the sky-breaking demonic sword, and now he was extremely afraid of this demonic sword. Although according to his induction, Chen Fan's power was far inferior to Yi Hongyan's. The sky-breaking demonic sword was very evil, and he would not confront it unless it was absolutely necessary. In an instant, dark clouds almost enveloped the entire 8th secret realm. The situation is reversed. When Chen Fan disappeared into the void before, Chen Fan's aura spread throughout the entire 8th secret realm due to the induction of the Demon King of the East region. But now, because he was afraid of the sky-breaking demon sword, the Demon King of the East region also used such a move. Hee. Chen Fan laughed dumbly. This move of the Demon King of the East region is indeed somewhat effective. Even if Li Mu or Zhang Jian arrive, it will not be easy to find their true identity in a short time. The issue is, guys like the Demon King of the East region have transformed into demons after swallowing devil's blood. And the devil, in Chen Fan's sight, has an attribute panel. Even if the real body is hidden, the attribute panel cannot be hidden at all. As Chen Fan watched, in the dark fog, an attribute panel was moving back, forth, left, right, up and down, constantly moving. Boom! Just when Chen Fan was laughing secretly, black clouds rolled in the sky. A huge demonic face slowly condensed into shape, looking down at Chen Fan like an ant. Compared with that huge face like a mountain, Chen Fan, who was wearing black armor, was as small as an ant. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth curled up slightly. It was just an illusory clone condensed by the Demon King of the East region. The true form of the Demon King of the East region is still running around, constantly changing directions. Leader of the demon cult. A sound like rolling thunder came from the mouth of the demon in the void. Immediately, a huge devil's claw suddenly stretched out from the black clouds that covered the sky, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it grabbed Chen Fan. Boom! A storm arose and the earth shook. Snort! Chen Fan snorted softly, and the 12 wings of the God King behind him moved slightly. The blade of the broken demon sword in his hand was upwards, and he slashed wildly with the sword. A knife without any fancy. Use force to be strong. Use strength to defeat the enemy. He was only in the 3rd level of the 9th level. But when faced with the Demon King of the East region at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, he actually chose to fight hard. It was so late and so fast that the sword, like rolling thunder, only flashed in the air and hit the huge devil's claw. The devil's claws were instantly separated by a knife, and then exploded. The terrifying storm swept crazily in all directions. Black energy surges, as if it's the end of the world. But there was no joy in Chen Fan's eyes. It's just the claws of an illusory clone. After this sword passed, it was different from when Yi Hongyan cut off the arm of the Demon King of the Eastern region. It did not even weaken the Demon King of the Eastern region at all. Really? Hee. The demon above the void sneered at Chen Fan below. The difference between this magic knife in Yi Hongyan's hands and yours is incalculable.
Chen Fanqi floated in the air without speaking. The attribute panel had already moved around to his left hand. Moreover, it is still getting closer. In the air, wind and thunder rolled, and the huge devil's claws grabbed it again. To the left, the attribute panel approaches like lightning.
Old devil.
Chen Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He ignored the devil's claws in the void, turned around suddenly, and slashed towards the attribute panel with a slash of his sword. The Demon King of the East Territory was shocked when Chen Fan discovered his true identity. There was only a flash of blood in the air, and the Demon King of the East Territory, who had been approaching like lightning, had moved hundreds of miles away. Chen Fan swung the long knife, turned it in a different direction, and chopped off the demon's claw caught in the air. The devil's claws shattered into nothingness, and black mist surged across the sky. Chen Fan sighed.
The 5 demon kings of the Nightmare Court are nothing more than that. The so-called Demon King of the East region is as courageous as a rabbit.
The Demon King of the East region made no sound. It's embarrassing enough for someone at the peak of the Holy Realm to be scared to death by a 9th level person. Unexpectedly, the other party actually found his true identity. After almost being split open by a knife, the Demon King of the East Territory obviously didn't dare to get close anymore. He opened the distance far away and quickly spun around Chen Fan. Chen Fan frowned and was about to activate the 12 wings of the God King to compete with the Demon King of the East region. Sudden, the demon above the void exploded directly. Blood rains from the sky. The entire world seemed to turn into a sea of blood in an instant.
Zitsizi!
As soon as the blood rain touched Chen Fan's open shield, wisps of black smoke came out of the shield.
Sifan, be careful!
In the beast control space, the blind man shouted loudly.
This is the realm! Field?
Chen Fan was slightly stunned. The blind man said,
That is a method that can only be understood by the demigod realm. The Demon King of the East region does not have this kind of strength. He just crushed a demon statue.
Demonic statue? Chen Fan's mental power scanned the statue in the Sumer ring. When he snatched the demon statue from the black-clothed holy realm before, he did sense a strange divine power in it. Did the Demon King of the East region crush a statue and cast his domain? At this time, the blood rain all around had turned into waves of blood. Chen Fan, who was in it, felt as if he had sunk into the deep sea of blood. The terrible pressure caused his shield to deform. There is a cold, sinister, and bloodthirsty evil atmosphere in all directions. With a thought in Chen Fan's mind, his whole body began to fade rapidly and became translucent. The unspeakable pressure all around disappeared instantly. The Demon King of the Eastern region in the dark almost vomited blood. He lost the power of a demon statue to barely open a
Blood Sea realm.
But in the end, the
head of the demon sect
just left. Obviously the other party is still in the domain. Why is it not suppressed by the domain? As soon as the realm comes out, even those at the peak of the Holy Realm will be devastated on the spot. What went wrong? The Demon King of the East Territory gritted his teeth. The sea of blood immediately started churning, and huge waves surged into the sky. One after another, the ferocious and terrifying huge blood dragon set off huge waves, rushing toward the translucent Chen Fan from all directions.
No matter what method you use, you can't escape in the realm.
The voice of the Demon King of the East Territory sounded like thunder in the sky above the 8th secret realm.
I want to see how you, a mere mortal, can withstand the power of heaven and earth.
The words just fell. Huge blood dragons suddenly exploded where the translucent Chen Fan was. The terrifying power swept across in all directions, completely leveling the 8th secret realm with a radius of 800 miles. In the beast control space, Dingyu, Yihao and others looked at this scene with their hearts in their throats. There are only a few blind people who are calm and composed.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Terrible storms keep sweeping across. It seems like it never stops. But Chen Fan, who had turned into a ghost, seemed to be just a shadow, completely powerless. He just watched this scene silently, like watching a movie. The Demon King of the East Territory was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What's this? Why does this happen? This is the realm of God. Theoretically, if they are trapped in the realm, even if the blind man and the lame man come, they will not be unscathed. The Demon King of the East Territory secretly hated him and thought about it. A ferocious ape with a height of 100 feet and a blood-red body appeared immediately. Just behind the vicious ape, there were countless corpses and skeletons floating, and the scene was extremely terrifying. This is the strongest power in the
Blood Sea realm.
If even this move cannot shake the opponent, the Demon King of the East region can only prepare to run away.
Roar!
The huge ferocious ape roared violently and punched Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan's eyes were calm as usual. The sky-breaking demon sword can break all laws. The 9 swords that break the sky kill gods and demons. No matter how strong your skill is, no matter how weird your spells are, no matter how powerful your power is, I will kill you with just 1 sword. Chen Fan's body suddenly materialized quickly.
Die!
As soon as Chen Fan grasped the sky-breaking demonic sword with both hands, without hesitation, he slashed out towards the bloody ape with a single blow from a distance.
The 3rd sword of the 9 cutting heaven swords. Brush!
Under 1 knife. Destroy the ages and tear apart the void. The power that seemed to be able to shatter everything in the world was condensed into a bright and boundless sword light. And it struck straight down at the huge ferocious ape, like the beginning of the world.
Boom!
The terrifying light of the sword tore the murderous ape apart. And the vicious ape's punch also blasted Chen Fan into countless pieces.
Chen Fan! Brother Fan! Leader!
In the beast-controlling space, Shen Hongxiu and others screamed.
Ha ha! Ha ha ha!
The Demon King of the East Territory laughed wildly and showed his body.
I thought you were so capable. In the end, weren't you beaten to ashes by my domain? A mere leader of the demon cult dares to do so.
Before the Demon King of the East Territory finished speaking, his eyes widened. I saw the 12 wings of the God King flying in the void. The sky-breaking demon sword was also suspended in the air. The fragments all over the sky gathered together and formed the appearance of Kimura Reifeng. The Demon King of the East Territory almost couldn't help cursing. This is a joke. Even in the demigod realm, after being torn apart by the power of the realm, the body and soul cannot be reassembled so easily and casually. When he was split into 2 pieces by Yi Hongyan, it took a lot of divine power from the blood of demons to restore him to his original state. What the H.L. is this kid in front of me?
Really a bit fierce.
Chen Fan twisted his neck and said,
The demon statue in your nightmare garden actually contains the power of gods and demons, and can also expand the realm? But this kind of power shouldn't be something that can be used at will.
Right? Otherwise, you don't have to hide from Ministerly Mu and the others like mice.
The Demon King of the East region looked gloomy. Of course, the devil statue cannot be called at will. There are many demon statues. But the demon statues in the hands of others only contain a trace of the power of gods and demons. There are only 2 demon statues like the one he just smashed in the nightmare garden of Blue Star. Originally, he was preparing to face Yi Hongyan, who was holding the sky-breaking demonic sword and the 5-colored divine stone with this demon statue. Unexpectedly, the new leader of the demon sect actually has this magic sword in his hands. With no other choice, the Demon King of the East Territory had to smash the demon statue and cast the
Blood Sea domain.
Now! The realm is shattered. The other party's broken body was put back together again. Your uncle. How do you fight this? The Demon King of the East region moved and hit again. The black mist surged crazily. In Chen Fan's sight, the attribute panel of the Demon King of the East region was flying towards the exit of the 8th secret realm at a fast speed.
Can you run away?
The 12 wings of the God King behind Chen Fan flashed and directly caught up with the Demon King of the East region.
Grass.
The Demon King of the East region was scared to death. Not only can the other party see through his true identity, but he can do so at such a fast speed. Before the Demon King of the East region could react, a sword light had already lit up. The world shrouded in black mist suddenly became as bright as day. Brush. That peerless sword light split open the black mist and slashed across the attribute panel. Ah! The Demon King of the East Territory screamed and appeared. Cut him in half with a simple knife. The Demon King of the East Territory didn't care about anything else. With a quick flash of his upper body, he turned into a cloud of blood mist and rushed into the distance several times faster than before. Snort. Chen Fan snorted lightly and threw his left hand casually. The heavenly sacrifice monument flew out, suddenly grew larger in the air, and then fell with a rumble. This time, it's not just for the Demon King of the East region who escaped. The heaven sacrifice monument directly covers the entire 8th secret realm. Boom! The huge memorial tablet fell. A black hole appears. The 2 bodies of the Demon King of the East region, as well as the Holy Realm in white, as well as the power of the 2 demons brought by the Demon King of the East region, immediately rolled towards the black hole. The Heaven Sacrifice Monument, which was inscribed with many void characters by Chen Fan, was more than 10 times more powerful than before. At this time, Chen Fan was more than 100 times stronger than when he was in the 5th penalty area. With one move, The already half-crippled demon king of the East region was unable to resist. Both halves of his body were sucked into the black hole, and his whole body's strength was crazily devoured by the heaven sacrifice monument. Quick! Quick! Give it to me! In the beast control space, the orange cat shouted, "Give me his power." The deaf man kicked the orange cat away. "You kid! Can you bear the power of the demon king of the eastern region at the peak of his holy realm?" The orange cat was furious. "That's not something the clones of you old guys can bear." The cripple held down the orange cat's head and slapped it twice, making the orange cat burst into tears. But the next moment, everyone in the beast controlling space has received the terrifying power transmitted crazily, including Dingyu. A group of people immediately sat down cross-legged and began to accept this power. Chen Fan in the outside world was also floating cross-legged next to the black hole. The power imparted to Chu Xian and the others by the heaven sacrifice monument can only be regarded as a drop in the ocean. After all, Chu Xian and the others' cultivation level is too low. They are not yet gods, and the power they can contain is extremely limited. The four blind men have a very high level of cultivation. But now the power swallowed by the heaven sacrifice monument is not only the power of the demon king of the East region, but also the power of the two demons of the demon king of the East region. Although the two demons cannot compare to the peak of the holy realm, they are not far apart. Even Chen Fan's current divine body may not be able to swallow such terrifying power. To be cautious, Chen Fan dispersed this power and gave it to everyone in the beast control space. Boom! Like a mighty river, unimaginable power poured into Chen Fan's body. This is much better than when the six-eyed abyss lord was extracted from the heavenly sacrifice monument. At that time, most of the power extracted from the heaven sacrifice monument was passed on to the five-colored divine stone. Chen Fan himself only absorbed a little bit. But now, countless void characters appeared all over Chen Fan. The light of the void characters flashed continuously, making Chen Fan look like a Buddha. 2 hours later, Chen Fan opened his eyes. The heaven sacrifice monument has returned to normal. Just next to the heaven sacrifice monument, several of Protector Sun's beasts were dying. Protector Sun was already in a state of despair, but several of his beasts are still alive. But their power has been drained by the heaven sacrifice monument. As for the demon king of the East region, only a trace of the soul remains. That wisp of remnant soul was attached to the heaven sacrifice monument. It didn't dare to move and was trembling. The blind man walked out of the beast controlling space, took out a small gourd, and patted the remaining soul of the demon king of the East territory lightly. "Call out!" The remnant soul of the demon king of the East region was taken in by the gourd. The blind man returned to the beast controlling space, chuckled and said, "Take it back to Li Mu, and ask Li Mu to exchange it for something good." The deaf man said, "What good things can Li Mu have?" The blind man was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Anyway, I won't hand over the remnant soul of the demon king of the East region to him without giving him a benefit." In the beast control space, Dingyu's mouth has not yet closed. Is this the end? The demon king of the East region, one of the 5 demon kings in the Nightmare Court, was killed by the leader? The 5 demon kings and Master Li Mu have been fighting for so many years, and they are all alive and well. Now, only a trace of their souls is left? The new leader is too scary. Right? Brother Fan, give me back the 12 wings of the God King. In the beast control space, Shen Nao started shouting. "Shut up!" Chen Fan said. "If you play with me for a while longer, you will die." The God King's 12 wings flashed twice, and Chen Fan had moved to the exit of the 8th secret realm. Chen Fan frowned and touched his chin. It was really sealed. The demon king of the East region said before that the 8th secret realm was sealed by Yi Hongyan. At this time, Chen Fan also sensed the power of the colorful sacred stone from the exit. "What's going on?" Chen Fan sent the 12 wings of the God King back to the beast controlling space, and said depressedly, "The exit has been sealed by the Empress. And you can't get out?" Li Fengxing smiled slightly and said, "Brother Fan, the sky-breaking demon sword is so powerful. Just stab him twice with the sky-breaking demon sword." Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by the lame man. "Idiot! Once the sky-breaking devil sword passes through, the spatial turbulence at the exit will go completely crazy. It will be impossible to leave for eternity." Fang Qingqing whispered, "There is no way we can enter the ancient god realm. Teleport to the 5th restricted area through the ancient god realm, and then return to the demon city." The blind man nodded. "This method is good, but it is unnecessary. Yi Hongyan probably just wants to seal the demon king of the East region, and it is impossible to seal Xiaofan. She looked at Xiaofan as if she were looking at her lover. How is that possible?
Seeing Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing looking at him resentfully, the blind man decisively shut up. Ding you. Although I know every word of your language, when they are put together, I just don't understand what they mean. Outside the beast control space, Chen Fan put away the sky-breaking demon sword, sealed with the power of the colorful sacred stone. Chen Fan stretched his hand into the whirlpool portal of the beast control space.
Howsy? Lend me your stick.
Yi Hao was shocked and covered his crotch.
Brother Fan, can I borrow this thing?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he yelled,
I mean the divine pillar of Tontian. Where did you want to go?
In the beast control space, a group of people looked at Yi Hao with disdain. Yi Hao blushed and put the Tontian divine pillar into Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan took the divine pillar of heaven and gestured towards the exit of the 8th secret realm. Everyone in the beast control space was shocked. Yi Hao said nervously,
Brother Fan, you don't want to use the heaven-bearing divine pillar to stab the seal, do you? Although my heaven-bearing divine pillar is no match for your sky-breaking demonic sword. If you hit it with a stick, Mount Tai will collapse. Shut up!
Chen Fan shouted softly and said,
Is the chatter over? The power on this seal is the power of the 5-color sacred stone. The 5-color divine stone and the Tontian divine pillar belong to the Dushanai clan. So I'm thinking that the power of the Tontian divine pillar should be able to resonate with the power of the 5-color divine stone. And then open this seal.
Ding you.
What on earth are the leader and the others talking about? The Tianai clan has never heard of anything.
Bai Ruch said nervously.
What if it doesn't work?
Chen Fan blinked. His body quickly disappeared. And he said,
Let's give it a try.
As he spoke, he exerted his void power slightly, took the heaven-bearing divine pillar, and gently tapped the seal at the exit of the 8th secret realm. Chapter 306. The three demons return to heaven.
Zitsizi.
The moment the Tontian divine pillar touched the seal, lightning flashed on the seal. Immediately, the powerful and strange seal, like a thin layer of water, completely turned into nothingness after rippling in circles.
It really works.
Chen Fan grinned.
This stick is as useful as the one in my dream.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Tontian divine pillar suddenly flew up from his hand, hitting his head with 2 sticks. Chen Fan, is there any weapon spirit in this thing? Having said that, the 5-color divine stone seems to be like this too. But even with Chen Fan's current powerful mental power, he still couldn't sense the presence of any weapon spirit within the heaven-reaching divine pillar and the 5-color divine stone.
Aren't you happy with being called a stick?
Chen Fan rubbed his head.
What are you if you're not a stick?
The Tontian divine pillar was like a magic wand, spinning around a few times, as if to protest Chen Fan's repeated calling of it, stick. Chen Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the Tontian divine pillar. With a movement of his body, he flew out of the 8th secret realm of Fushan. Just flew out of the secret realm.
Boom!
Suddenly there was a huge sound piercing the air ahead. A 9-headed bird that was as big as a mountain pushed away the air and rushed towards the entrance of the 8th secret realm.
What the H.L.?
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and without thinking, he smashed out the divine pillar of heaven with a stick in his hand.
Boom!
The Tontian divine pillar suddenly grew larger in the void, and with a loud bang, it smashed the 9-headed bird from the air into the ground. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and glanced at the smashed demon attribute panel. Monster name, Ghost Card Demon King of the South Territory. Combat power level, Holy Realm 5th Heaven. Race level, Middle Lord.
The Demon King of the Southern Region.
Chen Fan's eyes twitched, and he threw the divine pillar in his hand directly. Just when the Tontian divine pillar turned into a giant pillar, and suppressed the 9-headed bird transformed into the Southern Territory Demon King. Chen Fan had a thought in his mind, and already held the sky-breaking demonic sword in his right hand.
Die!
Chen Fan moved extremely quickly, and with a flash of light from the sky-destroying demon sword, he sliced the 9 heads of the 9-headed bird from afar. The 9-headed bird, which was suppressed by the Tontian divine pillar, screamed continuously. It tried to struggle to avoid it, but it could only twist a few heads. The fierce sword light swept across. 3 heads flew up, and then exploded.
Demon King of the Southern Region, your death is coming!
Chen Fan shouted loudly, and the 12 wings of the God King behind him flashed and moved directly to the 9-headed bird. The 9-headed bird was so frightened that its body quickly shrunk and wanted to escape. But how powerful the Tontian divine pillar is, as the divine weapon of the Dushanai clan. Although he did not kill the Demon King of the Southern Territory with a stick, but with such suppression, How could the Demon King of the Southern Territory escape even if he was 10 times stronger? Chen Fan seized the opportunity and cut off all the remaining 6 heads of the 9-headed bird with a few knives. Then, he pushed with the palm of his left hand, and the memorial tablet flew out and landed on the body of the 9-headed bird.
Here we go again! Here we go again! Sit down quickly!
In the beast control space, Lame shouted. A group of people immediately sat down cross-legged again. Dingyu was confused and felt like he was in a dream. So he also sat down. The next moment, vast and unpredictable power was transmitted from the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. After a while, Henry Chu and Yi Hao showed pain on their faces. Henry Chu shouted softly,
"Stop!"
The Heaven Sacrifice Monument listens to both Chen Fan's orders and Chu Xian's orders. When Chu Xian gave an order, the Heaven Sacrifice Monument immediately stopped injecting power into them. Outside, Chen Fan was sitting cross-legged in the void, also frantically accepting the power of the Demon King of the Southern region. Killing the Demon King of the East region still took a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, the Demon King of the Southern region bumped into him like a headless fly and was eliminated in a matter of seconds. These 2 gifts from the Nightmare Court are really a bit embarrassing. At this time, 2 spiritual powers came from afar. A red shadow flickered, and Yi Hongyan appeared next to Chen Fan. The 2 looked at each other and said nothing. Yi Hongyan also sat down cross-legged. Immediately afterwards, a figure flashed in the air, and mysterious Shinichi also flew over.
Is this the Demon King of the Southern region?
Looking at the headless ghost car below, Shinichi Wisteria's eyes widened with disbelief. He teamed up with Yi Hongyan and fought with the Demon King of the South region and the Demon King of the North region for a long time. But in the end, he was run away by the Demon King of the South region. How come in the blink of an eye, 9 heads of the Demon King of the Southern region were beheaded? The Demon King of the Southern region, one of the 5 Demon Kings in the Nightmare Court, died like this? Zi Tingjun looked horrified and glanced at Chen Fan. Li Mu had told him before that Chen Fan was a god. But Wisteria Shinichi also knew very well that even if Chen Fan was a god, he was still a god who had not truly grown up. Chen Fan was able to kill the ancient demon god in the 5th restricted area of the demon city, because the ancient demon god was in a seal, and his strength was 1/10,000th less than that in his heyday. And at that time, Li Mu, Yi Hongyan, and Han Jianxue all took action, almost using the power of the entire demon city. When Zidingzhen saw Yi Hongyan and Chen Fan sitting cross-legged in the void, his expression moved slightly, and he immediately walked to the other side of Chen Fan and sat down cross-legged as well. But after he sat down for a while, he opened his eyes again. He could clearly see and feel that the ancient monument in front of him was frantically devouring the power of the Demon King of the Southern region. At the same time, there are 2 forces on this ancient monument, like a surging river, converging towards Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan. But, in such a big river, he didn't get a single bit of water. Zitan really opened her mouth, but stopped talking. Chen Fan didn't respond and just pretended that Wisteria Shinichi didn't exist. After he became rich, Zhou Han, Feng Tianlin, and the others came to have a meal from time to time. But he didn't care at all. Even if the animals are bred for free, it doesn't matter. What's more, breeding animals can also bring the most important energy. But the strength. How many Saint Realm Pinnacle level powers are there in the entire Blue Star? Of course, he is willing to give this power to the blind man and Li Mu. However, as a person from Earth, he could not truly let go of the hatred in his heart for the Yang Kingdom. Although Blue Star's Yang Kingdom has not invaded Tang Kingdom. But this country? There are a lot of people from that country. Coming all the way here to let out blood and help you solve the problem of demon blood is an act of kindness and justice. Why do you still want to use traffic and power? Sudden, Yi Hongyan closed her eyes and said,
"What are you doing here? Go guard the Demon King of the North Territory and don't let him escape."
Wisteria Shinichi's body trembled and he reacted.
"Good."
Before he could say anything more, Wisteria Shinichi swayed and moved back. Chen Fan opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Hongyan.
"How is the Demon King of the North Territory?"
Yi Hongyan also opened her eyes and said,
"Wisteria Shinichi and I joined forces to fight with the Demon King of the South and the Demon of the North. We injured the Demon of the South and then suppressed the Demon of the North with a 5-color sacred stone. I'll go over and take a look."
Chen Fan turned into a shadow.
"Don't let him run away."
Shinichi Wisteria is incredibly fast. However, Chen Fan is faster than him. Just when he was about to suppress the Demon King of the Northern Territory, Shinichi Wisteria was suddenly stunned. In his induction, Chen Fan's breath passed through him. The next moment, Chen Fan's figure appeared in front. Within a huge barrier, 2 colorful sacred stones suppressed a monster with dragon scales all over its body. The monster was still struggling fiercely, but under the pressure of the colorful sacred stone, it was completely unable to move. Moreover, there are huge chains wrapped around its body. In Chen Fan's perception, the chains clearly contain the power of Wisteria Shinichi. Monster name, Ice Crystal Dragon Scale Demon Northern Demon King. Combat power level, Holy Realm 5th Heaven. Racial level High Lord. Chen Fan frowned. These guys in the Nightmare Court have been corrupted by the blood of demons from top to bottom. In the end, no matter whether it is the Demon King or the 5th or 6th level, he will eventually turn into a demon.
We can only seal it.
Wisteria Shinichi stood next to Chen Fan and said,
After the Demon King of the Northern Territory became demonized, not only did his strength increase several times, but his whole body was covered with dragon scales, making him invulnerable to swords and water and fire. Just now the Empress and I were discussing whether we should send a message to Tang State and ask Zhang Jiang to come over.
Zhang Jiang has practiced the
9 sky-breaking swords,
and has the strongest attack power among the 6 people at the peak of the Saint Realm. Wisteria Shinichi and Yi Hongyan could only suppress the Northern Demon King, but it was difficult to kill him in a short period of time. So they thought of Zhang Jiang.
Hard to damage with swords?
Chen Fan's fingers slowly traced across the body of the sky-breaking demon sword. In the 5th restricted area, several heaven-breaking demon swords were fused together. There is only one handful in his hand now. But even if there is only this sky-breaking demon sword, it is more than enough to kill a suppressed peak Holy Realm demon. These demon kings in the Nightmare Court, despite all their calculations, they probably never predicted that they would be here today. Without Blue Star, who was in the demigod realm, these peak saint realms had originally maintained a certain balance. Even if the 5 demon kings of the Nightmare Court could gather together, they would not dare to easily swarm up to deal with Li Mu and the others. But the appearance of the 5-color divine stone and the sky-breaking demon sword broke this balance, and Chen Fan's sudden and strange strength shattered their illusions. After all, man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. Previously in the 8th secret realm, the demon king of the East Territory, who was afraid of the sky-breaking demon sword, was scurrying around, which also made Chen Fan spend a lot of time. But the 8th secret realm is only that big, and it was sealed by Yi Hongyan. The demon king of the East region is like a big fish, scurrying back and forth in a small pond, unable to escape. If it were in the outside world, even if Chen Fan had the 12 wings of the God King, he might not be able to kill the demon king of the East region in a short time. As for the demon king of the Southern region, this guy was even more unlucky. First he was seriously injured by Yi Hongyan and Ziding Shinichi. Then he wanted to rush to the 8th secret realm to join the demon king of the East region. He accidentally received a blow from the Tontian divine pillar and was suppressed. Before he could even react, all 9 heads had been chopped off.
Don't worry.
Seeing Chen Fan's frown, Ziding Shini couldn't help but comfort him.
With the Empress's 2 5-color sacred stones and my Fulong chain, it's impossible for him to break free. I'll discuss it with the Empress later to see how to deal with this guy.
Chen Fan glanced at Wisteria Shinichi. Worry? Non-existent. He was just waiting for the Heaven Sacrifice Monument to swallow up the power of the Demon King of the Southern region. After the Heaven Sacrifice Monument has devoured the power of the Demon King of the Southern region, it will then devour the Demon King of the Northern region. This is considered a big gain. When Ziding Shini saw that Chen Fan was silent, he said a little cautiously,
The 8th secret realm was sealed by the Empress. I tried to persuade her, but she didn't listen. You and Heavenly Demon Cult Protector Ding joined forces to deal with Protector Sun. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Right. Yeah.
Chen Fan responded lightly. Wisteria Shinichi coughed lightly and said,
How did you kill the Demon King of the Southern Territory just now?
Although the Demon King of the Southern Territory was seriously injured by him and the Empress, he was still at the peak of the Holy Realm. And he was the peak of the Holy Realm when he transformed into a demon. The skinny camel was bigger than the horse. Shinichi Wisteria broke his head and couldn't figure out how the Demon King of the Southern Territory was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Even the Demon King of the North Territory is now only suppressed by him and Yi Hongyan.
Oh,
Chen Fan said.
I saw him flying over with great momentum. So I gave him a stick and then chopped him several times.
Wisteria Shinichi glanced at Chen Fan. Although this young man is extremely talented, he is also young and energetic and likes to talk big. Wisteria Shinichi suddenly remembered something and said hesitantly,
The Protector Son of the Demon Sect has a space-based beast. The space of the beast can hide living creatures. He passed the news to the Nightmare Court this time. And the Nightmare Court even sent out 2 demon kings to haunt me. Then Guardian Sun should bring a strong man from the Nightmare Court in. Right. He brought it with him, Chen Fan said. He brought the Demon King of the East region and 2 Saint Realm powerhouses in. What? Zidingzhen was shocked and turned around suddenly. At the same time, his mental power went crazy and swept towards the 8th secret realm. Stop checking, Chen Fan said. The exit of the 8th secret realm is sealed. How could the Demon King of the East region escape? Shinichi Wisteria, Chen Fan said. 1/3 of the 5 Demon Kings in the Nightmare Court are gone. And they won't be able to dance much more in the future. The only trouble is the Demon King of the 6th heaven. Shinichi Wisteria. It always feels like a dream. Was he under an illusion? Impossible. However, 3 of the 5 Demon Kings, who had been fighting with our side for many years, were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Li Mu, Zhang Jiang, and the others were still watching a play in Tang Dynasty. Here comes Chen Fan, who kills 2 Demon Kings in just a few strokes. 2 hours later, Yi Hongyan came with the Tantian Divine Pillar and the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. She handed the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-bearing Divine Pillar into Chen Fan's hands. After looking at Chen Fan silently for a while, she reached out her hand and lightly touched Chen Fan's face. Shinichi Wisteria. There seems to be something wrong with these 2 people. In the beast-controlling space, Shen Hongxiu jumped 3 feet high. Let go of Xiao Fan. Let me come! Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge grabbed Shen Hongxiu from the left and right. Fong Qingqing advised. Calm down. She can crush you to death with 1 finger. Bai Rouge had no expression on his face and nodded. I can't beat him. Shen Hongxiu. I have Chaos Ling. Fong Qingqing. Let's talk about it after we find it. Bai Rouge shook his head. Even if I find it, I can't beat it. There are 2 colorful sacred stones in my hand. Outside world. After seeing Yi Hongyan returning, the Demon King of the North Territory struggled even more fiercely. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan threw out the Divine Pillar. The Divine Pillar of Tantian is like a pillar supporting the sky. 1 pillar presses down. The Demon King of the North Territory screamed, and blood flowed from his body like a river. Yi Hongyan glanced at Chen Fan and said, Let's do it. Chen Fan nodded slightly, and the 12 wings of the God King behind him moved, as if teleporting, and moved above the Demon King of the North Territory. Next moment, Chen Fan cut off the demonic sword in his hand, and the sword's light surged, and he raised the sword and dropped it. A huge head flew into the sky under the gazes of Shinichi Ziding and Yi Hongyan. Then, boom! That big head exploded into ashes with a loud bang. Chen Fan casually threw his left hand. Sacrifice to heaven! The memorial tablet rises in the wind and falls with a rumble. Hysterical screams immediately came from the headless body of the Northern Demon King. The surging and vast power was immediately swallowed up by the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. At this time, the 2 figures were like shooting stars, rushing from afar at extremely fast speeds. Ah! Before anyone arrived, Li Mu's voice came from far away. Wait a minute! Wait for me! Behind him, Zhang Jiang had his hands behind his back, as if strolling in a garden. Wisteria Shinichi was shocked. Li Mu? Why did you come to Yang country? Chapter 307 Shen Hongxiu's Chaos Ling is also in the ancient god realm. The arrival of Li Mu and Zhang Jiang surprised Shinichi Ziding. These 2 men guarded the demonic capital and the imperial capital of the Tang Kingdom respectively, and rarely left the demonic capital and the imperial capital, let alone the Tang Kingdom. Why did Paonan Kingdom come all of a sudden? Damn it. Are you here to gain traffic? Ah ha 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 ha. Li Mu completely lost the demeanor of the peak powerhouse before, dancing and saying, It's better to come early than to come by chance. Zhang Jiang smiled and nodded at Chen Fan. This is the first time the 2 have met in real life. However, they have met many times on video conferences. Well, Li Mu looked at the body of the Northern Demon King below and sighed before saying, I probably guessed this outcome, but I never thought it would happen so soon. If I had known earlier, I would have come faster. Fortunately, the power of the Northern Demon King is still there. Quick! Quick! Give me all the power of the Northern Demon King. Zhang Jiang. Shinichi Wisteria. Just give it as you say, Yi Hongyan said. Why don't you go to heaven? Li Mu shouted. I'm just a little short of breaking through to the demigod realm. Giving you my power is a waste. Help me break through to the demigod realm first. With Chen Fan here, are you still worried that you won't have a chance in the future? Yi Hongyan said lightly. I'm afraid the chance is a bit slim. He has already killed 3 demon kings. Kill 3 of them,
What the H.L.?
Li Mu's eyes widened. Zhang Jiang also suddenly changed his color. Li Mu stared at Chen Fan, his voice trembling slightly.
You killed 3 demon kings? Which 3?
Chen Fan said.
The demon king of the East region, the demon king of the South region, and the demon king of the North region.
Li Mu.
The heavenly demon cult Sun Protector betrayed me, and took the demon king of the East region into the 8th secret realm of Fushan, trying to capture me.
Chen Fan said.
The beauty conveniently sealed the 8th secret realm, and then I took her in the 8th secret realm. The demon king of the Eastern region has been destroyed.
Hearing Chen Fan call her name, Yi Hongyan blushed slightly and tilted her head. However, at this moment, Li Mu and Zhang Jiang had huge waves in their hearts, and they did not pay attention to the change in Yi Hongyan's face. Chen Fan continued.
As soon as we came out of the 8th secret realm, the demon king of the southern region, who was seriously injured by them, rushed over, and I killed the demon king of the southern region as well.
Li Mu.
Are you sure you're dead? Completely dead?
Chen Fan nodded.
All the power was swallowed up by the heaven sacrifice monument.
Li Mu raised his head slightly, looking at the sky like a statue. Zhang Jiang said.
You made this plan, made that conspiracy, and tossed it over and over again. You didn't expect this result, right?
Li Mu's expression changed and he gritted his teeth.
Damn it. I set up many plans, but I really didn't expect that they would dispatch 3 demon kings for the new leader of the demon sect.
Wisteria. You idiot! I sent him to Yang country to help you, but you almost killed him.
Wisteria Shinichi's momentum dropped a lot, and Nana said,
I didn't expect that they would send out 3 demon kings for the new leader of the demon sect. At that time, the demon king of the south region and the demon king of the north region lured me out and trapped me in the barrier. I am entangled with them and cannot escape. If the Empress hadn't arrived, even if you could have seen me, you would probably have seen me missing arms and legs.
Li Mu wiped away a cold sweat. He devised many plans to deal with the Nightmare Court. But before all his plans could be put into effect, the Nightmare Court had already used thunderous means to eliminate Chen Fan in one fell swoop. Fortunately, Chen Fan was very clever and counterattacked. Otherwise, at this time, Zhang Jiang said calmly,
Before we came here, we already knew that even if Xiao Fan couldn't defeat the 5 giants of the Nightmare Court, it would be impossible for the other party to defeat him if he escaped. Yes. Yes.
Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief.
I was so angry at Shinichi Wisteria that my IQ dropped.
Shinichi Wisteria. This is none of my business. It was obviously arranged by you. But Shinichi Wisteria didn't dare to talk to Li Mu, so he could only hang his head in depression and sulk. Li Mu looked at Zhang Jiang.
Give me all the power of the Northern Demon King. Do you have any objections?
Zhang Jiang's face was expressionless.
Don't ask me about this. You should ask your junior brother.
Wisteria Shinichi raised his head and smiled modestly.
Just give me a little.
Li Mu waved his hand.
Go away. Who asked for your opinion?
Ziding Shinichi looked a little embarrassed.
Didn't senior brother Zhang say to ask junior brother?
Li Mu glared at Wisteria Shinichi and said nothing. At this time, the whirlpool portal in Chen Fan's beast-controlling space appeared, and the blind men were pulled out by Chen Fan. The blind man came out and said,
Li Mu is indeed only a small step away. His previous breakthroughs in beast control have pushed him to the peak. Give him all the power of the Northern Demon King. 1 more demigod in Blue Star is stronger than 10 more peaks in the Holy Realm.
Chen Fan looked at Yi Hongyan, who nodded slightly. Li Mu suddenly beamed.
I can't wait any longer. Zhang Jiang, go to the side and protect me. Other idlers, please leave this barrier.
The veins on the foreheads of the cripples all jumped. Li Mu, this bastard, is getting more and more ugly. In the past, we used to talk about seniors in silence, but now we call them miscellaneous people. Ziding Shinichi glanced at the body of the Northern Demon King below with pain, and made an inviting gesture towards Yi Hongyan and the blind man.
Guys, please come with me.
Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan.
Let everyone in the space come out.
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, but still let Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and others come out. As soon as Shen Hongxiu came out of the beast control space, she immediately took hold of Chen Fan's arm with a provocative look. Chen Fan, Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge were secretly worried. A 6th level realm. You go to challenge the Holy Realm and take the wrong medicine? The strange thing is that Yi Hongyan didn't get angry. She just said calmly,
Chaos Ling hasn't been found yet. Right.
Shen Hongxiu's eyes changed.
What do you mean? Even if I can't beat you now, even if you have the 5-colored sacred stone in your hand, I just won't accept it.
Shinichi Wisteria. What's the situation? There's something wrong with the style of painting. Why did he suddenly become jealous? Moreover, one of the people who is jealous is actually the empress of the demon clan. Wisteria Shinichi glanced at Li Mu and Zhang Jiang. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang were like statues, looking intently and motionless. Yi Hongyan said,
I mean, my 5-color sacred stone knows where Chaos Ling is. Ah!
Shin Hongxiu almost jumped up.
Where is it? Where is it?
Yi Hongyan said,
In the ancient god realm. Nonsense!
Shin Hongxiu was a little annoyed.
The ancient god realm is so big. How can we find it? The group of people the minister has found have been exploring for so long. And they haven't even touched the edge yet. Hey, that's not right. How's these Tontian divine pillar guards the ancient god realm? The Tontian divine pillar didn't tell me about Chaos Ling. Why did your 5-colored divine stone know about it?
Wisteria Shinichi had his hands behind his back and felt a little sore in his balls. After listening for a long time, I didn't understand a word. What ancient world of gods? What a towering pillar. What Chaos Ling? What on earth are you talking about? I feel like an illiterate. Yi Hongyan said lightly.
The 5-colored sacred stone in the 5th restricted area came from the ancient god world. Because there was a crack in the ancient god realm, and the lord of the 6-eyed abyss escaped. Someone took the ancient god realm to the 5th restricted area and suppressed the lord of the 6-eyed abyss.
Wisteria Shinichi nodded secretly. I understand this sentence. The name of the ancient demon god in the 5th restricted area is
Lord of the 6-eyed abyss.
Li Mu once told him about it. But why is it related to the ancient god realm? Where is the ancient god realm? Countless question marks popped up in Wisteria Shinichi's mind. But in order to maintain the demeanor of a strong man at the pinnacle of the holy realm, he continued to remain silent, with a Mona Lisa-like smile on his face. Shin Hongxiu was furious.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? First, I don't owe you anything,
Yi Hongyan said.
Second, after killing the lord of the 6-eyed abyss, the 5-colored divine stone has been sleeping. And he only told me this a few days ago.
Shin Fan saw this and asked,
Do you know where Chaos Ling is?
Yi Hongyan nodded.
Bring the 5-color sacred stone in, and you should be able to find Chaos Ling soon. However, the existence suppressed by Chaos Ling in the ancient god realm is probably more powerful than the 6-eyed abyss lord. And he wants to collect Chaos Ling.
The hearts of everyone present jumped suddenly. More powerful than the 6-eyed abyss lord? That? Shin Hongxiu said.
Then let's wait a little longer.
The blind man immediately said.
There is really no need to worry. The ancient god realm is different from the 5th forbidden zone. Demons sealed in the ancient god realm cannot come out. Let's wait until everyone becomes stronger.
Yi Hao immediately said.
Red Sleeve Chaos Ling. Don't worry. You can help Qing Qing get the heavenly demon staff first.
Fong Qingqing's face turned gloomy. They had discussed this before. Everyone said that they would first send her to the Tianyu realm to look for the old man emperor and the heavenly demon staff. Fong Qingqing said softly.
I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait until I get stronger. I'm too weak now.
Yi Hongyan glanced at Fong Qingqing and was silent for a while before saying,
Okay. You all go to the main city of Kyoto in Yang Kingdom. Us?
Shin Hongxiu said a little warily.
What about you?
Yi Hongyan took Shin Fan's hand very naturally.
Don't destroy our world between the two of us. Let me go.
The demon empress is different from what I remember. Shinichi Zitong's eyes widened. Shin Hongxiu sneered and was about to speak. Yi Hongyan waved her left hand lightly.
Call!
Shin Hongxiu and the blind man were all thrown out with a roar. A group of people were thrown into confusion. Yi Hao pressed on the orange cat, making it howl and scream. Shin Dao stepped on Shin Hongxiu's back. But Shin Hongxiu grabbed his heels and dragged him to the ground, beating him violently. The blind man and the deaf man also fell together, pinningly finishing at the bottom. Only Henry Chu wrapped himself in a red cloak and maintained an elegant posture. Lame.
Mad. It's fine if you throw them away. What do you mean by throwing us old guys away?
The blind man said.
Stop scolding me. I can't beat you. Be careful if a 5-colored sacred stone is thrown at you, and it will kill you.
The deaf man nodded.
That's right.
Mute.
I'm hungry and want to eat.
The other side. Yi Hongyan put away the 2 colorful sacred stones, held hands with Shin Fan, and stepped into the void. Neither of them spoke. They flew down to the top of the mountain and sat down on the edge of the cliff. The mountain wind blew Yi Hongyan's hair. Shin Fan turned his head and said,
I have had many dreams.
Yi Hongyan's face blushed slightly.
Me too. Later I realized that it was not a dream at all.
Shin Fan said with a wry smile.
Those are all memories. It's just that in my memory. I am a devil. And he's a devil who deserves a beating.
Yi Hongyan shook her head.
A devil who has never killed anyone is not considered a devil.
Their eyes met, and the two fell silent again. After a while, Qin Fan said,
Almost every dream I have has you. But dreams are not complete.
Fragmented.
And after Chu Xian and the others got the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the Heaven-Bearing Divine Pillar, they all dreamed of some very scary things. The Dutianyi clan was brutally massacred. The ancient demon clan is full of corpses. Have you ever had a dream like this?
Yi Hongyan showed surprise and shook her head.
Why is there such a dream? In my dream, there are only you and me. Didn't you dream about it too?
Qin Fan frowned and said,
How much do you know about the Void Demon? Your 5-colored divine stone seems to be the easiest to communicate with and the clearest consciousness among us divine soldiers. Didn't it tell you something? No.
Yi Hongyan shook her head and said,
Maybe she doesn't want to put pressure on me. After all, we are all too weak now. But it once urged me to tell Shen Hongxiu about Chaos Ling. It wants Shen Hongxiu to get the Chaos Ling earlier.
Qin Fan said nothing. Yi Hongyan sighed and added,
Actually, after I found out in my dream that I was once Empress Dutian, I have always had an uneasy feeling in my heart. Empress Dutian, King of Demons, Lord of all demons, King of angels and gods. They're all dead? What kind of power can kill these people? In my dream, this is the supreme and powerful man in the god realm. What's more, why does Empress Dutian have the 5-colored divine stone in her hand? And the Demon King has the sky-breaking demon sword in his hand?
Qin Fan said,
Void only has the power of void.
Yi Hongyan frowned.
What is that?
Qin Fan shook his head and said,
I don't know what it is. I only know that the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are all filled with void demons. The 6-eyed abyss lord in the 5th restricted area also escaped from the ancient god realm. And you just said that the 5-colored divine stone said that Chaos Ling suppresses a being that is more powerful than the 6-eyed abyss lord.
Sudden, Qin Fan thought of the void divine body and immediately said,
I almost forgot. You take out the 5-colored divine stone, and I will engrave the cultivation method of the void divine body on the 5-colored divine stone. Void divine body?
Yi Hongyan's eyes lit up. Qin Fan's body immediately became transparent. Yi Hongyan was surprised and shook Qin Fan's hand. Nothing. Like a ghost.
This is the 5th level of the void divine body. The void soul.
Qin Fan said.
Minister and the others dared to let me come to Yang country alone because of this method.
Yi Hongyan nodded slightly.
What a weird void divine body void. What does this have to do with the void you mentioned before? I don't know.
Qin Fan said.
Maybe it's just to restrain the void? I have thought of many methods before. But I can't write out the cultivation method of the void divine body at all. Not even with one character. It was only later that I thought of using the sky-destroying devil sword as a pen to inscribe the cultivation techniques on the heaven sacrifice steel and the heaven-bearing divine pillar. It worked. We know nothing about the void. But no matter what, I have to find a way to let you cultivate the void divine body as soon as possible and transform into the void divine body.
With that said, Qin Fan materialized again, feeling the temperature in her hands. Yi Hongyan's eye circles turned a little red. In the dream world, there are countless beings who call themselves gods. But the so-called gods are cunning, despicable, and capable of killing for their own benefit. And the little skeleton that came out of the darkness, with the aura of a demon, eventually became the king of demons, but also the kindest man in the god world. This man has a mission. This man once made an enemy of the entire god realm for her. Chapter 308. What is Li Mu doing? Yang Kingdom, Kyoto. City Lord's Mansion. The blind man was telling the secrets of reaching the peak of the holy realm and reaching the demigod realm. Li Mu, Zhang Jiang, and mysterious Shinichi held their breaths for fear of missing a word. The realm of cultivation is something that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. A blind man can only tell some speakable things, but these things can be considered priceless. Li Mu and the other 3 remembered every word the blind man said firmly in their hearts. After absorbing the power of the Northern Demon King, Li Mu's current star power has almost reached the limit of the peak of the Holy Realm. The star power is enough. But the realm is not full. Maybe there will be a breakthrough in the next second. It might be another 3 to 5 years. Even if there are a few blind and lame people, they can't be sure. Li Mu was extremely depressed. If he had come earlier, maybe the power of the Demon King of the Southern region could get a share of the pie. If you can get some of the power of the Demon King of the Southern Territory, you may be able to prove the Tao and reach the demigod realm directly with powerful power. He was strategizing and thought he had everything planned. But how could he have expected that Shin Fan would make rapid progress on the way here, and then chop up melons and vegetables against several demon kings of the Nightmare Garden? In any case, after killing the 3 demon kings, the entire world structure has changed.
Li Mu, until now you haven't told me why you and Zhang Jiang came to Yang country?
Zitingjin said with a solemn expression.
Aren't you afraid that the Nightmare Court will attack Tang State at this time?
Li Mu glanced at Wisteria Shinichi, and then turned away. You, Shido, Shinichi said angrily.
Isn't it just the battle between the Tang Kingdom and the Nightmare Court more than 10 years ago? And I didn't help. As of now, have you hidden everything from me? You, the #1 person in the Holy Realm, only have so much courage.
Li Mu rolled his eyelids and said calmly.
According to the planned time, I should really tell you the matter. But, slow down a little longer. Wait until I break through to the demigod realm first.
Shinichi Wisteria. Li Mu.
Now the plan has changed. We have to guard against the revenge of the Demon King of the Western region and the Demon King of the Central region. Zhang Jiang. We will return to Tang Kingdom immediately. Yeah.
Zhang Jiang nodded. Wisteria Shinichi wanted to crush Li Mu to death. You came all the way to Yang country. And now you want to go back all the time? Don't you feel that your balls are a little sore from idleness? He obviously came here with a plan. But he kept it secret from me. Li Mu saw the black lines all over Ziting Shinichi's face, and couldn't help but purse his lips.
I asked Shin Fan to stay in Yang country, and help you for a while.
Wisteria Shinichi's face immediately became much better.
With his blood. The demon blood plan of the Nightmare Garden has failed. God bless my country. Yang! Shin Fan, you! Come out of the Yang Kingdom! Does it have anything to do with the sky?
Li Mu glanced sideways at Wisteria Shinichi and said,
Do you think Shin Fan will stay here just to bleed you?
Wisteria Shinichi was stunned for a moment. When Shin Fan stayed in Yang country, didn't he just use blood as an antidote to get rid of the demon's blood? Li Mu said.
Did Shin Fan ask you to summon a few beasts to show him? Look. What's wrong?
Shinichi's eating was even more confused. After Shin Fan and Yi Hongying came back, they immediately asked him to summon the beast to take a look. Then, there is no more. Li Mu blinked.
Didn't he say anything?
Wisteria Shinichi said.
He asked me to find some materials. Those things are quite weird. I can't find many of them here. So I have contacted Master Zhang Hai and the others. Yes.
Li Mu nodded.
Then just wait for the good news.
Wisteria Shinichi was even more puzzled.
What good news?
Zhang Jiang saw that Li Mu was still playing riddles, and couldn't stand it any longer.
Xiao Fan's current cultivation level is earth-shattering. Unless the Demon King of the 6th Heaven comes out. Even if the 2 Demon Kings of the Nightmare Court attack at the same time, they may not be able to defeat him. There is no need. Are you craving for wisteria?
Shinichi Wisteria almost burst into tears. Zhang Jiang was still kind to him. Li Mu, that bastard, has been bullying him ever since he started studying under his master. If I couldn't beat him, I really wanted to push his head into the toilet and let him drink to his fill. Li Mu didn't know that Zi Tung was just thinking about pushing his head into the toilet. He grinned and said,
Shin Fan's most heaven-defying method is not to kill the devil with 3 or 2 blows.
Shinichi Wisteria. Killing the peak of the Holy Realm with 3 or 2 blows. Isn't this enough to defy the heavens? Does he have any more outrageous tricks? Li Mu squinted his eyes, and said mysteriously,
Shin Fan can breed beasts.
Which beast master doesn't know how to breed beasts? Wisteria Shinichi looked at Li Mu silently. After talking for a long time, Li Mu actually said, huh? Just when he was about to mock Li Mu, Ziting Shinichi's eyes suddenly widened.
What do you mean? With your intelligence, I don't understand why Master accepted you as his disciple in the first place.
Li Mu shook his head and said,
What do you think Shin Fan did when he asked you to summon the beast? Isn't that just to help you cultivate beasts? I can't believe that.
Shinichi Zito sighed.
He can be so powerful at such a young age. He can even cultivate beasts that are equivalent to those in the middle and late stages of the Holy Realm. Do you think it's that easy to cultivate?
Li Mu sneered.
As long as he finds all the materials, he can make your beast control break through a combat power level or a racial level overnight. Do you believe it?
Wisteria Shinichi's face became extremely serious.
Are you serious?
Li Mu.
Do you think I'm kidding you?
Zhang Jiang said.
Among Li Mu's beasts, 2 of them have already broken through a combat power level with Xiaofan's help. Now that he has absorbed the power of the Demon King of the Northern Territory, his star power has far exceeded that of the rest of us. Now that there are several seniors helping me, if nothing happens, I should be able to break through to the demigod realm within the next few months.
Wisteria Shinichi was stunned. equivalent to the beast control in the middle and late stages of the Holy Realm. It has almost reached the limit of Blue Star. If you want to take another step forward, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Chun Fan can actually help the beast control breakthrough in this period, as long as you find all the materials. You can help the beast to break through overnight? Li Mu would not joke about this kind of thing. Zhang Jiang, who never liked to joke, would never make such a joke. Wisteria turned around and wanted to leave, but Li Mu pulled him back.
Why are you going? Look for Chun Fan. Is there a hole in your head? What's the use of looking for him now? If you are looking for it, you're looking for materials. He's gone out to relax with Yi Hongyan and the others. So don't make it uncomfortable. Then I'll find the materials.
Li Mu and Zhang Jiang returned to Tang Dynasty. Wisteria Shinichi was so excited that he went to look for materials. The four blind men brewed the tea sent by Shinichi Wisteria.
Why did Li Mu and Zhang Jiang come to Yang country? This guy is so sinister that he asked Empress Yi Hongyan to come over. And then he and Zhang Jiang rushed over as fast as possible. It always gave me the feeling that everyone was out in force. What does he want to do? Li Mu obviously didn't know about the 3 demon kings of the Nightmare Court dealing with the new leader of the demon sect before. Even if he had guessed a little, he couldn't have guessed that Xiaofan would kill several demon kings like chopping melons and vegetables. So he came to Yang the country as not trying to help, but for other things. Maybe Han Jianxue is already on the way. The whole Blue Star is out in force. Apart from the demon king of the 6th heaven, what other existence can make them so grand? Good. Do you suspect that the demon king of the 6th heaven is sealed near Yang Kingdom or within Yang Kingdom? Probably. After this bastard killed the Lord of the 6-eyed abyss, he once mentioned that he wanted to use magic weapons such as the sky-breaking demon sword and the 5-colored divine stone to get rid of the 6th heaven demon king once and for all. But I scolded him back. Because Xiaofan and the others, my level of cultivation is still very low. So there is no need to rush. So, after Xiaofan was in the Fearless Saint realm, he took advantage of the trouble in Yang Kingdom to start his own plan. Other than this, I can't think of any other reason. Li Mu is not the kind of character who can't hold his breath. He is eager to implement this plan. He wants to use the sky-breaking demon sword and other magical weapons to get rid of the 6th heavenly demon king. Is it because the seal can no longer trap the 6th heavenly demon king? The demon king? Maybe he can still be trapped for a while. So now that he has obtained the power of the demon king of the Northern Territory, he has changed his plan and is preparing to return to the Tang Kingdom and attack the demigod realm first. On the streets of Kyoto, the originally bustling street was now deserted, because some strong men were turned into demons. The country of Yang was now in a state of turmoil, and many people did not dare to go out. On such a street, a team was marching mightily. Chun Fan and Yi Hongyan walked side by side. Behind him, Shen Hongxiu took a step forward and gritted his teeth. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looked at the beautiful woman on the roadside and winked. Li Fingxing and Orange Cat were studying food, their hands full of food. Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge walked and shopped together. Xiao Bai also bought a lot of things, big and small bags, all for the side demon to carry. Gongzi and Jade were running around, breaking away from the big team several times, and were caught back by the old ape. Surrounding such a strange team, there is also a strong man who has hidden his figure, protecting them in secret. Ordinary people can't get close at all. Sudden. At the corner of the street, another team came out of the corner. Kimura Lingfeng had a gloomy face and lowered his head. I don't know what's going on, but I've been having bad luck lately. When he was in the Tang Dynasty, because of Chen Fan, his family was ruined and he was heavily in debt. In despair, he returned to Yang Kingdom. I didn't expect that something so demonic and big happened in Yang Kingdom. The most annoying thing is that no one reminded him. It's okay now. Yang Hui is only allowed to enter, but not allowed to leave, and is trapped in Kyoto. If I had known earlier, I might as well have stayed in Tang Kingdom's Demon City. How free it is to be in the magic city of Tang Dynasty. Bang! Kimura Reifeng didn't see the road and collided with Chen Fan at the corner, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Bagoya knew. The two men following Kimura Reifeng were furious and rushed in front of Chen Fan. One of them grabbed one of Chen Fan's shoulders. As soon as they saw Chen Fan's appearance clearly, the two men were stunned. At this time, Chen Fan looked like Kimura Reifeng. A Kimura Lingfeng flew out over there. There is also Kimura Lingfeng standing here. The two men looked at Kimura Lingfeng, then turned to look at Kimura Lingfeng, who stood up in embarrassment. Like two big fools. Roll. Chen Fan snorted coldly, and a force as vast as the sea threw the two people away. Who are you? Chiyoko, who was behind, reacted very quickly. She unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Chen Fan. But before Chen Fan could say anything, a group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom who were originally guarding Chen Fan and the others appeared at the same time and suppressed Chiyoko and the others in an instant. Kimura Reifeng. Chiyoko and others who had just climbed up felt as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain, unable to move even an inch. Is it you? Chen Fan grinned. Then, his body changed rapidly and returned to his own appearance. Chen Fan. Kimura Reifeng was filled with grief and anger. You evil star. Why do you follow me wherever I go? Who followed you? Chen Fan said. How about I come to Yang country before you do? Chen Fan waved his hand gently. The group of powerful men from the Yang Kingdom who had just appeared disappeared in an instant. Kimura Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Those people just now seemed to be strong men who sat down with masters eating. How can you command them? Hey! What do you mean you just turned into me? Did you go to some romantic place without giving me money? Pa! As soon as Kimura Lingfeng finished his last words, he was slapped by Yi Hongyan and flew away. Bago Yanu. Kimura Lingfeng stood up like a carp and glared at Yi Hongyan. As soon as he saw Yi Hongyan, Kimura Lingfeng was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Your Majesty. The Empress. The Demon Empress Yi Hongyan. Even Wisteria Shinichi, the strongest person in Yang Kingdom, must be polite when meeting this person. Kimura Lingfeng and others were completely petrified. Why did the Demon Queen appear in Kyoto of the Yang Kingdom? Why are the Empress and Chen Fan walking on this street like a couple? At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. Kimura Lingfeng and others immediately bowed and saluted. See you, Lord Commander. The person who came was a leader of the demon sect. The commander didn't even look at Kimura Lingfeng and others. He knelt down on one knee towards Chen Fan and said respectfully, Master, Guardians Wa and Guardian Zhang who came from Star Kingdom have already arrived outside the main city of Kyoto. Yes. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Ask them to wait for me at the city lord's mansion. Yes. The leader of the heavenly demon cult swayed and disappeared out of thin air. Kimura Reifeng and Chiyoko turned into sculptures and remained motionless. The leader calls Chen Fan. Leader. Which one teaches? Demon cult? Chen Fan is the leader of the demon cult? What an international joke. At this time, Chen Fan looked at Chiyoko and said, Chiyoko, is there anything delicious in Kyoto? Ah. Chiyoko came back to her senses and said, There are many delicious things. I will take you there. Chen Fan smiled and nodded. That's good work. Yihao rushed to Chiyoko in one step. Chiyoko, where are there more beauties in Kyoto? As soon as he asked the question, his ear was already pulled by Yi Hongyan, and he screamed in pain. Behind, Shen Hongxiu turned to look at Fang Qingqing. She is Yihao's sister? Fang Qingqing said. It seems so. Yihao slapped Yi Hongyan's hand away, hooked the shoulder of Kimura Lingfeng who was still in a daze, and whispered, You are quite lucky. Others who offended Brother Fan so much would have been killed long ago. But you are from the demon sect. Man, Mr. Fan doesn't remember the faults of villains. Have you ever thought about making amends? Kimura Lingfeng said. How can I make up for it? Yihao lowered his voice and said, Which secret realm in the Yang Kingdom has succubi? Take me to catch a few. Bang! Shen Hongxiu kicked Yihao away with one kick. Kimura Lingfeng, who was held by Yihao's shoulders, howled miserably and flew out. The two rolled into a ball on the ground. Yi Hongyan silently glanced at Shen Hongxiu and said lightly, Good kicking. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and waved back. Xiaobai. Gongzi. Come here quickly. Let's go eat something delicious. Gongzi rushed over in a flash. Xiaobai also ran over holding Jade in his arms. In the shopping mall nearby, a group of people rushed out chasing Xiao Hei, shouting and killing. Xiao Hei hopped and flew onto Chen Fan's shoulder. The group of strong men hiding in the dark had no choice but to show up and go out to explain to the group of people who were chasing them. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and glanced at Xiao Hei, then raised his hand, and there was a flash of lightning. Zitsizi. Black smoke billowed out from Xiao Hei, and he fell to the ground. Gongzi bit Xiao Hei in one bite, then fluttered his short legs a few times, and threw Xiao Hei into the ditch next to him. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. The most troublesome thing is this one. Leader, please follow me. Chiyoko changed her title and made an invitation gesture towards Chen Fan and others. Chapter 309 Looking for Chaos Ling. Chang. In the beast control space, a divine light flashed. and Chen Fan withdrew the sky-breaking demon sword. The 5-colored sacred stone also flew back to Yi Hongyan's hands. The heavenly sacrifice monument, the heavenly divine pillar, the 12 wings of the divine king, the 5-colored divine stone, and Li Fengxing's Tianlong Palace were all inscribed with the void divine body cultivation method by Chen Fan. However, it is only the most basic method of opening the void divine body. There are still 90,000 void characters, as well as the mental methods of each subsequent level. Chen Fan looked at the 5-colored sacred stone that was shining with divine light and couldn't help but sigh.
Maybe I was born to work hard. Not only do I help you breed animals day and night, but I still do this kind of thing.
Yi Hao and Shen Taotao all grinned. Yi Hongyan said nothing, but took out a silk scarf and silently helped Chen Fan wipe away his sweat. Seeing this, Henry Chu and the others turned around silently, pretending not to see him. Fang Qingqing pursed her lips and seemed to have made up her mind, saying,
"After I return to the Magic City in a few days, send me to Tianyu Realm."
The blind men looked at each other and nodded silently. Fang Qingqing was also a little anxious and wanted to go to Tianyu Realm as soon as possible to find the Old Man Emperor and the Sky Demon Staff.
The difficulty of cultivating the void divine body is beyond imagination. After Chen Fan engraved the magic formula for unlocking the void divine body on artifacts such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument, Chu Xian and others were able to quickly understand and remember it. But the blind man, Orange Cat, and others stared at the cultivation techniques on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and memorized them over and over again. After more than 10 days of memorizing, they only memorized less than half of them. If Fang Qingqing didn't get back the Heavenly Demon Staff and studied like the blind man by staring at the Heavenly Sacrifice Monument, he would probably fall far behind Chu Xian, Yi Hao and the others.
"What about my Chaos Ling?"
Shen Hongxiu glanced at Chen Fan angrily.
"Chaos Ling can't do it."
Chen Fan frowned and said,
"The 5-colored divine stone says that Chaos Ling suppresses a being more terrifying than the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. I am not sure how to deal with this kind of existence now. Once the Chaos Ling is taken away." "Ah!"
Shen Hongxiu grabbed her hair into a chicken coop with both hands, looking like she was going crazy. Bai Ruch sighed and said,
"You too. Even if you haven't gotten the things yet, at least you already know where they are. What about mine? I can't even see hope. Uncle Master, haven't you dreamed of me during this time?"
Chen Fan blinked.
"No."
Bai Ruch pouted in disappointment. "But I heard Yi Hongyan say,
the most powerful divine weapon of the Holy Spirit clan is the Taishu Holy Mirror. The Taishu Holy Mirror can release a divine light. All living creatures covered by the divine light will be swallowed by it, and then sealed within it."
Everyone present suddenly widened their eyes. Chen Fan had said at the beginning that Fang Qingqing was the princess of the Sky Demon clan, and Bai Ruch was the leader of the Holy Spirit clan. So, according to Yi Hongyan, Bai Ruch's magic weapon is the
Taishu Holy Mirror.
Bai Ruch became a little excited.
"How do you know so clearly?"
Yi Hongyan said lightly.
"Because I dreamed that you were chasing Chen Fan with the Taishu Holy Mirror."
Bai Ruch, Yi Hongyan.
"If Shen Hongxiu hadn't secretly used Chaos Ling to repel your Taishu Holy Mirror, he might have been sealed by you that time."
Everyone looked at Bai Ruch silently. Bai Ruch almost cried.
"It's impossible that I can't do such a thing. I'm not Henry Chu or Shen Taotao."
Henry Chu and Shen Tao glared at Bai Ruch at the same time.
"Alas,"
Li Fengxing sighed and said,
"I still feel better now that those dreams you had were really chaotic. It was too miserable to be in the dream where I was fighting and killing Brother Fan all day long. I was chased by you all day long. Kill!"
Shen Taotao and others were about to curse. But when they saw Yi Hongyan looking at Li Fengxing, they all shut up. Yi Hongyan said,
"Among this group of people, the most shameless one is you, Li Fengxing."
Li Fengxing turned to look at Chen Fan.
"Brother Fan, please open the door. I'm so hungry. I want to eat."
Orange Cat.
"Did you just eat a roast chicken? You still have a chicken drumstick in your hand."
Everyone's eyes looked down. Sure enough, Li Fengxing's left hand was still holding an uneaten chicken leg. Li Fengxing didn't dare to look at Yi Hongyan. After throwing away the chicken legs, he held his head in his hands and squatted down silently.
Okay.
Chen Fan hurriedly smoothed things over and said,
"I don't know whether the things in the dream are true or false. Even if they are true, they are just fragments. I don't know the cause and effect. This kid wanted to trick me all day long. But in the end, he was beaten half to death by me. Later, I rushed to the Tianlong clan, killed 100 of their powerful men, extracted the tendons of 100 Tianlongs, and then helped Qingqing transform the heavenly demon staff."
Li Fengxing raised his head in shock and said,
Didn't you say that you stole Qingqing's staff?
Chen Fan was furious and kicked Li Fingxing to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Bai Rouge suddenly said,
By the way, is the Red Sleeve Chaos Ling more powerful than the 5-color Sacred Stone? Back in the 5th restricted area, the 5-color Divine Stone, the Fingxing Tianlong Temple, and the Sky-Breaking Demon Sword jointly suppressed the 6-eyed Abyss Lord. In the end, Chaos Ling single-handedly suppressed a being more powerful than the Lord of the 6-eyed Abyss?
Chen Fan touched his chin and said,
I don't know. I just remember that the Red Sleeve's Chaos Ribbon is special. It seems to be very capable of restraining magical weapons. Haozi stole the Tontian Divine Pillar from the Dutianyi clan and the Culverin from the Angel God clan. After casting the Tontian Divine Pillar and the Culverin into an axe, as soon as he sacrificed it, he was entangled in the Chaos Ribbon and snatched away. Didn't you stop talking about beauty just now?
Yi Hao raised his head slightly, looking helpless. Shen Hongxiu's confidence greatly increased.
It seems that my Chaos Ling should be a magic weapon second only to the Sky-Breaking Demon Sword. You'd better be more honest with me. My Chaos Ling is designed to defeat divine weapons,
she said. But her eyes were looking at Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan remained silent, as if she didn't hear him at all. Shen Hongxiu felt that her punch was empty, and she felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Okay.
Chen Fan said a little weakly. You should activate the Void Divine Body as soon as possible. I will engrave the follow-up training techniques of the Void Divine Body and the 90,000 Void characters as soon as possible. After killing the 3 Demon Kings of the Nightmare Court, the pressure in my heart has not eased at all, but has become even greater. These enemies, no matter how terrifying they are still mortal. Those unknown enemies in the darkness may be ancient gods and demons,
Yi Hao said in a deep voice.
Don't worry, Brother Fan. We will catch up with you as soon as possible. No matter what kind of existence we face, I will fight side by side with you.
Shen Taoao took a step forward and was about to speak.
Boom!
The light on Henry Chu's body surged, and countless void characters appeared and flew quickly around him. Yi Hongyan was surprised.
He has activated the Void Divine Body. Ah!
Yi Hao was a little crazy.
Xian Chu, you always do such inappropriate things. And the atmosphere I just created has been completely destroyed by you.
Li Fingxing stood up and scratched his head.
Why is he so fast?
Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said,
What's wrong with him? It's because Brother Fan helped him engrave his thoughts on the Heaven Sacrifice Monument more than 10 days ago.
Henry Chu looked at Yi Hao silently.
I have activated the Void Divine Body.
Yi Hao was so angry that he said,
Don't be too proud.
As he spoke, he swayed and moved to the corner of the beast control space, sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Shen Naodao and Li Fingxing looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Chen Fan said with a smile,
You guys can practice. Hongxiu and I will go to the ancient god realm to visit the Sky-Breaking Demon Sword and the Heaven Sacrifice Monument. Since we can use them to project clones, Chaos Ling should be able to do it too. Right.
Shen Hongxiu cheered.
Okay,
Yi Hongyan said.
I'll go with you.
Shen Hongxiu sneered and said,
Stop dreaming. Only those below the 9th level can enter the ancient god world and other 4 realms. You can't get in if you are above the 9th level. Blind Grandpa and the others have tried many times, but they were all forced to come out by a mysterious force.
The blind man and the lame nodded at the same time.
I'm different from them,
Yi Hongyan said lightly.
If they can't get in, I may not be able to get in.
The corners of Shen Hongxiu's lips curled up slightly.
You are too confident.
Before she finished speaking, her mouth opened and didn't close for a while. I saw Yi Hongyan, without holding Chen Fan's hand, stepped out and entered the ancient god realm. Why? Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan, looked at the blind men, and screamed.
Why can she do such a thing?
But at this moment, no one paid any attention to her. When Chen Fan turned on the exploration function of the beast controlling space, everyone could see that Yi Hongyan was holding the colorful sacred stone, standing quietly in the ice palace of the ancient god world. Chen Fan immediately walked out and stood next to Yi Hongyan. The system is indeed related to Yi Hongyan. Back in Qixing Mountain, when Chen Fan encountered the leader of the heavenly demon sect being hunted by the Nightmare Court, the 5-colored sacred stone drained all the energy from his system. But now, without holding his hand, Yi Hongyan actually walked out of the portal of the ancient god realm and entered the ancient god realm.
There is a strangely familiar feeling here,
Yi Hongyan said.
I seem to have seen it in my dream, but I can't remember clearly. There is a teleportation array in this hall, which leads directly to the 5th restricted area of the Magic City,
Chen Fan said.
I will show you around. Yes.
Yi Hongyan took Chen Fan's hand very naturally.
Hey! There's me here too!
In the beast-controlling space, Shen Hongxiu jumped 3 feet high. Chen Fan had no choice but to open the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space and pulled Shen Hongxiu out. After being taken out, Shen Hongxiu grabbed Chen Fan's arm and refused to let go. She also looked at Yi Hongyan provocatively. Yi Hongyan's eyes were calm as an ancient well. This made Shen Hongxiu even more angry. The 3 of them walked in the ice hall, and the sound of their footsteps kept echoing in the hall. On both sides of the passage, there are statues of giants. As before, the mental power of Chen Fan and the others did not sense the existence of any living creatures. The ancient palace has been frozen by ice for who knows how many thousands of years. Chen Fan and the other 2 walked around the hall before walking out. Very depressing feeling. What happened in the era of gods and demons? Chen Fan knew nothing. Chen Fan didn't take it to heart at all when being chased by Henry Chu and Shen Taotao in his dream. It always feels like it's just a fight between brothers. If they were really enemies of life and death, how could one easily control the divine weapons such as the Heaven Sacrifice Monument and the 12 wings of the God King? But then Chu Xian and the others had a dream. Dreaming that the Dutianyi clan was completely dead and injured, and the corpses of the ancient demon clan were piled up in mountains. But now, only the void demon is left in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. The group of 8th level people that Li Mu originally sent in have not brought back much useful information until now. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang brought back some materials that Chen Fan wanted to collect during this period. But when they explored these worlds, they saw not only void demons, but also void demons. Even the golden eyes that had appeared in the sky never appeared again. The unknown is always the scariest thing. In comparison, the pressure brought on Chen Fan by the 6th Heavenly Demon King, who frightened Li Mu and others, was actually very small. Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hongyan and Shen Hongxiu. Once they all start cultivating the void divine body, his pressure may be relieved a lot. No one likes to be alone. No one likes to fight alone. As if she sensed Chen Fan's emotional changes, Yi Hongyan's palm gently squeezed Chen Fan's hand. The Demon Empress is not good at expressing herself, even far inferior to the Empress Dutian back then. But sometimes, language seems pale and feeble. Yi Hongyan exerted a slight force on her palm, but it was more powerful than 1,000 words, and made the darkness in Chen Fan's heart dissipate a lot. Yi Hongyan raised her left hand. On the palm of her left hand, a colorful divine stone emerged. Yi Hongyan said, "Let's go find Chaos Ling. The 5-colored sacred stone can sense the breath of Chaos Ling." Chen Fan stopped and said, "Okay." The 3 of them turned around, jumped into the air, and flew outward. In the beast control space, Bai Ruch pursed her lips, sighed, and glanced at the main hall where Chen Fan and the others left. "Sudden," she exclaimed.
"Uncle Master, the giant statue in the palace is alive."
Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan, who had just risen into the air, fell down again. Yi Hao and the others who had started practicing in the beast control space also widened their eyes. The blind man said,
"Did you read that correctly?"
Bai Ruch pointed to a statue carrying a long knife and said,
"That's the statue. I saw his eyes move."
With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan opened the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space and pushed Shen Hongxiu in. Shen Hongxiu was angry.
"Why did you just let me in?"
Fang Qingqing said calmly.
"I am in the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, and I have a 5-color sacred stone in my hand. Hey, Hongxiu, have you eaten a little too much since you came to Yang country? I feel like your legs are much thicker than before."
Shen Hongxiu was furious.
"I'm not fat. Take care of yourself."
A group of people in the beast control space rolled their eyes. How long has it been before we can still make a quarrel? In the Ice Palace, neither Chen Fan nor Yi Hongyan sensed any abnormality in their mental strength. In their perception, the statue in front of them was just a statue without any breath of life. But Bai Ruch said that his eyes moved when he saw the statue.
"Senior, can you show up and meet me?"
Chen Fan's mental power enveloped the huge statue, and his thoughts were transmitted. Chapter 3:10 Void Pollution. Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang turned into void demons. No response. A huge statue carrying a long knife. Lifeless. There is no power surging above the statue.
"Let's go!"
After a moment of silence, Chen Fan turned around and walked out of the ice hall. Yi Hongyan glanced at the statue, turned around and caught up with Chen Fan. Her steps were elegant and graceful, as beautiful as a fairy. "Uncle Master." In the beast-controlling space, Bai Ruch's face turned red and he said,
"I really did see his eyes moving just now. I must have seen it right." "Yes."
Qin Fan responded lightly without saying much. After he and Yi Hongyan left the ice hall, they immediately summoned the side demon. The body of the side demon suddenly swelled, carrying Qin Fan and Yi Hongyan into the sky. It wasn't until she flew far away that the ice palace could no longer be seen. Yi Hongyan said softly.
Didn't you notice anything unusual?
Qin Fan took a deep breath and said,
The power that envelopes the entire ice palace is a very powerful divine power. Because of the protection of this divine power, the void demon does not dare to approach the ice palace. Even the side demon and the beholder demon, who have been purified by me and then signed a contract, are still afraid to set foot in the ice hall. When I use the divine power of the void, there is a slight resonance between the divine power of the void and this power. Although my mental power cannot detect the abnormalities on the statue. But when I was running the divine power of the void in front of the statue, I felt a slight throbbing.
But at this point, Qin Fan sighed.
I'm still too weak now. There is no point in pursuing these ancient secrets now.
Yi Hongyan glanced at Qin Fan and nodded slightly. At this time, Qin Fan suddenly raised his head and looked to his left. The sickle demon at his feet immediately turned around quickly and flew in the direction Qin Fan was looking at. After a while, in the void ahead, two figures flew towards this side at extremely fast speeds.
It's Brother Yun and the others who are wrong.
As soon as Qin Fan's mental power swept over Yun Songhai and Yi Wuxuang, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Yun Songhai, who was dripping with sweat, was actually being chased by Yi Wuxuang. At this time, Yi Wuxuang was filled with demonic energy.
Brother Yun.
Qin Fan moved in front of Yun Songhai with a flash of lightning. Yun Songhai didn't have time to wipe the sweat from his face and said in a deep voice,
Wuxuang is crazy. I don't know what happened, but I suddenly became possessed.
Qin Fan raised his head slightly, and with a flash of blood in his eyes, he activated the
Demon King Whisper. Stop!
Yi Wuxuang, who had been transformed into a demon, was shaken all over and stopped in the air. But the murderous intention and evil thoughts in him have not diminished at all. He is simply more terrifying than Inoue, the 9th grade peak powerhouse from Yang Kingdom, who was possessed by demons. Qin Fan glanced at Yi Wuxuang. Next to Yi Wuxuang, there is a demon attribute panel, different from those demonized strong men in Yang Kingdom. What is displayed on Yi Wuxuang's attribute panel is the void demon. Apparently, this is not the Devil's Blood plan of the Nightmare Garden.
Brother Yun.
You guys. Qin Fan turned around. As soon as he turned around, Yun Songhai's eyes suddenly turned blood red. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and he grabbed Qin Fan's chest with a snap.
Ah!
In the beast control space, Bai Rouge and Fang Qingqing screamed.
Back off!
Qin Fan drank lightly. When the
Whisper of the Demon King
is activated, his voice carries indescribable magic, as if the real Demon King himself has arrived. Yun Songhai, who was rapidly transforming into a demon, also showed a look of fear. He took a few steps back and lowered his head. Qin Fan frowned. Yi Wuxuang became demonized, fell into madness, and then hunted Yun Songhai. Unexpectedly, even Yun Songhai became a demon. Monster name, Void Demon. Yun Songhai. Combat power level, 8th grade. 5th heaven. Void pollution degree, 59/100. Void pollution level? Qin Fan suddenly realized. He immediately turned his head and glanced at Yi Wuxuang's attribute panel. There is no void pollution level on Yi Wuxuang's attribute panel. It seems that when the void pollution reaches 100%, it will completely transform into a void demon. After completely transforming into a void demon, Yi Wuxuang has the same combat power level, skills, weaknesses, etc. as the void demon in the ancient god world. But there will no longer be void pollution. Qin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at Yun Songhai again. Only a few breaths had passed, and the void pollution level on Yun Songhai's attribute panel had already become 60 out of 100. Damn. Qin Fan frowned.
I'm afraid something happened to the group of people sent by the minister.
Yi Hongyan was surprised.
You already know why they became demons?
Qin Fan nodded.
I was careless and forgot about void pollution.
In the beast control space, the blind man exclaimed.
Is it the void pollution caused by the 6-eyed Abyss Lord in the 5th restricted area?
When he was in the 5th restricted area, Qin Fan discovered the penetration of the void, and found that he and everyone else had been contaminated by the power of the void. He had no choice but to purify everyone every once in a while. Later, because Li Fengxing said he could control the Tianlong Palace, he opened the Tianlong Palace's defense to the maximum, and was able to block the void pollution. Otherwise, A group of people will be contaminated by the void for no apparent reason, and eventually become void demons. Looking back now, the blind man and others were frightened for a while. Shen Hongxiu said,
but we stayed in the ancient god realm, angel god king realm, and other places for a long time. And we were not polluted, and then turned into demons. Maybe it's because you have the sky sacrifice monument and the heaven-bearing divine pillar around you,
Chen Fan said.
Or maybe, in ordinary locations in the four realms such as the ancient god realm, void pollution is not too strong. But if you get close to places where powerful demons are sealed, you may be contaminated quickly.
As Chen Fan spoke, he activated Purify and aimed the palms of his left and right hands at Yi Wuxuang and Yuan Sanhai respectively. Yuan Sanhai and the others screamed with black energy coming out of their bodies. But soon, the two slumped and then regained consciousness.
See a fan? Her Majesty the Empress.
Yi Wuxuang was shocked when he saw Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan.
What happened to me just now? I seem to have had a nightmare. What nightmare?
Yuan Sanhai said unhappily.
You chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you think it was a dream? If not... Wait! Sifan, what are you doing to me with your palms? Could it be that? You were also demonized just now.
Chen Fan said. Yuan Sanhai. Yi Wuxuang flew over unsteadily.
What on earth is going on? Why are we demonized? Void pollution,
Chen Fan said.
Just like when we faced the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss in the 5th restricted area.
Yuan Sanhai had a look of horror on his face.
What is this void pollution that is so terrifying? I didn't feel anything unusual at all. I became a demon for no reason. It's not just you.
Yi Hongyan stood in the void, silently scanning the earth below and said,
the entire ancient god realm, or the angel god king realm, has probably been contaminated by the void. Even ancient gods and demons cannot escape this disaster. Li Mu sent you in to explore the 4 realms. But after such a long time, all you saw were void demons and no other living creatures. This may be because of void pollution.
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang were horrified. Yi Wuxuang hesitated for a moment and said,
what should we do now?
Chen Fan did not speak, but silently looked at the sickle demon at his feet. The scythe demon is also a void demon, the purified void demon. However, from the time he was purified and then signed the contract, until now, the
void pollution degree
has not appeared on the scythe demon's attribute panel. Similarly, Xiaobai and Gongzi also stayed with Chen Fan in the ancient god realm for a long time. But when Xiaobai and the others were in the ancient god realm, they never experienced void pollution. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and said,
you guys go back to the beast control space first, and I'll go get the others out.
After sending Yi Hongyan, Yuan Sanhai and others into the beast controlling space, Chen Fan instantly became invisible, as if he had turned into heaven and earth, spreading in all directions. Fortunately, the areas explored in each realm are centered on the entry point of the beast controlling space and radiate outwards without spreading too far. After Chen Fan broke through to the 9th level and entered the virtual soul state, his speed was more than 100 times faster than the first time. In just a short time, Chen Fan found a dozen people who were exploring the ancient god realm. He went non-stop and went to the angel god king realm and other 3 realms, and found everyone back. Most of these people are still in a normal state. Only a few have become demonized. There are also some parts where void pollution has appeared on their bodies. It seems, the blind man said in a deep voice,
these demonized people are probably related to the area they went to. Ordinary void demons may also be releasing void pollution, but it may take a long time to contaminate other creatures. And the void pollution released by god demonic level void demons may turn people into demons in a short period of time.
Li Fengxing said.
Didn't Brother Fan say that he wanted to find Chaos Ling of red sleeves? Isn't that Chaos Ling suppressing some powerful existence? Let's find Chaos Ling, and then send 2 people out to test it. Won't we know?
Everyone looked at Li Fengxing silently. Li Fengxing held his head with both hands and slowly squatted down. Chen Fan pulled him up.
You reminded me very well, so I will do as you said.
Li Fengxing sneered and said,
Brother Fan, you won't use me as a test subject, will you?
Chen Fan said.
If you want, that's okay.
Li Fengxing's face immediately became extremely serious.
Brother Fan, I don't want to. Coward.
Chen Fan covered Li Fengxing's face with his 5 fingers and pushed Li Fengxing away.
Let me go.
Yuan Sanhai said.
Xiao Fan can purify us. There is no need to worry at all.
Chen Fan smiled and nodded.
Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Li Fengxing suddenly came over again and said,
Brother Fan, they turned into void demons. And then you purified them. Are they now humans or void demons?
Everyone was silent again. Li Fingxing added,
Look, when you signed the contract with the Scythe demon and the Beholder demon, you purified those two demons first and then signed the contract. But even if they are purified and there are no evil thoughts in them, are they still demons?
Yi Hao glanced at Li Fingxing, looked at Chen Fan, and said,
Brother Fan, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that this guy is getting smarter and smarter. Tell me, will he become as cunning, despicable and shameless as he was in your dream? Slander! You are slandering me!
Li Fingxing shouted angrily.
How's he? I have Tianlong Palace now. I am not afraid of you. If you continue to sow discord like this, I will be rude to you.
Shen Daodao pursed his lips.
But in Brother Fan's dream, you were indeed a little too shameless. You not only wanted to plot against Brother Fan, but you also wanted to plot against Xian Chu and me. Every time you want us to fight to the death. And then the fishermen will benefit.
Li Fingxing glared at Shen Daodao. Shen Daodao said,
Don't look at me like that. Her Majesty the Empress said so.
Hearing the word Empress, Li Fingxing took a quick look at Yi Hongyan, and suddenly lowered his head like a deflated ball. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, kicked Li Fingxing, and said,
Have you been dreaming recently?
Li Fingxing smiled awkwardly and said,
I did it just a little bit.
A group of strong men around him were all confused after hearing this. I have no idea what the dream these people are talking about is about.
All right,
Chen Fan said.
Let's find Chaos Ling first. No matter what, void pollution is something that even the mid to late stage Holy Realm cannot handle. Let's stop exploring the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms for now.
A group of people around them all nodded. It's really terrible. Without any feeling or warning, he was suddenly contaminated and turned into a void demon. At this time, Yuan Sanhai suddenly reacted and said,
What Fengxing said just now? Xiao Fan, are we humans or demons now?
A group of strong men present were shocked. Chen Fan opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Yi Wishwang suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a black flame burned in his palm. Everyone fell silent when they saw the flames. Even the strength attributes have changed. Do you think it's a human or a demon? Seeing Yuan Sanhai and others smiled bitterly, Yi Hongyan curled her lips slightly and said,
Demons, in the final analysis, are just a race. Human civilization calls all evil and impermanent things devils. Those who trample on humanity and kill countless people will be regarded as demons by everyone, even if they are not demons. And the demon race also has good and evil. Can you sense any evil thoughts from the Side Demon, Beholder Demon, Bone Dragon, and Little Skeleton now? How different are they from Gongzi, Jade and the others now?
The faces of Yuan Sanhai and others improved a lot. Yi Hongyan added,
You have been exploring the Ancient God Realm and other 4 realms during this period. But you don't know that big things have happened in the outside world. What?
Yuan Sanhai and others were surprised. Yi Hongyan revealed the
Devil's Blood plan
of the Nightmare Garden. Then, she continued,
after being purified, those demonized strong men from the Yang Kingdom have changed their strength attributes just like you. Even if they are purified, they are still considered a demon race. But nearly a month has passed, according to our observation, except for their strength attributes and the powerful power they gained after being transformed into demons. They are not much different from ordinary people and from the past.
Yi Wishwang nodded and said,
It is true that after being demonized, I feel that my power now is much stronger than before. Songhai and I may be able to break through to the 9th level in the near future. So, don't think too much.
Yi Hongyan said,
Xiaofan has extraordinary methods. Maybe he can change your strength attributes back in the future.
Yuan Sanhai and others smiled and nodded. Chen Fan looked at Yi Hongyan silently and said,
Why don't you speak ancient prose now?
Yi Hongyan,
I miss you every day, but I don't see you. And we drink water from the same river together.
Chen Fan,
no need to translate this sentence. I understand it. Humph.
Shen Hongxiu stamped her feet fiercely.
It takes 3 days to test the jade, and 7 years to identify the material.
Chen Fan was stunned.
What do you mean?
Shen Hongxiu said coldly.
It takes time to see people's hearts.
Sudden, Li Fingxing spoke again.
Brother Fan, Brother Yuan and the others have become void demons. Can you cultivate them like you cultivate other beasts or demons? And help them improve their combat power level and racial level?
Yuan Sanhai and others were stunned. Chen Fan was also stunned. What's wrong with this world? Suddenly I feel like my IQ has been suppressed by the idiot. Chapter 3:11 Gods Means. Monster name, Void Demon. Yuan Sanhai. Combat power level, 8th grade. 5th heaven. Race level, middle lord. Martial arts skills, meteor fire rain sword plus. Xiantian shield plus. Blood light escape plus. Earth escape technique plus. Chaos blade Winju plus. Universe in the sleep plus. Wind and thunder plus. Moon step plus. Xianin finger plus. Requirements for breaking through to the 9th level, the first method. 9 level 38 void demon crystal cores, or 5 level 39 void demon crystal cores. 1 dew grass. 2 black tongues. And 1 heavenly punishment grass. A purple orchid leaf grass. A black leaf lotus. Methods as below. The second method. Looking at Yun Songhai's attribute panel, Chun Fan fell silent. This kind of attribute panel is a bit different from other beasts or monsters. But Chun Fan was not surprised, because he had seen it in the demonized strong men of Yang Kingdom before. Their combat power level is still at the level of human cultivation, and has not become the level of controlling beasts and monsters. But at the same time, they also have a racial hierarchy. The racial skills of other beasts or monsters are here turned into martial arts skills. Martial arts skills are all acquired, and are not naturally awakened like beasts or monsters. Yun Songhai has practiced many martial arts and skills. Among them, many come from the blind and lame, and are the secrets of the 4 holy places in Tianyu realm. Although Chun Fan has not practiced those special skills, he has heard about them many times from Chu Xian and Yi Hao. Looking at this attribute panel and these martial arts skills, Chun Fan was extremely shocked. In the past, if he wanted to help Yun Songhai break through, he could only help Yun Songhai cultivate his beast. But now, the several methods displayed on the attribute panel are exactly the same as the breakthrough methods for controlling beasts, as long as all these materials are collected. In fact, it seems that the materials needed for Yun Songhai's Super God 8th level 5th level breakthrough to reach the 9th level realm are easier to obtain. 9 level 38 void demon crystal cores. The most indispensable thing in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms is these void demons. Chun Fan has never heard of most of these other things. They are probably only found in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. In addition, except for Chun Fan who has his own system, no matter how talented others are, to practice a powerful martial art or skill, they need to start from scratch and rely on their own understanding. Now that Yun Songhai has become a void demon, can these martial arts and skills be directly increased? Chun Fan sat down on the grass and glanced at Yi Hongyan silently. Yi Hongyan is the empress of the demon clan and has an attribute panel herself. But for this period of time, Chun Fan ignored her identity. After meeting in the Yang Kingdom, Chun Fan felt uneasy and often did not dare to look at Yi Hongyan. So he also ignored the fact that he could help Yi Hongyan directly improve her martial arts and skills. Brother Fan. After Li Fengxing saw that he had said something, Chun Fan's expression became extremely strange, and he said a little worriedly,
"Did I say something wrong?"
When everyone saw Chun Fan like this, their hearts tightened. What Li Fengxing said casually, "It is very possible to change the world." Chun Fan said,
"You are not wrong. On the contrary, you reminded me. Feng Xing. Thank you for reminding me."
"You guy."
"Well done."
Hearing this, Li Fengxing suddenly became excited, causing Yi Hao and Shen Taoao to roll their eyes wildly. Chun Fan looked at Yi Hao and Shen Taoao, who were rolling their eyes. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao quickly put on smiles and hooked Li Fengxing's shoulders.
"What if Haozi and the others are also contaminated by the void and eventually become void demons? So after Haozi and the others activate the void divine body, can I also use the system energy to add void divine body to them layer by layer? If I help Big Brother Yun and Haozi break through, theoretically, they will become master beasts that I have cultivated. Then in the future, the demons or monsters they kill with their own hands will also increase the energy of the system. If they become void demons, and then are purified by me, and there are no sequelae or any abnormality, can all the people be demonized? After helping the minister and the others cultivate beast-controlling beasts, they still cannot break through to the demigod realm in a short period of time at the peak of the holy realm. But if they become void demons, can they break through to the demigod realm directly after finding all the materials?"
One crazy idea after another appeared in Chun Fan's mind. Chun Fan was shocked, but he was eager to try. After a while, under everyone's nervous gaze, he stood up and said,
"If it doesn't work out, I can really help you, Brother Yun. Break through."
Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang were extremely nervous and expecting, and they wiped their sweat at the same time. Chun Fan added, "But
I need a moment to confirm some things. First, after you become a void demon, Will your eating habits, cultivation, and various aspects be different from before? Second, will you have any side effects after becoming a void demon? Third, after you become void demons, will you be contaminated by the void again and become demonized again?
Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang nodded repeatedly. At this moment, there were huge waves in their hearts, and they didn't know what words to use to express it. Qin Fan looked at Yuan Sanhai and said,
Brother Yuan, your moon step is the secret skill taught to you by lame grandpa. Right. Have you reached the 5th level of cultivation now?
Before Yuan Sanhai could speak, Cripple already said,
That's the secret skill that I'm proud of. It's the footwork I created by integrating the secret skill of the 4 symbols Holy Land. No one can be faster than me. I am the fastest man in the Qianyu world.
The orange cat couldn't help but mock.
What's there to show off? Man, what are you doing so quickly?
The lame man was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he dragged the orange cat over and beat the orange cat all over. Xiao Hei shook his head repeatedly.
Orange cat really deserves a beating.
Everyone looked at Xiao Hei silently. Xiao Hei, the person here who is least qualified to say this is you.
Don't interrupt.
Qin Fan almost couldn't help but go over and kick the orange cat. He looked at Yuan Sanhai and clicked on the plus sign behind, Yuebu. Yuan Sanhai was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, Yuan Sanhai's eyes showed a look of disbelief. And he immediately sat down cross-legged and studied it carefully. The 6th level of moon step. The 7th level of moon steps. The 8th level of moon steps. The 9th level of moon steps. A circle of light and shadow flickered around Yuan Sanhai. Under everyone's gaze, phantoms appeared one after another around Yuan Sanhai. And those phantoms were rapidly shuttling through the beast-controlling space at extremely fast speeds.
Yuebu Sanhai is practicing Yuebu?
Yi Wuxuang was stunned.
Why did he and I reach the 5th level at the same time? And why has he broken through to the 8th level now?
The cripple's eyes widened.
It's not the 8th floor. It's the 9th floor. He has practiced moon step to the limit.
Having said this, the cripple turned to look at Qin Fan.
Xiao Fan, did you do this?
With a flash, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Fan. Qin Fan raised his head and glanced at everyone. All are worthy of trust, even if someone is relatively unfamiliar. At this moment, Qin Fan no longer cared. The Nightmare Garden no longer threatens him. At least, Blue Star's Nightmare Garden can no longer threaten him. Qin Fan nodded slightly.
Not bad.
As he spoke, he copied Yuan Sanhai's moon step onto himself and Xiao Bai. He has never practiced moon step, but he can copy the skills of other beasts or monsters. In the beast-controlling space, there is silence, and you can hear a needle drop. Even the blind man and others, who had already seen Qin Fan's extraordinary methods, were stunned at this moment. Godlike means. When the blind man gave Yuan Sanhai some guidance on how to practice the moon steps. With Yuan Sanhai's talent, his progress was still slow, and he was scolded by the blind man. When the blind man was supervising in the beast-controlling space, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang almost had to be scolded all day long. Did not expect? Qin Fan just made a few random moves, and Yuan Sanhai's moon steps reached its peak? Yi Wuxuang looked at Qin Fan pitifully. Qin Fan was stunned and helped Yi Wuxuang increase her moon steps to the peak. These 8th level experts, who were sent in by Li Mu, were all boiling instantly. Those who had been demonized before, and then purified by Qin Fan, were gearing up and looking forward to it. Those who had not been demonized clenched their fists, and began to think about whether they should find a way to become demonized.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Seeing a group of people looking at him like hungry wolves, Qin Fan hurriedly said,
There are some things that I can't tell you, but I still have to say that I have to pay a price for doing such things. I am not a goddess.
The orange cat leaned over and said,
No, you are God.
Qin Fan was so angry that he kicked the orange cat away.
If you interrupt me again, I will kill you.
Qin Fan said,
I once spread a theory through the Beast Control Forum and Shop Number 9. I don't know if you have heard of it.
Yuan Sanhai's expression changed and he said,
You mean the beasts that have been cultivated in the 9th store can immediately go out to fight monsters, and then return to the 9th store to improve their skills?
A group of people present were suddenly enlightened. After Shop Number 9 spread this theory, there was a lot of discussion. Then, this theory also spread on the Beast Control Forum. Many people don't believe it, but the Beast Masters who came out of Shop Number 9 all gained huge benefits in the end. And people couldn't help but believe it. Qin Fan said,
So, I am going to find a way to help Brother Yun break through to the 9th level. Brother Yun, during this period of time, you need to go crazy and kill monsters or demons.
Yuan Sanhai nodded.
Don't worry. I will do it. Even without this incident. Wushuang and I's continuous breakthroughs during this period are actually closely related to killing demons. We fought like crazy in the ancient god realm to break through to the peak of the 8th and 5th heaven so quickly.
Yi Wushuang nodded heavily. So, Chen Fan glanced around and said,
Do you have any level 38 void demon crystal cores in your body? Level 38?
One of the 8th level experts said.
I have 6 of them.
Another person said.
I have 5 level 38 void demon crystal cores.
A group of people said, and took out a bunch of crystal nuclei. Chen Fan only needed 9 level 38 void demon crystal cores. But the 38 crystal cores that everyone took out turned out to be more than 50.
Do you have any of these things?
Chen Fan condensed the images of materials such as dew grass and black-tongue orchid.
I have this. I have this lotus with black leaves. I have this one. I never knew what it was called. But when I encountered it, I could sense the strong star energy in it. So I picked it.
A large group of 8th level experts took out various materials from their sumo rings. Chen Fan and Yuan Songhai were stunned. It went so smoothly that it was a bit ridiculous. Everything Chen Fan needs is available. It seems that everyone has gotten a lot of good things in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms during this period.
Is that all?
Yi Wushuang rubbed his palms and asked.
Songhai is the 5th level of the 8th level realm. He wants to break through to the 9th level realm. It should be possible.
Chen Fan nodded and said.
Let's try it first. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but it shouldn't be a big problem.
Chen Fan waved. Xiaobai and Lao Yuan on the other side immediately brought over a large iron pot. Everyone, Yuan Songhai, especially Yuan Songhai's expression at this time was extremely exciting. This big pot is no stranger to him. He watched Chen Fan use this cauldron to cultivate many beasts. Seeing Yuan Songhai in a daze, Xiaobai grinned and said,
This is new. Very clean.
Yuan Songhai showed a very ugly smile toward Xiaobai. Xiao Hei said,
Even if it's not clean, even if I poop, he still has to use it. Why does he care about such details?
The smile on Yuan Songhai's face froze. Xiaobai glared at Xiao Hei.
Have you ever pooped in this iron pot? Tisk.
Xiao Hei said.
I'm just making an analogy. Am I so unhygienic? How could I go to the iron pot to poop? I'm not a strong person. And I don't have such a hobby.
Gongzi was furious. He charged and knocked down Xiao Hei, and slapped Xiao Hei with his little paws, making Xiao Hei howl and scream. At this time, Chen Fan was already busy. Use void demons to set up a star-gathering array. Start cooking hot pot in a large pot. And Yuan Songhai, just like in the 5th restricted area, acted as a fire boy, releasing flames with his hands and holding the big pot. Many people present were extremely nervous. I always feel like something epic-making is about to happen. If Chen Fan really succeeds in helping Yuan Songhai break through, the world will really change dramatically. In this way, can Chen Fan help several people from the Tang Kingdom break through to the peak of the Holy Realm? It may be a little more troublesome and difficult for him to help those people break through, but it will definitely be faster than those who can practice on their own. Right? Li Mu and Zhang Jiang have been stuck at the peak of the Holy Realm for a long time. It's unimaginable. Although Chen Fan doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, it is impossible for him to help the strong people in the world break through like this. But being helped by him is a huge opportunity. There was a group of powerful people present, most of whom were in the middle to late stage of the 8th level. Some of them have been trapped in this realm for many years. If, however, the little guinea pig still wants the demonized people like Yuan Songhai to do it, as Chen Fan said before, it takes some time to confirm that there will be no side effects after becoming a void demon. What if one day you suddenly go crazy, or turn into a demon that is neither human nor ghost? Many things will still take some time to be known. But this is enough to look forward to. Suddenly, Orange Cat said,
Li Mu has been trying to reach the demigod realm these days. Do you want to inform him first? And then find a way to transform him into a void demon? And then help him reach the demigod realm? No.
Yuan Songhai was startled, turned around and said,
Many things are still uncertain now, and we cannot let my master be involved in danger.
Yi Hongyan said lightly.
Even if Li Mu is willing, he doesn't seem to be able to enter the ancient god realm. Right.
The Orange Cat blinked.
I forgot about this.
Everyone. Did the old leader of the demon sect have this kind of IQ before? Or did he become this kind of IQ after being turned into an orange cat by Empress Yi Hongyan? The Orange Cat saw contempt in everyone's eyes, and became furious.
What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes.
Everyone turned their heads. There is a saying that Orange Cat does nothing. does not practice, and sleeps every day. But most people here can't beat him. Half an hour later, Yuan Sanhai picked up the big pot. Looking at the cool dark green soup in the cauldron, Yuan Sanhai was in a trance. The first time he saw this thing was in the Lord's mansion of Donghai City. That time, it was Chen Fan who helped the city lord by Baiyu cultivate the beasts. Later, Yuan Sanhai saw Chen Fan cooking hot pot many times to help Yusho break through. Among them, Lu Xingyuan's powerful beast, the dark moon white tiger, was also included. However, Yuan Sanhai never imagined that one day, he would pick up the big pot and prepare to devour it. Eat! Yi Wushwang cheered from the side.
You are the first. Think about it. You are the first to eat crabs. Your name will definitely be recorded in the history books in the future.
Yuan Sanhai was furious.
Then come,
Yi Wushwang said.
This is what Xiao Fan prepared for you. It's useless if I eat it. If I had known that you were so afraid of wolves and tigers, Xiao Fan should have helped me break through first. I was demonized before you. Why did you get ahead of me?
Yuan Sanhai gritted his teeth.
Shut up. I'm going to eat. Don't disturb me.
Everyone tried their best to hold back their laughter until their stomachs ached. Yuan Sanhai picked up the big pot and began to eat with his head tilted back. Just when everyone was staring at him, he suddenly stopped, snorted and said,
It's really weird. It tastes pretty good.
Everyone immediately became happy. Gongzi was lying on the ground hissing and laughing, his little paws patting the ground desperately. After a while, the star power around him began to gather crazily towards Yuan Sanhai.
Boom!
Stars were falling all over the sky. 9th level realm. Yuan Sanhai felt the power in his body and murmured,
9th level realm. I finally broke through to the 9th level realm.
All around, a group of 8th grade powerhouses looked at each other with complicated eyes. While Yuan Sanhai was still at the 7th level, most of them were already at the mid to late 8th level. As a result, after Yuan Sanhai met Chen Fan in Donghai City, his cultivation level slowly increased. When he was in the 5th restricted area, he directly broke through to the 8th level. It's only been a few months since I broke through to the 8th level, and now I'm already at the 9th level. This is really enviable and jealous. Chen Fan, who was silent for a while, said,
I originally wanted to find the Chaos Ling. That Chaos Ling should be suppressing a powerful being. Everyone, please come with me. I want to see if Brother Yuan and Brother Yu will still be polluted by the void after they are purified by me. And what will happen if it is contaminated again?
Yuan Sanhai's face straightened.
Okay.
Yi Wushwang nodded.
It is obligatory.
The faces of a group of strong men became extremely solemn. But in their hearts, they were also extremely excited. The structure of the world will be changed. The fate of the world will also be changed. Chapter 312. Becoming a void demon seems to have many benefits.
This is it,
Yi Hongyan said as she and Chen Fan fell from the sky. Below is a huge mountain. On the top of the mountain stands a tall tower. And on the high tower, the red chaos silk was like a giant red snake, wrapping around the high tower one after another. In the beast control space, Shin Hongxiu was extremely excited.
My Chaos Ling! My Chaos Ling!
A group of 8th level powerhouses are all inexplicable. Only the blind man, Yuan Sanhai, and others knew about Chen Fan's dream. Only they know that Chen Fan's heaven-breaking demonic sword, Chu Xian's heaven sacrifice monument, and Yi Hao's heaven-bearing divine pillar are all probably the supreme divine weapons in their previous lives. According to Chen Fan, the chaotic silk wrapped around the tower has unfathomable power that reaches the heavens and the earth. Chaos Ling can restrain all kinds of powerful magic weapons. Even the axe that Yi Hao refined using the Tontian divine pillar and the Qianquan cauldron was suppressed by Chaos Ling and then snatched away. This has become an inextricable knot in Yi Hao's heart. Chen Fan stood in the void, silently looking at the tower below. In addition to Chaos Ling, the tower also exudes a mysterious aura. Whether it is the Chaos Silk or the tower, there is an extremely tyrannical divine power flowing within it. Chaos Ling belongs to Shin Hongxiu. Whose tower is it? The 5-colored sacred stone said that Chaos Ling suppresses a being more powerful than the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss. Chen Fan squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the mountains below the tower. His current mental strength is 100 times stronger than when he was in the 5th restricted area, but he can't sense anything abnormal at all. Back in the 5th restricted area, he could see the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord underground, and that was because of the power of the 5-color sacred stone. But now, he has not contacted Chaos Ling. Chen Fan frowned and did not land on the high tower with Yi Hongyan. There is a more terrifying existence than the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord, so it is better not to touch it for the time being. Chen Fan thought. and his voice came into the beast control space and said,
Aside from Brother Yun and Brother Yi, I need 2 people who have not been demonized before to do a test to confirm the entire process of being contaminated by the void and being demonized. Which of you is willing to try to be contaminated by the void?
The words just fell. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and a group of 8th level realms all stepped forward.
Me!
The blind man kicked the orange cat. The orange cat was stunned.
Why are you kicking me? I am originally a beast master. I don't need to turn into a void demon. Qin Fan can help me break through.
The blind man was speechless. So, Qin Fan said in a deep voice,
Uncle Sun Yuan and Uncle Zhao Hong, please come out.
Among the crowd in the beast control space, 2 middle-aged men stepped out and stood together with Yun Songhai. When Li Mu sent these people over, he introduced each of them to Qin Fan. Qin Fan also knew a lot about the names of these people and the families they came from. At that moment, Qin Fan opened the whirlpool portal in the beast controlling space and took out the 4 Yun Songhai people. As soon as the 4 people came out, they immediately sat cross-legged in the void. Void demons at the level of gods and demons can contaminate nearby existences. Just like the original 6-eyed abyss lord polluted Qin Fan and Blind Man. If Qin Fan hadn't noticed the void pollution and started purification early, the entire army would have been wiped out. The 6-eyed abyss lord only broke out of the barrier a little bit, and seemed to be suppressed by the magic weapons such as the colorful sacred stone and the heaven sacrifice tablet. But who knew that there would be such a thing as void pollution? Looking back now, Qin Fan also felt a chill in his heart. This kind of void demon is much scarier than ordinary demons. In the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, except for void demons, there are no other creatures. Perhaps it is related to this void pollution. Even beings at the level of gods and demons, living in such an environment, will inevitably be contaminated by the void and eventually become void demons. Sudden, Qin Fan thought of another thing, and then summoned the little skeleton. The little skeleton looked at Qin Fan, and then at Yun Songhai and the others. A little confused, Qin Fan gently patted little skeleton on the shoulder and said,
Little skull, please sit here first.
The little skull nodded and sat down. In the beast control space, Henry Chu said,
The little skeleton seems to be the only one who remains awake among all the void demons we have seen. All the void demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are full of murderous intent and destruction. When they see us, they swarm up and want to kill us. But there is no evil thought in the little skeleton. I remember that Qin Fan didn't purify him at all. Right. Indeed not.
Qin Fan nodded and said,
I just remembered that the little skeleton was a bit special. So I summoned him.
Shen Hongxiu said a little depressed.
Then when should I collect my chaos ling?
Yi Hao said,
Can I not collect it? It's better not to collect it for the time being. Even if it's just a projection. We have no idea what's suppressing down there. Projecting clones will weaken the power of the divine weapon. When Brother Fan fused multiple sky-breaking demon swords and killed the 6-eyed abyss lord, didn't the last few sky-breaking demon swords fly back automatically?
Li Fingxing nodded.
Well, I remember that Brother Fan was so angry that he jumped 3 feet high.
Qin Fan, Bai Ruch said.
Uncle, who does this tower belong to?
Qin Fan shook his head.
I don't know. I never dreamed about it.
A group of 8th level people. Can you still dream about this thing? Qin Fan had already dreamed of these things before seeing them. But having said that, the ancient god realm and other 4 realms are all connected to his beast control space. It seems that the things in it have something to do with him. Time passes little by little. An hour later, Sun Yuan and Zhao Hong, who had not been demonized before, began to have black energy coming out of their bodies. And they became a little restless. Qin Fan glanced at the attribute panels of Yun Songhai and Yi Wushuang. Void pollution degree, 2 out of 100. Qin Fan turned his head and glanced at the attribute panel of the little skeleton. The void pollution level also appeared on the little skeleton's attribute panel. Void pollution degree, 2 out of 100. I don't know whether it's because the little skeleton's strength is much greater than that of Yun Songhai and the others, or because of the power of the rune on the forehead of the little skeleton. But the pollution speed of the little skeleton is much slower than that of Yun Songhai and the others. But in comparison, the speed at which Sun Yuan and Zhao Hong were contaminated seemed a bit exaggerated. It's only been an hour, and the 2 of them are already on the verge of becoming demons. But the cultivation base of the 2 of them is the same as Yi Wushuang. They are both at the peak of the 5th level of the 8th level. Yi Wushuang, who had become a void demon, was obviously polluted again by the void at a much slower rate. In other words, because it has been purified by him. Although it will still be contaminated, the speed will be much slower? Qin Fan glanced at Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan's face turned slightly red. The aloof empress would act like a little daughter only in front of Qin Fan. Void pollution degree, 1/100. Yi Hongyan, who is in the third heaven of the Holy Realm, is protected by colorful sacred stones, and is the slowest to be polluted by the void. But Qin Fan was still a little frightened. Even the 5-colored divine stones, the heaven-breaking demonic sword, and the heaven-bearing divine pillar, which are heaven-destroying divine weapons, are still unable to block the pollution of the void. Only Li Fengxing's Tianlong Palace can isolate the pollution of the void. What is going on with this void pollution? So terrible. Could it be that the divine world in the dream was destroyed by void pollution? In the ancient god realm and other 4 realms, there are only void demons. Is it also because of void pollution? Qin Fan's breathing became a little heavier. This thing is much scarier than the demon blood plan of the Nightmare Garden. After all, the demon blood in the Nightmare Court is limited and cannot be used up inexhaustibly. But this kind of void pollution only requires the emergence of a god-level void demon to spread outward. Even the colorful divine stones can't resist it. Ah! While Qin Fan was deep in thought, Sun Yuan was the first to become demonic. His eyes were red, and his evil aura was overwhelming. The void pollution level has reached 100 out of 100. Yuan Songhai and Yi Wuxuang immediately retreated. With a tap of Yi Hongyan's finger, she imprisoned Sun Yuan in a single move and fixed him in the void. After a while, Zhao Hong also became demonic. In the beast control space, a group of people swallowed hard.
It's only been an hour, and he's already become a demon. Originally, we all knew that the ancient god realm and other 4 realms were full of dangers. But we still didn't expect that it would be so terrifying. Actually, as long as you don't get close to such a sealed place, you won't be contaminated. Yes, we entered the ancient god realm and other 4 realms for more than a month. But only a few unlucky ones were demonized. Damn! Who are you calling the unlucky guy?
While everyone was talking about it, Qin Fan sent the imprisoned 2 people into the beast-controlling space. Everyone. The orange cat was also stunned for a moment and said,
"Aren't you going to help them purify it?"
Qin Fan followed in and said,
"There is something under that high tower. Maybe it has been watching us. It would be better to enter the beast control space."
With that said, Qin Fan activated the purification. The blood redness in Sun Yuan and Zhao Hong's eyes quickly receded. The 2 of them were a little confused.
What happened just now? I seem to have seen countless demons. I didn't see anything, but I had a bloodthirsty feeling.
The orange cat said,
"You were just demonized, but now you have been purified." "We were just demonized?"
Sun Yuan and the other 2 were surprised. Zhao Hong asked,
"How much time has passed?" "An hour and a few minutes."
Qin Fan said,
"The things under this tower are very scary. The 6-eyed abyss lord in the 5th restricted area of the demon city also began to pollute us after breaking some of the seals. But it was not so exaggerated."
Sun Yuan and Zhao Hong exchanged words for a while.
"Tsk tisk."
A woman walked around Sun Yuan and the 2 of them and said,
"After being transformed into a demon, he has become more human-like and his temperament has changed. He is much sharper."
Zhao Hong was furious.
"Get out!"
Sun Yuan rolled his eyes and said,
"To be honest, I don't feel any different from before." "No, there is indeed something different,"
Zhao Hong said.
"It seems to have become a lot stronger."
Sun Yuan was stunned, silently sensing his own strength, and nodded.
"That's true. I feel that I may be able to break through to the 9th level at any time."
Cripple said,
"It seems that that kind of pollution is not just pollution. It should be a powerful force that we can't see. After that kind of power invades the human body, it forcibly transforms the person into a void demon."
At this moment, the blind man suddenly said,
"Wait a minute, when the Empress enters the ancient god realm, it makes sense. She has a 5-color sacred stone. Her 5-color sacred stone was originally in the ancient god world. But Yuan Sanhai has already broken through to the 9th level before. Why can he still enter the ancient god realm?"
Qin Fan and Henry Chu reacted immediately. Before this, the 9th level realm was unable to enter the 4 realms including the ancient god realm. The blind man and others tried many times, but were all sent back to the beast-controlling space. But what happened to Yuan Songhai? Li Fengxing said,
"Is it because Brother Yun is already a void demon,
so he can enter?"
Everyone's eyes fell on Li Fengxing. Li Fengxing felt a little weak. Shen Hongxiu frowned and said,
"I always feel that Erluzi has become a lot smarter. He can tell the key points that we haven't discovered every time."
Li Fengxing was furious.
"Who are you calling a fool?"
Qin Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other and nodded at the same time.
"It's not possible. It's really because of the Void Demon. I'll try again, and see if I can send the blind grandpa to the ancient god world.
With that said, Chen Fan walked from the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space to the ancient god realm. Then, he took the blind man's hand and pulled the blind man to the ancient god realm. Call. Everyone's eyes were dazzled, and the blind man was sent back to the beast control space again.
It's really because of the Void Demon,
Cripple said.
After becoming a Void Demon, even if you are in the 9th level, you should be able to enter the ancient god world and other 4 realms.
The blind man said.
Looking at it like this, there should be some kind of force protecting us, no matter whether it is the 9th level realm or the Holy Realm. It can't stop the corrosion of the void. If you enter the 9th level realm and get close to such a sealed place, you will soon be polluted and eventually become demonized.
Everyone was shocked. Where exactly are the ancient god realm and the other 4 realms? Why does it become like this? Will the real gods and demons enter this place and slowly turn into void demons? Fine. Fortunately, Chen Fan was
purified.
Everyone looked at Chen Fan and felt in their hearts that this light seemed to be the only one left in the world. These void demons are much scarier than the Nightmare Garden. If the void demon in the 5th restricted area really escaped, the entire Blue Star might be doomed. Standing beside Yun Songhai and the others, Chen Fan remained silent. He scanned the mountains below. But I haven't seen the properties panel yet. Was it suppressed deep underground? Chen Fan glanced at the attribute panels of Yun Songhai and others. In 1 hour, the void pollution level increased by 2 points. If you want to reach 100 points, it will take 50 hours. Chen Fan squinted his eyes and glanced at the system energy on his system panel. On the system energy details page, there are many system energies provided by Yang Kanghai. On the way here, Chen Fan asked Yun Songhai to kill several demons with his own hands as a test. With his help, Yun Songhai broke through to the 9th level, and after killing the demon, he indeed provided him with system energy. If you transform into a void demon, there will be no sequelae. That void pollution poses no threat at all. But where did this void demon come from? Can't even the gods and demons in the sky fight against it? Who developed this system? It feels like a shocking situation has been set up. Chen Fan turned around and returned to the beast-controlling space. As soon as he returned to the beast control space, Li Fengxing said with joy,
Brother Fan, bring the minister in and let him be polluted into a void demon. Can you help the minister break through to the demigod realm?
Everyone looked at Li Fengxing speechlessly. This guy's IQ just improved a little, and then it fell back to the bottom. Shen Taoao shook his head repeatedly and said,
The minister is at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, and he can't enter the ancient god realm. How can he be polluted?
Henry Chu said,
The minister is at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm. If he turns into a demon, Chen Fan can't control it at all. What if Chen Fan is accidentally killed by the minister?
Chen Fan,
your uncle.
Henry Chu,
I only have my second uncle, not my uncle.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Li Fengxing looked at Shen Taoao for a while, and then said,
That's right. I didn't expect that.
Everyone. Li Fengxing said again,
Can I use my Tianlong Palace to bring the minister in?
Chen Fan. The cripple made a
stuck
sound and clasped his fingers on Li Fengxing's shoulders, making Li Fengxing grin.
Sifan, give it a try.
The lame man said,
Send me to his heavenly dragon palace, and then let him enter the ancient god realm, and see if that works.
The orange cat was startled.
Old man, do you want to become a void demon?
The cripple chuckled and said,
We have been trapped in the demigod realm for many thousands of years, and our lifespan is almost exhausted.
Become a void demon, and you may be able to feel another kind of power. You must know that the existence suppressed by Chaos Ling is a god-demon level existence. Void pollution. I'm afraid some divine power has penetrated into the body. All the divine bridges in the demigod realm are broken, and there is almost no hope of breaking through to the legendary divine realm for life. We are possessed by demons. If Xiaofan helps us purify them, maybe we can find a new way to become gods. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to be like Xiaofan's mother and start practicing again.
Everyone nodded. Suddenly, Zhao Hong was shocked and said,
Chen Fan's mother is also in the demigod realm?
The other people also showed disbelief in their eyes. Although everyone already knew that Chen Fan had extraordinary methods, no one expected that Chen Fan had such a powerful background. Demigod realm? At the beginning, there were only Wu Zhu and his wife in Blue Star. The orange cat sneered and said,
A bunch of idiots. Chen Fan is the son of martial ancestor Chen Han. Chen Fan's mother. Isn't that the fourth one? Bang!
Before the orange cat finished speaking, He was kicked out by the blind man. In the beast-controlling space, a group of 8th-level beasts were all petrified with their eyes wide open and their mouths open. The young genius whom the minister is most optimistic about. Turns out he is Wuzu's son?
Hey.
The blind man waved his hand and said,
Don't go off track every time you talk. Let's get down to business. Feng Xing, come here and send us 4 old guys to your Tianlong Palace. Then, you take Tianlong Palace into the ancient god realm. See if it works. If it works, then let the 4 of us be polluted by the void. We don't care about becoming void demons.
The orange cat sneered and said,
Isn't it because you are just 4 clones? If you were here, would you dare to do this? Bang!
The orange cat was kicked out again, howling strangely. This time it was the deaf kick. The deaf man rarely speaks, but when he moves his hands he is very vicious. The orange cat was kicked and couldn't get up for a long time. Xiao Hei shook his head repeatedly.
I've seen people who deserve a beating, but I've never seen anyone who deserves a beating like this.
Everyone looked at Xiao Hei silently. Chapter 313. The system is upgraded again. This time we will breed monsters like crazy. Just under everyone's burning eyes. Li Fengxing held the Tianlong Palace in his hand and stepped into the whirlpool portal. In the Tianlong Hall, there were 4 people including the blind man and the lame man. Brother Fan. Li Fengxing was a little excited.
It seems. Yes.
There was no need for him to remind him. Qin Fan already knew that it was okay. Because the 4 blind men are still in the Tianlong Palace and have not been sent back to the beast-controlling space. In this way, Li Mu and Zhang Jian can actually enter through the Tianlong Palace? Qin Fan narrowed his eyes and said,
Open the defense of Tianlong Palace. I understand.
Li Fengxing thought. Qin Fan reached out to take the Tianlong Palace and tilted his head.
Go back.
Li Fengxing hesitated and said,
Can't I become a void demon too? If I become a void demon, you can nurture me like an orange cat in the future.
Before he could say anything, Qin Fan kicked him in. What are you thinking about? They all want to lie still and leave everything to me. The orange cat guy hasn't practiced or trained for almost a day since he started in Donghai City. He just slept there. Qin Fan helped him break through step by step. And now he has transformed. But Qin Fan was not happy at all. Xiaobai and Gongzi were still normal and fought alongside him all the way. Orange cat. This idiot. To use what Qin Fan said before. What's the use of a waste like you? Now Li Fengxing wants to do the same. This idiot has indeed become a lot smarter. I don't know when it started. Li Fengxing can always think of things that others haven't thought of now. Qin Fan was a little annoyed. He kicked Li Fengxing and was still angry. He said in the beast control space.
Howsy, give me a good beating for this guy who just entered. Tao, go and beat up the orange cat.
Orange cat.
Who did I provoke?
Yi Hao and Shen Tao rolled up their sleeves, walked over, and beat Li Fengxing and Orange Cat violently. Qin Fan handed over the Tianlong Palace to Yi Hongyan and asked Yi Hongyan to look at Yun Songhai and the 2 before returning to the beast-controlling space. As soon as he entered the beast-controlling space, Qin Fan sat down in the corner and closed his eyes. System Energy 3799666998. Host, Qin Fan. Level, 9th grade 3rd heaven. Void Divine Power, 355 cards plus. Psychic Power, 31,298 Hz plus. Tianhe 3 plus. Void Pollution Degree, 13/100. Qin Fan activated Purification to clear the void pollution level to 0. Even if the void pollution level is 100% for others. As long as he is there, they will be fine. But if something happens to him, no one will come to help him purify himself. Qin Fan took a look at the system energy, which was already 370 million. It has been more than a month since I came to Yonghua. But for more than a month, he only took his spare time to help a group of strong men from the demon sect cultivate beast-controlling animals. Most of the other time was spent helping Yi Hao and Shen Tao burn the Void Divine Body into the divine weapons. Simply opening the Void Divine Body method is actually relatively simple and does not take much time. But those 90,000 void characters and the mental techniques at the back of the Void Divine Body almost exhausted Qin Fan's energy. Even so, because of the crazy beast control in the past, the current increase in system energy is still very gratifying. However, the system energy required to activate the higher levels of the Void Divine Body, or activate the subsequent swords of the 9 cutting heaven swords, is getting larger and larger. Now the Void Divine Body has reached the 5th level of Void Soul. This level uses 6400 W of system energy. To open the 6th level, It is estimated that 128 million system energy will be needed. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not choose to open the later layers. If your cultivation level is too weak and your divine power is too little, even if all the subsequent levels are activated, you may not be able to use them. The Void Divine Body has been activated for a long time, but from the 5th and 6th levels to the current 9th level and 3rd level, he still can't call a few of the Void characters in the first few layers of the Void Divine Body. Chen Fan focused on improving his cultivation. The main thing from the 1st to the 5th heaven of the 9th level is to open up the Tianhe. A total of 5 celestial rivers are needed. When 5 celestial rivers are opened up and merged together, they can break through to the Holy Realm. 370 million system energy should be more than enough to break through to the Holy Realm. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then directly consumed the system energy to open up the last 2 Tianhe rivers.
Boom! Boom!
Chen Fan's whole body was filled with energy. The phantoms of 5 celestial rivers appeared at the same time, spinning rapidly around him like a giant dragon.
Is this the Tianhe? 5 Tians? Is he going to attack the Holy Realm? Wait a minute. Was I just blinded? Chen Fan seems to have opened 2 Tians in a short period of time? How is that possible? He should have turned it on before. And now when he is practicing, the Phantom of Tianhe appears.
In the beast control space, a group of strong men who had also sunk into cultivation were awakened by Chen Fan's movements. Orange Cat, Gengzi and the others also gathered around curiously. Xiaobai and Gengzi didn't understand human cultivation, so they were just curious. But Orange Cat was originally the leader of the demon cult. When he saw the 5 celestial rivers around Chen Fan, his eyes were full of disbelief.
How on earth did you do this? Is there a system in you?
Everyone squinted their eyes and looked at the Orange Cat. The Orange Cat frowned and said,
Isn't that what is written in novels?
Yihao said speechlessly.
In addition to sleeping during this period, you also read novels?
Of course, said the Orange Cat. I have read Jean Pime over and over 3 times. Everyone. The Orange Cat coughed dryly and said,
Chen Fan seems to be about to break into the Holy Realm. I'm so sad. During this time, he hasn't helped me break through.
Shen Hongxiu was furious.
When you were a cat, you said that cats have different meridians and bones from humans and cannot practice cultivation. Now that you are a human, you are still unwilling to practice. And you want Xiaofan to help you break through every day? Can you please give me a little face? Am I a shameless person? Am I someone who cares about the world's opinions?
Orange Cat Nana said.
The main thing is,
it's much better to let Chen Fan help me cultivate than to cultivate by myself.
Everyone. Orange Cat said.
I think back then I had the 5-colored sacred stone and practiced hard for hundreds of years before I reached the Holy Realm. As a result, Chen Fan helped me break through to the 9th level within a few months. Why do you think I still want to practice?
In the beast controlling space, everyone looked at the Orange Cat fiercely, especially those 8th level realms sent in by Li Mu. This thing is so damn hurtful. Chen Fan cultivated him to the 9th level within a few months. How embarrassing is this? Etc. This guy had a colorful divine stone before. Was your previous cultivation a holy realm? A group of 8th level people stared wide-eyed, seeing everyone in a daze. Shen Hongxiu shook his head and said,
No need to guess. This is the leader of the demon cult, who was beaten to death by the Nightmare Garden group.
The Orange Cat was furious and argued.
He was not killed. My body was just shattered.
Shen Hongxiu continued.
His soul was sealed into Orange Cat's body by Yi Hongyan. And then Xiaofan helped Orange Cat break through to a level comparable to the 9th level, and then transformed into this big fool.
The Orange Cat gritted his teeth. The dignity of the leader of the demon sect was trampled on by this woman. A group of 8th level people were dumbfounded. This kind of thing is almost like a myth. Boom. Just when the Orange Cat wanted to protest, stars fell from the sky above Chen Fan, covering the entire beast-controlling space.
It's the Holy Realm.
Orange Cat clenched his fists.
Chen Fan, help me break through. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Please help me return to the Holy Realm.
Chen Fan opened his eyes with a dark face.
Damn it. I'm practicing here, and you're babbling over there. Fortunately, I can do 2 things at once and won't be easily disturbed. If it had been anyone else, he would have gone crazy by accident.
The Orange Cat shrank his head.
You are the one practicing in front of so many people, and you still blame me.
Before Chen Fan could make a move, Xiaobai rushed over and hit the Orange Cat with 2 punches on the head, making the Orange Cat burst into tears. Xiao Hei flew over and persuaded.
Xiaobai, don't be like this. You are always so irritable. You will not get married.
it is said on TV. Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Xiao Hei's wings, hit Xiao Hei's head, and slapped him several times. Several void demons such as the Beholder Demon and the Side Demon looked at the beaten Xiao Hei and shook their heads repeatedly. If this guy doesn't get beaten 7 times a day, his whole body will feel uncomfortable. Jin Fan took a look at the system energy. There are another 190 million. It should be no problem to rush to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. But it's really scary. Now just from the 9th level 3rd heaven to the 1st level of the Holy Realm, everyone present has turned into a sculpture. Breaking through again right away is indeed a bit shocking. Just open the 6th level of Whispers of the Demon King. At this time, Jin Fan's head was in a trance. A system prompt appeared in my mind. The beast control system is being upgraded. Please wait. In the middle of the system panel, a blue bar appeared. The system has been upgraded again. It has been upgraded twice before. Unexpectedly, it is only now that I have broken through to the Holy Realm that I have received the 3rd upgrade. After this upgrade, several clouds on the system panel should be able to be opened. Right. Jin Fan raised his head and saw everyone staring at him. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly and said, "How about I send you all out first?" "No. No. No." Sun Yuan said, "We can see the situation of Songhai and the others here. If we are allowed to go out, we will feel as uncomfortable as countless ants crawling in our hearts." The others nodded. Void pollution and then demonization are likely to affect the entire world. If Yun Songhai and the others gain huge benefits after becoming void demons, then this group of people will be the first to benefit. If it doesn't work well, it may be like Yun Songhai, who can break through to the 9th level in the blink of an eye. This group of people is naturally unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity. Jin Fan did not force himself and took out some food from the Sumeru ring and placed it all over the floor. Gonzi, Feitsue, and the others immediately swarmed over and started eating and drinking. In fact, a beast master of this level, like a 9th level human race expert, would not have any problems even if he did not eat for several months. Gonzi and the others are not eating to fill their stomachs now, but simply because these foods are delicious. Therefore, a group of beasts were fighting for something there. On the other side, Sun Yuan, Zhao Hong and other 8th level experts didn't eat anything. They just looked at Gongzi and the others curiously. After a while, ding! The Void Beast control system has been upgraded successfully. After the upgrade was successful, the word Void was added in front of the system's name. Jin Fan was not surprised at all. Before, he had already felt that this system seemed to be built to deal with the Void. The obtained system energy is originally called Void Energy. Now adding these 2 words, it seems logical. Jin Fan glanced at the system panel. The last 3 clouds on the system panel are really open. The first cloud, the Chain of Void. This seems to be the purest attack technique. Releasing the chains of the Void can easily lock the gods and demons of the Void, targeting the Void God and demon again. The second cloud group is the Confinement of the Void. It is also the ultimate attack. Looking at the description above, it seems to be much scarier than Void Chain. The third cloud, the Pillar of Faith. What is this? Jin Fan checked the detailed description and was suddenly stunned. After opening the Pillar of Faith, he can collect the power of faith from all the cultivated beasts and purified demons. Ah! Jin Fan roared in his heart. Shouldn't this skill be activated first? Why did it appear only after the system was upgraded again after the Holy Realm? Although he is not sure how powerful the power of faith is, the cultivated beasts can collect the power of faith, and the purified beasts can also collect the power of faith. So this should be turned on from the beginning. If he had opened the Pillar of Faith a long time ago, then he must have collected a lot of power of faith by now. Jin Fan cursed secretly and clicked on the cloud of Void Chain. It requires 300 million system energy. Jin Fan had no choice but to click Void Confinement again. 600 million system energy is required. Irritable. The final Pillar of Faith requires 1 billion system energy. Jin Fan looked at the remaining system energy of less than 200 million and was speechless for a while. He has worked very hard to raise animals, but now it seems that we have to go a little crazier. Jin Fan stood up and said, "Even if Brother Yun and the others are completely contaminated by the void, it will take 2 days. Everyone, please go out with me first, and I'll help you take a look at the beasts. If possible, I should be able to help you cultivate the beasts in the past 2 days." Everyone was overjoyed. "That's great." Sun Yuan took a step forward and said, "Can you nurture me like you nurtured Songhai?" Everyone. Jin Fan nodded. As long as the required materials can be collected. That's fine.
Sun Yuan, Zhao Hong and other people who had turned into void demons were overjoyed. A group of people immediately followed Xin Fan out of the beast-controlling space. Outside is the main palace of Yonghua City. As soon as a group of people appeared, Shinichi Wisteria came over. At the peak of the Holy Realm, he had no idea where these people came from. Shinichi's eating also felt that Dandan was a little sad. He wanted to ask Xin Fan, but he was a little embarrassed. He wanted to call and ask Li Mu, but Li Mu would definitely not tell him honestly. Xin Fan just said low to Shinichi's eating and asked everyone present to summon the beasts. It was extremely difficult to help Li Mu and the others cultivate their beasts, and to help Yi Hongyan break through. More than a month had passed, and not all the materials had been found yet. But it is much easier to help these 8th level beast masters break through. Xin Fan recorded all the information and then passed it on to the Tang Kingdom Demon City Beast Control Base. Wisteria Shinichi stood on the side, maintaining the demeanor of a supremely powerful man. But he was extremely anxious in his heart. Which is more important? Face or strength? Shinichi Wisteria chose the latter. He said cautiously.
Xin Fan,
are you trying to help their beast control breakthrough?
Xin Fan glanced at Shinichi Wisteria, nodded, and then said,
how is the Demon Blood Project in the Nightmare Garden?
Wisteria Shinichi said.
After the 3 demon kings fell in the Nightmare Court, not only did they not disappear, but they became even crazier. Before, he started with the 9th and 8th grade experts from our Yang Kingdom, and wanted to use this to threaten me. But during this time, I feel like they have gone crazy. The secret realms of Yang Kingdom, as well as the main cities that cannot be enveloped by my spiritual power, have begun to appear demonized. According to your plan, I cooperated with them in acting, showing myself anxious, running back and forth between the main cities, and then brought all the demonized people into a secret realm. That secret realm is guarded by my clone. Today, there are more than 60,000 people inside, and it's spreading rapidly. More than 60,000 people were demonized?
A group of powerful men from the Tang Kingdom were shocked. Xin Fan said,
the demonization of Yang Kingdom is different from the demonization of Brother Yun and others. The demonization of Yang Kingdom is that the Nightmare Court used the blood of demons at the level of gods and demons to pollute the strong men of Yang Kingdom.
Wisteria Shinichi also said,
fortunately, there is an antidote. After I sent those people into the secret realm, most of them were saved with the antidote. But the antidote is not enough now.
Xin Fan nodded slightly and said,
I will go to the secret realm with you now.
Shinichi Wisteria was slightly startled.
Just give me the blood. You don't have to go there in person.
Right? Xin Fan said.
Get ready to send all the people who have been demonized before to that secret realm.
Why? Zeding was stunned for a moment. Xin Fan grinned and said,
I'll help you cultivate them.
What? Shinichi Zeding thought he heard wrongly. Although he speaks Chinese very well, he is not from the Tang dynasty after all. When the orange cat saw this, he couldn't help but said,
Idiot. You people have become demons after they were demonized. Although he has been purified, he is still a demon. And Xin Fan's methods of raising animals are unrivaled throughout the ages. He can directly help you cultivate those people like an animal. Do you understand?
Shinichi Wisteria was turned to stone. Orange Cat added another sentence.
Not long ago, Xin Fan helped the demonized Yuan Songhai break through from the 8th level and 5th level heaven to the 9th level realm.
Boy, just have fun. Shinichi Wisteria. Zhao Hong couldn't help it anymore.
Little brother, these guys in Yang Kingdom don't know what to do. Why don't you help us break through first? You can talk about Yonghua later?
The other strong men from the Tang Kingdom nodded repeatedly. Although these people are not from the earth, most of them have ancestors from the earth. Therefore, even though Tang State and Yang State have been in a close alliance over the years, there is still a trace of hatred for Yang State in everyone's hearts. Seeing a group of people looking at each other coldly, Shinichi Wisteria almost cried.
Everyone, I am the disciple of martial ancestor. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang are my senior brothers. You?
Xin Fan waved his hand and said,
we are comrades in arms now. And our enemies are countless monsters and void demons. So,
Sun Yuan nodded.
Little brother, we listen to you. Just do what you say.
Wisteria Shinichi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Fan raised his head slightly.
Let's go to the secret realm.
Chapter 314 Xin Fan has a crazy plan to create a god.
Eat it. Don't leave any.
In the secret room, Xin Fan pushed the cooked
paste
in front of Kawada. Behind them, Shinichi Wisteria and Inoue looked at this scene with questions in their eyes. But a group of 8th level experts in the Tang Kingdom were extremely jealous. Kawada is one of the few people in the Yang Kingdom who is at the peak of the 9th rank. Just like Inoue, many of the materials needed for a strong 8th level demon to break through cannot be found in a day or two. But Kawada's materials are very complete. So Chen Fan directly brought him into the base of Zhongyang Kingdom in the secret realm to help him break through. At this time, Kawada looked at the large pot of paste that exuded a foul smell and was speechless. Previously, Chen Fan used the Void Demon Crystal Core to set up the Star Gathering Array, which allowed him to absorb the vast and unpredictable star power. He was indeed grateful. But boiling out such a pot of slurry, this foul smell filled the entire secret room. Among the people in the Tang dynasty, some of them were about to vomit. Are you asking me to eat such a big pot? Kawada stared intently at the big pot on the ground and opened his mouth. But nothing came out. Until now, he still doesn't understand what the leader of the demon sect, brought by Master Zeting, wants to do to him. He only roughly understood from Inoue's words that it was the leader of the demon sect who saved him after he became a demon. But? What? You don't dare to eat? Chen Fan couldn't help but frown when he saw Kawada didn't respond for a long time. Seeing this, Inoue took a step forward and kicked Kawada. Eat quickly! What are you talking about? Even if it's just a pile of dung. If the leader asks you to eat it, you have to finish it today. Chen Fan's veins twitched on his forehead, and he looked sideways at Inoue. Behind him, the orange cat folded his hands on his chest and said with a cold smile, Look, your good intentions are being treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. Right. You have good intentions and want to help them break through. But they treat the medicine you worked so hard for like shit. A group of powerful men from the Tang Kingdom also looked at Inoue and Kawada coldly. If Kawada didn't have all the materials needed for a breakthrough, when would it be your turn? Several of the powerful people among us who have been demonized are now waiting for food. Inoue looked at Chen Fan apologetically. Don't be angry. I don't mean to be sarcastic at all. I mean, you can definitely trust the leader. Even if you really let him eat feces, he must eat it. Kawada. Chen Fan. Kawada looked at Shinichi Wisteria with a dark face. Zeting said expressionlessly. Eat. With a sad and angry expression. Kawada picked up the big pot and started eating. Inoue secretly glanced at Orange Cat and others, and was shocked to see that Orange Cat and others looked at Kawada with wide eyes. And they all swallowed at the same time. What the hell? This thing smells so bad. Why do these guys in Tang State look so envious and jealous? It tastes so bad. Kawada put down the cauldron and said, I have never eaten anything so unpleasant in my life. Master's eating. Haven't I been purified? Why do you still eat this kind of thing? Wisteria Shinichi remained expressionless. You ask me? Who the I am I asking? Before Chen Fan came, he had said that he would help Yang Country cultivate these demonized strong men. Orange Cat also said that Chen Fan's method of raising beasts is amazing, and he can cultivate these demonized strong men just like he cultivates beasts. However, Wisteria Shinichi didn't feel confident at all. Chen Fan is indeed very strong. A bit scary. Even though he was still in the 9th level, he killed several demon kings in the Nightmare Court just like chopping melons and vegetables. Moreover, the magic weapon in his hand can also swallow the power of the devil. However, helping a beast master or a star warrior break through this kind of thing, even if he is at the pinnacle of the holy realm, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky if he wants to help the 9th level pinnacle break through. How difficult is it for a 9th level master to break through to the holy realm? Unless there is some heaven-defying treasure to help, or the peak of the holy realm is willing to waste his cultivation. Otherwise, just relying on a few monster crystal cores and a bunch of ordinary spiritual grass and spiritual fruits to break through to the holy realm is simply wishful thinking. But it would be hard to say if this kind of thing happened to Chen Fan. Even if Li Mu comes and does all this in person, Shinichi Wisteria may be very suspicious. But it was Chen Fan who did this. Li Mu once said that Chen Fan is a god. In the Yan Kingdom, it was the blood of the god Chen Fan that could save the demonized people. Real god. Even if it creates a miracle, it seems normal. Right? Shinichi Wisteria was also looking forward to it. If Chen Fan really could. This is an unimaginable opportunity for Yonghua. Just when Wisteria Shinichi was thinking wildly, Chen Fan suddenly raised his fingers towards Kawada. Kawada came over puzzled. Chen Fan put his palm on Kawada's head. Kawada. If he hadn't known that the man in front of him was the new leader of the Heavenly Demon sect and the savior of Yan Country, who had saved countless people in Yan Country, Kawada would have really wanted to curse. How rude.
Suddenly, Kawada felt a little painful. He held his stomach for a while, then his head, and sat down cross-legged. He was not seen using his skills, but the power of the heaven and earth around him spontaneously gathered towards him. A moment later, boom! A terrifying energy was released from Kawada and collided with the barrier condensed by Shinichi Wisteria. The stars are falling all over the sky. Wisteria Shinichi, Inoue and others opened their eyes at the same time.
Holy realm!
Kawada has broken through to the holy realm. From the beginning to now, in less than half an hour Kawada returned from demonization to normal, and then broke through to the holy realm. Inoue's eyes widened and his mouth could fit an egg. Although Wisteria Shinichi had been mentally prepared early, he was still extremely shocked at this time. Sudden, Inoue took a step forward and knelt on one knee in front of Chin-fan.
Master, please give me a helping hand to help me break through.
Chin-fan really didn't expect that this strong man from the Yang Kingdom would be so straightforward. In order to help him break through, Inoue actually knelt down on one knee like the people of the demon sect, just like his subordinates.
Get up.
Chin-fan moved his fingers slightly and lifted Inoue up. Inoue felt the vast and unpredictable power, and the reverence in his eyes became even stronger. Chin-fan said,
I am here just to help you break through. But it's not that easy to break through this kind of thing.
It was obviously very easy. Shinichi Ziting and others looked at Chin-fan silently. Chin-fan coughed dryly and said,
You have all seen what I did just now. As long as I can find all the materials I need, I can help you break through.
Wisteria Shinichi's body trembled.
Can I do it too?
Before Chin-fan could speak, Yihao already chuckled and said,
When Brother Fen faced the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss in the 5th restricted area, he helped an ancient demon god guarding it to break through to a higher level. Otherwise, it would not be so easy.
And he was already in the holy realm, the orange cat said again.
Besides, will your master's son harm you? Of course, it doesn't mean anything.
Zitingshan's eyes widened. Hey!
Orange cat said. It seems that Li Mu hasn't told you yet that Chin-fan is Chin-han's son. You are my junior brother.
Shinichi Ziting was stunned. Inoue and Kawada were also shocked. Chin-fan glared at the orange cat and said,
I am here for those who have been demonized, not to persuade them to become demons. Why do I talk so much?
With that said, Chin-fan turned around and said to Shinichi Ziting,
I'm still researching whether there is any problem with demonization. So you don't have to worry. Now Grandpa Blind and the others have volunteered to be guinea pigs and are trying to become demons. It will be your turn only after they have no problems after becoming demonized and successfully break through to the demigod realm. No problem.
Shinichi Ziting grabbed Chin-fan's arm and said,
I can wait. I can wait as long as I want.
Speaking of this, Ziting Shinichi's eye circles turned a little red.
When my junior brother Chu Ching-chung wanted to send you away just after you were born, I had a big quarrel with him. It's all because we are too weak and don't have the strength to protect you. In the end, I have to send you to Earth. I'm fine.
Chin-fan said calmly.
Okay. No more nonsense. I'm going to work.
Shinichi Zito was stunned for a moment and said,
Is there anything we need to do?
Chin-fan said,
There is a hall in your secret base. Send someone to call those who have been released from demonization, and enter the hall in batches. 100 people at a time.
Zitingsen nodded.
Okay. Inoue. Kawada. You two go do it immediately. Yes.
Inoue and Kawada swayed and disappeared at the same time. Chin-fan looked at Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge.
Qingqing. Rouge. Help me make a form and record their information.
Fong Qingqing and Bai Rouge nodded at the same time.
Okay.
A group of people immediately left the secret room and entered the hall of the base. After a while, several strong men wearing ferocious battle armor came in with 100 people. These 100 people were all transformed into demons before and recovered after drinking the antidote. In Chin-fan's sight, everyone has an attribute panel.
What's your name? Age? Inoue Shin-jen. 43 years old. Inoue Shin-yuen. 43 years old. 7th grade 4th level heaven. 7 level 33 void demon crystal cores. 1 leopard poison grass. 1 bowl of setting sun phantom dew. 3 Guyuan grass. 2 cold snake secret fruits. 1 red yang fruit. What's your name? Age? Akeo Nobi. 57 years old. Nobi Akio. 57 years old. 8th grade and 1st level. 9 level 35 void demon crystal cores. 1 imperial dragon mushroom.
1 flower. Chin-fan told someone's information, and Fong Qingqing recorded that person's information. Chin-fan told the second person's information, and Bai Rouge recorded the second person's information. Groups of people came in and went out. Time flies. Chen Fan didn't know how long it took, but he finally recorded the information of tens of thousands of people. Afterwards, Chen Fan put together the two forms of Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge and asked Shinichi Ziting to copy them.
Use the fastest time to find these materials,
Chen Fan said.
Everyone needs different materials. Whoever has the materials on the form first will cut it out and send it to me. I will help them break through in batches. However, I have to pay for cultivating beasts. It's okay to help Kawada break through from the 9th level peak to the Holy Realm.
But others?
It should.
Ziting Shinichi no longer had the demeanor of a supreme powerhouse, and his hands were shaking with excitement. At this moment, he wished he could have all the 8th and 9th grade experts from the Yang Kingdom demonized. After being demonized, Chen Fan can help them break through. Where in the world can you find such good things? Among this group of people, there are many who are at the peak of the 8th and 9th levels. Chen Fan directly helps them break through the bottleneck, and Yang Kingdom's overall strength will skyrocket in a short period of time. But, after Shinichi Wisteria saw the
Void Demon Crystal Core
written on the form, he said a little strangely,
"What kind of demon is this Void Demon? Where should I look for it? Is it the kind of crystal core you helped Kawada break through before?"
Chen Fan pointed at a group of 8th level tank powerhouses such as Sun Yuan and Zhao Hong, and said,
"Buy from them. They have a lot of them. But you can negotiate with them about the price. I don't care about that."
Sun Yuan and Zhao Hong were stunned for a moment. Then they narrowed their eyes and smiled slightly. Zhao Hong took out a level 20 Void Demon Crystal Core, threw it to Shinichi Wisteria, and said,
"The Void Demon. What you can't find, even in our Tang Kingdom. Only we can find it. You can buy it with Alliance coins, or you can barter with us."
Wisteria Shinichi nodded slightly.
"Okay, everyone, please follow me. Let's go to the secret room to discuss the purchase of the Void Demon Crystal Core."
Although the other party was only at the 8th level. At this moment, Wisteria Shinichi didn't dare to put on any airs. After Wisteria Shinichi led Sun Yuan and a group of others into the secret room. Outside, Shin Hongxiu gently tugged on Chen Fan's sleeve and said,
"Xiao Fan, if you want to cultivate him, shouldn't he help our Tang country cultivate him first? Suddenly help these tens of thousands of people break through. If the minister finds out, will he be unhappy?"
Before Chen Fan could speak, Chu Xian had already said,
"Even if Yang Kingdom has a large number of 9th level or Holy Realms, it will not change much about Tang Kingdom's status in Blue Star. Maybe in a few days, several ministers will break through to the demigod realm with the help of Chen Fan."
Yi Hao smiled nonchalantly and said,
"You don't need to remind me about this kind of thing. Even if Brother Fan is really willing to help them, he can't really create a group of saints for them. Although I don't know what Brother Fan is doing. There must be a reason for him to do this. No matter what he does, I support him."
Chen Fan didn't say anything. He just walked to the chair next to him and sat down. Seeing this, Shin Hongxiu walked behind him and began to rub his shoulders. Chen Fan said,
"In the past 2 days, I will also help you cultivate the beasts. But the most important thing is that you still have to activate the Void Divine Body first."
Everyone's expression straightened up and they nodded. Chen Fan frowned and said,
"We don't know yet whether there are risks after becoming a Void Demon and whether the risks are controllable. I have a plan in mind, but I don't dare to use it yet."
Yi Hao and Henry Chu gathered around.
"What's the plan?"
Chen Fan raised his head slightly and opened the whirlpool portal in the beast control space.
"Let's talk after we go in."
After a group of people entered the beast control space, Chen Fan continued,
"Your cultivation speed is too slow. Even with Chu Xian's talent, the current cultivation speed is still too slow."
The faces of the group of people present turned red. Chen Fan said,
"Even if the Void Divine Body is engraved on your divine weapons, it will still take a very long time for you to practice. Maybe decades. Maybe hundreds of years. Thousands of years." "Oh?"
Shin Hongxiu was stunned for a moment and said,
"How long does it take? But didn't you succeed in practicing in just a few days?" "Chen Fan doesn't need to lie,"
Chu Xian said.
"Even if the blind grandfather and his friends pass down the skills to us, those skills from the 4 holy places of Tianyu Realm, it will take many years to achieve great success. And the Void Divine Body is obviously more powerful and mysterious than the techniques of the 4 major holy places of Tianyu Realm. This is a god demonic level technique."
Li Fengxing asked cautiously.
"Brother Fan, what plan did you just say? Could it be that you have already thought of some shortcut?"
Yi Hao's eyes lit up.
"Yes. Could it be said?"
Shintao glanced at Li Fingxing a little unconvinced and said,
Is this guy a little too smart now? He won't be like the one in Brother Fan's dream, who plots and plots against us all day long. Right. No. No.
Li Fingxing waved his hands repeatedly.
What are you talking about? How could I do that kind of thing again? I am me, Li Fingxing of the Li family in Donghai City. I am not some cunning dragon emperor at all.
Henry Chu frowned.
Don't change the topic. Listen to Chen Fan.
Chen Fan said,
I did think of a shortcut, which is the demonization thing I just mentioned.
Henry Chu said,
Do you mean to let us become demons and then cultivate us like Xiaobai and the others?
Shen Hongxiu nodded and said,
This is indeed a way. Look at that orange cat. When he was in Donghai City, he was still a level 1 orange cat. He lay down and slept every day. After a few months, he is now comparable to the 9th level, and the few of us are cultivating desperately.
Now, the orange cat was unhappy.
I also worked very hard. Okay,
Bai Ruch said.
You are indeed working very hard. You have been sleeping very hard.
Orange cat. Chen Fan said.
I want to make you demons. And it's not just for this reason.
Shin Tao couldn't help it anymore.
Brother Fan, tell me your plan. It makes me feel itchy and uncomfortable.
Chen Fan hesitated for a moment and said,
Xian Chu, summon Shaoan.
Henry Chu was a little speechless.
His name is sure too.
With that said, he summoned the Dark Blood Stone Man. The dark-blooded Stone Man was immediately surprised when he saw the crowd and Xiaobai. What is this place? Chen Fan asked Xiaobai to come over, and then copied Xiaobai's Thunder Flash to the Dark Blood Stone Man. Dark Blood Stone Man. Just on the body of the dark-blooded Stone Man, several electric currents flickered. Everyone was taken aback and didn't understand what Chen Fan was doing. Chen Fan helped the dark-blooded Stone Man increase his lightning flash proficiency to 100 points. Then, he said to the Dark Blood Stone Man,
Shaoan, you can use Thunder Flash on them.
Everyone! Exclamation point. The dark-blooded Stone Man glanced at Chen Fan as if looking at a god. Then, there was a flash of light on his body, and he used Thunder Flash to move to the beholder, who was sleeping in the corner. The beholder was so frightened that he almost flew up. Everyone! Chen Fan spread his hands and said,
Now you know what I mean. Right. To put it simply, I can copy any beast-controlling skills to my own beast-controlling ones. And I can also copy my beast-controlling skills to other beast-controlling ones, as long as the attributes are not mutually exclusive.
Everyone was petrified. The orange cat giggled.
A bunch of fools. Are you scared? When I used Xiao Hei's spiritual spike, didn't Henry Chu suspect it?
Bai Ruch pouted and said,
Uncle, it's so hard for you to hide this from us. What can I do?
Chen Fan said.
Do I dare to reveal such a secret? I'm also afraid of being caught and sliced into pieces. When I first came to Blue Star, didn't Qingqing doubt me? I could only lie to Qingqing and say that I was from the imperial capital. But Qingqing really believed it. Ha 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 ha.
Fong Qingqing blushed slightly.
Wait,
Henry Chu said.
I probably understand what you mean. Do you mean that you can copy your void divine body to us?
A group of people present stood upright immediately.
Cannot.
Chen Fan's words were like pouring a bucket of ice water on everyone, extinguishing the newly rising flames in everyone's hearts.
Although I also want to do this, I really can't. This can only be done with skills copied from other beast masters.
The eyes of a group of people were suddenly filled with disappointment. But, Chen Fan said,
if Chu Xian and Yihao are both demonized, and then Chu Xian cultivates the void divine body, then I can help Chu Xian add some void divine body to it, and then copy it to Yihao.
Everyone, Chen Fan said.
Have you forgotten this? I helped Shaoan and others improve their skill proficiency.
Everyone. Chu Xian's eyes flashed.
Can the cultivation techniques and martial arts be copied and improved? I wasn't sure before, but now I can.
Chen Fan said.
I noticed it after Brother Yun was purified by me, so I confirm that it is okay.
After Yun Songhai became demonized, Chen Fan saw his attribute panel. On the attribute panel, all the skills and martial arts that Yun Songhai practiced have a plus sign behind them. Chen Fan said.
So, now that Chu Xian has activated the void divine body, if Chu Xian becomes demonized and Yihao becomes demonized, I should be able to directly copy the void divine body from Chu Xian's body to Yihao's body. After that, you can practice by yourself. While you practice by yourself, I can also help you become stronger. Now that things have happened, I have enough power to protect myself. And I am not afraid to tell you that I breed beasts, including helping strong men like the Yang Kingdom break through.
and I can obtain a kind of void energy. Void energy can help the Beast Master break through. And it can also help the Beast Master improve his skill proficiency. As long as there is enough energy in the void. I can even cultivate gods and demons. In the beast controlling space, there is silence. And you can hear a needle drop. Everyone thought they were familiar enough with Qin Fan and knew all his trump cards. But every time Qin Fan exposed something, it was unbelievable. Such means, can gods and demons do it? The little stone man from ancient times in the 5th restricted area doesn't have such ability. Even for that little stone man. It was Qin Fan who helped him break through in the end. Brush. The orange cat immediately rushed to Qin Fan. Qin Fan. I've been lazy and sleeping for so long. Now it's time to contribute my strength. Let me be a demon. Use me as a test subject to see if you can copy the void divine body to me. By the way, copy the sky-destroying demon sword to me too. Even if there is a price. Even if there are serious consequences. I am not afraid at all.
Qin Fan. Everyone. The orange cat added.
Even if they are your brothers, but they are likely finching. Don't you dream that he often plots against you? Who knows if he will recover his past life memory and stab you from behind?
Li Fingxing.
What the hell are you?
The orange cat said.
I'm different. I'm your master beast. I signed a contract with you. I can't hurt you. I can't hurt you either.
Li Fingxing.
Where is my Tianlong Palace? I will smash this bastard to death.
At this time, from the Tianlong Palace in the ancient god realm, the roars of the 4 blind men came out. They seemed to be starting to become demonic. Qin Fan's expression changed, and he immediately opened the beast-controlling space whirlpool portal.
I'll go out and take a look first.
As soon as he finished speaking, he had already stepped out of the beast control space, and then moved into the Tianlong Palace. Chapter 315, You Let Me Slow Down. Inside Tianlong Hall, the 4 blind men, with black energy billowing all over their bodies, fought together crazily. Attribute panels have appeared on all 4 of them. Void pollution degree, 100%. All 4 people have lost consciousness. At this moment, they just want to kill and destroy. Destroy everything in sight. As soon as they saw Qin Fan coming in, the 4 people who were originally fighting in chaos all had blood-red eyes, and all rushed towards Qin Fan. With a thought in Qin Fan's mind, his whole person instantly became blurry. 4 figures penetrated through him. Qin Fan stretched out his right hand in the virtual state.
Purify.
The strange and unpredictable divine power of the void instantly enveloped the blind man. After the blind man screamed, his eyes quickly became clear. Later, under the shroud of Qin Fan's
virtual soul,
the blind man, who had regained his self-awareness, became transparent. When the blind man saw the crazy looks of the 3 lame men, he couldn't help but said,
I can't believe that with the determination of us old guys. We have no power to resist the void pollution.
Qin Fan didn't say anything, but just activated the purification, which made the 3 cripples return to normal. The cripple scratched his head.
It feels like a nightmare. I seem to have had a fight with you in the dream?
The mute voice sounded in everyone's mind.
Yes, but I can't control it at all. I just want to tear you apart.
The deaf man shook his head and said with a bitter smile.
It's so terrible. As if I have fallen into the legendary endless HL. I just want to kill and destroy. The Qingming in my last life has been wiped out.
The blind man's body slowly materialized. He looked at Qin Fan and said,
Have we also become void demons now?
Qin Fan nodded.
Just like Brother Yun and the others.
The blind man raised his hand, sensed it silently, and said,
The power attribute has changed. There is a strange power in the body. There are 2 powers. A force comes from Xiaofan. A force. I'm afraid it is the power of void pollution. It's just as I guessed. It's really a kind of divine power that's eroding our bodies and minds.
The cripples nodded at the same time. Qin Fan said,
Blind Grandpa. I have a guess.
The blind man was slightly startled.
You said it.
Qin Fan said,
You couldn't enter the ancient god realm before. But now you have become a void demon. I want to give it a try and see if you can leave the Tianlong Palace now.
The blind man nodded.
Okay.
Qin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and communicated with Tianlong Palace. The door of Tianlong Palace opens. The blind man stepped out and stood in the void. The blind man who walked out of the small Tianlong Palace quickly became like a normal person and stood next to Yi Hongyan, who was holding the Tianlong Palace in his hands.
As expected. You can come in.
The blind man silently glanced at the tall tower wrapped with chaos ribbon below, and said faintly,
This is how it feels in the ancient god realm. No wonder when Yi Hao and the others came in. No matter they were humans or beasts. They were frightened and wanted to stay away immediately. This is simply a world of demons.
The three cripples also came out. In the beast-controlling space, Henry Chu looked at Li Fengxing and said,
Feng Xing's previous guess was right. But it's a shame you came up with this method.
Li Fengxing grinned. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao looked at each other and raised their eyebrows at the same time. Erluzi is indeed getting smarter and smarter. This made both of them feel pressure. Ancient God Realm. Chen Fan walked out of Tianlong Palace and glanced at Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushuang beside him. Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushuang entered the Ancient God Realm earlier than the four blind men. But after becoming void demons, they were infected by the void much slower than the four blind men. The blind man and the others had achieved 100% void pollution before. But Yun Sanhai and the other two were only at 30%. Sure enough, after becoming a void demon and then being purified, the speed of void pollution dropped significantly. Empress Yi Hongyan's void pollution speed is also very slow because of the five-color sacred stone. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan looked at each other, and together with the four blind men, they returned to the beast-controlling space. As soon as he entered the beast-controlling space, the orange cat shouted, Quick! 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 Copy the secrets of these four old guys to me. The four blind men were stunned for a moment. They knew that Chen Fan had copied the beast-controlling skills, but they did not hear what Chen Fan said in the beast-controlling space before. Are you a little greedy? Chen Fan glanced at the orange cat and said, The secret skills of Grandpa Blind are the secret skills of the four holy places in Tianyu Realm. Do you want them all? To be honest, the orange cat said with a careless look. Actually, I really don't want it. The four blind men. The orange cat said, What I want most is your void divine body and the 9 sky-breaking swords. No matter how powerful the secret knowledge of the four symbols holy land is, it is only the secret knowledge of mortals after all. Don't you see a few old men who want to activate the void divine body now? This time the cripple held back and did not beat the orange cat. He squinted at Chen Fan and said, Xiao Fan, can you directly copy our unique skills to others? The orange cat grinned and said, It's not anyone else. For example, if you want to copy it to Henry Chu and Yi Hao, it will definitely not work. It can only be copied to control beasts, such as me and Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan raised her eyebrows and slapped her backhand. Bang! The orange cat's body flew out like a missile and hit the space barrier hard. Unable to get up for a long time, Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan silently and said, Copy Moon Step to me. Moon Step is a unique skill created by Cripple. Back then, Cripple relied on this footwork to steal all over the Tianyu realm, making gods hate him and ghosts hate him, and make everyone angry. Also relying on this footwork, the lame man could fight 1 against 4 and face the 4 demon kings, coming and going with ease and ease. After Cripple passed the moon steps to Yun Sanhai and Yi Wushuang, they had been practicing for so long, but they still had not reached the peak of this step. Chen Fan nodded and activated the copy skill, preparing to copy moon step to Xiaobai first. Do you want to consume 5000 W of system energy to copy moon step to Xiaobai? Please click yes to confirm. Chen Fan, what the HL? Copy the moon step and need 5000 W system energy? In the past, copying ordinary beast control skills usually only required 100 W points of energy. Chen Fan frowned. He still has 190 million system energy left. This is it because Cripple Moon Step is very powerful, and then Lane Grandpa cultivated it to its peak? In this case, you have to think twice before copying the technique. The system energy consumed is too huge, unless all the 60,000 demons of Yang Kingdom are cultivated. Otherwise, the system energy will not be enough. What's wrong? Isn't it okay? Seeing Chen Fan frowning, Yi Hongyan couldn't help but ask. It's not impossible, Chen Fan said. It just consumes too much. Yi Hongyan blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Forget it. Don't worry. Let's try it first, Chen Fan said, copying the cripple's moon step to Xiaobai, and then copied it from Xiaobai to Yi Hongyan. Xiaobai and Yi Hongyan were in a trance at the same time. There were circles of spiritual light flashing around both of them. Call! Yi Hongyan left a series of afterimages on the field. It was as if she had never left at all. But in the beast-controlling space, her afterimages are everywhere. Xiaobai laughed happily when he saw this, and also urged Yibu. Xiaobai's figure was immediately everywhere in the beast-controlled space. In a sense, Moon Step is much more powerful than Xiaobai's current Thunder Flash.
The traces of thunder and lightning are still a bit obvious. And there are electric flashes every time it is activated. Moreover, after the thunder flash is activated several times, there is a cooldown time for the skill. The moon step is different. The moon step is not only extremely fast, but also has chaotic afterimages that confuse people's vision and are weird and unpredictable. As long as the star power is sufficient, moon step can be used continuously. There is no limit to the number of times. The cripples looked at this scene and were shocked. Yi Hao and others looked at this scene and were dumbstruck. Yun Sanhai and the others have been practicing for so long, but they have only scratched the surface of the moon step. With Chen Fan's casual move, Empress Yi Hongyan and Xiao Bai have completely mastered the moon step. Sudden, the orange cat's head poked out from beside Chen Fan and whispered,
"Can you copy this to me too?" "No."
Chen Fan flatly refused. "Just copy it. It will require 5,000 W of system energy. Copy to Xiao Bai. And then copy to Yi Hongyan. This consumes 100 million system energy." When the orange cat was rejected, he glared angrily.
"You are so unfaithful. Treat them differently. Xiao Bai has it. Yi Hongyan has it too. But they refuse to give it to me."
At this time, Gongzi also ran to Chen Fan to argue, rubbing his little head against Chen Fan's feet. Chen Fan said helplessly,
"It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I really can't do it now. The consumption is too high, and I have to wait for at least a while." "Gongzi, don't be anxious. Just wait for a while."
Gongzi nodded. The orange cat rolled his eyes and had no choice but to give up. He also knew Chen Fan's temper. If Chen Fan could do it easily, he would definitely not refuse such a thing. At this time, Cripple said tentatively,
"If you can copy skills or techniques like this, wouldn't you be able to copy the Void Divine Body to us?" "No,"
Chen Fan said.
"What I have on myself cannot be copied to others. But people who have been transformed into void demons can."
The eyes of the four elders glanced at Henry Chu. Henry Chu nodded and said,
"I have now activated the Void Divine Body, although I haven't had time to practice it yet. According to Chen Fan's wishes, if I am also contaminated by the void and transformed into a void demon, then he can use the Void Divine Body in me."
"Copy to you."
The blind man and the others suddenly frowned.
Cripple said, "You can't worry about this matter. We four old guys, as well as Yun Songhai and the others, can be used as guinea pigs for experiments. But Henry Chu, you guys, don't transform yet. We are not sure at all now whether there will be any changes behind the Void Demon. It's not that I don't believe in Xiaofan's purification. But what if you fall into madness from time to time? Or maybe we, who have become Void Demons, will be controlled by powerful beings like the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss? The unknown is the scariest thing."
The blind man nodded and said,
"Don't be anxious yet. We have plenty of time."
Henry Chu and others also nodded.
"Grandpa Blind, you can practice here and help me monitor Brother Yun and the others."
Chen Fan said,
"I will go to Yang country to raise animals. Other people can go out and hang out and relax."
Xiao Bai immediately stepped forward and took Chen Fan's arm very naturally. Yi Hongyan was slightly startled, but then she felt relieved again. A group of people held hands and walked out of the whirlpool portal in the beast-controlling space in a very funny manner. Gongzi, Jade, and the others all followed. Only the beholder inside demons are a little unaccustomed to human society and prefer to stay in the beast-controlling space. As soon as he walked out of the beast-controlling space, Li Mu called,
"Is Zizing around?" "Not here." "What's going on over there? Why did you start helping them cultivate demons?" "It's okay. Even if all those 60,000 people are raised to a few realms of cultivation, they won't be a threat to the Tang Kingdom." "I know. I mean, that's tens of thousands of people. If you cultivate so many people, do you still have time to practice?" "When I raise animals, I am practicing. Then my family, Qinglin and Zhang Jiang, have asked. We have collected all the materials for a breakthrough. Do you want them to go to Yang country? Or do you want to come back?"
Qinglin is Li Mu's royal beast, the Azure Dragon Python. When Xian is Zhang Jiang's royal beast, the Flame Wolf King. Although their strength is not comparable to the peak of the Holy Realm, they are not far behind. They are one of the strongest beast-controlling beasts in the entire Blue Star. Chen Fan said,
"Let them come to Yang country. If I want to raise animals here, time is a bit tight. Can't you jump to the 5th restricted area first and then return to the Demon City? I have changed my position in the Ancient God Realm. I am far away from the Ice Palace. I forgot to tell you that Brother Yun has become a Void Demon."
"Oh, what?"
"Many places in the Ancient God Realm also suppress existences like the Six-Eyed Abyss Lord. That kind of existence will release void pollution. After being polluted, they will turn into void demons. But don't worry. I have helped them purify it. By the way, I helped Brother Yin break through to the 9th level. They are still helping me do a test. Grandpa Blind and Grandpa Lame have also turned into void demons. Ah? They are not the real ones. Just clones. So they are not afraid of the possible consequences. You let me slow down. If there are not too many disadvantages after transforming into a void demon, then I may try to turn you into a void demon later. You let me slow down. If you and Senior Brother Jean also become void demons, I can cultivate you just like I cultivated Qing Lin and the others, and help you break through to the demigod realm. Of course, you don't have to do this. After Qing Lin and Wenqing come over, I can help them break through. Maybe I can help you and Brother Zhang directly reach the demigod realm. Can gods and demons be so messy? Other gods and demons may not. But I can. I'm a little excited. Let's wait for a while. If they are still no different from the human race, maybe we can really give it a try. Yeah, that's right. Guys like the Nightmare Court, after losing 3 demon kings, are now starting to go crazy. Some small countries that don't have ordinary holy realms are now in chaos. And demonization is spreading over a large area. Are they trying to mess up the whole world? I'm wondering whether I should make it known to the public that you have the antidote. Because only in this way can the Nightmare Court give up the demon blood plan.
Chen Fan fell silent. Li Mu continued.
Although many people were demonized in Yanggua's previous performances, Yanggua actually received a lot of benefits. But now they are blooming in a large area. We are beyond our reach. And you are also unable to do anything. Those small countries have become demonized on a large scale and have begun to get out of control. Even the powerful ones in the Holy Realm cannot completely suppress it. If this drags on for a while, Blue Star may be filled with demons.
Chen Fan nodded.
Then, let's announce it directly. Just say I have the antidote. After I help Yang Kingdom cultivate those 60,000 people, I will release them all so that the Nightmare Garden can see the effect of the antidote.
Li Mu nodded.
Although you are not afraid of the late Saint Realm now, you still have to be careful. The Nightmare Court is dirty and can do anything. I know.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. Li Mu added,
hurry up and nurture Her Majesty the Empress, and help her break through to the peak of the Holy Realm. This way, Zhang Jiang and I will be much less stressed.
Yi Hongyan's eyes changed slightly.
Li Mu. Hello? Hello.
Li Mu frowned.
Chen Fan. Can you hear me? The signal seems to be cut off.
Chen Fan.
Minister, your acting talent is far inferior to Shinichi's.
Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others had already gone outside to play. Chu Xian and Yi Hao looked at each other in confusion. Everyone glanced at Chen Fan and felt that he seemed to be tired. All the pressure was on him. Every move he makes affects the whole world. Now we have to cultivate 60,000.
Devils.
Yi Hao sighed and said,
Brother Fan, you are so tired like this. No one in the production team would dare to do this.
Chen Fan raised his hand and struck Yi Hao with a bolt of lightning.
Zizi.
Yi Hao's hair stood on end and he started to tremble. Shen Tao laughed.
Hazi, you haven't been beaten for a long time.
Haven't you? Chapter 316, the goddess forges the sky-breaking demonic sword. And Xiao Bai falls? Just hung up the phone. Li Mu called back again.
I thought about it and decided not to announce the antidote.
Chen Fan.
What's the reason?
Li Mu glanced behind Chen Fan. This is a base in the secret realm of Yang Kingdom. At this time, only Yi Hongyan and Chu Xian were behind Chen Fan. Li Mu said,
there are 2 things I need to confirm. First, you said before that you are practicing by raising beasts. So, is it good for you to raise beasts?
Chen Fan nodded.
Yes.
Now, even if he faces the demigod state and cannot defeat him, he still has a chance to escape. Therefore, even if his trump card is completely revealed, there is nothing to be afraid of. Li Mu added.
Second, when we were in the 5th restricted area, I noticed one thing. Do you have some kind of method that can control demons?
Chen Fan nodded again and said,
my method can actually control most creatures that are weaker than myself. And it can also interfere with creatures that are stronger than myself. On the devil, the effect will be much better. I can control demons that are stronger than me.
Behind them, Yi Hao and others clenched their fists. Extremely excited, Li Mu said,
then, if the attributes of all creatures in this world are transformed into demons, wouldn't it become more peaceful and better to manage?
Chen Fan. He only thought about
breeding animals,
and never thought about this at all. At this time, Yi Hongyan stepped forward and said,
He is the king of demons. If all creatures in this world turn into demons, they will surrender to him. On the contrary, it will not fall into complete chaos as the Nightmare Court hopes. Demon King.
Li Mu, Yi Hao, and others were stunned. Li Fengxing scratched his head.
Is Brother Fan so domineering?
Shen Taodao blinked.
So in the dream, Henry Chu and I kept chasing Brother Fan? Aren't you a little bit crazy?
Chen Fan said.
In a place like Yang Country, a large number of powerful people have been demonized, and Yang Country can suppress them. But in those small countries that don't even have a holy realm, once the demonization spreads, many people will die. Right? You know, after being demonized, they become demons completely. They only know killing and destruction. Before they get the antidote, they may even be tempted to kill their own family members. Chen Fan.
Li Mu said.
You come from the earth, from a peaceful era, and you haven't been in this world for a long time. You don't know how cruel this world is. Many years ago, major cities were destroyed by monsters, and thousands of people died. In the world of monsters, death has become the norm. It's not that I don't care about life. On the contrary, I gave everything to protect the Tang dynasty, and I have no regrets. Even if the Nightmare Court didn't have the demon blood plan, the world would still be under the shadow of centaurs, Zerg, and endless monsters. The Empress, at your father's request, has been guarding the far north over the past few years, blocking the centaur army. Do you know how many strong men the demon clan has to die every year in order to stop the centaur legion? Do you know how heavy the casualties are in all countries trying to stop the monsters emerging from secret realms and restricted areas? Li Mu said faintly.
Yes. If the demon blood plan is allowed to be carried out, many places may fall into chaos for a period of time. But if you are really the king of demons, then all the creatures in this world will turn into demons and gain true peace and security because of you.
Chen Fan frowned and said nothing. Li Mu continued.
After becoming a demon, isn't it still the same as before? Eating and sleeping? Other than the change in strength attributes, what is the difference from ordinary people? Or from the past?
In the hall, no one spoke. After a moment of silence, Li Mu said again.
I don't understand why the Demon King came to this world, but I believe you are not here to destroy this world. What you do from beginning to end is to save the world and save us. You are kinder than any of us. Devil? Maybe it's just the name of a race. I don't believe that my master's son is a real devil, but I believe you are really the king of demons. Although I don't know why the Empress said you are the king of demons.
Henry Chu took a step forward and said,
3 demon kings have fallen in the Nightmare Court. Her Majesty the Empress may break through to the peak of the Holy Realm at any time, and the Minister may also break through to the Demigod Realm at any time. Under such circumstances, the Nightmare Court should not dare to do anything other than the Demon Blood Plan. The remaining 2 demon kings must be like frightened birds, afraid to show their faces. In this way, several major countries such as Tang State, Yang State, and Star State can send out 9th level and even Saint level experts. By helping other countries suppress demonic riots, the casualties caused by demons can be greatly reduced.
Yi Hongying glanced at Chen Fan silently and said,
It works.
Li Mu nodded slightly and said,
As the strongest country in Blue Star, Tang State will send most of the Saint Realm and 9th grade realm out. I'm here to communicate with Xinghua and Yanghua.
Chen Fan's eyes were solemn, and he said after a while,
Okay.
Everyone present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu nodded.
Okay. Let's do it. You may have to do more bloodletting during this period, and then let the people from Yang Kingdom take the antidote to all parts of the world. I will contact Wisteria soon.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan laid down behind the chair. More than 60,000 people in the Yang Kingdom were transformed into demons, and then waited for him to cultivate them. This was something that Chen Fan was very excited about. He had also thought about turning Yang Kingdom and other countries into demons under controllable circumstances. As Li Mu said, after these demonized people are purified, they are no different from before. Some people may find it hard to accept and may curse. After all, becoming a devil means that even the race has changed. But the cruelty of this world is actually far beyond Chen Fan's imagination. After coming to Blue Star, he also experienced life and death. Donghai City was almost submerged by the sea of insects. What would it be like if there was no Chen Fan when Donghai City suffered a disaster? How many ordinary people have lived in the main city for decades without ever leaving the main city? Children like Yi Hao and Shen Taothao, who are children of the big families in Donghai City, have grown so old that if they want to see the sea, they can only watch it through TV. In this world, it is already difficult to live. How many people would ask for anything else? The blind man and the lame, for the sake of Tianyi realm, ended up blinded and lost their legs. But they were still running around. In the 4 realms including the ancient god realm, only the void demon remains. God is dead, and the devil is gone. Only the ancient desolation remains. What does race matter? When all the creatures on Blue Star become demons and surrender to the Demon King, will the world become safer and more peaceful? Chen Fan felt a little confused. His previous ideal was to cultivate all the beasts of Blue Star. But if the demonic blood plan of the Nightmare Garden demonizes the entire world, then he can also cultivate the original human race. I always feel that some things are too coincidental. Yi Hao winked at Henry Chu and the others and walked out. Shen Hongxiu didn't want to leave, so Shen Tao pulled her hard.
Let Brother Fan be alone for a while. He is too tired during this period.
Yi Hongyan glanced at Chen Fan silently and said softly,
Don't think too much. Just take a good rest.
Chen Fan nodded and closed his eyes.
Brother Fan?
Chen Fan felt himself being pushed and opened his eyes. It was Yi Hao who pushed him. But this Yi Hao feels a little different. Next to them, Henry Chu and Shen Tao were also very different. The middle-aged version of Yi Hao and Shen Tao, and the teenage version of Li Fengxing. Elderly version of Henry Chu. What the H.L.? Chen Fan felt a little pain in his head. He recognized all the people in front of him. But he always felt that something was wrong.
Brother, what's wrong?
Xiaobai beside him pulled Chen Fan's sleeve. Even stranger. Why does Xiaobai call himself that? Chen Fan looked around. This is in the void of the universe. There were also Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge beside them. Behind her, Yi Hongyan looked at her expressionlessly, as if she owed her a lot of money and hadn't paid back. Everyone, in Chen Fan's perception, was like a dying man. Dying? As if they might collapse at any time. Directly ahead, above a huge whirlpool, the goddess extracted the star cores of stars, and then threw them into the whirlpool. I have never seen this woman before. But why do I know that she is called Tiannu? Etc. Although I have never seen him before. He looks very familiar. Where is this? What on earth are we doing?
Brother, I'm so sleepy.
Xiaobai looked at Chen Fan pitifully. Chen Fan rubbed Xiaobai's head and said,
If you're sleepy, just take a nap.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaobai turned into a ragdoll cat and was held in Chen Fan's arms. As Chen Fan thought, a white cloud appeared out of thin air. He placed the sleeping Xiaobai on top of the white clouds. The elderly version of Henry Chu sighed and said,
Back then, I was just joking and turned her into a kitten. I didn't expect that this demon princess would actually fall in love with a cat body and turn into a cat at every turn.
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Xiaobai is the devil princess? Why would he forget something so important? Was it Henry Chu who turned Xiaobai into a cat? Damn it. Why do I feel like I've forgotten a lot of important things after just taking a nap? At this time, Yi Hao said,
Xian Chu, shut up. The sky-breaking demon sword is about to take shape. Please be quiet.
The sky-breaking demon sword? Chen Fan was startled and looked intently at the huge whirlpool. Sure enough, in the whirlpool, a magic knife that was tens of thousands of miles long was emitting a strange light. Damn it. Is the goddess so powerful? Use the cores of hundreds of thousands of stars to refine the magic sword? Why do I remember hundreds of thousands of stars, but not the refining of the sky-breaking demon sword? I'm so annoyed. I always feel confused. I can't cheer up. And I can't remember many things. It seems like a long time has passed. It seemed like only a moment had passed. Suddenly, the goddess turned around and asked,
Chen Fan, are you really prepared to do this?
Do what? I have no idea what the H.L. you're talking about. The goddess sighed and said,
The sky-breaking demon sword is your last resort. But even with the sky-breaking demon sword, after entering the void, you may never have a chance to come back.
I know. Chen Fan nodded. Depend on. Why should I say I know? I obviously don't know anything. What exactly do you want me to do? I have a very bad feeling. The heavenly girl said,
The sky-breaking demon sword can open and close the void passage. But it is far from enough to prevent the void from penetrating the universe. I will transform into the spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword and help you penetrate the void. But I only have 2/3 of the power of heaven. So you have to rely on yourself for everything.
What the H.L. God's way. Chen Fan's eyes widened. The goddess said,
Whether you succeed or not, because you have lost 2/3 of your power. The remaining power of heaven can only block the void for 3 million years.
Void? Void pollution? I seem to know this. The goddess said,
3 million years is a long time for gods and demons. But for you ancestor god-level beings, it is just a short nap. 3 million years later, if you cannot come back, or if you cannot perfect the void system you created, the entire world will be covered by void. The way of heaven will be polluted. The rules and laws of heaven and earth will be rewritten. And everything in heaven and earth will be destroyed, facing unimaginable and terrible disasters. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Void pollution. He knew, but he never thought that the consequences would be so terrible. Is the entire world polluted by void? Humans, gods and demons all turned into void demons? Will even the way of heaven be polluted? Chen Fan turned to look at Henry Chu and Yi Hongyan. Everyone's expressions were very solemn. About there, the goddess turned around and jumped into the huge whirlpool. Chen Fan stretched out his hand to pull her, but failed. The huge whirlpool was spinning faster and more terrifyingly. Back off. Henry Chu, Yi Hongyan and others swayed and quickly retreated. Chen Fan had just moved to a galaxy when he was suddenly horrified. Oops. Xiao Bai? Before he could react, countless planets in the galaxies ahead, together with Xiao Bai, were all swept into the vortex of the sky-breaking demon sword. Noob. Chen Fan's eyes are about to burst. Yi Hongyan's wrist shook, and the 5 colorful divine stones in her hand shot out a colorful divine light, protecting Xiao Bai's soul. Boom. Like the Big Bang of the universe. The endless void storm swept crazily in all directions. Ah! Chen Fan roared hysterically and walked in the opposite direction through the storm. But when he moved to the huge sky-destroying demon sword, Xiao Bai and Tiannu have both disappeared. The entire galaxy is empty. There was only a sky-breaking magic sword that was tens of thousands of miles long. Standing there, Chen Fan stared blankly at the sky-breaking demon sword, tears rolling down his face. Brother, what's wrong with you? Xiao Bai's voice suddenly came from the sky-breaking demon sword. Immediately, a figure flashed and walked out of the sky-breaking demon sword. White clothes like snow. She looks a bit like Xiao Bai and a bit like a goddess. Chen Fan. Brother, why are you crying? Xiao Bai gently wiped Chen Fan's tears. Xiao Bai? Chen Fan still couldn't believe it. Xiao Bai nodded. Yeah, it's me. Henry Chu flew over, glanced at Yi Hongyan and said, the 5-color sacred stone of the ancestor of the ancient gods protected Xiao Bai's soul. Xiao Bai should have merged with the goddess of heaven and become the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword. Yi Hongyan said, the goddess is originally just a part of the power of heaven and has no subjective consciousness. So, the girl in front of me, who looks like a goddess and Xiao Bai is actually Xiao Bai. Shen Daodao looked up to the sky and sighed. The goddess was originally the incarnation of the way of heaven. With no emotions. Only reason. She was originally the best weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword. Now she and Xiao Bai have merged into one. And the weapon spirit has turned into a lazy, silly and stupid Xiao Bai. This sky-breaking demon sword is considered useless. Xiao Bai was furious, and the sky-breaking demonic sword quickly shrank, then flew up, chasing Shen Taotao and beating him violently. Shen Taotao mobilized the God King's 12 wings, but he couldn't get rid of the sky-breaking demon sword at all. He was beaten by the sky-breaking demon sword and screamed strangely. It's fine. After a while, Xiao Bai said, I'm fine with this. In this case, I can accompany you to the void. You can't refuse me now. Can you? Go to the void. Why should I go to the void? As soon as Chen Fan frowned, Henry Chu had already said, what happens next depends entirely on you. The fate of hundreds of millions of creatures in the world is in your hands. What nonsense is this old man talking about? Before Chen Fan could speak, the sky-breaking demon sword had already flown up and landed in his hand. Very strange yet familiar feeling. It was as if the sky-breaking demon sword was his own hand, connected by blood. Why? Why did Xiao Bai become the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword? Am I in the past or in the future? Okay everyone. Chen Fan said. We will see you again after thousands of miles. I'll go right away. Etc. Why should I say such incomprehensible words? Where am I going? Seeing Henry Chu and others, they began to retreat quickly. Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan, opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally flew out. The bad feeling in Chen Fan's heart became more and more serious. Just when he was still wondering, he raised his right hand slightly, grabbed the sky-destroying demon sword, and pointed downwards. Below, a huge black hole appeared. Indescribable devouring power came out of the black hole. Chen Fan was shocked, turned around and flew towards Henry Chu and the others. Help! Help! I'm going to be sucked in.
Henry Chu frowned.
Didn't you want to go in by yourself?
Yi Hao.
Brother Fan has been feeling a little weird since he took a nap. What's going on?
Chen Fan danced with joy.
Even if you want to go, please tell me clearly first. I don't remember anything. Ah.
The power of darkness cannot stop the power of black holes. Chen Fan tried his best, but was still swallowed by the black hole. The dark divine body instantly shattered into nothingness. There were only a few particles that still retained consciousness, possessing the sky-breaking demonic sword, and quickly shuttled through the black hole. At this time, a call sounded in Chen Fan's mind.
Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan! Wake up! Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang have changed.
Chen Fan's body trembled, and he opened his eyes. This is not a black hole. This is a base in the secret realm of Yang Kingdom. Just now, it was the blind grandpa who spoke in the beast controlling space. Chen Fan touched his face. His face is covered in sweat. Dreaming again. This dream is weirder than before. Chapter 317 After Purification. There is no fear of void pollution.
What's wrong?
A figure flashed in the hall, and Yi Hongyan had appeared in front of Chen Fan, looking at Chen Fan seriously. Even when she was fighting to the death with the Lord of the Six-Eyed Abyss in the 5th restricted area, she had never seen Chen Fan so sweaty and embarrassed. Chen Fan took a deep breath, and the divine power of the void shook slightly. All the sweat from the whole body evaporated, and the dirt left the body and was shattered.
I had a very strange dream,
Chen Fan said.
I'll tell you later. Let's go see Brother Yun and the others first. Blind Grandpa said they seem to have changed.
The two immediately entered the ancient god realm. In the ancient god realm, Yuan Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang stood side by side in the void. The two men were filled with black energy, and earth-shattering energy was flowing crazily. Chen Fan glanced at the attribute panels of the two of them. Void pollution degree, 100%. Void pollution has reached its limit again. The two of them sensed Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan behind them, and turned around at the same time. I saw that both of their eyes became extremely red. There was still demonic energy escaping from his eyes. At first glance, they looked like two giant demons. Yuan Sanhai is now in the 9th level. Yi Wuxuang is an 8th grade 5th level heaven. But the feeling given to Chen Fan by the two of them at this moment was that their demonic power was not much worse than that of the Demon King of the East region and the Demon King of the South region, who were at the peak of the Holy Realm. Void demons are indeed much scarier than ordinary demons. Chen Fan said.
Brother Yun, how do you feel now?
Yuan Sanhai frowned and said.
I feel like there is a fire burning in my heart, as if I had drank a dozen cups of coffee. I am very excited and want to kill and destroy. My thinking is no longer confused, but becomes clearer. It's that kind of impulse to kill and destroy, which makes me feel very uncomfortable.
Yi Wuxuang also nodded and said.
Me too. Other than that, there's no other special feeling. I feel like given a little more time, I should be able to get used to it and be completely in control. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Much better than expected. Originally, he thought that after the void pollution reached 100% again, Yuan Sanhai and the two might enter a state of chaos again. If that's the case, then the ancient god realm and other 4 realms will become truly forbidden areas. Now it seems that void pollution is not irresistible. It was polluted, then purified, and finally this void pollution seemed to pose no threat. Chen Fan opened the beast-controlling space portal. The blind man and the lame man also came out. So, Chen Fan said, Brother Yi will continue to stay here to see if he can adapt to this situation, and to confirm whether there will be other changes in the future. Brother Yun, stay away from this area and go killing like crazy. This ancient god realm is full of void demons. Treat them as germs and kill as many as you can. We need a lot of void demon crystal cores now. Grandpa Blind, you also stay here and wait for the void pollution to reach its limit again.
Yuan Sanhai and others nodded at the same time. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan left the ancient god realm and returned to the base hall. At this time, Henry Chu, Yi Hao, Xiaobai and the others also came back. When Chen Fan told everyone about the situation of Yuan Sanhai and the others, Yi Hao and others suddenly became excited.
So, after becoming a void demon, and then being purified, you will not be afraid of void pollution?
Chen Fan frowned and said,
This is indeed the case at this stage, but it will take time to verify whether there will be changes in the future.
Henry Chu said,
When we were in the 5th restricted area, all of us signed contracts with several void demons. After those void demons were purified by Chen Fan, several months have passed, but there have been no problems.
Fong Qingqing nodded and said,
Yes, I can sense that my void skeleton bear is as pure as a piece of white paper. And its emotions are more stable than Xiaobu and the others. I can't feel any evil thoughts at all. And I am as well behaved as a cat.
Several other people also nodded. So, Henrichu said,
For now, it should be very safe.
Chen Fan,
You've been like a babysitter for so long, and we've all been kids in care. This is true both in dreams and in reality. This time, let me do something too.
Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly.
What do you want to say?
Henrichu said,
I have activated the Void Divine Body. According to what you said before, if I transform into a Void Demon, can you help me improve my Void Divine Body?
Chen Fan nodded.
It is indeed possible when the Void energy is sufficient.
Henrichu said,
Then, let me transform into a Void Demon. Then copy my Void Divine Body to Grandpa Blind and the others.
Everyone present was silent. Yi Hongyan suddenly said,
First, we still need to observe Yun Sanhai and the others for a while. There is no need to rush. Second, my 5-color Divine Stone is also engraved with the magic formula of the Void Divine Body. If I just activate the Void Divine Body, it shouldn't take me long. So, Henrichu, you don't need to take risks now. I am a demon clan. After I activate the Void Divine Body, I can copy it to others.
Yi Hao nodded at Henrichu.
I think my sister is right.
Yi Hongyan glanced at Yi Hao. Half smiling, Henrichu said lightly,
I still want to transform into a Void Demon first.
Yi Hongyan raised her eyebrows slightly. Henrichu closed his eyes, sighed and said,
In my dream, there are endless corpses around the memorial monument. I don't know them, but Chen Fan said that I am the lord of the ancient demon. So, the corpses I saw may be my tribesmen and my relatives. I don't know what happened, but I will never allow this to happen again.
In the hall, the atmosphere was a bit strange and heavy. After Chen Fan killed the 3 demon kings, Blue Star's current situation was very good. Although the Nightmare Garden's demon blood plan has begun to spread throughout Blue Star, with Chen Fan's blood, the chaos will only be short-lived. But even under such a situation, when talking about the things in the dream and thinking about the void demons in the ancient god world and other 4 realms, everyone felt that the pressure was a bit unimaginable. The Tang dynasty was once threatened by the Nightmare Court. Li Mu and Zhang Jiang each guarded their own territory and did not even dare to leave the main city easily. And the Qianyu realm has been fighting with the demon clan for tens of thousands of years, causing countless casualties. But all of that seems to be insignificant compared to those void demons at the level of gods and demons in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms. Now, the existence that was suppressed by Chaos Ling, the 5-colored divine stone said, was much more powerful than the 6-eyed abyss lord. Gods and demons turned into dust. Only the void demon remains. A group of mortals want to change everything. If it weren't for Chen Fan, everyone would be in despair. Henrichu's meaning is very clear. For so long, everything has been on Chen Fan alone. It's time for them to do something too. Chu Xian has a steel offering sacrifices to heaven. Yi Hao has a divine pillar that reaches the sky. Shen Daodao has 12 wings of the God King. In Chen Fan's dream, they were all on the same level as Chen Fan. But now, like a child, he is hiding in the greenhouse created by Chen Fan. Sudden, Yi Hao laughed and said,
Then, let's transform them into void demons together.
Brother Fan,
we are so useless. For such a long time, you have helped us cultivate the beasts. And then through the feedback of the beasts, we have improved our strength. If we all transform into void demons, you can directly cultivate us and then cooperate with our own cultivation. I think our strength will improve much faster.
Bai Ruch said lightly.
I agree.
Shen Hongxiu nodded.
What Chu Xian said is right. What Haozi said is also right. I agree.
Fong Qingqing and others also raised their hands.
Agree.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then breathed out a heavy breath.
Okay. Then, give it a try.
Yi Hongyan took a step forward and said.
And me.
Everyone was stunned. Shen Hongxiu said.
You are a demon clan yourself. Xiao Fan can directly help you break through. So why bother?
Yi Hongyan said lightly.
If we all have to face the void demon in the end, then sooner or later we will have to face void pollution. It's impossible. After fighting for a while, let him help me purify it again. Right.
Everyone was silent. Void pollution is really terrible. Even with the 5-color sacred stone in hand, Yi Hongyan would still be contaminated. If it is not transformed into a void demon and then purified, it is possible to completely fall into madness. At this time, Xiao Bai stepped forward and said,
I want it too.
Gonzi stood up, supported by his two calves, and waved his two front paws, indicating that he also wanted to transform into a void demon. Chen Fan turned his head, looked at Xiao Bai, and fell silent. After a while, his eye circles became a little red, and he gently rubbed Xiao Bai's head.
Let me think about it again.
Chen Fan sat down on the chair, looked at Yi Hongyan and said,
Have you ever dreamed of Xiao Bai?
Yi Hongyan shook her head. Everyone was stunned. Yi Hao said,
Brother Fan, wasn't Xiao Bai brought here from the earth? Could it be that he was in the past life?
Xiao Bai's eyes were wide open, shining like two gems. Chen Fan rubbed his temples and said,
When you guys went out just now, I slept for a while and had a very strange dream. In the dream, only Feng Xing is as young as he is now. You're all grown up.
Everyone, Chen Fan said,
especially Henry Chu, who looks older than his grandfather.
Chu Xian, Chen Fan said.
That was the dream of forging the sky-breaking demon sword. When the sky-breaking devil sword was taking shape, Xiao Bai was caught in it and died.
Everyone, exclamation point.
Hongyan used the 5-colored sacred stone to protect her soul,
Chen Fan said.
In the end, Xiao Bai became the weapon spirit of the sky-breaking demon sword.
Li Fengxing scratched his head.
Brother Fan, are you writing a novel?
Bai Rouge beside him was furious and slapped Li Fengxing to the ground. Chen Fan looked at Yi Hongyan again and said,
In your dream, do I have a sister?
The corners of Yi Hongyan's mouth slowly turned up, as if she thought of something funny. Chen Fan was speechless and said,
Let me ask you, what do you mean when you smile like this?
Yi Hongyan said,
You are a little skeleton crawling out of the dark abyss. You were born and raised without a father or mother. Where did you get your sister?
Yi Hao and others narrowed their eyes at the same time and laughed. Shen Taoda asked,
Isn't Brother Fan the king of demons? Why did he become a little skeleton?
Yi Hongyan said,
The little skeleton that was born from the womb of the demons of heaven and earth crawled out of the dark abyss. It went to the Dutian God realm, the angel holy realm, and the ancient demon realm. Wherever it went, it was chased by people. Kill. He fights with heaven, with earth, with gods, and with demons. Finally, he became the master of the dark abyss, became the forbidden god in the vast divine world.
The smiles on the faces of Yi Hao and Shen Taoao gradually disappeared. Chen Fan hurriedly said,
Don't sound so tragic. In my dream, I live a free and easy life. Very happy. I am guarded by the old dragon in the dark abyss. I am protected by the Dutian Empress in the Dutian divine realm. In the holy angel realm, there is a saint who is secretly helping me. The princess of the Sky Demon Clan says to kill me every day and wants me to return the Sky Demon Clan staff. But she still helps me stop the powerful Celestial Demon Clan. In the dream, I am actually not lonely at all.
Everyone laughed again. Anyway, Chen Fan said,
I always feel that the dream I had before is different from the previous dreams. The elderly version of Chu Xian calls you the ancestor of the ancient gods instead of Empress Dutian. The ancestor of the ancient gods?
Everyone looked at Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan frowned slightly.
This is the first time I heard this title. Why were you so panicked and sweating profusely when you woke up from the dream? Is it because I dreamed about Xiao Bai's death?
Chen Fan fell silent. That dream, the most important thing. Those are the words spoken by the goddess. After the sky-breaking demon sword was successfully forged, the goddess said there were still 3 million years left.
3 million years is a long time for gods and demons. But for you ancestor god-level beings, it's just a short nap. 3 million years later, if you cannot come back, or if you cannot perfect the void system you created, the entire world will be covered by void. The way of heaven will be polluted. The rules and laws of heaven and earth will be rewritten. And everything in heaven and earth will be destroyed, facing unimaginable and terrible disasters.
So how long has it been now? The ancient god realm and other 4 realms are filled with void demons. Have they experienced several world-destroying wars? The void system said by the goddess. Isn't it the current system? That kind of sky-breaking magic sword jumps into a black hole. Chen Fan frowned and thought for a moment. That black hole seemed to be the door into the void? Was it because the goddess forged the sky-breaking demonic sword that he wanted to enter the void alone? Is the time in this dream before or after those previous dreams? If the dream of forging the sky-breaking demonic sword was after those other dreams, how could Li Fengxing become younger? Why is only Chu Xian becoming so old? If that dream was before other dreams, does that mean that he entered the void and came back successfully and perfected the void system? Chen Fan was a little irritable. Got some information, but too little. The whole veins are like tangled knots. and they remain messy even if they are not cut and sorted out. However, Chen Fan clearly felt an indescribable sense of urgency, whether that dream is before or after other dreams. Now, I'm afraid we don't have much time. Suddenly, Yi Hongyan looked into Chen Fan's eyes and said,
You still have something to hide from us.
Chen Fan opened his mouth, sighed, turned his wrist, and held the sky-breaking demon sword. This knife is just a projection clone. The real sky-breaking demon sword contains 2/3 of the power of heaven. The magic sword forged with the power of countless stars in heaven. Now in the ancient demon world, unknown existences are suppressed. Chen Fan felt a little frightened. He gritted his teeth and said,
Let's go. I'll send you to the ancient god realm and help you transform into void demons. After helping Qingqing activate the void divine body, I want to go back to Tang Kingdom first and send Qingqing to Tianyi realm to find the heavenly demon staff.
Fong Qingqing nodded.
Yes.
Yi Hao smiled and said,
Brother Fan, it should have been like this a long time ago. Go crazy.
Chapter 318 Let this world go crazy with us. In the beast controlling space, Chen Fan looked at Henry Chu's attribute panel. The group of people around, including the 4 blind men, were extremely nervous. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Shen Hongxiu, Yi Hongyan. Everyone was demonized and then purified by Chen Fan. Even Xiaobai and Gongzi now have the words, Void Demon, on their attribute panels. Originally, Chen Fan wanted to observe for a few more days, to see what changes would follow from Yuan Songhai and others. But Henry Chu and Yi Hongyan insisted on going crazy. It's good now. All have property panels. Chen Fan looked at Henry Chu's attribute panel. The Void Divine Body. On it only has the first layer of skin refining. After refining skin, there is a plus sign. Under the skin refining, there is something like an experience bar. Really? You can also directly add points to the Void Divine Body to make it stronger. Chen Fan also became a little excited, stretched out his mental power, and clicked the plus sign after refining skin. Is it necessary to consume 1000 W system energy to increase the strength of the first layer of skin refining of the Void Divine Body? Please click yes if needed. One click requires 1000 W system energy. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he clicked yes. Henry Chu's body immediately trembled, and countless void characters appeared around him. Circles of terrifying momentum swept away from him, blowing the jadeite on Chen Fan's head directly away. The emerald fluttered and flew back again, landing on Chen Fan's head. Yi Hongyan looked at the jade on Chen Fan's head and opened her mouth, but no words came out. Depend on. Chen Fan frowned. 1000 W of system energy has just been consumed, but the progress bar under refining skin has only gone less than 1/30th. Calculated according to this progress, wouldn't it require more than 300 million system energy to fill up the first level of this Void Divine Body? When I opened the first level of the Void Divine Body, I only used a few million system energy? Add some points to Henry Chu. How come it has doubled several times?
What's wrong?
Seeing Chen Fan's crazy look, Henry Chu couldn't help but said,
Is there any problem? I just felt that the first level has been opened, and it has become much stronger. I can see countless void characters in my body.
Chen Fan said,
It is indeed as I expected. After you transform into void demons, I can help you improve your void divine body, but it consumes too much.
Yi Hongyan's expression moved slightly and she said,
Is the void energy consumed too huge?
Chen Fan nodded. He had told everyone about void energy before. Henry Chu said,
You said before that nurturing beasts can obtain void energy, so the more taming beasts you cultivate, the more the void energy will increase? Not bad.
Chen Fan said,
This is also the reason why I am now breeding animals for Yang country.
Li Fingxing put his head over and said,
Well, Brother Fan, help us break through. Are we considered to be the beasts that Brother Fan has cultivated?
Everyone. Chen Fan said,
After I help you cultivate it, if you kill monsters or demons in the future, my void energy will also increase.
Yi Hao laughed.
Then what are you waiting for?
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
You are relatively weak, and you basically have the materials needed for a breakthrough. We will talk about it later. I will study the Void Divine Body now.
With that said, Chen Fan tried to copy the Void Divine Body on Chu Xian's body to Xiaobai. Cannot copy. Copying the Void Divine Body to Xiaobai requires 2 billion system energy, which is insufficient. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. To copy the Moon Step, only 5000 W void energy is needed. Copying the Void Divine Body actually costs 2 billion. Until now, He has never seen the number 2 billion. Chen Fan sighed and said,
You can copy the void divine body on Henry Chu's body to others. But the consumption of void energy is too huge. I have never seen so much void energy. The energy required to copy the void divine body is 40 times that of copying the moon steps. 40 times?
Everyone gasped. Orange Cat said,
Yihao and Tao Tao don't need to copy it. Let them understand it. You spent so much time and effort to inscribe the void divine body cultivation techniques on their divine weapons. Xianchu quickly understood and opened the void divine body. If they can't open it, let them fend for themselves. What use do they have to this kind of waste?
Yihao and Shen Tao were furious. What this old ghost says is so unpleasant. Fong Qingqing said,
Void energy is too precious. Please take some time to understand it yourself. Just opening the void divine body should not take a few days.
Shen Tao and Yihao glared at the Orange Cat fiercely and nodded. This does save a bit of void energy. The blind man pondered for a moment and said,
Then, collect the materials as soon as possible and help us old guys break through. The same goes for Henry Chu and the others. Those of us, after cultivating it once, should be able to produce void energy by killing monsters or demons. Right. That's right.
Chen Fan said.
Brother Yun is currently killing demons like crazy and is constantly improving the energy of the system. He is now in the 9th level.
And the void pollution degree is 100%. He is extremely violent. He is like a killing machine. The void energy has been improved more than thousands of beast masters.
Lame nodded and said,
Then we can't waste time. Xiaobai and Gongzi should enter the ancient god realm first. Others, wait until Xiaofan helps us break through once before entering.
The Orange Cat's head shrank.
Should I go too?
Everyone looked at the Orange Cat with dark faces. Yihao said with a bad look on his face,
Old guy, you've gone from a level 1 little Orange Cat to a level 9 powerhouse. You haven't done anything. You haven't made any achievements. And now you still want to control beasts.
Space to sleep in?
The Orange Cat knew that public anger was hard to offend. So he put on a smile and did not dare to refute. The deaf man said with a long face,
The beasts that Xiaofan has cultivated can increase the energy of the void by killing monsters or demons. This dead cat has already broken through to the 9th level and transformed. During this period, it has been sleeping in the beast control space. How is this different from trash?
The Orange Cat raised his hand and protested.
It's not like I didn't do anything. Have I not been in the beast control space, monitoring the 4 realms?
No one spoke. The Orange Cat smiled awkwardly and said,
Then I'll go to work. Okay. Chen Fan, can you give me Yuebu first? After I have the moon steps, my speed will be much faster and my efficiency will be much improved.
Chen Fan glanced at the system panel. This little energy is quite enough. Yuan Songhai went on a killing spree in the ancient god realm, which greatly increased the energy of the system. Chen Fan shook his head and copied Xiaobai's moon step onto the Orange Cat.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
The Orange Cat laughed wildly and turned into a series of afterimages, rushing back and forth in the beast control space. Everyone looked at this guy speechlessly. Is this really the old leader of the demon sect? Could it be that the soul of the old leader has been assimilated by the saber-toothed Orange Cat?
All right,
Chen Fan said.
Xiaobai, I will send you to the Angel God King realm. Grandpa Blind, you also go to the Angel God King realm and keep an eye on them.
The blind man nodded.
Okay,
Henry Chu suddenly said.
You helped me upgrade the 1st level of the Void Divine Body. Does this count as cultivation?
Everyone rolled their eyes. The word cultivate is really embarrassing. But there is no other word that is more appropriate. Shen Fan shook his head.
It doesn't count. Howsy, you stay here, understand the Void Divine Body, and activate the Void Divine Body as soon as possible. Qingqing and Hongxiu didn't get the magic weapon, so they had no choice but to wait for me to copy it later.
Shen Hongxiu hesitated and said,
Can you let me try to see if I can get Chaos Ling's projection clone? When I walked out of the beast control space before, I heard Chaos Ling's call. Since it is summoning me, does it mean that it still has the power to suppress the demon?
Previously, she was worried that Shen Hongxiu's acquisition of the Chaos Ling would affect the power of the seal. So to be cautious, she was not allowed to try it. The blind man said,
What Hongxiu said makes sense. Just like the sky-breaking demon sword and the heaven-bearing divine pillar, they can take away some of your power. So there must be some left. That time Xiaofan brought back the sky-breaking demon sword from the 5th restricted area. Wasn't part of the power taken back by the sky-breaking demon sword? It's just a sky-breaking demon sword. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with it. Chaos Ling should be the same. Then let's give it a try,
Chen Fan said.
Others don't go out yet. Hongxiu and I will go out.
To be cautious, Chen Fan sent Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang back to the beast-controlling space after arriving in the ancient god realm, and then took Shen Hongxiu out. Shen Hongxiu was extremely nervous, and her palms were sweating. She narrowed her eyes slightly and stretched out her right hand towards the chaotic silk wrapped around the tower below. And Chen Fan, holding the sky-breaking demon sword, stared closely at the mountains below. After a while, a red light flashed in the sky. A red chaotic silk ribbon appeared in Shen Hongxiu's hand.
Sure enough,
Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. There was no change in the tower wrapped around Chaos Ling. The mountains below the tower showed no reaction at all. Chen Fan returned to the beast-controlling space and sent Xiaobai and Gongzi, as well as the orange cat and the sickle demon, etc., all into the angel god king realm. Chu Xian and Yi Hao's beasts were all sent to the ancient demon world, and Yun Sanhai and Yi Wuxuang returned to the ancient god realm. After doing all this, Chen Fan began to check the materials that Chu Xian and Yi Hao needed for their breakthrough. Their cultivation levels are not high. At the same time, they have all turned into void demons. Therefore, the materials required for breakthrough are very simple, and all are available. But for Yi Hongyan and Blind Man, the materials required for such a holy realm breakthrough are more troublesome. It has been so many days since Yi Hongyan came to Yang country, but she still has not found all the materials to break through from the third heaven to the fourth heaven. This still used the huge resources of the Tang Kingdom, the Yang Kingdom, the Star Kingdom, and the Demon Clan in the far north. Until now, there are still 3 things missing. The materials needed by the blind and lame were also given to Li Mu and Shinichi Wisteria. If you want them to break through quickly, it will take 10 days and a half. If it's slow, it could take several months. Chen Fan took out the things from the Sumeru ring and spread them all over the floor. Yi Hao and others looked expectant.
What a fart!
When Chen Fan saw a group of people surrounding him, he said angrily,
It's not like I've never seen such a thing like raising an animal before. I will help Henry Chu break through now. And you guys go to the corner to practice.
Yi Hao and Shen Taoao walked to the corner dejectedly. Chen Fan took a look at Henry Chu's attribute panel and selected the materials one by one. Henry Chu couldn't help but said,
It feels so strange. Waiting to be nurtured. This is what it feels like.
Chen Fan blinked.
Do you really think of yourself as a beast?
Henry Chu smiled and said,
Why not?
Li Fingxing in the corner said,
It's not a matter of mistaking it. It is. Now haven't we all turned into void demons? Isn't this the same as Her Majesty the Empress? Are we all beast masters?
Yi Hongyan, who had closed her eyes to meditate on the void divine body technique on the 5-color sacred stone, suddenly opened her eyes, stretched out her hand, and a violent force pulled Li Fingxing over. Yi Hongyan pressed Li Fingxing's head and punched him several times. Li Fingxing burst into tears, held his head, and walked back silently. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao shook their heads repeatedly. After being smart for a few days, Erluzi seemed to be back to his previous appearance. Henry Chu glanced at Yi Hongyan. Yi Hongyan turned her head. Henry Chu quickly lowered his head. He. Chen Fan grinned. Yi Hongyan's face darkened.
Shut up!
Chen Fan's laughter was cut off instantly, and his face became tense. Yi Hongyan closed her eyes again. On a desert island, the figures of the Demon King of the Central Region and the Demon King of the Western Region appeared in the void.
How's it going? 7 countries have become a mess. Demonization is spreading rapidly, and its momentum is unstoppable. Very well. Let this world go crazy with us. When all the people, monsters, and races in the world are assimilated into demons, all threats will cease to exist. Stupid mortals think that by killing the 3 demon kings of the southern region, they will be able to frighten the court of nightmares. But they don't know that we, the demon clan, are the masters of demons. Why did the demon king of the southern region die? Is the investigation clear? He is the new leader of the demon sect. Impossible. Even if Li Mu and Zhang Jiang join forces, the 3 of them are no match, and they still have a chance to escape. Don't forget that the new leader of the demon sect killed the ancient demon god in the 5th restricted area that day. That man had a magic weapon capable of killing gods. When the demon king of the east region and the demon king of the west were chasing Yi Hongyan, he was severely injured by the magic knife in Yi Hongyan's hand. Damn it. Why did such a character appear? This man is extremely dangerous. Until now, we haven't figured out his identity, and he is so powerful that I suspect he is a demigod. This is impossible. Apart from Chen Han and his wife back then, Blue Star has no one in the demigod realm. Even Li Mu and Zhang Jian have not broken through to the demigod realm now. How could a demigod realm appear out of nowhere? It doesn't matter whether the new leader of the demon sect is in the demigod realm or not. The Demon's Blood project has already begun. It won't take long for the entire Blue Star to become a world of demons. But we still can't do anything to him. When demonization sweeps the world and all demonized beings become part of the Nightmare Garden, we will be able to find out where the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven was sealed. Understand how much demon blood is left. It's enough to turn this Blue Star into a world of demons. And the remaining part is enough to restore the Sixth Heaven Demon King to his heyday. Very good. Empress Yi Hongyan is currently in Yang Country. Our people have not discovered that she left Yang Country yet. You mean? I will go to the far north, destroy the demon clan's defenses, release the Centaur army, and at the same time corrupt the Centaur army with the blood of demons. Wonderful! Let this world go crazy with us. This is the price for offending our nightmare court.
Chapter 319, Do you, the Demon Sect, take yourselves too seriously?
Boom!
In the secret room, the last person in line had broken through from the 7th level 5th level realm to the 8th level realm. The Beast Master immediately stepped forward and bowed 90 degrees to Chen Fan. Chen Fan waved his hand gently. A group of strong men from Yang Kingdom retreated respectfully. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and disbelief. Forget about raising beasts. Even beast masters can cultivate them. Moreover, all the powerful men from the Yang Kingdom, who were demonized, were all rescued by him. At this moment, Chen Fan's status in the minds of a group of powerful people in Yang Kingdom was even higher than that of Shinichi Wisteria. Shin saw that Chen Fan was a little absent-minded. After taking a look at Yi Hongyan beside him, he stepped forward and said,
Junior brother, you have been working hard for more than 10 days. Why don't you take a break first?
Chen Fan smiled and said,
Raising animals is not too tiring, but it's just too boring to repeat. Maybe I just have a hard life. Did you remind those who broke through with my help?
Wisteria Shinichi said immediately.
Yes. I specifically told them that as soon as they broke through, they would immediately go to various secret realms to kill monsters. Yes.
Chen Fan nodded.
You continue to collect materials. I will go to Kyoto to relax. Okay.
Zijingjin said with a grateful look on his face.
Then let Inoue accompany you. No need.
Chen Fan said.
As long as Chiyoko and Guardians are with me, it'll be fine.
Chiyoko is from the Yang Kingdom, and a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chiyoko, who originally admired Chen Fan, now looked at Chen Fan with a completely different look after learning that Chen Fan was the new leader of the Demon Sect. As for the Zhui Guardian, he was an old subordinate brought by Orange Cat from Tianyu Realm, and he was the person Orange Cat trusted the most. Chen Fan had previously taken over the treasure trove of the Heavenly Demon Sect from Guardian Zhui, and then sent someone to deliver it to Li Mu. In his heart, he actually felt a little guilty towards Guardian Zhui and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Therefore, 2 days ago, Chen Fan sent several guardians from the Yang Kingdom, who were taught by Heavenly Demon to the ancient god realm to be demonized. And now he is asking Li Mu and others to collect materials, preparing to help them break through and improve. With a thought in his mind, Chen Fan instantly disappeared, taking Yi Hongyan, Zhui Protector, and Chiyoko with him. He instantly moved to the headquarters of the demon sect in the main city of Kyoto. Yang Kingdom. Chiyoko's eyes were about to drip with water. The main city of Kyoto is more than 600 miles away from that secret place. Chen Fan unexpectedly brought her and Guardian Zhui over in the blink of an eye. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Recalling what happened to Chen Fan in the secret realm of Donghai City, Chiyoko now feels like she is dreaming.
See the leader?
At the demon sect station, four commanders stepped forward and saluted. Chen Fan nodded slightly and said,
Do you have a car? Give me a car, and I'll go out for a walk.
Chiyoko, Protector Zhui, and several commanders were all stunned for a moment. Leader, you can travel hundreds or thousands of miles just by thinking about it. Why do you suddenly want to take a car?
Yes. Leader, please wait a moment.
A commander moved out and drove in a luxurious armored vehicle. The commander pointed at the armored vehicle and said very proudly,
Master, our armored vehicle is made of special materials such as star steel. It can withstand a blow from a 9th grade peak expert, and it can even block a nuclear bomb.
Protector Zhui and several commanders looked at the commander, who spoke silently. The commander almost cried,
Master, this car is very comfortable to drive. Okay.
Chen Fan gently patted the commander's shoulder, turned around and said,
Chiyoko, come and drive. You know Kyoto best. Yes.
Chiyoko nodded respectfully and got into the driver's seat. Guardians Wood glanced at Empress Yi Hongyan, opened the car door for Chen Fan and the others, ran to the front, and sat in the passenger seat. Chiyoko said nervously,
Leader, where are we going now?
Chen Fan said,
There is no place we particularly want to go. If you think it's fun, just take us there. It doesn't matter where we go.
Chiyoko looked at Protector Zwa with a bit of embarrassment. Protector Zwa pondered for a moment and said,
Master, there is Songlong Mountain in the capital of Yang Kingdom, and there is a martial ancestor hall on the mountain. That was the place where martial ancestor stayed. It was at that time that Lord Martial Ancestor accepted Zeding as his disciple. Martial Ancestor Hall?
Chen Fan's expression changed slightly.
Then let's go to the Martial Ancestor Hall and have a look.
Chiyoko nodded, drove the car out of the Tianma-sek station, and headed towards Songlong Mountain. Sitting in the car, Chen Fan turned his head and glanced at Yi Hongyan. During this period of time, Yi Hongyan has been by his side, but rarely speaks. The Yi Hongyan now is actually quite different from the Yi Hongyan in the dream. The Yi Hongyan in the dream was clearly the Empress Dutian. But when she was around Chen Fan, she chattered and her mouth stopped talking. Now Yi Hongyan, if she doesn't take the initiative to talk to her, she might not be able to say a word for a whole day.
What's wrong?
Yi Hongyan saw Chen Fan looking at her. A blush appeared on her face, and said,
Why are you looking at me like this?
Chen Fan said,
Was it my father who brought you from Earth to Blue Star?
Yi Hongyan nodded and said,
Yes. The Earth is already in the age of Dharma and myths have become legends, and it is difficult for the demon clan to survive there. His original intention was to let the demon race move into Blue Star and then join forces with the human race on Blue Star. The meaning of joining forces is to make the demon race become the master beast of the human race. But I refused.
Protector Zwa and Chiyoko immediately opened their eyes. This is the first time they have heard of this kind of thing. Especially Chiyoko. This was the first time she heard that Chen Fan's father was so powerful. Even the demon empress Yi Hongyan was brought here from Earth by Chen Fan's father? Who is Chen Fan's father? Yi Hongyan said.
Your father did not force the demon clan. Years later, I realized that we missed our best opportunity. Beast Masters and Beast Masters are complementary to each other. To achieve a breakthrough in beast control, you need to feed back the star power of the beast control master. But the Beast Master's Beast Master space and the resources provided by the Beast Master can also help the Beast Master grow quickly. The demon clan that came from the earth, because of their self-esteem, are stuck in their own ways, but they miss the best stage of growth.
Chen Fan did not follow Yi Hongyan's topic, but just said,
Are all the myths and legends of the Earth's past true? Blue Dragon, Vermilion Bird,
White Tiger. Yi Hongyan smiled slightly and said,
Myths and legends, true and false. But one thing is certain. The demigod realm of Tianyi realm has taken its final step. The legendary divine realm has not appeared in tens of thousands of years, but it has appeared on Earth.
Chen Fan was surprised.
Has the divine realm ever appeared on Earth?
Yi Hongyan nodded and said,
For example, our Suzaka clan.
Many things recorded in the Suzaka clan. Many powerful existences can easily break through space and enter another world. But whether it's Blue Star or Tianyi realm, what we call breaking space is limited to this space. I can use the talent of the Suzaka clan to break through space and appear thousands of miles away in an instant. But it is also limited to Blue Star. I can't break through Blue Star or enter any other different space. Blind Old Man and his cells can't do it either.
Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Then where did the divine realm of the earth go in the end? The vast world of gods? I don't know.
Yi Hongyan shook her head and said,
I never dreamed about Suzaku in my dreams.
Chen Fan said,
Is the vast god realm the only god realm? Then what's going on in the ancient god realm?
Yi Hongyan glanced at Chen Fan, smiled and said,
I wanted to use other topics to divert your thoughts and reduce your pressure. But now, you are always thinking about things in the ancient god realm and other 4 realms.
Chen Fan sighed and said,
When I was just a rookie in the 3rd and 4th realms, even if I heard Grandpa Blind and the others mention the demon king of the 6th heaven, I didn't feel too much pressure. But now, the 4 realms including the ancient god realm, the void demon, and the past lives in our dreams are closely related. No matter how terrifying the demon king of the 6th heaven is, he is only a mortal after all. But the existences we may have to face are the ones that have slaughtered thousands of gods and Buddhas.
Protector Zwa sat up straight in an instant, with a look of horror on his face. He has also been to the ancient god realm. He even experienced void pollution. But he doesn't know as much as Jade about things in the ancient god realm. About the void demon, and so on. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Protectors was frightened. Slaughtered the existence of thousands of gods and Buddhas. The leader's words are really scary to death. Yi Hongyan looked at Chen Fan intently, and suddenly said with apology in her eyes,
When I was in the vast god realm, I didn't do anything to help. Now, I can't do anything. Am I useless?
Left Guardian. Chiyoko. Is this woman really Yi Hongyan, the empress of the demon clan? Couldn't it be someone else's illusion? Yi Hongyan, the empress of the demon tribe, talks to the leader like this?
What nonsense are you talking about?
Chen Fan said.
Without you, I would have died 10,000 times in the vast divine world.
Yi Hongyan pursed her lips. Their dreams are not connected. But when the dream fragments are put together, a life that is not very complete can still be sorted out. Chen Fan suddenly grinned. Yi Hongyan stared at him with wide eyes, wondering why he was laughing. Chen Fan said,
Have you ever dreamed about me stealing the divine pillar?
Yi Hongyan also laughed.
I've dreamed about it.
Chen Fan said,
I made the old devil dragon drunk with wine, then sneaked into the Dutian god realm, carved the summoning circle, and summoned the old devil dragon from the dark abyss to the Dutian god realm, causing all the chaos in the Dutian god realm. Then I took the opportunity to steal a divine pillar that reaches the sky. I have had this dream many times. When I thought about it later, I realized something was wrong.
Yi Hongyan half smiled.
What's wrong?
Chen Fan said,
When I entered the Dutian divine realm, I took the path you told me. You must have noticed it at the time, but you deliberately pretended not to see it. Right?
Yi Hongyan pursed her lips. Chen Fan said,
The old demon dragon is also pretending to be drunk. He and those old guys in the Dutian divine realm are sworn enemies. He got drunk on purpose by me, and then got into a fight with those old guys in the Dutian divine realm. And you? Chasing me with a 5-colored sacred stone. You have the 5-colored sacred stone in your hand. You are obviously faster than me. Why can't you catch up with me?
Yi Hongyan turned her head and looked at the scenery outside the car window. In front, Chiyoko and Zuohufa were confused. What vast world of gods? What old dragon? Everything is in the realm of gods? What dream? Leader, what are you talking about? Chen Fan reached out and held Yi Hongyan's hand. The two intertwined their fingers and both felt the warmth of the other's palm. Yi Hongyan's body trembled.
And after a moment of silence, she tilted her head and rested her head on Chen Fan's shoulder. Left Guardian. Chiyoko's hands trembled, and she almost drove the car into the ravine. They had long seen that the relationship between the demon empress and the leader was unusual. But no matter what, they never expected to see such a scene. Even the powerful beings, like Li Mu and Wisteria Shinichi, were polite to the demon empress. At this moment, she actually rested her head on the leader's shoulder. Guardians turned around with his neck a little stiff and looked out the car window. Chiyoko drove the car somewhat mechanically, like a robot. At this time, at the intersection ahead, a car suddenly drove out and hit him.
Ah!
Chiyoko panicked and tried to brake, but it was too late.
Bang!
The two cars collided, and the car with Chen Fan and 4 people only shuddered slightly. The car in front flew directly upside down.
The commander said that this car can protect against nuclear bombs.
Chen Fan touched his nose and laughed. Not bad. I saw a group of people jumping out of the car that was thrown away in front of me, and they rushed over, cursing. Guardians said,
Master, none of those people were injured above the 3rd level. Even if the car crashed into a lump of iron, it would be difficult to cause fatal injuries. Leave it to me to deal with it.
Chen Fan said.
I'll go down and have a look too.
The 4 got out of the car.
But Guanu,
among the 6 people who rushed over, the young man leading them was holding a samurai sword and looked menacing. Chiyoko stepped forward to negotiate.
A person from the demon sect?
The leading young man sneered.
Do you, the demon sect, take yourselves too seriously? We in the Yang Kingdom allow your heavenly demon sect to survive here. How dare you go on such a rampage? We have impounded your car. Let your leader go to the Kawada family to get it.
As he said that, 6 people surrounded him at the same time, preparing to snatch the car. Chiyoko wanted to stop him, but was pushed away by the leading young man, causing him to fall backwards. She is not yet at the 3rd level, so her strength is indeed a bit too weak. The left protector's palm moved slightly, and a vast and unpredictable force supported Chiyoko and shook the 6 people away at the same time.
Be bold.
Although the leading young man was wary of Protector's unpredictable strength, he was still not prepared to back down.
Do you really think your heavenly demon sect is so powerful? You even dare to touch our Kawada family members? Kawada?
Chen Fan frowned and said.
I seem to have heard of it somewhere.
Protectors was said.
There is only one Kawada family in Yangwa Kyoto, and it is the Kawada family that broke through to the Holy Realm some time ago. Hee.
The leading young man immediately sneered.
It seems that you are quite well informed. Right. Then do you know who my father is?
Chen Fan was stunned.
Didn't your mother tell you?
The young man headed by. Immediately, he became furious and kicked Chen Fan.
Boom!
Before the young man at the head could kick Chen Fan, he was slapped away by Guardians Wu. The other 5 people were shocked and rushed over to help him up.
Okay. You guys from the demon sect are in big trouble this time. How dare you hit Mr. Kawada's grandson? Even the demon sect won't be able to survive this time. Master Kawada has broken through to the Holy Realm. Now the Kawada family is one of the top families in Yang Kingdom. How dare you? Hurry up and call the family for help. Go and make a call. We'll stop them. We can't let them run away. Stop them. These bastards dare to hit Grandpa. Grandpa must kill him.
Protectors Wu immediately laughed.
Kawada, I saw him just now. He behaves like a grandson in front of our leader. I didn't expect that his grandson would dare to call himself Grandpa in front of the leader.
The words just fell. Guardians Wu flashed and appeared among the 6 people out of thin air. Those 6 people. The next moment, Protectors Wu entered the flock like a tiger, opened his bow from left to right, slapped a few times, and knocked out all the front teeth of a group of people. The 6 people had their mouths full of blood, lying on the ground and howling strangely. The leading young man took advantage of the chaos, climbed to the edge, and made a phone call. A virtual screen appears. Kawada glanced at his grandson, whose mouth was full of blood in surprise, snorted coldly and said,
Inshu, what's going on? Why are you in such a mess?
Kawada Jinshu howled miserably and said hysterically,
Grandpa, those people from the demon sect want to kill me. If they disagree, they will kill me without mercy. You have to make the decision for me. Ah!
Kawada, who was originally serious, turned pale and panicked.
People from the Tian demon sect? Where are they?
Kawada Inshu lay on the ground and turned around, pointing the camera at Chen Fan and others.
It's them!
Kawada Ginki shouted.
That middle-aged man rushed in front of us and almost beat us to death. They hit my car and tried to kill us.
On the virtual screen, Kawada almost knelt. Teacher.
Huh?
Kawada Jinshu was slightly startled. The picture seems a little wrong? Why does Grandpa's expression look like a mouse seeing a cat? Is that boy the leader of the demon cult? This is impossible. Didn't he say that the leader of the demon sect is his old man? Kawada. Chen Fan frowned and said,
Your grandson is quite powerful, isn't he?
On the virtual screen, Kawada made a bang and knelt on the ground with one knee.
Don't worry, leader. I will definitely catch this kid back and punish him severely. I'll break his legs. He is not allowed to step out of the Kawada family again for the rest of his life.
Kawada Jinshu's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground.
There's no need to break the legs. Protectors Wu has already taught them a lesson,
Chen Fan said.
However, you must take it back and discipline it properly. Yes.
Kawada nodded respectfully. Chen Fan glanced at Kawada Inshu, and the 4 of them returned to the car with Yi Hongyan. The armored vehicle took off directly into the air, flew over the heads of Kawada Jinshu and the others, then landed on the road and drove all the way to Sanglong Mountain. Behind them, the 6 people of Kawada Jinshu were as motionless as 6 stone sculptures. Chapter 3:20 Kimura Reifeng blows up the public toilet, and Wisteria's disciple Ino appears. The top of Sanglong Mountain, holding his hand on the railing. Kimura Lingfeng looked into the distance silently. The mountain breeze blew his hair. Kimura Lingfeng's face was filled with sadness. Because of Chen Fan, he owed a lot of debt, and finally left the sad place of Tang. Unexpectedly, he met Chen Fan in Yang country. Chen Fan turned out to be the leader of the demon sect. When he wanted to leave the Yang kingdom and go to the Star Kingdom, the demonization broke out in the Yang kingdom, and he couldn't get out. Kimura Lingfeng felt as if God had played a big joke on him. He's like a homeless kid now. If I had known earlier, I should have listened to Chiyoko. According to Chiyoko, he is in a different situation now. Rich. And he is also friends with the leader. But the reality is cruel. The reality is completely opposite. Kimura Lingfeng felt very sad. He knew that with his status as Chen Fan, he would not take a small character like him seriously. If Chen Fan wants to put on his little shoes, he doesn't even have to say a word. Just one look can make him doomed. Kimura Reifeng felt that he should be grateful to the leader. But I don't know why. I just feel uncomfortable. Terribly uncomfortable.
Ouch! My stomach hurts.
Kimura Lingfeng covered his stomach, looked around, and quickly walked into the public toilet. The public restroom is very dark, but there are voice-activated lights. In order to save energy, this voice-activated light only lights up for a while, and then goes out. As soon as Kimura Lingfeng sat on the toilet, the light turned off. It was obviously daytime, but when the lights were turned off, it was pitch black inside the public toilet. Why is that? Kimura Reifeng doesn't like darkness. He sighed and clapped his hands. Snapped. Light is on. But after a while, the lights went out again. Kimura Lingfeng was helpless and clapped his hands again. Snapped. The lights came on again. After taking several shots, Kimura Lingfeng suddenly stopped. Is there something wrong with pooping and applauding yourself at the same time? After a moment of silence, Kimura Lingfeng stopped applauding. He raised his left hand, palm upward, and a flame burned brightly. Bang! The public toilet exploded. The car stopped. Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan walked down. Ahead, a little further up, is the Wuzhu Hall. Sudden. Boom! The public toilet in the distance on the left exploded. The crowd fled in all directions. Immediately afterwards, several people saw Kimura Lingfeng rushing out dirty and holding up his pants. Senior. Chiyoko was stunned. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This hero who bombed the public toilet seems familiar. Chiyoko blushed and lowered her head, not daring to let anyone know that she knew Kimura Reifeng. At this moment, a strong wind blew up in the public toilet, and a black wind roared out. Immediately, the black wind turned into a middle-aged man, looked at Kimura Reifeng fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, Vadasaiba. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Chiyoko was stunned. Master, do you understand the language of Yang Kingdom? I don't understand, Chen Fan said. But listening and nodding at the same time will make people feel deeper and more knowledgeable. Chiyoko. That's the person from the Nightmare Garden. He said he was hiding in the public toilet and was disturbed by Kimura-senpai. Chen Fan touched his chin. Kimura is getting better and better. Just when Chiyoko was about to speak, she saw the middle-aged man sway, like a hungry wolf rushing towards food, towards Kimura Reifeng. Kimura Lingfeng shouted, turned around and ran away while holding up his pants. There is a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Escape is the best option. Chen Fan shook his head and lightly hooked his fingers. Call! Kimura Lingfeng moved from a distance to the four of them, as if teleporting. Master Chen! Kimura Lingfeng was overjoyed. I think I did something stupid and you're covered in shit. Chen Fan subconsciously covered his nose and waved his hand. Kimura Lingfeng screamed and flew out, and all his clothes were blown to pieces. Chiyoko and Yi Hongyan both turned their heads. Then, the surrounding water vapor quickly gathered, and water dragons hit Kimura Lingfeng from all directions. Thank you, Master! Kimura Lingfeng takes a bath in the air with her but naked. On the other side, many tourists recorded videos of him. Baguanu! Don't take pictures. Don't take videos. Kimura Lingfeng danced in the air. At this time, the middle-aged man who originally wanted to kill Kimura Lingfeng knew that he had alerted the strong men of the Yang Kingdom on Sanlong Mountain. He turned around and turned into black wind again, trying to escape. Call! He flew out in the opposite direction, but moved strangely in front of Chen Fan and the others. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Fan silently, then turned into black wind and flew out again. Call! Just after flying 100 meters, he returned to Chen Fan. Damn it! The middle-aged man panicked, moved his palm slightly, grasped a scimitar, and slashed at Chen Fan. When? The scimitar fell on Chen Fan's head, making the sound of metal and iron. Sparks are flying. The middle-aged man looked horrified and backed away. The next moment, Chen Fan's eyes flashed. Vast and unpredictable spiritual power swept out and turned into a big hand, directly pinching the middle-aged man and hovering in the air. At this time, figures were flying quickly from all directions. A group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom did not know Chen Fan. But when they saw the Empress Yi Hongyan standing here, they were all startled, and they all stood behind obediently. Chen Fan lightly hooked his fingers. A bottle immediately flew out of the middle-aged man's arms in the air. Chen Fan grabbed the bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle, which was made of unknown material, was something like pitch-black ink. But Chen Fan's mental power penetrated the bottle, and sensed the evil and powerful power inside. Demon blood? Yi Hongyan looked at the bottle, and her expression moved slightly. Chen Fan nodded and said, When I purified a strong man from the Yang Kingdom, I extracted his demonized blood. Exactly the same scent.
Only, I don't know why, but it feels very familiar, Yi Hongyan said. If the demon's blood really comes from the blood of a god-level demon, then it would be very familiar to you, which is normal.
The Demon King is very familiar with demon blood. Isn't it normal? Guardians took a step forward, took the small bottle from Chen Fan's hand, and said,
Leader, is this the demon blood of the Nightmare Garden? It's very weird.
Chen Fan turned to look at Yi Hongyan and said,
What I mean is, I feel like this is my own blood.
Protectors shook his hand suddenly, and almost dropped the bottle. Chiyoko also widened her eyes. Yi Hongyan stretched out her hand, and the bottle in Guardian's hand immediately fell into her hand. She opened the bottle cap and reached in with her spiritual power. After a moment, Yi Hongyan raised her head.
I also feel a sense of familiarity. This is blood diluted countless times, but I can feel your breath from it.
Left Guardian. What the H.L.? Doesn't the demon blood in the Nightmare Court come from demons at the level of gods and demons? Why is it related to the leader again? Isn't the leader's blood the antidote? Moreover, the leader's blood is golden. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and poured out the blood from the bottle. The blood, as black as ink, flowed out, hovered in the void, and condensed into a ball. The shadow of a demon rose from the blood.
What?
Chen Fan saw the demon's phantom clearly and was immediately surprised. This demon's phantom is extremely similar to his
Dharma body of the Demon King.
Chen Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mental energy penetrated into the mass of blood. The spiritual power seems to penetrate into the abyss. Keep falling. Keep falling. It was like jumping into a dark abyss in a dream. All around, phantoms of demons appeared. Chen Fan ignored the demonic figures around him, raised his mental power, and reached down at a faster speed. I don't know how long it took.
Roar!
A demonic dragon that stretched for who knows how many thousands of miles quickly rose into the sky.
Old demon dragon!
Chen Fan was surprised and happy. This is the old demon dragon that he grew up with in his dream. The strongest existence hidden in the dark abyss of the vast divine world. In those dreams, Chen Fan once stole the Dutian Yi clan's Tantian divine pillar and forged it into his own spine. Then, he got a drop of blood essence from the old demon dragon and reshaped the dark divine body. Therefore, there is indeed the aura of the old demon dragon in the blood of the Demon King. Chen Fan's mental power condensed into his own figure, floating in the darkness, silently looking at the old demon dragon below.
Boy!
The rising old demon dragon stared at Chen Fan with its huge eyes.
You are back! I've been waiting for you for a long time!
Before Chen Fan could respond, the huge old demon dragon exploded with a loud bang. Chen Fan's mental power retreated instantly.
What's wrong?
Seeing that Chen Fan's face was a little ugly, Yi Hongyan asked.
I'm afraid,
Chen Fan said.
It's really my blood. I saw the old demon dragon inside. But before there was time to communicate, the old demon dragon's trace of power shattered into pieces.
A flash of anger flashed in Yi Hongyan's eyes.
If it is really your blood, it must have come from the dark abyss. What are those guys in the dark abyss doing?
Chen Fan shook his head and said,
Chu Xian dreamed that all the ancient demon clan were corpses. And how's he dreamed that the Dutian Yi clan was invaded? If you connect those pieces of information together, the vast world of gods may have been turned upside down. Under this kind of chaos, what can't those demon lords in the dark abyss do?
Guardians beside him was confused. Chen Fan sighed and said,
It's useless to think about this now. If you want to go to the vast god realm, you must at least reach the true divine realm. What a courage!
Chen Fan turned his head slightly, pointed his palm toward the martial ancestor hall in the distance, and made a futile grab.
Call!
A girl snorted miserably, covered her neck, and flew into the void in front of Chen Fan.
Well?
The girl's neck seemed to be grasped by a pair of invisible hands. Her face was red from holding back, and her feet were kicking wildly.
Grown-ups!
Among the group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom behind, a man panicked and came out and said,
She is my daughter. I don't know where I offended you. Sir!
As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashed on the field, and in no way fell down. Jing glanced at the girl and was slightly startled.
Master, what happened?
This girl. Chen Fan looked at the person who had just spoken and said calmly,
What is your daughter's name?
The man immediately said,
Sir, my children's names are Nakajima Sangmei.
Chen Fan silently looked at the girl's attribute panel. Monster name, Phantom Demon. Yamanaka Ino. Combat power level, Saint Realm 1st level.
She is not Nakajima Sangmei,
Chen Fan said.
She should be Wisteria's disciple. Yamanaka Ino.
What? Inoue was shocked. His aura surged, and he took a defensive posture. Ino Yamanaka is a disciple of Wisteria Shinichi, and one of the few strong men in the Holy Realm in Yang Kingdom. Inoue became a demon in the first place because he took a pill given by Ino Yamanaka.
Ha 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 ha!
The girl who was kicking her leg suddenly shook her body, and her head dropped. A phantom flew out from her body, disappeared into the void, and laughed wildly.
The leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect. You really have two tricks. But I can turn into a shadow. Even my master Shifu Shinichi can hide it. So what can you do to me?
As Chen Fan thought, the girl in the air flew into the arms of the man who just spoke.
Yanaka Ino!
Inoue was furious.
Why did you betray your country? Why did you betray the human race?
Yamanaka Ino's voice came from the void.
Idiot! Not only Yang Kingdom. Many countries are already being demonized. It won't be long before all the creatures on Blue Star will become demons. What kind of human race are you talking about? Inoue, you are now a devil too. Although I don't know how you regained your consciousness. You should know very well that you are now a complete devil. No different from me. I am a human race.
Inoue yelled.
Don't say it's just my strength attributes that have changed. Even if I grow fangs, sharp horns, and my body is covered with tentacles, I will never forget that I am a human race. I am Inoue from Yang Kingdom. I will never betray the Yang Kingdom. And I will never betray the human race.
He. Yamanaka Ino's laughter came from the void.
Idiot! You are so stubborn. You have no idea that the Demon Clan is the master of this world. Devils must obey the orders of the Demon Clan. When all the creatures in this world are assimilated into demons, the Nightmare Garden will become the true master of this world. Ha 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 ha! Crazy!
Inoue was so angry that his face was distorted.
You crazy woman! You almost caused our Yang Kingdom to be destroyed.
Yamanaka Ino said.
I am doing it for the good of Yang country. That's enough.
Chen Fan shouted softly. Yamanaka Ino immediately laughed again.
Leader, you haven't found me after searching for a long time. Are you feeling very angry? What do you think?
Chen Fan's voice sounded behind Ino Yamanaka, who had turned into a shadow. Yamanaka Ino. Before she could react, a palm behind her back, like an iron plier, pinched her neck, imprisoning her power. Yamanaka Ino's body immediately appeared. A group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom below immediately raised their arms and cheered. Impossible. Yamanaka Ino's face was as pale as snow.
Before I was transformed into a demon, I was already at the first level of the Holy Realm. Now I am only half a step away from breaking through to the second level of the Holy Realm. Why can't I resist your power?
Inoue sneered and said.
Ino, your news is too late. Don't you even know whose hands your 3 demon kings of the Nightmare Court died at?
Impossible. Yamanaka Ino's eyes instantly turned dim.
I don't believe it.
Chen Fan grabbed Yamanaka Ino and threw it away. Yamanaka Ino fell to the ground, panicked, and wanted to escape, but was kicked down by Inoue.
Don't waste your efforts. The leader has imprisoned your power, and now you are not even as good as an ordinary person.
Yamanaka Ino was lying on the ground, his whole body trembling, and he no longer had the arrogance he had just now. Behind the crowd, Kimura Reifong, who was naked, punched a man unconscious, then took off the man's clothes and put them on himself. Chen Fan glanced at Inoue and said,
Take her back and give her to Zedong.
Inoue bowed respectfully.
Yes.
He stretched out his hand and lifted Yamanaka Ino. Afterwards, Inoue glanced at the people around him and a group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom, and said,
It's okay. Let's all disperse.
A group of strong men from the Yang Kingdom immediately began to maintain order and disperse the crowd. Chen Fan, Yi Hongyan, and others walked towards Wuzu Hall. Seeing this, Kimura Lingfeng quickly chased after him.
Master, I am the most familiar with the Martial Ancestor Hall. I will take you around. You are not allowed to enter the Martial Ancestor Hall,
Chen Fan said without looking back. Kimura Lingfeng was stunned.
Why? Leader?
Chen Fan turned around and said with a dark face.
You blew up the public toilet and dared to enter the Martial Ancestor Hall with shit all over you. I will kill you,
Kimura Lingfeng said with a sad face.
I have washed myself clean.
Chen Fan sneered coldly and said,
You are not allowed to enter even if you have washed yourself.
Kimura Lingfeng changed the subject with a smile.
Leader, you respect the Martial Ancestor very much. Nonsense,
Chen Fan said.
I respect my father. What's the problem? Of course that's no problem. That's normal.
Before Kimura Reifong could finish speaking, he was petrified. Chiyoko and guardians Wood beside them were also petrified. On the road before, they heard Chen Fan and Yi Hongyan talking about Chen Fan's father, who brought the Empress Yi Hongyan and the demon clan from the Earth to Blue Star. And they were still guessing who Chen Fan's father was. What Chen Fan means by this sentence is that Wu Zhu is his father, etc. Martial ancestor's name is Chen Han. Chen Fan. Guardians Wood glanced at Chen Fan blankly and swallowed hard. The old leader should have known this for a long time. Right? Why didn't you tell yourself anything?
Let's go!
Chen Fan shrunk to the ground and walked to the gate of Wuzhou Palace. Yi Hongyan and others immediately followed. Kimura Lingfeng wanted to follow him, but after only chasing for more than 10 meters, he sat down under a big tree and did not dare to go any further. Chen Fan has a good temper, but if Chen Fan is really offended, it is very possible to crush him to death with a backhand palm. Kimura Lingfeng sat under the big tree, with a look of sadness on his face again.